In the heart of the bustling metropolis, within the confines of the Talankio prison, Li Bing lay on the rigid wooden bed, gradually rising to an upright position. He gazed at the dim and chilly cell before him, letting out a helpless sigh. It appeared that the ultimate fate of exceptional accountants invariably led to incarceration. As a distinguished graduate of the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, Li Bing never imagined that he would one day find himself behind bars. If only I had known back in my university days, I would have chosen a different major than accounting. As the adage goes, one must repay their debts, and with crime comes accountability. His company's owner had been ensnared by a rival's machinations, leading to accusations of tax evasion and fraud. Consequently, as the chief financial officer, Li Bing found himself inescapably imprisoned. Ultimately, he received a 10-year sentence, a decade of his life stripped away. At nearly 30 years old, he pondered how many more decades lay ahead. Despondent, he stared at the iron bars confining him. Would he truly spend his youthful years within this prison? It was an unbearable thought. Yet, despite his discontent, he felt utterly powerless. Prior to his incarceration, he had perused the laws regarding sentence reduction and discovered two possible avenues for early release. The first involved making significant contributions to society, while the second required the invention of groundbreaking technology. If he could accomplish either, he might secure a reduction in his sentence. However, as an accountant, the prospect of inventing or contributing significantly felt entirely out of reach. Pushing up his glasses, he sighed again, disappointment weighing heavily on him. Although he possessed a high intellect, the notion of achieving a substantial technological breakthrough in a short span seemed utterly implausible. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding, recognizing fluctuations in the host's emotional state, the Supreme Research System is now binding. Taken aback, Li Bing blinked in confusion. Had he just experienced auditory hallucinations? A system? What system? Please hold on. Binding in progress. Current progress. 63. 8. The cold, mechanical voice continued to echo in his ears, dispelling any doubts of his hallucination. A system indeed existed. As he acknowledged that he was on the verge of awakening this system, his breath quickened in anticipation. The Supreme Research System, as its name suggested, was related to technology. If it could bestow upon him remarkable inventions, perhaps an early release was within reach. Ding, binding of the Supreme Research System successful. This system is dedicated to developing advanced technologies for the host. The host can exchange research points for core technologies in the technology store. The system's voice reverberated in Li Bing's mind, illuminating his eyes with newfound hope. Indeed, it was precisely as he had surmised the system was related to cutting-edge technology. Host, Li Bing status, incarcerated developed items, none current research projects, none current research progress, 0 completed research tasks, none achievements, none research points, 0 in the next moment, a personal interface materialized before him, reminiscent of a traditional online game display. However, upon seeing the 0 points, Li Bing's brow furrowed slightly. The system had just informed him that he could exchange research points for core technologies, yet he currently had none to trade. What must I do to acquire research points? Li Bing silently pondered, realizing that obtaining research points was now his utmost priority. Ding, research points can be obtained through the development of technology. The system's mechanical voice promptly addressed his inquiry. Yet, upon hearing this response, Li Bing's frown deepened. Research points could only be earned through technological development, but he had no knowledge in this area, placing him in a paradoxical bind. Lacking the ability to conduct scientific research meant he could not earn points, and without points, he could not engage in research. Pondering deeply, he adjusted his glasses. Did this mean he truly had to start from scratch and learn? Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to the system and received a beginner's gift pack. As Li Bing grappled with his predicament, the system's cold, mechanical voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts. A beginner's gift pack? The sudden announcement brightened his spirits. He had not anticipated such a boon from his system. Having read numerous web novels during his leisure time, he understood the significance of a beginner's gift pack. It was akin to the initial capital for a startup, crucial in alleviating his current plight. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Yes. Without hesitation, Li Bing mentally affirmed his desire. He was eager to discover the treasures concealed within the gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have acquired theoretical knowledge of the make armor Iron Man. Please commence research promptly to earn research points. Chapter 2. Research and Sentence Reduction. The make armor. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Bing found himself utterly astounded. He could hardly fathom that the novice gift bestowed by the system was the technology for the make armor. He vividly recalled the awe he felt when he first watched the Iron Man movie and beheld the magnificent armor. Although he was not a dedicated researcher, Li Bing understood that the technological prowess depicted in the film far surpassed contemporary advancements, particularly the later iterations of the Make series, which boasted technology that was, in fact, 5 centuries ahead of Blue Star's current state. Even the Make armor, which had been discarded by Tony Stark after just a few minutes on screen, could not be replicated with today's technology. Before Li Bing could revel in his excitement, a peculiar influx of knowledge surged into his mind. The sudden sensation of swelling made him furrow his brow, a look of discomfort crossing his face. However, once the sensation subsided and he reopened his eyes, they sparkled with exhilaration. The system had transmitted the complete technical principles of the Make armor into his consciousness. These concepts felt as though they were intricately woven into his very DNA, as instinctive as the act of breathing, impossible to forget. And there was even controllable nuclear fusion technology. As he absorbed these newfound memories, Li Bing and Appo's eyes brightened and his breath quickened. The Iron Man armor incorporated numerous cutting-edge technologies, yet 2 stood paramount. The first was an extraordinarily advanced AI intelligence program, and the second was controllable nuclear fusion technology. Regrettably, the Make armor had not been fitted with an intelligent program due to the rushed assembly, leaving Li Bing devoid of that particular expertise. Nonetheless, he had fully grasped the second core technology, WIC Chapter 3. Submitting the patent before long, the young prison guard arrived at Li Bing's cell, holding the application form. He instructed Li Bing to fill in his name, the research project, and the primary formulas as per the requirements on the form. Our prison warden will submit these to the Scientific Research Department in the Magic City for review. If approved, you will be exempted from labor reform, allowing you to focus entirely on your research within the prison. Ultimately, your sentence may be reduced based on the inventions you produce, the young guard explained. Adhering to the established protocol. Understood, Li Bing nodded, accepting the application form and a carbon pen, and began to write fervently in the modest confines of his cell. However, I advise you not to harbor excessive hope. Many applications are rejected, the young guard cautioned kindly, given that their prison primarily housed high IQ criminals. The number of applicants for research opportunities each month was substantial. Nonetheless, the majority of applications were typically turned down by the staff at the Magic City's Scientific Research Department. Understood, Li Bing nodded again, and upon hearing the guard and Appo's words, he proceeded to elaborate on the relevant technical details in a more specific and thorough manner. Although his application project was the development of a combat exoskeleton, the core focus remained on controllable nuclear fusion technology, while the mechanical aspects were merely peripheral technicalities. Thus, he extensively detailed the theoretical principles of controllable nuclear fusion on his application form, hoping to encounter a reviewer with a profound understanding of the technology. Approximately 5 minutes later, Li Bing stood up, shaking off the fatigue in his wrists, and handed the densely written application form to the young guard. A design document for a nuclear-powered exoskeleton? Quite substantial, the guard remarked, glancing at the meticulously filled form, taken aback by the extent of detail. It was his first encounter with a prisoner who could so thoroughly complete an application, indicating that this young man possessed considerable skill. Very well. I shall submit your application to the warden. You should receive the results in about 3 days, he assured. Watching the guard depart, Li Bing crossed his arms, his expression tinged with unease. He was confident in the quality of his application form. Now, he could only hope to be assessed by a reviewer knowledgeable in the technical field. Although space on the application form was limited, he had endeavored to convey the principles of nuclear fusion in as much detail as possible. Any reviewer with a basic understanding of the subject would surely approve his submission. If, however, he encountered a reviewer entirely ignorant of nuclear fusion technology, then it would simply be a matter of misfortune. 3 days later, in the Magic City's Research and Development Institute, a black Santana drove into the premises. A middle-aged man in prison guard attire exited the driver's seat, holding a thick file folder. Good day, may I inquire whom you are seeking? Before the middle-aged man could step into the building, 2 young security personnel intercepted him outside the R&D department. As a prominent research institution in the Magic City, This building housed numerous advanced technological materials and high-caliber talent from various fields across China. Unauthorized individuals were strictly prohibited from entering the premises. Unperturbed by the security personnel and Oppos's obstruction, the middle-aged man promptly produced his identification and a blue access card. "I am Gao Yi, the warden of the Tilanqiao prison, here to see Professor Chen. This is a temporary pass." One of the security guards took the temporary pass and scanned it at the security gate, while the other compared Gao Yi's prison guard credentials. After confirming their authenticity, the two exchanged glances. One retrieved a walkie-talkie, while the other smiled and returned the identification to Gao Yi. "Please hold on. We will confirm with Professor Chen's assistant." "Hello, Assistant Wang. This is Security 007 from the RD department. Is Warden Gao Yi from Tilanqiao prison scheduled to meet with Professor Chen today?" "All right. Thank you." About 10 seconds later, the security personnel with the walkie-talkie put it away and opened the barrier blocking Gao Yi and Oppos's path. "You may proceed," nodding at the two security personnel performing their duties. Gao Yi stepped into the building, which was replete with surveillance cameras. The security measures here rivaled those of Tilanqiao prison. Had it not been for the necessity of Professor Chen's review of the prison's application forms, he likely would not have had the opportunity to enter this research facility. Following the given directions, Gao Yi quickly arrived at the door of an office on the 3rd floor. "Knock, knock, knock. Please come in," an aged voice resonated from within. As the office door creaked open, Gao Yi entered to find a young woman in a ponytail, clad in a white lab coat. Engrossed in comparing experimental data at her desk, she did not even lift her head at the sound of the door. Only an elderly researcher rose from his chair to wave at Gao Yi. Chapter 4. Are the researchers unable to understand? "Director Gao, please take a seat." "Apologies. I have been preoccupied with research lately and have not prepared any fine tea." The elderly professor, whose face bore the marks of time, poured a cup of water for Gao Yi and placed it on the table. "No need to trouble yourself, Professor Chen. This is the application report we received from our prison this month. I would appreciate it if you could take a look." Gao Yi, after accepting the cup, promptly handed the file bag to Professor Chen, who was responsible for reviewing the application reports from their prison. However, as most of these reports were of dubious quality, the professor often delegated the task of review to his students to conserve his energy. "Su, stop focusing on the experimental data for a moment and come over here to review these application reports." Professor Chen smiled as he took the file bag and gestured to the young researchers gathered around the desk. Coming, a young researcher named Su, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, took the file bag from Professor Chen. Inside were the application forms from Chilean Bridge Prison for the month, though not numerous. There were still over 20 pages. Casually, Su extracted one application report, merely glancing at it before discarding it into the trash bin. The process continued with the 2nd and 3rd pages. She rarely spent more than 5 seconds on each report, her expression blank as she discarded them one after another. Professor Chen, this." Gao Yi, seated nearby, observed Su and Oppos's swift actions and felt a bit awkward as he glanced at Professor Chen, who was sipping water from a thermos with a smile. He began to doubt whether the young woman actually read the reports at all before casting them aside. Normally, 5 seconds would only allow one to grasp a few lines, yet she seemed to be discarding them effortlessly. "Haha, Director Gao, do not worry." Professor Chen, noticing Gao Yi and Oppos's concern, waved his hand dismissively. "This child, Su, has commendable research capabilities. The reports she discards are undoubtedly those that do not meet the required standards. She is my prized student, and I have confidence in her evaluative skills. There is no cause for alarm. After all, the inmates are not trained researchers." Gao Yi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He was well aware that most application reports from the inmates were indeed of little substance. Given Professor Chen's reassurances, he felt it was best not to voice further concerns. The room was filled only with the sound of reports being extracted and discarded. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the reports continued to be tossed into the bin, Su and Oppos's rhythmic motions suddenly came to an abrupt halt. A frown creased her delicate features as she stared at a particular application report densely filled with text. Confusion flickered in her beautiful eyes as her expression shifted from puzzlement to bewilderment, and finally to a hint of shock. With a sudden determination, Su rose from her chair and strode purposefully to the desk, seizing a pen and beginning to jot down notes on a blank sheet of paper. Gao Yi looked on, puzzled, unsure of her intentions. Professor Chen's expression mirrored his surprise. He raised an eyebrow at his devoted disciple. From his understanding of Su, the data prompting her to engage in calculations must be significant. After hastily writing down the calculations, Su frowned as she scrutinized her deductions. She ripped off the page and continued her calculations on a fresh sheet. Yet, mere moments later, she tore off another new page, starting her computations anew. Her brows knitted tightly, her lovely eyes reflecting both irritation and confusion. "Professor, there is a derivation formula in this application report that I cannot comprehend." Hearing her exclaim, both Gao Yi and Professor Chen exchanged bewildered glances, rising from their seats to approach Su. How could a researcher of Su's caliber struggle with understanding a derivation formula? She was not only a high-achieving graduate student from a prestigious university, but also a direct disciple of Professor Chen. Her professional competence was unquestionable. How could she possibly fail to comprehend even a single application report? Gao Yi, curious, leaned in to see what the young and beautiful researcher was writing. 2D3T4 He 3, 52 MeV, in 14, 06 MeV, 2D3T 1, 01 MeV, P3, 03 MeV, 2D3 He 0, 82 MeV, in 2, 45 M. However, upon seeing the intricate formulas and numbers scrawled on the sheet, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What is this? A cryptic manuscript? Gao Yi felt as though he had stumbled upon an ancient text. While he recognized every individual letter, their collective meaning eluded him. Bewildered, he turned to Professor Chen, intending to inquire about Su and Apos' perplexing notes. Yet, upon observing the professor and Apos' serious demeanor, he instinctively fell silent. Clearly, whatever had captured the researcher and Apos' attention was of considerable significance. Chapter 5, Geniuses and Madmen. Su, where did you encounter these formulas? Professor Chen abruptly transformed from his usual amiable demeanor to a serious expression. Su, interrupted in her calculations, realized that both Professor Chen and Gao Yi had positioned themselves behind her, scrutinizing the formulas she had inscribed on the blank sheet of paper. "Professor, I discovered these formulas in this application report. I sensed they held some merit, so I endeavored to derive them. However, it appears I am unable to do so." Su hastily stood up and presented a densely written application report to Professor Chen. Both he and Gao Yi glanced at the item listed in the report, Nuclear-Powered Mechanical Armor Project. Upon reading the title, Gao Yi's brows furrowed slightly. What is this? Nuclear-powered mechanical armor? Is someone filming a science fiction movie? Just the name alone seems utterly absurd, likely another sensationalist application report. Has the individual succumbed to a delusion? The mere sight of the title struck Gao Yi as preposterous, solidifying his resolve to impose stricter criteria for applications from the prison, ensuring that such impractical and attention-seeking reports would not reach the research institute. However, he failed to notice that Professor Chen's expression was in stark contrast to his own. Upon observing the formulas in the application report, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Professor Chen and Apos' eyes. As a highly esteemed expert in nuclear energy in China, he could not fully comprehend the sections pertaining to material mechanics and human biomechanics, but he recognized the initial formulas concerning nuclear energy. The mere fact that the author could formulate such equations indicated a profound understanding of nuclear energy. Su, hand me this report, Professor Chen requested. Taking the application from her hands, he donned his reading glasses from the desk and began to scrutinize it intently. The formulas Su had written did not resemble typical nuclear energy formulas, but rather appeared akin to those used for nuclear fusion derivations. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Professor Chen found it rather absurd. How could a prisoner write nuclear fusion derivation formulas? Even a group of top nuclear experts, with the assistance of advanced computers, would require at least a week to accurately derive such formulas. The notion that a prisoner could accomplish this seemed implausible, especially considering that nuclear fusion was among the primary research focuses of nations worldwide, with experts in this field being exceedingly rare and highly valued. As Professor Chen examined the formulas on the application report, he instinctively picked up a carbon pen from the table and began to jot down his thoughts on a blank sheet of paper. Due to space constraints, Li Bing could not comprehensively document all the formulas, resulting in omitted derivation steps. This left Su unable to fully grasp the equations presented in the report. This individual likely possesses genuine knowledge of nuclear fusion, Professor Chen concluded after completing the first line of derivation formulas. Although the initial lines were not overly complicated, they were difficult to fully comprehend without a background in nuclear fusion, much like Su, who struggled to understand the formulas. Nuclear fusion? Professor, are you suggesting that the formulas inscribed here pertain to nuclear fusion derivations? This is inconceivable. Susu exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she regarded the application report. She had previously dedicated time to studying nuclear fusion, but found the concepts to be exceedingly obscure, ultimately abandoning her efforts after a few days. Without decades of experience in Nuclear Chapter 6 Unanswered Applications Nuclear Fusion, Controllable Nuclear Fusion. Though the difference is merely a couple of words, the implications are worlds apart. In an era when global resources are increasingly depleting, scientists are fervently seeking new alternative energy sources. The majority of researchers and nations have set their sights on the study of controllable nuclear fusion. The successful development of controllable nuclear fusion technology could usher humanity into an entirely new age of energy. Countless researchers have dedicated themselves to this pursuit. Yet decades have passed with little more than incomplete theoretical formulas to show for their efforts. Many believe that it is unlikely controllable nuclear fusion will be realized within the next century or two. However, the report before them not only delves into the theoretical calculations of controllable nuclear fusion, but also proposes direct application to practical equipment. Su glanced at Professor Chen. Were it not for her knowledge of her mentor's disposition, she might have suspected that he harbored some undisclosed secret with this individual named Li Bing. It is no wonder Su was astonished. Even the erudite Professor Chen was internally tumultuous, masking his turmoil with composure. Among the three present, it was likely only the uninformed warden, Gao Yi, who remained utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the concepts of nuclear fusion or fission. As time passed, Professor Chen continued to labor over calculations, yet unlike at the outset, beads of perspiration began to form on his brow, and his pace of derivation slowed considerably. What might have taken mere seconds or a minute to derive now stretched into several minutes, with Professor Chen hesitating to put pen to paper. Unable to ascertain the validity of the subsequent formulas. Professor Chen, will this application be approved? Gaoi inquired softly, noticing the professor and Apos' furrowed brow and his reluctance to continue. It was hard to fathom that a distinguished professor would be so ensnared by the equations in an application. The reasons for this predicament likely boiled down to two possibilities. The first being that the data within the report was beyond even Professor Chen's comprehension. Yet, as a prominent figure in Chinese scientific research, how could he possibly be unable to understand the formulas and data? This led to the probable conclusion that the formulas were largely nonsensical, leaving Professor Chen bewildered. I fear I cannot provide a definitive answer regarding the correctness of these formulas today. Warden Gao, please take the other applications back for now. Allow me to further examine this one. I will provide you with a conclusive answer in a few days, if that is agreeable. Professor Chen adjusted his reading glasses and regarded Gao Yi. Although he could not immediately deduce the accuracy of the formulas presented, the initial calculations suggested that this report might indeed hold merit. Yet, as a scientist, Professor Chen adhered to a stringent principle of rigor, without absolute certainty. He was unable to give an affirmative response. Moreover, the gravity of the situation was paramount. Should the equations prove true, it would mean that the inmate named Li Bing could no longer remain incarcerated. Further examination? Gaoi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a report could cause such turmoil for Professor Chen. Nevertheless, since the professor had spoken, he had no grounds to refuse. After all, the inmate would not suffer from a slight delay in the pursuit of research. Very well, Professor, you may take your time. I shall return to the prison. In the dark confines of the Pylon Bridge prison, Li Bing stood with his back to the cell door, sketching equations and diagrams on the blackened walls with chalk. The walls were now adorned with a plethora of formulas and mechanical illustrations. 3 days had elapsed, and the outcome of his applications should soon be revealed. Stretching, Li Bing reflected on how he had begun to compile and summarize the theoretical knowledge swirling in his mind, organizing it in advance. This preparation would save precious time when he embarked on experimental research. Suddenly, the silence of the cell was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Your application for the perpetual motion machine has been denied. Your application for the research on the Luyu device has also been rejected. Your applications have been turned down. The voice of the young guard grew closer as he tossed several envelopes into Li Bing and Apos' cell. They have arrived. I hope my application has been approved. Li Bing approached the front of his cell, just as the young guard reached him. Officer, how did my application fare? Was it approved? In response, the guard shook his head. Your application has not yet received a reply from the authorities. Perhaps they have forgotten or misplaced it. I will provide you with another application form in a few days. Chapter 7. Retrieving the archives on the following morning. The inmates at Talankio prison had just completed their morning exercises. Gowie stretched lazily as he settled into his office. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." A young prison guard entered. "Report to the warden. Professor Chun has arrived." "Has he come so soon?" "Quickly, please invite Professor Chun in." Gowie hastily rose to his feet. He had received a phone call from Professor Chin's assistant that morning, informing him of the professor's visit to Delankio prison. He had presumed that the esteemed professor, being so busy, would not arrive until later in the day, perhaps even in the evening. To his surprise, Professor Chin had come early in the morning. "Apologies for interrupting your work, Warden Gao. I hope I haven't and Oppos. He caused any inconvenience." Before he could see the man, he recognized his voice, an elderly yet vibrant tone. A man with graying hair and kind eyes, supported by the prison guard, approached Gao Yi's office. It was none other than the Professor Chun whom Gao Yi had visited at the Research Institute the day before. Following closely behind was a female researcher named Su Su. "Professor Chun, I didn't and Oppos. Expect you to arrive so early. My hospitality is lacking, I apologize." Gao Yi stepped forward to assist Professor Chun in taking a seat. "Please, Warden Gao, do not stand on ceremony," Professor Chin replied with a warm smile, producing a document from his pocket, the application form he had left behind the previous day. "Professor Chin, your visit today pertains to the application form from yesterday?" Gao Yi and Oppos' eyes reflected a flicker of doubt as he regarded the document. He had been curious as to why the esteemed professor had come to Delankio prison, and upon seeing the application form, he began to piece together the reason. It was likely the application form that had prompted his early visit. Yet, what could possibly be contained within that form to warrant such urgency? Yesterday, at the Research Institute, he had glimpsed the contents of the application form and found it utterly incomprehensible, akin to cryptic symbols. "Indeed, I stayed up late last night reviewing this application report. The equations regarding nuclear fusion are entirely correct. This indicates that the individual has a profound understanding of nuclear fusion theory. However, as you know, Warden Gao, talents in nuclear fusion are exceedingly rare in our country. I find it hard to believe that an inmate could produce such theories. Therefore, before approval, may I first examine the applicant and Oppos' file?" Professor Chin placed the document neatly on the table, his expression serious as he looked intently at Gao Yi. This was the very reason for his early visit to Delankio prison. "Examine the applicant's file." Gao Yi was taken aback, puzzled by the request. Why was it necessary to review the applicant's file first? This had not been standard procedure in previous applications. Yet, as he reflected on Professor Chin's words, a realization dawned upon him. "Professor Chin, are you suspecting that this application report was ghostwritten for him?" Many spoiled offspring of officials or wealthy individuals often resorted to purchasing patents from others to secure leniency in their sentences. Such behavior was not uncommon in various prisons. As the warden of Delankio prison, Gao Yi was well aware of such practices. However, these were merely conjectures. The specifics would need to be clarified upon reviewing the individual's file. Professor Chin shook his head slightly, refraining from making any definitive claims. Everything was merely speculation. He would need to examine Li Bing's file to make an accurate judgment. While this may not align perfectly with protocol, it does not violate any rules. Gao Yi replied solemnly after a moment of contemplation. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. After all, it was not a breach of conduct for Professor Chin to visit Delankio and review the inmate's personal file. "Please wait a moment. I will have Shali retrieve the personal file of this Li Bing, inmate 9527. In the office, only Gao Yi, Professor Chin, and Su Su remained. Professor Chin took a sip of tea, his gaze lingering on the name on the application report, Li Bing. This unfamiliar name was one he had never encountered in the realm of scientific research, clearly not a member of their scholarly circle. However, if the application report was indeed authored by this individual, it suggested that he possessed a deep understanding of nuclear fusion, certainly not an obscure figure. The most probable scenario was that the contents of this application report had been ghostwritten for Li Bing. Before long, the guard returned, holding an envelope containing the requested file. "Warden, I have obtained Li Bing's file." Chapter 8, Deception? "Professor Chin, here is Li Bing's file. Please take a look and see if there are any issues." Gao Yi handed the file directly to Professor Chin. The act of misappropriating scientific research to seek a reduction in sentence is a grave matter in Huaxia. If such an incident were to occur in their prison, the consequences would be dire. Once discovered, even if the warden did not participate, he would still bear the responsibility for inadequate oversight. Even the lightest punishment would mark the end of his career as warden. Professor Chin took the file, extracting Li Bing's personal information. Name, Li Bing, age, 29, background, born in 1993 in Yungang City. Graduated at 24 from the Financial Management program at Modi University of Finance and Economics. Employed at Modi Tenshu Group the same year. Arrested and imprisoned in late 2022 for financial fraud. A few minutes later, Professor Chen adjusted his reading glasses and set aside Li Bing's personal data. He looked up at Gao Yi and shook his head slightly. Warden Gao, although I am unaware of your prison and Oppo's review procedures, there should be some basic common sense in place. Consider Li Bing's resume. From birth until his imprisonment, he has never engaged in military research or nuclear energy development. If a young man in his 20s, whose major was financial management, could lead nuclear fusion experiments, why would our country invest such tremendous effort in cultivating relevant talent? At this point, Professor Chen could not help but shake his head. As a venerable figure in research, he understood profoundly the complexity of grasping the collective theories of nuclear fusion. Mastery of foundational subjects such as basic physics, atomic and molecular physics, and energy fields is essential, serving as the groundwork for studying nuclear fusion theory. To derive advanced formulas related to nuclear fusion theory would require at least another decade of dedicated research. Only then could one be considered a novice in the field of nuclear energy. Even a prodigy would find it exceedingly difficult to master all this theoretical knowledge before the age of 30. Today, the experts in nuclear energy are predominantly gray-haired. And the report discusses controlled nuclear fusion theory, which is even more challenging. Li Bing is merely 29 years old. Even if he had begun learning from birth, he would still lack the requisite time. Moreover, he has not studied any knowledge related to nuclear energy. His education culminated in a mere undergraduate degree from Modu's Finance University, entirely disconnected from scientific research. It is utterly absurd. Professor Chen pushed Li Bing's file across the table towards Gao Yi. In fact, upon seeing the age section of the file, he had already lost interest in continuing to read. Too young. Someone capable of formulating those equations in the application report could not possibly be so young. Upon hearing Professor Chen and Oppo's words, Gao Yi and Oppo's expression darkened. He had no reason to doubt Professor Chen, a trusted academic authority whose integrity was beyond reproach, especially since he had no prior connection to Li Bing. This is utterly outrageous. Bring that 9,527 here. Gao Yi slammed the table, his tone sharp. How dare this individual engage in such unlawful activities within his prison? He would interrogate him thoroughly to ascertain who provided this report. Wait. Suddenly, Professor Chen called out to the visibly agitated Gao Yi. Warden Gao, please do not be hasty. Although it is highly likely that Li Bing had someone ghostwrite this application report, the person capable of producing such a comprehensive nuclear fusion derivation formula must be a talent in the relevant field. Such talent must not be overlooked. Our immediate priority is to identify the individual who wrote the report through Li Bing. As a researcher, Professor Chen was less concerned about potential corruption within the prison and more focused on discovering the identity of the report and Oppo's author. The individual who crafted this report is undoubtedly a top talent in controlled nuclear fusion. He simply wished to know who was behind the application. So, what do you mean? Professor Chen? Gao Yi, suppressing his anger, looked at Professor Chen with gratitude. If it were not for Professor Chen's timely warning, he would have made a grave mistake. Here and Oppo's the plan. I will personally visit the prison shortly to meet with Li Bing and inquire about the author of this application report. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Chen spoke slowly. Since Li Bing had managed to have someone write the application on his behalf, it was highly likely that he knew the person. If Li Bing was willing to speak, they would surely be able to track down the author. All right, we will follow your lead, Professor Chen. Gao had no objections to Professor Chen and Oppo's proposal. Shall we set off now? Chapter 9. Solitary Confinement at Talankio Prison. The heavy prison doors swung open, and all inmates stood at attention before their cells. The guard and Oppo's commanding voice reverberated throughout the dormitory. What is happening? Is there an inspection today? The prisoners still resting in their cells exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing the guard and Oppo's call, rising to their feet in confusion as they gazed down the long corridor. Accompanied by two guards, Gao Yi, Professor Chen, and Su entered the cell block. The warden? Is that not Warden Gao? What brings him here? Today is not the day for inspections. The prisoners grew increasingly perplexed upon seeing Gao Yi, who typically only visited during the weekly routine checks on Mondays. What could be the reason for his presence today? Warden, this is cell number 9527. One of the guards announced, leading Gao Yi and the others to a particular cell. Inside, A handsome young man clad in prison garb stood at the bars. His eyes filled with uncertainty as he regarded the trio. "You are Li Bing?" Gao Yi's expression darkened as he scrutinized the inmate, his tone laden with accusation. This man might possess an appearance of virtue, yet he dared to engage in petty theft right under his nose. Utterly despicable. "Report, guard. I am Li Bing, inmate number 9527. Li Bing replied, straightening his posture, oblivious to the suppressed fury in Gao Yi and Appo's gaze. His attention was diverted by the elderly gentleman beside Gao Yi, who donned a white lab coat adorned with a logo and embroidered text below it, Magic City Research Institute. Could this venerable professor be here regarding his application report? Just as Li Bing and Appo's spirits lifted, Gao Yi and Appo's next question left him bewildered. "Who assisted you in writing that application report?" Gao Yi's expression remained stern as he fixed his gaze on Li Bing. Were it not for Professor Chun and Appo's presence, he might have ordered the GU Chapter 10, Technological Secrets UN Senior Say KX, U1N Ba KR2N, 1H21H32 He10N3, 2106 EVH. Professor Chen gazed intently at the myriad characters densely inscribed on the three walls. These characters danced like ethereal sprites, continually flooding his vision. As he scrutinized the meticulously detailed derivations of the formulas, it was as if a grand door had swung open before him. These were unprecedented controllable nuclear fusion reaction equations. In the cell, Li Bing turned to examine the verification formulas he had inscribed on the wall, nodding slightly. He was alone in this confinement. Who else could write upon these three walls? Initially, he had intended to record his thoughts on paper, but the prison regulations forbade inmates from possessing writing materials. Thus, he resorted to chalking his calculations on the wall. "Is this truly your work? You assure me that the formulas on these walls are indeed your own creation?" "Comrade, this matter is of utmost significance. You must not jest." Professor Chen looked at Li Bing in disbelief, confirming 3 times. The equations covering the walls were entirely related to controllable nuclear fusion, potentially unlocking a new frontier for humanity. The implications of this data were monumental. Just the information contained on these walls could warrant a Nobel Prize in physics. "Professor Chen, what is the matter? Is there something wrong with the formulas on these walls?" Gao Yi inquired, puzzled as he glanced at the scribbles covering the walls. The symbols bore a resemblance to those in the application report, yet he could not comprehend their specific meanings. However, witnessing Professor Chun and Appo's heightened excitement, surpassing even his reaction to the application report, Gao Yi sensed the significance of the symbols inscribed on the walls. In response to Gao Yi's question, Professor Chun refrained from elaboration, his anxious gaze fixed on Li Bing, eager for a definitive answer. "Indeed, these formulas represent my verification steps. If you find any discrepancies, please feel free to correct me." Li Bing glanced back at the derivations on the wall, having prepared the verification formulas in advance to expedite the development of the battle armor. This foresight would save considerable time during the actual development phase. "Comrade, is this truly your work? Do you comprehend the significance of these formulas?" Professor Chen stammered in excitement. Even after receiving Li Bing and Appo's affirmation, he still found it difficult to believe that such intricate knowledge emanated from the young man before him. The mathematical model for electron turbulence, superconducting materials of graphite fibers, arc type reactors. The process of injecting deuterium and tritium into the reactor's containment shell, subsequently elevating energy levels to liberate electrons from their atomic hosts and generating plasma, releasing tremendous energy. These were no longer theoretical formulations, they were practical methodologies, detailing the very elements to be utilized. It was hard to fathom that this comprehensive set of controllable nuclear fusion experimental procedures had originated from this young individual, although the theory had yet to be practically validated. The meticulousness of his theoretical knowledge and operational steps marked a pivotal milestone. There was an innate sense that this theory possessed feasibility. "I certainly understand. These formulas pertain to controllable." Li Bing began to speak, but was interrupted by Professor Chen. "That is sufficient. No further elaboration is needed. Warden Gao, could you please arrange for a quiet room where I may converse privately with this young comrade? Also, have someone procure a black cloth to shroud this cell from outside view. No one is permitted to approach." Upon hearing the term controllable, Professor Chen had no intention of continuing inquiries here. The prison was rife with onlookers, and their forthcoming conversation would likely involve sensitive information, unsuitable for such an environment. Gao Yi was taken aback, perplexed, and astonished. What was Professor Chen planning? Did he intend to conduct a private interrogation with Li Bing? And why the need for a black cloth to cover the cell? Gao Yi was bewildered, unable to comprehend Professor Chen and Appo's motives. However, observing the professor and Appo's serious demeanor, he refrained from questioning further, recognizing that the professor was not one to jest about such matters. There must be a rationale behind his actions. Shall Li unlock the cell door and escort Li Bing and Professor Chen to interrogation room 3? Then, find a black cloth to cover this cell. Yes. Shao Li promptly opened the cell door and hurried to interrogation room 3. Gao Yi took the black cloth from another guard and proceeded to cover the cell. Before the covering, he stole another glance at the densely inscribed formulas, unable to suppress his curiosity. Professor Chen, what exactly are these formulas? Confidential. Do not inquire further. Professor Chen shook his head, his expression grave, clearly unwilling to divulge more. Confidential? Gao Yi was momentarily stunned, glancing between Professor Chen and Li Bing. If he recalled correctly, these formulas were all penned by Li Bing. For a moment, he found it hard to believe that an inmate's scribbles on a prison wall had evolved into classified documents. Ignoring Gao Yi's astonishment, Professor Chen turned to his student. Su, please contact the leaders at the Research Institute and have them liaise with the local armed police to request a team for security here. Until I exit the interrogation room, no one is allowed entry. Professor Chen continued with a serious demeanor. If the data on these walls were indeed as he suspected, they represented core technological secrets that must be safeguarded with the utmost vigilance. Chapter 11. The conversation in the dimly lit interrogation room. Two figures sat facing each other. Good day, Mr. Li. I am Chen Libin, the head of the Nuclear Energy Research Project Group at the Magic City Research Institute. Would you mind discussing some topics related to nuclear energy with me? Professor Chen extended his hand, engaging in a brief handshake with Mr. Li. Taken aback by the amiable demeanor of the elder before him, deduced that this individual was indeed a researcher from the Magic City Research Institute. Though he had not anticipated that he would be the group leader. Nevertheless, Li nodded slightly. Since receiving a novice gift pack from the system, knowledge regarding controllable nuclear fusion had firmly taken root in his mind. In terms of expertise in this field, he stood among the elite globally. Thus, even in the presence of a project group leader, Li felt no trepidation. I noticed you were writing the experimental procedures for controllable nuclear fusion on the wall. I would like to know your thoughts on the design of fusion storage devices, he inquired. It is well known that the immense energy produced by nuclear fusion cannot be effectively guided by ordinary containers, which remains a significant obstacle to achieving true control over fusion. Professor Chen immediately raised a critical issue that plagues the current field of controllable nuclear fusion. Aside from the incompleteness of subsequent energy conversion equations, the inability to effectively control fusion guidance is one of the primary challenges faced by contemporary scientists. It simply requires melting graphite fiber material at 3000 degrees Celsius and incorporating palladium to enhance the material's heat resistance and stability, Li explained, articulating the theoretical knowledge that flowed through his mind. He even cited the principles of stability among elements. Such discourse would likely leave someone like Gao Yi bewildered, unable to comprehend a single word. Yet, as an expert in nuclear energy, Professor Chen furrowed his brow, stroking his chin as he began to contemplate Li and Appo's words seriously. Chen could discern that Li's proposals were not mere conjectures. They hinted at a direction he had never considered before, one that held genuine theoretical promise. As the conversation progressed, Professor Chen posed several additional questions, all of which Li adeptly answered. Following his explanation of controllable nuclear fusion, Li even delved into some specialized knowledge regarding mechanical manufacturing, a topic that initially eluded Chen's understanding, given his primary focus on fusion. Mr. Li, this knowledge on mechanical manufacturing does not seem directly related to our project. Perhaps we should revisit this topic at a later date, Professor Chen interjected, unable to contain his confusion as Li continued his detailed exposition. His interest lay primarily in nuclear energy insights. Professor Chen, the theories I am discussing are precisely what our project necessitates, Li replied, momentarily taken aback by Chen and Appo's remark. Wasn't he discussing the project? While controllable nuclear fusion constituted a core aspect of the battle armor, it was not the entirety of it. Having completed the discussion on fusion, the next logical step involved addressing mechanical manufacturing, which was indeed relevant to the project. However, upon hearing Li's words, Chen's expression shifted to one of incredulity, as he questioned whether mechanical manufacturing knowledge was truly necessary for controllable nuclear fusion. Had his years of research been based on a misunderstanding? Indeed, Li affirmed confidently. The fabrication of the Makai series battle armor will undoubtedly require mechanical manufacturing. Chapter 12. Research outside of prison. The door to the interrogation room creaked open, and Professor Chen emerged, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Outside the room, Gao Yi had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Professor Chen step out, he hurriedly approached him. "Professor, how did it go? Is Li Bing's expertise satisfactory?" Due to the soundproof nature of the interrogation room, Gao Yi had not been able to hear the conversation within, and he assumed it was a test of Li Bing and Apos' abilities by Professor Chen. Professor Chen looked up at Gao Yi, nodding slightly before shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he pronounced deliberately, "With my current level of expertise, it is quite challenging to assess Mr. Li Bing and Apos' professionalism. I believe Mr. Li and Apos' expertise surpasses that of any expert or professor I have encountered." "What?" Gao Yi and the female researcher Su Su stood astonished at Professor Chen's assessment. While other guards might not be familiar with Professor Chen's true identity, they were acutely aware. In the realm of nuclear power, Professor Chen was undoubtedly a leading figure in China. If such a statement were to reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly create significant waves in the scientific community. The professional caliber of a convict, particularly a young one, could earn such high praise from Professor Chen? This seemed almost unbelievable. "Director Gao, I have a request." Professor Chen addressed Gao Yi with a serious demeanor, disregarding their astonishment. "There is no need for such formality, Professor." "Please, state your request," Gao Yi replied, glancing at the young man who had just exited the interrogation room, suspecting that the matter at hand was related to him. "Although this request may seem somewhat presumptuous, I hope you can grant it. Director Gao, I wish for you to authorize Mr. Li Bing to conduct research outside of prison." Professor Chen and Apos' gaze was earnest as he looked at Gao Yi. Research outside of prison, akin to medical parole, allows inmates to reintegrate into society. However, the process for such requests is notably more arduous than medical parole. It requires substantial progress in research and recognition from an academician of the research institute, along with a guarantee from that academician. Only then would the prison consider permitting research outside. From their earlier conversation, Professor Chen had already discerned that Li Bing possessed genuine talent, worthy of being regarded as a national asset. Such a talent should not be confined to the prison walls. Research outside of prison? Professor, that seems rather unconventional. Moreover, is this not a considerable risk? Gao Yi hesitated, surprised by Professor Chen and Apos' high regard for the young man. They had not even engaged in formal research, having only conversed for less than an hour, yet Professor Chen was already willing to advocate for research outside. If anything were to go awry during this process, Professor Chen, as the guarantor, would bear the consequences. The risk was indeed substantial. If Li Bing were merely serving a 3 to 5 year sentence, Gao Yi could have maneuvered through his authority to facilitate Professor Chen's request. However, considering that Li Bing had been sentenced to 10 years, a term indicative of a serious offender, he felt trepidation about granting such leniency. Should Li Bing commit any further transgressions, the esteemed Professor Chen could face irreparable damage to his reputation. "Professor, perhaps we should wait a bit longer? Let's discuss research outside once we have concrete results," Gao Yi suggested softly. However, before he could finish, Professor Chen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Xiao Gao, there is no need for further discussion. I am well aware of the risks. Should anything go awry, I will shoulder the burden alone. Besides, as a seasoned guard, have you not noticed any discrepancies after reviewing Li Bing and Apos' personal file?" Professor Chen no longer addressed Gao Yi as director, but rather spoke with a tone of determination. Before coming, he had reviewed Li Bing and Apos' file and was aware of the nature of the charges against him, which were merely discrepancies in financial records. Without any prior commercial experience, Professor Chen, through his extensive experience, had deduced that Li Bing's case was dubious. It was highly probable that Li Bing or his company had been framed. Gao Yi was rendered speechless by Professor Chen's final remarks, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed heavily. If an outsider like Professor Chen could discern such irregularities, how could he, as the warden of Talankio prison, remain oblivious? Talankio was renowned as the most notorious prison for economic offenders in China, and as its warden, he was well versed in both financial and legal matters. Upon reviewing Li Bing and Apos' file, he had already sensed something was amiss. However, given the court and Apos' ruling, he felt compelled to avoid stirring up trouble and chose to turn a blind eye. Seeing Professor Chen and Apos' earnest expression, Gao Yi understood that the professor was resolute in his decision to advocate for Li Bing and Apos' release. Though he could not fathom the extent of influence the young man had over Professor Chen, he respected the elder and Apos' judgment. Very well, Professor. Since you have expressed such conviction, I shall proceed to apply for Mr. Li Bing's research outside of prison. However, whether it is approved or not is beyond my control. Thank you, Xiao Gao. I will need your assistance in this matter. If research outside is ultimately unfeasible, I will simply relocate the research team to our prison for their work, Professor Chen nodded. Fully aware of the challenges in securing permission for Li Bing and Apos' request. Nevertheless, he felt it was imperative to attempt. He had already resolved to utilize his connections upon returning to ensure that the director of the research institute in Shanghai would personally submit a formal application on Li Bing and Apos' behalf, preferably in an official document. As long as Gaoi cooperated, he believed success was attainable. Yet, if it proved impossible to secure research outside, he would bring the experimental team and equipment into the prison. Through their brief interaction, he had come to recognize Li Bing as a genuine talent, a national asset whose imprisonment was a disservice to China's scientific advancement. Mr. Li Bing, please bear with us for a few days. The earliest you will be released is tomorrow, and the latest within a week, Professor Chen assured. Thank you, Professor. I await your good news, Li Bing replied. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, it seemed he would soon be leaving the confines of the prison. Chapter 13. A good news the following morning. At Qin and Bridge Prison, in the exercise yard, several inmates gathered in small groups, engaging in casual conversation, relishing the rare opportunity for fresh air. Li Bing sat alone on the steps, unable to stifle a yawn, due to the armed police stationed to guard their quarters. He had spent the night in the interrogation room, hardly managing any sleep. He wondered how Professor Chen's application report was progressing and when he might finally be able to leave. What's the matter with you today, Li Bing? You seem rather listless this early in the morning. Suddenly, a tall, slender young man patted Li Bing on the shoulder from behind and sat down beside him. You look out of sorts, didn't and Apos' sleep well last night? The man picked up a pebble from the ground and tossed it into the distance. A smile of barely concealed excitement on his face. He was about to be released today, due to good behavior. He was being granted an early release of nearly 6 months. Yeah, not well, Li Bing replied, glancing at the tall youth and nodding slightly. This person was Zhao Yi, his college classmate and roommate, a talented student from the Shanghai Financial Academy who had been sentenced to 5 years for falsifying accounts. Hey, Li Bing, I have some wonderful news for you, Zhao Yi said mysteriously, leaning in with a beaming smile. What good news could you possibly have? Li Bing raised an eyebrow at Zhao Yi, unable to suppress another yawn. He truly lacked energy that day. Today is my last day of exercise time. I won't have to come back tomorrow. Zhao Yi chuckled and raised his eyebrows in triumph, clearly eager to leave this dismal prison behind. However, upon hearing this, Li Bing remained indifferent, casting a casual glance at the self-satisfied Zhao Yi. Last exercise time? What, are you being let out to be executed? Go on. Stop with the execution talk. Say something auspicious. I'm getting out early because of my good behavior. Zhao Yi laughed heartily. If all goes well, I could be out by this morning. Zhao Yi and Apos' lips curled into a grin, having endured nearly 5 years in Qington Bridge. He was utterly fed up with it. The last time he heard, a company in Shanghai had contacted his family, offering him a position with a salary of 30K a month as a cleaner. However, he hesitated. Considering that after nearly 5 years of studying at Qington Bridge, was 30K really sufficient? Zhao Yi continued, his tone brim in Chapter 14, is this a jailbreak? Huh, so soon? All right, I appreciate your assistance. Li Bing nodded, somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Professor Chen would act so decisively. They had only concluded their discussion yesterday, and now he was being released this morning. No trouble at all. Everything is conducted according to protocol, the prison guard replied to Li Bing, his tone considerably more genial. Not far away, Zhao Yi had not overheard their conversation but noticed the guard seemed to be speaking with Li Bing. The two approached him together. Sir, are we heading to the security department now? Zhao Yi asked, casting a suspicious glance at Li Bing beside him. Unable to restrain himself from quietly inquiring the guard leading the way. The security department is the outermost section of the prison, where every inmate departing must retrieve their belongings prior to entering the prison. However, was today not Li Bing and Apos' release day? Why was he accompanying them to the security department? Where else would we go? You plan to remain here? The guard shot Zhao Yi a disdainful glance, his demeanor starkly contrasting with how he had treated Li Bing. Taken aback and momentarily speechless, Zhao Yi quickly fell silent, glancing at Li Bing in astonishment. He recalled that the guard and Oppo's attitude had been entirely different when addressing Li Bing. Why was it so drastically altered in his presence? Although he was being released today, he was still an inmate and dared not offend the guard. Soon enough, the trio arrived at the security department. On the desk lay a neatly packed suitcase and a new set of clothes. Zhao Yi blinked in surprise. He had not expected the prison to be so prepared. Not only had they arranged his belongings, but also provided him with a new outfit. Judging by the size, it appeared to be slightly larger than his own frame, but it was not a significant issue. As Zhao Yi examined the clothes on the desk, he moved forward to try on the outfit. "What are you doing?" The guard suddenly barked, restraining his hand. Zhao Yi looked at the guard, bewildered. "Sir, aren't these clothes prepared for me? I just wanted to see if they fit." "Prepared for you? Who told you these were for you?" The guard regarded Zhao Yi as if he were a fool. "Your belongings are in your designated storage area. Go and collect them quickly, and do not waste time here." Zhao Yi blinked, glancing at the clothes on the table and then at the guard, awkwardly scratching his head. "I apologize, sir. I must have misunderstood. I'll go get my things right away." He felt embarrassed that he had thought the items were meant for him. Once Zhao Yi entered the personal effects storage room within the security department, the guard picked up the clothes from the desk and smiled as he handed them to Li Bing. "Mr. Li Bing, these are new clothes specially prepared for you by Professor Chen from the Shanghai Research Institute. Please try them on to see if they fit. This suitcase contains all your personal belongings, which we have already packed for you. Would you like to check them?" "No need." Li Bing replied with a slight shake of his head, as he had no valuable possessions. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yi emerged from the changing room, clad in the clothes he had worn upon entering the prison 5 years ago. Although they had shrunk considerably and emitted a musty odor from long-term storage, Zhao Yi could not suppress his excitement. He was finally able to step out of the prison. Li Bing, come see how my clothes fit. Are they suitable?" Before Zhao Yi could even push open the changing room door, his voice burst forth, filled with enthusiasm and exhilaration. He had finally escaped this confinement. Despite gaining considerable financial knowledge during his time at Talankio, the experience had been exceedingly dull. At that moment, Zhao Yi envisioned indulging himself with a massage or a bath after his release, yearning to relish his newfound freedom. Creaked the changing room door swung open. When Zhao Yi emerged, ready to flaunt his attire to Li Bing, he suddenly froze, staring at Li Bing in disbelief. Where was Li Bing's prison uniform? Why was he wearing the new outfit that had been laid out on the table? "Li Bing, what are you doing? Take that off. Take it off. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Zhao Yi glanced at the guard beside Li Bing and rushed toward him, attempting to strip Li Bing of the new clothes. He had not yet completed his sentence. How could he remove his prison uniform? What was he planning? A jailbreak? And right in front of the guard? Had he lost his mind? "Sir, my sincerest apologies. My friend here, he ISN and Oppos, T quite right in the head. He and AMP, Oppos, SABITC API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 15. A damsel and a proposition greetings, esteemed sir, and felicitations upon your release. Zhao Yi, upon entering the room, immediately donned a benevolent smile, his corpulent visage radiating congeniality as he extended his hand with utmost courtesy. Zhao Yi, his throat parched, tentatively reciprocated the gesture. Could it be that the warden and Oppos' proposition was merely to extend felicitations upon his liberation? Had he, indeed, garnered such esteem? That is, however, before Zhao Yi could utter a word, the warden had already clasped Li Bing's hand. "Mr. Li Bing, my sincerest congratulations. Professor Chen's emissaries have already arrived at the prison gates. You are free to depart." Zhao Yi clasped Li Bing's hand with a jovial demeanor. While he remained uncertain of the precise nature of Li Bing and Oppos' scientific acumen, the mere fact that he had garnered the attention of Professor Chen, and further, that the director of the Shanghai Research Institute had personally drafted an application on his behalf, was sufficient to warrant his utmost respect. "Esteemed Warden Gao, my gratitude is boundless. This is largely due to your benevolence and Professor Chen's efforts." "Ah, but I played no significant role. It was Professor Chen who exerted his influence. I merely affixed my signature. It was Professor Chen who, through his connections, secured a red-headed special application on your behalf." Li Bing and Gao Yi engaged in what appeared to be a cordial exchange, the warden of Talankio prison exhibiting no airs whatsoever in Li Bing's presence. However, this spectacle unfolded before Zhao Yi's widened eyes. His cognitive faculties were in a state of combustion, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Was it not he who was to be released today? Why, then, was the warden extending felicitations to Li Bing? Was not Li Bing serving a 10-year sentence? How could he possibly be released in less than half a year? Was he merely succumbing to a hallucination induced by excessive elation? And how could it be that Li Bing and the warden were on such familiar terms, the warden even exhibiting a degree of deference towards him? Zhao Yi felt as though he were a mere specter, utterly disregarded by all. Li Bing, on the other hand, was the cynosure of all eyes. Surrounded not only by prison guards but also by the warden himself, who inquired after his well-being. Furthermore, Zhao Yi could not comprehend a single utterance exchanged between Li Bing and the warden. What of Professor Chen? What of extramural research? What was the meaning of all of this? Could it be that Li Bing and Oppos, as family had exerted their influence? But even with the most formidable connections, it seemed improbable that a 10-year sentence could be commuted in less than a month. Zhao Yi stared at the two men with a vacant expression, his gaze oscillating between Gao Yi and Li Bing. Half an hour later, the iron gates of Talankio prison creaked open. Zhao Yi, clad in tattered garments and appearing disheveled, and Li Bing, resplendent in a brand-new suit, emerged from the prison gates in unison. In stark contrast, Li Bing appeared to have merely concluded a brief sojourn. Even after the two men had exited the prison gates, Zhao Yi remained in a state of bewildered astonishment. Why? He turned to his classmate, seeking clarification as to the unfolding events. Why was he also being released from prison? How could a 10-year sentence be commuted in less than a month? And what, pray tell, was extramural research? A student of finance engaging in scientific research? Was this not a perversion of the natural order? However, before he could pose his inquiry, his gaze fell upon a woman with flowing tresses standing at the intersection in the distance. She leaned against a red sports car, her gaze fixed upon the prison gates. Upon observing the two men emerge from the prison, she strode towards them on high heels. A delicate fragrance emanated from her person, and her exquisite features and statuesque physique immediately captivated Zhao Yi and Oppos' attention. This woman was strikingly beautiful. Having spent nearly 5 years within the confines of Talankio prison, he had not encountered a single female, let alone a maternal creature. Upon beholding the curvaceous woman approaching him, Zhao Yi's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. Her countenance, figure, and overall demeanor were impeccable. She was undoubtedly of the highest caliber, surpassing even the campus belle of their university, and rivaling even the leading actresses on television. Zhao Yi felt as though his heart had been struck by a tempestuous gale, and his romantic inclinations were stirred. Li Bing, look at that woman over there. She and Oppos, stunning. She and Oppos, she and Oppos, approaching us. Take a look. Zhao Yi nudged Li Bing and Oppos' arm, his eyes gleaming as he whispered, Li Bing, do you believe in love at first sight? Zhao Yi's eyes gleamed with fervent ardor as he fixed his gaze upon the woman approaching them. His long-dormant heart was rekindled, and he even began to contemplate the future nursery school of their offspring. However, the woman seemed impervious to Zhao Yi and Oppos' infatuated gaze, disregarding him entirely and directing her luminous eyes towards Li Bing, who stood beside Zhao Yi. Li Bing, having shed his prison garb and donned a suit, possessed a certain debonair charm. Li Bing glanced up, observing the comely woman approaching them, and then turned to Zhao Yi, whose eyes were ablaze with ardor. He shook his head non-committally and stretched languidly, shifting his gaze to the scenery beyond the prison walls. Despite having spent only a few days within the prison's confines, he felt as though an eternity had elapsed. The taste of freedom was indeed sweeter. He harbored no interest in women at present, desiring only to commence his scientific pursuits with alacrity. Had he not fortuitously awakened his scientific system, he would likely have languished in prison for 10 or 20 years. The mere thought of spending a decade or two within that cramped cell sent shivers down his spine. Science. He must pursue science. He never wished to return to that diminutive cell. Oh, that's all you have to say? Zhao Yi glared at Li Bing, displeased by his apathetic reaction. Was this fellow a normal man? This ravishing beauty was approaching them, and he didn't even bother to cast a glance in her direction. Could he possibly be afflicted with an aberrant inclination? Li Bing, Oppos, made a decision. Zhao Yi, as though having discovered a newfound purpose, declared to Li Bing with fervent enthusiasm, starting tomorrow, I and Oppos, am going to strive to amass wealth. Once I and Oppos, acquired sufficient capital, I, too, shall seek a wife with a figure, countenance, and demeanor as impeccable as hers. Zhao Yi watched as the woman approached them, yet he lacked the courage to initiate a conversation. Having just been released from prison, he possessed no confidence. Then, by all means, strive. I have faith in you. However, why wait until later? Li Bing glanced at Zhao Yi, who was brimming with conviction, and a mischievous impulse arose within him. He patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder and said, "One must be bold when encountering a woman of their affections. How can you know if you have no chance if you do not try? Observe closely. I shall demonstrate but once." Before Zhao Yi could respond, Li Bing strode purposefully towards the woman. "Hey, what are you doing? Hey, where are you going? Li Bing, what are you up to?" Zhao Yi attempted to restrain Li Bing, but it was already too late. "Fair lady, might I inquire as to your availability? Would you be amenable to my presence in your abode?" Chapter 16. Worship. Zhao Yi, feeling quite speechless, rubbed his forehead. "Brother, do you even know how to flirt? How incredibly straightforward can one be?" He could hardly bear to watch any longer, if Li Bing were not slapped for this. It could only mean the girl in front possessed remarkable composure. Yet, the young woman showed no sign of displeasure. She lifted her beautiful eyes to glance at Li Bing and spoke softly. "All right. All right. Really?" Zhao Yi abruptly lifted his head, questioning whether he had misheard. What did she mean by and oppos? All right and oppos? How could it possibly be and oppos? All right and oppos? Under Zhao Yi and oppos' astonished gaze, Li Bing had already opened the passenger door of the red sports car and settled inside. Rather than dismissing him, the young woman proceeded to open the driver's side door and joined him. Virum virum, the engine roared to life. The car window slowly descended, and Li Bing tossed 2 coins out of the window. "Apologies, Zhao Yi, but this car only has 2 seats. You'll have to take the bus back." Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, the engine roared again, and the red sports car accelerated swiftly, leaving behind a dazed Zhao Yi, who stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape in disbelief, along with the 2 coins that had landed at his feet. Approximately 10 minutes passed before Zhao Yi slowly regained his composure, still in shock and disbelief, and looked in the direction the sports car had gone, stamping his foot in frustration. "Damn it. You really ought to be damned. Li Bing. You absolute fool." The prospect of his brother living poorly was daunting, but the sight of him driving a luxurious car was even more unbearable. Zhao Yi and Apos' face flushed with anger as he continued to stomp his feet, watching Li Bing ride off in the passenger seat of that woman's sports car, feeling as though it was worse than death. On the expressway of Magic City, the red sports car sped away from Talankio prison. Gao Yi sat in the passenger seat, glancing through the rearview mirror until Talankio prison faded from view. He felt an inexplicable sense of relief. To be honest, he had not anticipated that Professor Chen would handle matters with such humor and have him bailed out the very next day. "Mr. Li, the warden should have informed you that, since you are on conditional release for research purposes, there is a 7-day observation period. During this time, you must remain at our research institute and cannot go out freely. Even if you need to go out, you must be accompanied by a colleague from the institute." Sitting in the driver's seat, Su Su suddenly spoke up, slightly turning to observe Li Bing. They had met at Talankio yesterday, but this was not their first encounter, as they had not spoken then. Even now, she felt a lingering doubt. Could the complex formula she had seen truly have been crafted by this man and Apos' hand? He appeared to be of a similar age to her. "No problem. Just let Professor Chen arrange it." Li Bing responded without much concern, readily agreeing. Although he had been released from prison, it did not signify complete freedom. As his guarantor, Professor Chen bore the responsibility of supervising Li Bing's reduced sentence. Moreover, it was thanks to Professor Chen and Apos' assistance that he had been able to leave prison so swiftly. Besides, staying at the Research Institute for just 7 days was hardly a significant burden, far better than remaining in prison. This week would also allow him to meticulously refine a more comprehensive experimental proposal. Time had been tight, and the initial draft was lacking in many aspects. He intended to utilize this week to enhance it thoroughly. Li Bing pulled out a stack of hand-drawn experimental blueprints, which he had sketched during a sleepless night. Given that Professor Chen primarily focused on nuclear energy, he had emphasized the power scheme for the Makai battle armor in his draft, without delving deeply into its mechanical structure or ergonomics. Now, with ample time, he could properly develop these aspects, following the normal experimental timeline, barring any unforeseen complications. The preliminary design and manufacture could be completed within a month. By then, he would have fulfilled the tasks set by the system. "What? You've already drawn the experimental sketches?" Su Su, who was driving, exclaimed in disbelief, casting a skeptical glance at the man beside her. Was he joking? To produce experimental sketches overnight was implausible. Typically, a standard research team would require at least half a month, if not a month, to prepare such work. How could he manage it in merely one night? It's just a sketch. There is no need to be astonished. These sketches don't contain overly detailed operational steps. They aren't that difficult. Moreover, they only pertain to the nuclear power aspect. Many details remain to be added. Li Bing replied nonchalantly, feeling no surprise at having completed the sketches in a single night. He casually set the blueprints aside and picked up a carbon pen from Su Su's car, continuing to write and draw. The data were deeply ingrained in his mind, requiring no contemplation, and his pen moved swiftly. Su Su, who was driving, was left astonished, watching the young man beside her, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Before encountering Li Bing, she had believed herself to be a prodigy in the field of nuclear energy. Otherwise, she would not have been taken under Professor Chen's wing. But now, she realized what it meant to be outclassed by someone like Li Bing, who could draft experimental sketches in a single night. Compared to him, she hardly felt like a genius. Over an hour later, the red supercar pulled up slowly at the Magic City Research Institute. Su Su exited the driver's seat, tossing her long, dark hair and revealing her alluring figure. "Wake up, we've arrived." She tapped on Li Bing's car window, exasperated as she gazed at the man in the passenger seat. Here she was, a stunning beauty clad in professional attire and stockings, driving beside him. Yet this man had not even cast a glance in her direction throughout the journey. He had even fallen asleep in the passenger seat. Li Bing stirred awake at the sound of Su Su's voice, groggily wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth and stretching. He had not slept so soundly in a long time. During his time at Talankio prison, he had been constantly on edge, unable to relax enough to sleep. Li Bing stretched and stepped out of the sports car, raising his gaze to the imposing and grand technological edifice before him. Surrounded by floor-to-ceiling glass and monitored by numerous cameras, the building was patrolled by security personnel around the clock. Is this the Magic City Research Institute? Chapter 17. Declining to join the research team? How about this building of our Magic City Research Institute? Quite impressive, isn't it? Su Su's voice resonated from behind, laced with pride. Their institute was among the foremost in the nation, boasting unparalleled experimental equipment, personnel distribution, and substantial funding resources. It offered a premier status among the myriad research facilities in Magic City, a level of prestige that was unattainable for most. Only a handful of elite research institutes across China could match the resources they enjoyed. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, Li Bing acknowledged, surveying the surroundings and the grandeur of the building. Though he had not previously engaged in scientific research, the building's strategic location signified the institute's wealth. If memory served him correctly, this area was the most prosperous in all of Magic City. Would you be interested in joining our research institute in the future? You could directly join our team, Su Su continued, her tone playful yet earnest. Professor Chen mentioned to me last night that he had such an idea. Given his age, he no longer possesses the vigor for extensive research. Initially, he had chosen me as his successor, but it appears you would be a more fitting candidate for the position. With your expertise, you would undoubtedly lead my team in research without any issues. Su Su smiled warmly at Li Bing, jesting lightly. Their similar ages in Li Bing and Appos' profound understanding of nuclear power had fostered a budding camaraderie between them during their conversations. However, when Professor Chen had broached this topic with Su Su the previous evening, she had been momentarily taken aback. Although he had spoken in jest, she understood that he seldom made light of such matters when it pertained to research. Was it possible that the professor was genuinely considering this? The notion seemed rather audacious. Their research team was of the highest caliber in all of China, and for the professor to extend such an invitation to Li Bing, a young man recently released from prison, was indeed astonishing. Could he really be contemplating entrusting the team to someone he had only known for a few days? Perhaps it was best to dismiss this idea. Professor Chen was likely just teasing. Su Su recognized her own limitations and felt unworthy to lead such a distinguished team. Grateful for the professor's goodwill, she decided that this matter need not be revisited. Yet, to the incredulity of most, Li Bing merely smiled and shook his head, outright rejecting the offer. Su Su was taken aback, struggling to comprehend his refusal. Did he truly grasp the significance of their institute and Appos' standing? You declined? Are you certain? Su Su blinked, gazing at Li Bing, unable to fully accept the reality that this young man had turned down an invitation from their research institute. Countless graduates from top universities aspired to join their ranks, yet here was someone refusing their overture. Although it was merely a verbal invitation, as Professor Chen's protege, Su Su knew her invitation carried weight, as it was undoubtedly sanctioned by the professor himself. Yes, I appreciate Professor Chen's goodwill, but I fear I may not be suited for such a role, Li Bing reiterated, his demeanor calm and steady. Regardless of whether Su Su and Apos' earlier remarks were made in jest, he never intended to accept an offer to join another and Apos' research team. With his own system now in place, he aspired to establish his own research team. Taking charge of an established team as a newcomer would be challenging, and he would find greater ease in recruiting his own members. Well, this matter can wait. Let us proceed inside. Professor Chen is awaiting us. You should observe our equipment and personnel before making any decisions, Su Su suggested, astonished by Li Bing's forthright rejection. He had declined without a moment's hesitation, displaying no signs of uncertainty. Their research team was renowned in the field of nuclear power, comparable to the elite teams internationally. Su Su felt a sense of indignation at Li Bing and Apos' swift refusal. She wished to showcase the Institute and Apos' facilities and talents to him. She could not believe that. After witnessing their state-of-the-art equipment and exceptional team, he would remain resolute in his decision. As the two entered the research building, the security personnel glanced at Li Bing and then at Su Su before allowing them entry without further inquiry. The research building sprawled over 1,800 square meters and comprised 58 stories. Once inside the elevator, Su Su took on the role of a guide. 1,800 square meters? Li Bing marveled at his surroundings. He had initially perceived the building as merely large, but the actual area was astonishing. In the bustling Magic City, particularly in such a prime location, a property of this size would be valued at an approximate 10 billion yuan. Our team occupies the 21st and 22nd floors. Both levels are dedicated to our research team, Su Su explained as the elevator ascended. Upon reaching the 21st floor, Su Su stepped out first, with Li Bing following. This is the 21st floor, where our team primarily conducts experiments. She gestured toward the array of experimental instruments, both large and small, that filled the expansive space, which was partitioned into numerous sections. Li Bing and Apos' gaze swept across the room, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Truly, as a premier research team, their equipment was impressively comprehensive. Thanks to his system, he recognized most of the instruments present. Nearly everything required for the development of the Makai armor power system was available here. He could effectively commence his research endeavors immediately. Chapter 18. Do you understand the rules? Su Su, are there new recruits? Oh my, this young man seems quite youthful. Is he a student of Professor Chen? Su Su, you look particularly lovely today. The surrounding researchers, predominantly in their 40s and 50s with graying hair, were engrossed in their experiments. Upon noticing Su Su approaching, they lifted their heads to greet her, but their attention was quickly captured by Li Bing, the newcomer at her side. This young man was unfamiliar to them. Was he a new addition to their research institute? When did Professor Chen begin recruiting such young researchers? Curious glances were exchanged among the group, yet no one inquired further. They simply assumed Li Bing was a new member of their research team, which had not welcomed anyone new in a year or two and could use some fresh blood. Despite his youthful appearance, these are the members of our research team, a select group of experts in nuclear power research. Su Su introduced the researchers around Li Bing. As a leading figure in the field, Professor Chen and Apos' team was composed of renowned specialists in nuclear power across China. Feel free to explore here while I fetch Professor Chen, Su Su instructed, allowing Li Bing to wander amidst the cutting-edge research equipment. After traversing the entire floor filled with advanced instruments, Li Bing began to meander around, captivated by the top-tier apparatus capable of producing the Makai armor he envisioned. If memory served, when Iron Man crafted his first suit, he utilized the most rudimentary equipment in a cave. Now, armed with a solid theoretical foundation and state-of-the-art experimental devices, there was no reason he could not achieve his goal. As he roamed, the researchers paid him little mind, assuming he was merely a newcomer to the team. Anyone brought into the lab by Su Su must be trustworthy and likely to collaborate in the future. Although their experiments were state secrets, they did not require complete confidentiality among themselves. As long as Li Bing did not disturb their work, they welcomed his observation. Before long, Li Bing's gaze was drawn to a middle-aged man, Wang Huai, who was intently scribbling calculations on a sheet of paper, his brow furrowed in concentration. Throughout the night, he had been grappling with the subsequent steps of the nuclear energy derivation formula. Despite his initial expectations of successfully completing the kinetic energy transfer derivation, he found himself repeatedly thwarted by erroneous results. After an entire day and night without clarity, frustration consumed him. Although he recognized the need for calm analysis, The sight of the flawed derivation formula made it impossible for him to collect his thoughts. Was his direction truly misguided? In a fit of agitation, Wang Huai tore the paper before him and began hastily rewriting his calculations on a fresh sheet, fully immersed in the process, oblivious to the new presence beside him. "Your calculation steps are incorrect," a calm voice suddenly interrupted from behind him, startling Wang Huai and disrupting his train of thought. The once quiet laboratory was instantly captivated by this voice, as Susu and Amp, Apos, young companion stood behind Wang Huai. What audacity! Does this newcomer not understand the decorum? Interrupting someone while they are conducting an experiment? Wang Huai had been troubled by the derivation formula for days, and his mood was far from pleasant. The nerve of this young man to declare his derivation incorrect? Laughter rippled through the room. Wang Huai's notorious temper suggested that this young man was likely to face repercussions. Perhaps someone should promptly inform Professor Chen. Expressions varied across the laboratory. Some were entertained, while others regarded Li Bing with concern. Researchers loathed being interrupted during their work, and given Wang Huai's recent irritability, he was unlikely to let this young man off lightly. "Who are you? Who permitted you to enter our laboratory?" "Security. Call security." Wang Huai turned, glaring at Li Bing, and upon seeing his youthful face, he hesitated before his anger intensified. Earlier, while Susu led Li Bing into the room, Wang Huai had been deeply engrossed in his calculations and had not registered Li Bing's presence. Thus, encountering a stranger, he instinctively assumed this was an intruder. "Calm down, Wang. This young man is a new member of our research team. Susu just brought him in. I believe his name is..." Li Bing, a colleague, interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Right, Wang, take a breath. Consider who could casually appear in our lab." Just as Wang Huai was about to press the alarm, several nearby researchers quickly intervened. "A newcomer? But hasn't Professor Chen always refrained from recruiting such an experienced youth?" Wang Huai glared at Li Bing, but gradually regained some composure. Nevertheless, the fact that Li Bing was a new recruit did little to alleviate Wang Huai and Apos' irritation. Researchers despise being disturbed during their inquiries. It was a fundamental tenet of their field. How could this young man be so oblivious to such basic propriety? With a disdainful huff, Wang Huai dismissed Li Bing, returning to his nuclear energy derivation formula without wasting further time on the newcomer. He intended to recommend Li Bing's dismissal to Professor Chen. Someone who lacked even the most basic understanding of decorum had no place in their esteemed research team. Li Bing, slightly furrowing his brow in embarrassment, scratched his nose. He had merely offered a gentle suggestion and was met with a scathing reprimand. Was everyone in Professor Chen's research team so irritable? Thankfully, he had refrained from agreeing to stay with them as Susu had suggested. Casting a glance at the middle-aged man's back, Li Bing shook his head slightly. Given the man and Apos' attitude, he no longer wished to engage in further discussion. He turned to leave, intending to explore the work of others. However, before he could take a step, he overheard the middle-aged man muttering softly to himself. "Strange, what could be the issue? Why can't I arrive at the correct conclusion? Could it be that the deduction formula presented to me by Professor Chen is, in fact, erroneous?" Chapter 19. Prove your worth upon hearing the words. Li Bing instinctively halted his steps, a hint of exasperation curling his lips. Was this individual truly engaged in scholarly research? Clearly, his deduction process was flawed. Yet he had the audacity to blame the formula for the error. When things go awry, does one fault the earth for lacking gravity? Such confidence is truly remarkable. The formula is not at fault. It is your deductive method that is erroneous. Li Bing's calm voice resonated once more from behind Wang Huai. The surrounding researchers, who had intended to immerse themselves in their own work, lifted their heads in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief directed at the young man. It appeared that he was somewhat out of touch with the situation. He had previously interrupted Wang Huai, a lapse that could be attributed to ignorance of research protocols. However, to do so again was rather excessive. As anticipated, Wang Huai spun around abruptly, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Li Bing. "What did you just say? Young man, what did you just say? My deductive method is flawed. When I conduct research, you would and Apos, to even clear the threshold. What could a mere youth like you possibly understand? Fine, if you assert that my deduction is incorrect, then why don't you demonstrate the correct approach? I wish to see how you would deduce it. If you can do so today, I shall concede that I was wrong." Wang Huai's face darkened, his fury palpable. Here he was, a distinguished national academician, being chastised by a mere youth in his 20s, setting aside everything else. If this lad could comprehend the deductive formula he had penned, that would be quite an achievement. Li Bing regarded the imposing Wang Huai with a cold demeanor, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached the man. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, his stoic countenance was somewhat intimidating. The once overbearing Wang Huai felt his bravado wane, instinctively stepping back a couple of paces. What are you planning to do? We are all educated individuals. Gentlemen use words, not fists. You are still young. Do not make foolish mistakes. Wang Huai's gaze reflected a hint of anxiety as he regarded the towering Li Bing. Just days prior, he had read in the news of a young man who, in a fit of passion, had tragically harmed his unfaithful girlfriend. The youth of today seemed excessively impulsive, and he feared that this young man before him might act rashly. The onlookers felt an inexplicable tension, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Give me a pen. Did you not request that I provide you with the correct deductive method? How can I write without a pen? Li Bing gazed incredulously at the middle-aged man before him, who had just unjustly reprimanded him, yet now appeared to fear for his safety. Huh? A pen? Oh, here you go. Wang Huai instinctively handed over the carbon pen, a sigh of relief escaping him. Thank goodness. It seemed that, despite their scholarly demeanor, they were not so impulsive after all. Li Bing accepted the pen and promptly seated himself, his hand moving swiftly across the blank page as he wrote and sketched. The few researchers who were not engrossed in their work gathered around to see what Li Bing was creating. Wang Huai, straightening his slightly disheveled lab coat, placed his hands behind his back and approached the young man to observe his writing. Given the rapid pace at which Li Bing was inscribing, Wang Huai assumed it was likely nonsensical scribbling. After all, this formula pertained to the intricacies of nuclear fusion, a subject he had devoted half his life to studying, requiring careful thought and consideration. How could someone so young possibly write so quickly, without even taking the time to reflect? I'm done. Li Bing shook his sore wrist and stood up from the chair. Wang Huai shook his head slightly, his lips curling in disbelief as he approached Li Bing. Finished? You completed what I have labored over for an entire day and night in less than 5 minutes? How is that even possible? The young man and Apos' performance was quite convincing. He could easily have pursued a career in acting. Meanwhile, the younger researchers gathered close, scrutinizing the symbols on the page, their brows furrowed. None of them recognized a single formula written on the paper. Surely this young man was not writing gibberish? Step aside, let me see. Wang Huai pushed his way through the crowd, snatching the paper from in front of Li Bing. He intended to chastise the youth for his apparent incompetence. Yet upon seeing the formulas on the page, his mouth fell agape, unable to produce a sound. In fact, his astonishment only grew as he remained transfixed by the formulas inscribed on the paper. Meanwhile, in Professor Chen and Apos' office, Su was reporting to him about Li Bing and Apos' decision not to join their research team. Professor Chen sat in his chair, his brow furrowed in concern. After much effort, he had encountered a genius in nuclear fusion, yet the individual was reluctant to join their ranks. Such a gem could not be easily relinquished. Su, did you truly inform him that I intend to entrust the entire research team to him? Yes, I did, and I even took him on a tour of our laboratory. However, he seemed rather disinterested. Su nodded, affirming her adherence to Professor Chen and Apos' directives. Disinterested? With so many top-tier research facilities, he remains unmoved? This. Professor Chen and Apos' frown deepened. It was reasonable to expect that anyone involved in scientific research would be captivated by their state-of-the-art equipment. The fact that Li Bing appeared entirely unaffected posed a significant dilemma. Professor, what should we do? If we cannot retain him within our research team, it would be an irreparable loss for us. Su's brow knitted in concern. Throughout their interaction, she had gained a newfound appreciation for Li Bing's expertise. The more she learned, the more she was astounded. Li Bing was undoubtedly a once-in-a-century, even a millennium, talent in the field of nuclear power, someone who could potentially reshape the future of the nation. If he were to join their team, they would undoubtedly become a world-class research institution in nuclear power. It seems, I must resort to my final strategy. Professor Chen glanced at Su, letting out a sigh. It was time to reveal his trump card. Final strategy? Professor, do you have another way to entice Li Bing? Su blinked in surprise, astonished that even with such a prestigious research team, Professor Chen had an additional tactic up his sleeve. There is one last option. By the way, Su, if I recall correctly, you are still single, correct? Professor Chen suddenly shifted the focus of the conversation, casting a glance at Su. Su was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the professor's abrupt and trivial inquiry. Professor, I already told you, I have dedicated my life to scientific research and do not intend to marry. Professor, this is not good. The newcomer who has just joined our research team seems to have had a dispute with researcher Wang Huai. You should go and take a look. Suddenly, a slightly younger researcher pushed open Professor Chun and Appo's office door, interrupting the conversation between Professor Chun and Su Su. Chapter 20. Are you looking for a partner? What? Professor Chen exchanged a glance with Su Su and hurriedly rose to exit the office. Li Bing and Wang Huai have started arguing? He inquired, his voice low. Though their acquaintance had been brief, he had gleaned enough about Li Bing's character to know he was not one to stir trouble. Wang Huai, while somewhat impulsive, would not lose his temper without cause. Why were they quarreling? Professor, I am not entirely sure of the specifics. It appears that the newcomer claimed that researcher Wang's reasoning steps were flawed, disrupting his train of thought. Such matters are indeed taboo in our research community, so it is no wonder Wang Huai became incensed. However, the newcomer is young and may not be familiar with these protocols. Perhaps you could offer a gentle reprimand. The messenger researcher, observing the serious expression on Professor Chen's face, could not help but advocate for the newcomer. After all, it was common for a young person to be unaware of such unwritten rules. He understood how arduous it was to join Professor Chen's research team, and if the professor were to act in a moment of anger and dismiss the newcomer, it might lead to dire consequences. Professor Chen quickened his pace, disregarding the messenger's words. However, upon entering the laboratory, he was taken aback. There was no argument to be seen. Wang Huai was holding a sheet of white paper, his eyes glazed over, displaying an expression of incredulity. While Li Bing stood calmly beside him, neither appeared to be in a state of conflict. Professor Chen glanced back at the messenger, who looked equally bewildered, blinking in confusion at the sudden shift in atmosphere. When he had approached the professor to deliver the news, it had seemed as if a confrontation was imminent. Now, however, everything appeared unexpectedly harmonious. Professor Chen strode toward Li Bing and Wang Huai, only to hear Wang Huai murmuring to himself, repeatedly exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could he have solved it? Why was he able to do it?" It seemed Wang Huai was deeply shaken, fixated on the paper in his hand, unable to comprehend the situation. He had toiled for an entire day and night without progress on the reasoning formula, while the young newcomer had arrived at the solution in merely 5 minutes. A young person had managed to decipher it in 5 minutes. Wang Huai questioned whether he was dreaming. It was unfathomable that someone could achieve such a feat in such a brief time, especially since the formula was originally his own creation. Suddenly, Professor Chen and Appo's voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Professor! Upon seeing him, the people quickly parted to allow him passage. He approached Wang Huai and picked up a report from the table that contained the formula, pointing to the signature at the bottom. This report was authored by Li Bing during his time in prison. Wang Huai was momentarily stunned, snapping back to reality as he turned to Professor Chen. Professor, what did you just say? His eyes were still filled with disbelief. The fact that this young individual could articulate the detailed steps of the reasoning formula had already left him astounded. Now, Professor Chen was asserting that this formula had, in fact, been written by the newcomer. How could that be possible? The report, though succinct, was something that could not have been penned without decades of experience in nuclear power research. How could a man not even 30 years old possess such capability? Wang Huai glanced between Professor Chun and the composed young man beside him. If this were true, then this young man was truly exceptional. Wang Huai's breath quickened as his gaze shifted from doubt to astonishment, ultimately transforming into excitement. If this was indeed the case, this young man held boundless potential. Professor Chen did not respond to Wang Huai and Appo's question, but instead turned to gaze out the window. The sun was setting, and time was slipping away. Li Bing, please accompany me to the office. Su Su, gather everyone in my office. We need to convene a meeting. Professor Chen beckoned to Li Bing and led the way to his office. Inside the office, Professor Chen cheerfully opened the tea box beneath the cabinet and prepared a pot of tea for Li Bing. Here, sit down, young Li. Let me brew you some tea, Guanyin. By the way, you're of an age where you should be considering romantic relationships, are you not? Do you have a girlfriend? You and Su Su appear to be around the same age. After placing the teapot down, he eagerly began to engage Li Bing in casual conversation. Professor, there and Appo's no need for such trouble. I can manage with plain water. As for a girlfriend, I don't have one at the moment. I've just been released from prison, so I hardly have the time to pursue romance. Li Bing chuckled awkwardly. He had expected Professor Chun to discuss research-related experiences, but instead, the conversation had turned to relationships. Oh dear, still no girlfriend? Haha, how delightful. Professor Chen and Amp, Oppos, eyes lit up at this revelation. Li Bing, I see you are at an age suitable for marriage. Why have you not found a partner yet? Is there someone you have your eye on? If you do, just let me know. I still have some influence and could help make a match for you. Professor Chen spoke jovially, as if he were an elder engaging in light-hearted banter. Li Bing had not anticipated that his recent release from prison would lead to such inquiries. Was Professor Chen subtly nudging him toward matrimony? No, Professor. Please don't trouble yourself. I have no particular interest in anyone. Li Bing shook his head repeatedly. Where would he find a romantic interest after just being released? None at all. Professor Chen and Amp, Oppos' smile widened, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, clearly pleased with Li Bing's response. He seized Li Bing and Amp, Oppos' hand, beginning to offer patient counsel. Oh, how can that be? Young Li, it's not that I am being overly critical. As the saying goes, a man must establish a family to achieve success. How can you embark on a career without first settling down? Take my advice. If you happen to meet a suitable woman around your age, why not give it a try? Start as friends. It could turn out to be a good match. And don't dismiss me as bothersome. If you truly wish to focus on your research without the distraction of romance, then let us find you a female researcher. That way, you can collaborate effectively without feeling overwhelmed. Don't you think so, young Li? Speaking of female researchers, I happen to know one who is around your age by youthful standards. She is fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall. How about I introduce you? Chapter 21. Whose scientific achievement is this? Professor Chen raised an eyebrow at Li Bing. It seemed he was genuinely intent on playing matchmaker for him. Indeed, once one reaches a certain age, no matter how educated, one cannot escape the inclination to facilitate romantic connections. Li Bing scratched his head, unsure how to respond. If asked about his area of expertise, he could recite it verbatim, but these questions left him momentarily at a loss. Well, this question, there is no rush. Haha. It will happen in due time. Besides, I'm surrounded by men. There aren't any suitable women. Speaking of which, Professor Chen, when shall we commence our formal research and development? Li Bing awkwardly attempted to change the subject. Just then, the door to the office was gently pushed open. Su entered along with dozens of researchers clad in white lab coats. Professor, everyone has arrived. Professor, why the sudden meeting? Is there a new research breakthrough? Yes, Professor. I was just in the shutdown phase of the atomic collider. Professor, have you made a new theoretical breakthrough? Most of the researchers were middle-aged, with only a few in their 30s. They all looked curiously at Professor Chen, who was seated in his office chair. Typically, he would not call them for a meeting unless there was a significant breakthrough or noteworthy developments in the industry. This time, they hadn't heard of any major news internationally. They assumed it was yet another theoretical breakthrough from Professor Chen. In reality, they had also noticed Li Bing sitting off to the side, but no one paid him any mind. As experts in nuclear energy, their focus was primarily on their research, seldom straying to other matters. Even if this young man were to become their colleague, it paled in comparison to the importance of their experimental studies. I have indeed called you here for a new theoretical data breakthrough. Professor Chen cheerfully rose from his chair and retrieved the experimental steps and theoretical data that Li Bing had previously provided him. Is there really a breakthrough? Professor, have you truly made a new discovery? Remarkable, simply remarkable. Professor Chen is indeed a top-tier expert on the international stage, having achieved a breakthrough. Upon hearing his words, the researchers below became animated, their excitement palpable as they turned to Professor Chen, eager to learn about this new research achievement. Calm down, everyone. Please remain calm. It's not my research achievement. Professor Chen raised his hand to signal for silence. Not the professor and Oppos' research results? Then whose could it be? Which project team made progress? Is it your project team? No, we have no leads at all. It's certainly isn't ours. Could it be yours? Impossible. Our team has failed over 500 times with no clues. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. None of their project teams had made any progress. Professor, please don't keep us in suspense. Who has made new experimental advancements? Yes, Professor, what results have you obtained that prompted us to rush here? Haha. Do not fret. First, take a look at this. Observing the puzzled expressions of the researchers, Professor Chen decided to reveal the information. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Huai, who promptly handed the application report and the complete derivation formulas written by Li Bing to each project team leader. This is the reaction formula for nuclear energy. As leading figures in the field, The project leaders quickly recognized the formula written on the paper as pertaining to nuclear energy reactions. After about a minute, the project leaders ceased their chatter, their expressions growing grave, brows furrowed. Their once rapid reading pace came to a halt, fixated on a single formula, unable to move their gaze. Professor, where did you obtain these formulas? They appear to be nuclear fusion reaction formulas that have yet to be derived internationally. One individual looked up at Professor Chen, his tone a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Most of the formulas on the paper were unfamiliar to him, but he could surmise that they pertained to nuclear energy and were likely related to nuclear fusion reactions. However, these formulas seemed excessively detailed, yet had never been disclosed internationally. If it weren't for Professor Chen presenting them, he would doubt whether someone was merely fabricating them. What? The latest nuclear fusion reaction formulas? Let me see. I have researched this. Allow me to take a look as well. Has a new reaction formula been derived internationally? From which country as scientists? The researchers who had been previously observing with casual interest suddenly became agitated. As researchers in the field of nuclear power, they understood all too well the difficulty involved in deriving a new reaction formula. A new nuclear fusion reaction formula could pave the way for the successful development of controllable nuclear fusion. Currently, there were only 7 theoretically feasible nuclear fusion reaction formulas in the world. Is this for real? This is not merely a new nuclear fusion reaction formula. It's a complete set of experimental data. An older researcher examined the latest nuclear fusion reaction formulas, astonished as he scrutinized the feasibility analysis that followed. Professor, this cannot possibly be a complete set of controllable nuclear fusion experimental steps, can it? Moreover, it even includes practical applications. Though the concept of nuclear-powered battle armor was undoubtedly ambitious, the feasibility analysis concerning nuclear fusion reactions held immense research value. Upon seeing the related mechanical models, the elderly researcher inhaled sharply, incredulously looking up at Professor Chen. Presently, international research regarding controllable nuclear fusion was still in its theoretical and initial practice stages, far from completeness. Yet, the document in his hand not only contained new theoretical formulas, but also specific experimental procedures and practical applications. Nuclear-powered battle armor. This concrete set of experimental data could not possibly have been released by foreign scientists. The seasoned researcher gazed at the paper in his hands, already convinced that this data must have originated from their homeland. Even if foreign scientists could potentially release such detailed theoretical information, it was unlikely they would generously disclose all experimental steps and data. Professor, whose latest research achievement is this? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 22. Who is Li Bing? Professor. Is this experimental data truly not from your research? Indeed, Professor, apart from you, who in our nation possesses such mastery in the field of nuclear power. Could it be someone from Kyoto? The professor. As one person spoke and another responded, the group began to speculate about the author of this comprehensive set of formulas pertaining to the theoretical steps and experimental operations of controlled nuclear fusion. Should the experiments prove successful, this individual would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on the annals of both Chinese and global scientific communities. Several renowned names in nuclear power emerged in their minds, all eminent figures in the field. Yet, these names were swiftly dismissed. While those esteemed experts were indeed the C-Army de la C-Army of Chinese talent, it seemed implausible that they could have authored such an intricate formula for nuclear fusion reactions. Enough. You need not speculate further. No matter how hard you think, you will not arrive at the answer. Professor Chen interjected with a light cough, a smile gracing his lips as he interrupted the discussions. The person who penned these experimental data and theoretical foundations is not from our Chinese scientific community. Not from the Chinese scientific community? How could that be possible? Could it truly be a foreign scientist? Yet, how could such detailed experimental data possibly be shared with us? The disbelief was palpable. Indeed, it is simply unfathomable. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Professor Chen, taken aback. Not from the Chinese scientific community. They had just ruled out foreign scientists. But could it be that the individual is indeed from abroad? Look here. Everyone. Quickly, look. There's a signature at the end of the experimental procedure. An elder researcher suddenly pointed to the final page, exclaiming. At the bottom, the name Li Bing was inscribed in his own handwriting. Li Bing? Is this name one of us? But do we have a professor in our nuclear power sector named Li Bing? Could it be Professor Li Haibing from Kyoto? But if it were Professor Li Haibing, why would he sign as Li Bing? I don't recall a professor named Li Bing. Upon seeing Li Bing and Appo's signature, although one mystery was unraveled, it simultaneously ignited another question. Who exactly is Li Bing? They had never heard of this name before. However, a few researchers who had previously exchanged greetings with Su turned their gaze to the young man standing beside Professor Chen. If memory served, Su had mentioned his name during the introduction. Could it be Li Bing? I am so eager to know who Li Bing is. Suddenly, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and murmured softly, their gaze fixed on the young man beside Professor Chen. Li Bing, this young man, had suddenly joined their research team. Initially perceived as a newcomer, it now appeared they had all been mistaken. Do you know who Li Bing is? Who is he? Which esteemed figure? The others immediately turned to the speaker, intrigued. They were astonished to discover that someone indeed recognized Li Bing. That individual took a deep breath, slowly raised an arm, and pointed towards the unperturbed young man. He is the Li Bing you seek. In that instant, all eyes followed the direction of the outstretched finger, resting upon the young man with a crew cut standing next to Professor Chen. He is Li Bing? Li Bing? Xiao Zhang, what are you saying? How could he possibly be Mr. Li Bing? Exactly. Have you considered that someone capable of drafting such a detailed formula could be merely a young individual? Are you joking? I thought you were serious earlier. The group exchanged glances at the young man beside Professor Chen, their skepticism evident. Was this young man simply a newcomer to their team? How could he be Li Bing? So young, yet capable of composing such specific experimental procedures regarding controlled nuclear fusion? It was absurd. At his age, he probably didn't even understand what controlled nuclear fusion was, let alone draft those derivations and corresponding experimental steps. Many chuckled softly and shook their heads. They did not underestimate the young man. Rather, they believed that without decades of scientific experience, producing such detailed nuclear reaction formulas was utterly impossible. Xiao Zhang was not jesting. He is indeed correct. This is Mr. Li Bing, the very author of the nuclear reaction formulas in your hands. I personally invited him to participate in the development of our nuclear energy project. Professor Chen raised his hand to silence the murmurs, turning to solemnly introduce the young man to the group. Under ordinary circumstances, researchers would typically applaud as a gesture of welcome. However, when Professor Chen finished speaking, the office fell into a profound silence. The first reaction in everyone's mind was disbelief. The second thought was whether it was April Fool's Day or if they were merely dreaming, perhaps even experiencing auditory hallucinations. Professor, did you just say this young man is named Li Bing? Professor, are you implying that this gentleman is the very one who authored this experimental data? After a moment, someone finally emerged from their shock, taking a deep breath. Yes, indeed. Professor Chen nodded affirmatively. Professor, you truly aren't joking? The inquirer remained unconvinced, glancing at the handsome young man with a crew cut, unable to reconcile the image of the youth before him with that of the esteemed Li Bing, who authored the theory of controlled nuclear fusion operations. In his mind, anyone capable of such theoretical work would be at least a seasoned researcher in their 50s or 60s, not a mere young lad. A young man of Li Bing's age seemed comparable to their grandchildren, regarded as a mere child in their eyes. Is this a jest? Scientific research is a sacred endeavor. Such matters cannot be trifled with. Professor Chen gently shook his head, patting Li Bing on the shoulder. There is a hierarchy of knowledge and specialization. Do not underestimate Mr. Li Bing's youth. As the saying goes, the master is the one who excels. I assure you that Mr. Li Bing's expertise in nuclear power, particularly in the realm of controlled nuclear fusion, surpasses that of anyone present here, myself included. Chapter 23, Project Leader. Upon reviewing this report, it should be clear to everyone why we have gathered here today. Professor Chen cleared his throat twice, redirecting the attention of the group from Li Bing to himself. The atmosphere grew serious. As Professor Chen presented the materials, they understood the gravity of what lay ahead. The world and Appo's first controllable nuclear fusion reaction simulation would soon take place in Huaxia, within their very research institute. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially entering a phase of research, and I must emphasize once more, this time, our experimental data must remain strictly confidential. You all comprehend the significance of this report. Therefore, in the coming months, we will engage in a prolonged period of closed-off research, and I hope for your understanding. Carefully retrieving the research reports from everyone's hands, Professor Chen cast a stern gaze over the group. This experiment is of paramount importance, and he must ensure its confidentiality. Should the experiment proceed successfully, Huaxia would spearhead the fourth energy revolution, turning many previously unimaginable possibilities into reality. The implications are monumental. Yet, should foreign forces become aware of their nuclear fusion experiments, they would undoubtedly seek to steal their achievements or sabotage the trials. For the sake of the experiment's success and everyone's safety, strict confidentiality is imperative. Professor Chen, rest assured, we all understand. The group responded promptly. Indeed, we comprehend the situation. We will not withdraw. We will resolutely maintain confidentiality. As researchers, they recognized the rarity of such an opportunity. Missing this chance could result in a lifetime of regret. Moreover, their predecessors had concealed their identities for years to develop atomic bombs. They were merely asked to close off their research for a few months. Su, please retrieve the confidentiality agreement. Let everyone sign it. For the next few months, no one should leave the institute, Professor Chen instructed. A smile broke through his serious demeanor as he surveyed the group, pleased with his selection of researchers, who displayed no qualms about the commitment required. Soon, Su returned with the confidentiality agreement embossed with red ink. The highest level of confidentiality in Huaxia's research sector, akin to an official government document. By signing this agreement, any leakage of information would equate to treason. These next few months will require some sacrifice. Until the experiment is complete, no one is permitted to communicate with the outside world. Today, you may contact your families, but then you must surrender your phones. Professor Chen slowly articulated his instructions, first switching off his own phone and placing it into a signal-blocking box. Li Bing was taken aback by the strictness of the measures, having initially thought that research confidentiality was not so extreme, especially when the success of the experiment would benefit humanity as a whole. The internet often champions the idea that science knows no borders. Yet, it seemed he had underestimated the situation. However, it mattered little to him. Having just been released from prison, he had no phone to submit. Professor Chen, will you be leading this experiment personally? Inquired a younger researcher, gazing hopefully at Professor Chen. It had been a long time since they had conducted trials under his leadership. The rest of the group turned their eyes toward Professor Chen, expecting him to lead this critical experiment, given his unparalleled expertise in both theoretical knowledge and practical experience. No. This time, the project leader is someone else, not this old man, Professor Chen replied with a chuckle, gesturing towards Li Bing. Someone more suited to this role will take charge. All experimental plans originate from Mr. Li Bing. I hereby announce him as the project leader for this trial. Professor Chen clarified, extending his hand towards Li Bing. Having witnessed Li Bing's expertise, he felt unqualified to lead him. After all the data and theoretical knowledge for this experiment were derived from Li Bing and Appo's intellect. No one was better suited to oversee the project. What? This young man is to be the project leader? Some murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Professor Chen, while it is true that this experimental process was conceived by this young fellow, he is still unfamiliar with our protocols. Is this decision truly prudent? The gazes of the assembly oscillated between Professor Chen and Li Bing, astonished that Professor Chen would appoint a novice as the leader. Even if the experimental design and data were indeed crafted by this youth, the distinction between theoretical knowledge and practical application was vast. Entrusting an inexperienced individual with the leadership of their seasoned team could lead to inefficiencies. This decision seemed somewhat hasty. In Huaxia, those appointed as project leaders typically possessed a minimum of 10 years of research experience and were at least at the associate professor level. Yet, this young man appeared almost bewildered. He could not possibly have even 5 years of experience. What was Professor Chen thinking in assigning such an unseasoned individual to lead them? In truth, even Li Bing himself was taken aback, staring incredulously at Professor Chen. He had not anticipated such a sudden decision. To be appointed project leader? Professor Chen had never mentioned this to him before. What? How did I suddenly become the project leader? Wasn't I brought out from prison to engage in research? There was no mention of needing to manage. Li Bing felt a bit dazed as he looked at Professor Chen. They had not even begun their research. And already Professor Chen was presenting him with challenges. Professor Chen, I believe this decision may be somewhat rash. Li Bing coughed lightly and addressed the professor. He had no desire to assume the role of project leader. He merely wished to focus on his research and earn system rewards. The notion of leadership held no allure for him. Professor Chen, perhaps you should reconsider, Li Bing urged earnestly, hoping the professor would swiftly amend his decision. He had no inclination to take on such a role. His words drew the attention of the assembled researchers, who regarded him with newfound appreciation. It was refreshing to encounter such a sensible newcomer. Professor Chen, even Li Bing has voiced his concerns. Perhaps you ought to reconsider, another chimed in. Yes, Professor Chen. This decision does seem a bit hasty. Chapter 24. Moving into the girls' dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. All right. Professor Chen slightly shook his head and tapped his fingers against the table, signaling everyone to quiet down. Li Bing, you need not feel pressured. This decision was made after considerable contemplation. The proposal was put forth by you, and you are most familiar with its implementation. Given your expertise, you are undoubtedly capable of leading us. This matter is settled. Professor Chen patted Li Bing on the shoulder, indicating for him to remain silent. He then turned to address the other researchers, his expression serious, finally embodying the image of a true professor. Have you all forgotten the unwritten rules of the research community? The one who proposes the experimental theory is the project leader. There is no need for further discussion. If anyone is unwilling to follow Li Bing's leadership, they may come to me now and withdraw from this project. Under Professor Chen and Amp, Oppo's stern gaze, the researchers, who had initially harbored some dissent, lowered their heads in submission. It was particularly when they heard the option to withdraw from the research project that they realized Professor Chen was not jesting. Having followed him for many years, they were witnessing his unprecedented confidence in a young individual. We have no objections, Professor. We will certainly adhere to Mr. Li Bing's leadership. Li Bing blinked, observing the downcast expressions of the researchers, feeling a sense of helplessness. They had so readily agreed to his leadership. Was there truly such a lack of spirit? Why not strive a little harder? He genuinely did not wish to take on such a thankless task. Enough, you need not sulk so. Once you truly witness Li Bing's professional caliber, you will understand the correctness of my decision today. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult Mr. Li Bing. It will only benefit you. Seeing the unwilling expressions of the crowd, Professor Chen could not help but scold them for their lack of faith. With Li Bing and Amp, Oppo's expertise, once the experimental results were published, he would undoubtedly be recruited into the national team, and they would no longer have the opportunity to seek his guidance. Miss Su, please arrange for Li Bing's accommodation and accompany him to purchase some daily necessities. Professor Chen concluded, intending to adjourn the meeting. The day was already advancing, and it would be inappropriate for Li Bing to commence work immediately upon his arrival, especially with the need to prepare for the upcoming experiments. Professor, regarding accommodation, our male dormitory is fully occupied. Just as Professor Chen announced the end of the meeting, Su suddenly spoke up. As Professor Chen's most trusted disciple, she was well acquainted with most matters of the research institute. The dormitories were allocated based on the number of personnel in each research team, and there were strict quotas. Under normal circumstances, Li Bing could borrow another's dormitory. However, since all researchers were currently required to remain on-site, there were no available beds in the male dormitory. All the staff dormitories are fully occupied? No spare beds? Professor Chen was taken aback, having not considered such a dilemma as he was not typically involved in these matters. Can we request another dormitory from the institute? Professor Chen furrowed his brow, looking at Su. Without a place to rest, how can one conduct research? It is mentally and physically exhausting work. Adequate rest is essential. Apologies, Professor, but there are none available. Su shook her head helplessly. Since Li Bing is not a formal researcher in our team, the institute will not allocate a separate dormitory for him. We should seek alternative solutions. You may apply to the institute, but a reason must be provided. In a place as precious as Magic City, especially within the highly confidential Magic City Research Institute, each dormitory had to be strictly allocated. It was against regulations to provide separate accommodation for a non-official researcher. Provide a reason? That one and Amp, Oppo's, T-Do. Professor Chen and Amp, Oppo's, brow furrowed deeper. Providing a reason contradicted the principles of confidentiality. Su, is there truly not a single spare bed in our institute? He looked at her again, realizing that if no other options were available, he would have to visit the logistics department of the institute to see if he could leverage his connections to secure a place for Li Bing. Professor, the male dormitory is indeed full. However, my apartment has an available bed, though I am unsure if Li Bing would mind. After a moment of thought, Su glanced at Li Bing. Her apartment had just become available. The dormitories were divided into male and female sections, each consisting of two-person rooms akin to shared apartments, complete with a living room, dining area, and independent bathrooms. Though termed staff dormitories, they resembled shared apartments, requiring only the sharing of a bathroom and living room. Given the standards of the Magic City Research Institute, the accommodations could not be subpar. The girls and Oppo's dormitory has available rooms? Professor Chen and Oppo's gaze shifted to Li Bing and Su Su. This matter depended on their willingness. If both agreed, it would be ideal. If either found it inconvenient, he, as the professor, would have to find alternatives for Li Bing. Su Su, could you and Li Bing consider the possibility of him residing in the girls' dormitory? Our rooms are independent, so it should not pose much of an issue. Living in the girls' and Oppos dormitory? Li Bing looked at Su Su. He was indifferent about where he stayed. After all, any place was preferable to returning to confinement. However, being a male sharing an apartment with a female, it ultimately depended on Su Su's opinion. I am fine with it. It is up to Miss Su Su. What do you think, Su Su? We are all colleagues, and you young people share common interests. You can also seek Mr. Li Bing and Oppos' expertise on nuclear power. Professor Chen turned his gaze to her. Su Su glanced at Professor Chen and then at Li Bing, initially intending to decline. After all, it was indeed inappropriate for a young woman to live with a man. However, upon hearing Professor Chen's last remark, her interest was piqued. She prioritized research over gender distinctions. After a moment of contemplation, Su Su nodded slightly, looking earnestly at Li Bing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 25. Street interviews in the magical city located in the most bustling area of the magical city. The commercial plaza remains alive with activity even as the sun descends in the west, casting a warm glow at 6 in the evening. The streets are abuzz with young men and women strolling about, making it a favorite spot for many internet celebrities. Everywhere one looks, there are fashionable young women brandishing selfie sticks, broadcasting their shopping adventures live. Hello everyone, welcome to Street Random QA. Today, our team is broadcasting from the magical city's commercial plaza. A charming hostess with a sweet demeanor stands before the camera, offering a gentle smile. A crowd has gathered, eager to witness the excitement. As this live question and answer program has gained immense popularity online, it quickly attracts a multitude of fans upon its commencement. Wow, Tang Tang looks stunning today. Those long legs and black stockings, I'm in love. The comments flood in, filled with admiration for the hostess's beauty. I can't believe she's at the commercial plaza, so close to me. I'm heading over to catch a glimpse of her. Others express their desire to participate, hoping to win a grand prize of 100,000 yuan simply by answering 10 questions correctly. The allure of the show is undeniable, especially with the enchanting host captivating a growing audience. However, despite having aired 3 episodes thus far, no participant has successfully answered all 10 questions to claim the reward. It is evident that anticipation fills the air for today's random interviews. Yet, upon reviewing the questions for today, some appear quite challenging. Are there any viewers nearby who wish to take on the challenge? Tang Tang glances at the barrage of comments, noticing that 30,000 viewers have already tuned in. She smiles sweetly once more. Are the questions really difficult? If even I find them hard, it seems we might be in for another disappointing round today. Last time, when Tang Tang deemed the questions simple, one of the final inquiries stumped everyone. The struggle to earn money feels daunting, a sentiment echoed by the audience. Initially eager to participate, many now reconsider, opting instead to relax at home. I'm curious to see which unfortunate souls will be selected today. Surely they won't struggle with the first question. The discussion in the live chat intensifies, and Tang Tang, seeing the viewers engaged, signals to the camera operator. Without further ado, let us commence our random interviews. Half an hour later, Tang Tang gestures apologetically to a young couple before her. I'm sorry, but you've answered the 5th question incorrectly. Nevertheless, you both performed admirably to have answered so many. Thank you for your participation. In the live chat, viewers express their frustration. How can they not answer such simple questions? This is absurd. One exclaims, I could answer that. Why can't they? Another adds, they're university students? They should know this, it's high school knowledge. As the chat grows heated, Tang Tang observes the lively exchange without interruption. This is the desired effect of the show. A lack of discussion would be concerning. Let us move on to our next couple. If they too fail to answer our questions, today's random interviews will end in failure once more. Tang Tang resumes her search for a new target among the crowd, seeking young individuals who are typically more willing to participate in such programs. Given the live nature of the show, being outright rejected could lead to an awkward situation, and a youthful appearance tends to attract the attention of the predominantly young audience. Let us find someone appealing, she muses, aware of the difficulty in locating a couple more attractive than herself. You remember that last couple? The boy was so mesmerized by Tang Tang's stockings that they started bickering live. It was hilarious. while scanning the crowd for new candidates. Tang Tang suddenly spots a striking pair emerging from the shopping center. Quickly, a new interview target has appeared, she exclaims as she strides towards the entrance, with the camera operator swiftly following suit. The couple, a young man with an athletic build and striking features, and a young woman with long, fair legs clad in denim shorts, draw gasps from the viewers. What a beauty! Is that a celebrity? Someone wonders. The comments explode with astonishment at the stunning appearance of the young woman, who seems to overshadow even Tang Tang herself. In front of the shopping center, Li Bing muses, is there anything else you need to pick up? We'll be locked away for research for a while, so it's tough to find another chance to shop. Su, her usually aloof demeanor softened by a rare smile, emerges empty-handed yet content. Shopping is her favorite pastime, though carrying bags used to be a tiring endeavor. Today, however, she has a willing helper. No more, please. This is already too much, Li Bing exclaims, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he juggles numerous bags filled with daily necessities and tailored clothing purchased by Su. After nearly 2 hours of shopping, he feels utterly exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 26, accepting the challenge, excuse me, wait a moment. As Li Bing and Su were about to approach Su and Amp, Oppo's vibrant red sports car, they heard someone seemingly calling out to them from behind. Instinctively, they turned around. They saw a girl dressed in black stockings, her sweet appearance accentuated as she hurried towards them, a microphone in hand, with a cameraman trailing closely behind. Are you calling us? Su inquired, studying the girl who had rushed to them, her breath slightly labored, feeling a touch of confusion. She realized she did not recognize this woman, and judging by Li Bing and Amp, Oppo's expression, he appeared equally unfamiliar with her. Indeed, it and Amp, Oppo's, you too, Tang Tang gasped, her face displaying a courteous smile, her gaze lingering on Su with a hint of awe. From a distance, she had perceived Su and Amp, Oppo's, striking beauty and elegance. And now, up close, she marveled at the woman's exquisite features. Even she, despite herself, felt a pang of envy. Li Bing and Su exchanged a brief glance, both slightly shaking their heads. Clearly, they were strangers to this unexpected visitor. Do we know each other? Is there something you need? Su resumed her composed demeanor, her gaze now scrutinizing Tang Tang. Due to her unique position, she felt an innate wariness towards sudden intrusions. Hello, we are from the Street Random QA segment, Tang Tang revealed, flashing her identification badge with a bashful smile, taken aback by Su and Amp, Oppo's frosty demeanor. A program group? Su glanced at Tang Tang and Amp, Oppo's credentials, nodding slightly before returning the badge. It appeared legitimate, bearing the insignia of the Modu television station. What can we assist you with? Well, our program team would like to invite you both to participate in a random QA session. If you answer 10 questions correctly, you will receive a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Would you be interested? Tang Tang smiled as she extended her hand to retrieve her badge. A cash prize of 100,000 yuan was not an insignificant sum. Even in Modu, most people would likely accept such an opportunity. 100,000 yuan? Only a fool would decline. Exactly, it's a definite yes. That is a considerable amount, enough to purchase many things even in Modu. The moment Tang Tang mentioned the cash reward, it was clear that no one would refuse. The live stream audience could already envision the two engaging in the QA, as no one would turn down money, especially 100,000 yuan, rather than a mere 10. Tang Tang had even prepared the question board, ready to commence. However, Su furrowed her brows and waved her hand dismissively. I and Amp, Oppo's, am sorry, miss, but we are not interested. To her, 100,000 yuan was merely the amount she had spent on her shopping spree that day. It held no significant value for her. Her father provided her with a monthly allowance exceeding 1 million, albeit she rarely found opportunities to spend it. Miss, you don't need it? Tang Tang blinked, momentarily taken aback. We are indeed reporters from Moda Television, not frauds. Look, we are live streaming right now. Tang Tang was perplexed. She had not anticipated a rejection. How could one turn down a chance to win 100,000 yuan? The audience in the live stream was equally bewildered. Initially, some speculated it might be scripted. But now that Su had refused, they were at a loss for words. Scripted actors typically would not decline outright, would they? Have they lost their minds? It's 100,000. Yes, even if they lack confidence, they should at least give it a try. 100,000 is equivalent to my annual salary. Many viewers were struggling to comprehend Su's refusal. Even without confidence in answering all the questions, one would think they would still want to try. What if they succeeded? Wasn't the allure of 100,000 significant enough? Please, don't be so noisy. Perhaps they simply don't need the money, someone suggested. Have you noticed her bag? It appears to be this Summer and Apos limited edition from LV, valued at around 290,000 in the market, but due to its exclusivity, the price has skyrocketed to over 500,000. And that t-shirt the gentleman is wearing, if I'm not mistaken, is from the brand 1977, costing at least around 10,000. Moreover, those shopping bags in his hands contain items from renowned international brands. It seems their clothing alone exceeds 100,000. Some discerning viewers in the live stream quickly caught on, recognizing Su's red bag. While it appeared rather ordinary, its logo was unmistakably LV. Furthermore, if Li Bing's shirt was indeed from 1977, it would certainly cost over 2,000. I just checked online. It truly is a limited edition bag she is carrying. Well, I didn't expect them to be so affluent at such a young age. No wonder they don't care about that 100,000. The comments flooded in as viewers began investigating the brands of the items Li Bing was holding. Let us go? Su tugged at Li Bing's sleeve, indicating it was time to leave. 100,000 yuan was trivial for her. Tang initially intended to persuade them to stay, but upon noticing the value of Su's bag, she ultimately refrained from speaking. It was evident that they were not financially constrained. Wait, just as Tang was about to give up, Li Bing, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, halting Su in her tracks. You just mentioned that if we answer your questions correctly, we can receive a cash reward of 100,000 yuan? Li Bing fixed his gaze on Tang earnestly. If he recalled correctly, the total cost of the clothes and accessories Su had just purchased was around 100,000 yuan. Having just been released from prison without any money, he did not wish to owe a girl anything. Securing that 100,000 yuan would allow him to repay Su. Yes, that is correct, sir. If you can correctly answer our 10 questions, you will indeed receive the cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Are you both ready to accept the challenge? Tang gazed at them with hopeful anticipation. Given that the presence of this striking couple had already drawn the highest number of viewers in her live stream's history, she was eager not to miss this opportunity. After receiving a response, Li Bing nodded. While 100 Chapter 27, can't you manage such simplicity? Are you planning to participate, Li Bing? Su exclaimed in surprise, glancing at him in disbelief. She never anticipated that Li Bing would express interest in such an event. Assuming that researchers typically shun such gatherings, she had swiftly declined without a second thought. Little did she know that Li Bing was inclined to join this occasion. Madam, your boyfriend intends to participate, so you should reconsider your refusal. Let us just treat it as a game, Tang remarked gratefully, shooting a quick glance at Li Bing before urging her. This was her first time earnestly asking someone to join their quiz show. All right, since you wish to participate, let and Oppose, proceed, Su acquiesced, not refuting the assertion that Li Bing was her boyfriend. After all, they had been masquerading as a couple since leaving the research institute. The goddess did not deny it. They are indeed a couple. What fortune must this man have accrued in his past life to be dating such an exquisite goddess? If I could have a girlfriend like that, I would wake up from my dreams. Are you still planning to sleep? If I had a girlfriend like that, sleeping would be utterly impossible. Hey, you upstairs, mind your language. The internet is not a lawless realm. Well, since both of you have agreed to partake in our quiz segment, let us not dilly-dally any further. Let us commence. However, before the questioning began, Tang turned to Li Bing with a small inquiry. Could you kindly disclose your educational background? Generally, it is the males who respond in this program. I wouldn't want both of you to falter on even a single question, which would defeat the purpose of the show, especially since it took considerable effort to persuade you both to accept the challenge. Educational background? Li Bing exchanged glances with Su, contemplating. I hold a bachelor's degree in finance. Finance? Tang nodded, casting a glance at Li Bing. Since he was a finance major, she decided to lower the difficulty of the questions. All right, prepare to listen. This round's questions will not pertain much to finance. Best of luck. With a slight smile, she produced the easiest question from her set of prompts. A gentle reminder. Every word you utter henceforth is of utmost importance. Should you answer consecutively correct, a cash reward of 100,000 yuan awaits. Here comes the first question. Which of the following names is not associated with Ultraman? Huh? Upon hearing the question, Li Bing was momentarily taken aback. What kind of question is this? I remember being frightened by monsters in my childhood and have since avoided watching Ultraman. How would I know what Ultraman exists? A. Digga. B. 7. C. Owen. D. Taro. Tang Tang blinked, observing Li Bing, as this was the simplest question she could find. Surely, a boy would not be oblivious to it. Even she, as a girl, could make an educated guess. Please provide your answer, she urged with a gentle smile, extending her hand toward Li Bing. Tang Tang is being generous. How could she present such an easy question? Indeed. My 5-year-old nephew could answer this. It's evident that Tang Tang is deliberately going easy on him. This question is far too simple. Oh no. Could it be that Tang Tang is letting him off easy due to his handsome appearance? The first question is so simple, it's practically a gift. The viewers in the live stream immediately flooded the screen with comments upon hearing Tang Tang's first question. It was far too easy. Fortunately, it was just the first question, so a little simplicity was acceptable. Hey, look, that guy seems not to be responding. No way. He can't possibly not know the answer to such a simple question, right? Didn't he watch cartoons as a child? If he can't answer this, I would be utterly mortified. Can't even manage such simplicity? And he is a college graduate? Tang Tang was also taken aback, watching as Li Bing furrowed his brow. No way. Is this question truly stumping him? Boys should certainly know this sort of thing, just as she contemplated giving him a hint. A cool voice interjected from beside him. See, Owen. Su, arms crossed, stood beside Li Bing, providing the answer. Upon hearing Su's response, Tang Tang breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the first question did not conclude the game prematurely. Congratulations, your answer is correct. That question was merely a warm-up. The subsequent questions will be significantly more challenging. Please prepare yourselves. What? Even the girl next to him knows the answer, and he remains clueless? How embarrassing. Is he truly a college graduate? In the live stream, many viewers couldn't help but voice their critiques. Listen to the second question. As we all know, our Huaxia is a multi-ethnic nation. May I ask how many ethnic groups we have in total? Too easy. Too easy. What inside scoop is this? Why are all the questions so simplistic? If this is the case, I could do it too. Tang Tang, don't be seduced by good looks. No way. Look at his expression. He can't possibly know the answer to this question either. If he doesn't know this, I'll have to report him. He is a walking 50,000. Indeed, how could someone be unaware of such basic knowledge? A. 54. B. 55. C. 56. D. 57. Please provide your answer. Tang Tang smiled at Li Bing. Perhaps someone might not know about Ultraman, but as a citizen of Huaxia, he should certainly be well aware of this question. She had selected the two simplest questions possible. Li Bing scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I knew there were 56 ethnic groups in the previous world, but how many ethnic groups are there in this world of Huaxia? I have no clue. When I traversed over, I was in prison, preoccupied with how to escape. I didn't have time to consider such matters. No way. Tang Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. This question was so simple that even a child would know the answer, yet he appeared uncertain. Could it be a ploy for entertainment? But this seemed too forced. C. 56 ethnic groups. Without leaving Li Bing an opportunity to respond, Su spoke once more. Her tone calm. In her view, as a scientific prodigy, Li Bing surely deemed such straightforward questions beneath him. Before Li Bing could utter a word, she preemptively spoke up. Such a question must be considered an affront to Li Bing. Congratulations on answering correctly once more. Tang Tang cast a peculiar glance at Li Bing, then shifted her gaze towards Su. Please listen to the next question. This young lady should be well aware of this one. After the previous two questions, she had lost all hope in Li Bing, realizing that he could not even answer such a simple question. There was no further need to continue the inquiry. Chapter 28. Is this a script? The camera in the live broadcast swiftly shifted from Li Bing to Su. The viewers who had been criticizing the simplicity of the questions and the host and Apos' leniency fell silent. Cameraman, add a chicken leg. I and Apos, am a local dog, I love watching. Cameraman, film more. Congratulations to this young lady for successfully answering the second question. We shall now commence with the third question. Please listen carefully. Tang Tang smiled slightly, selecting a question that was relatively challenging, yet not overly simple. It is well known that egg whites are rich in various nutrients. Which of the following special effects does it possess? A. Exfoliation. B. Cold prevention. C. Lung nourishment. D. Hair protection. Please respond. Oh dear, this question is indeed a bit difficult. Has this second question already exceeded my knowledge? Who just claimed that Tang Tang was being too lenient? Who has the time to study such matters? I believe this couple and Apos' challenge should end here. In the live broadcast, Many viewers were stumped upon hearing the third question posed by Tang Tang. This question was rather niche. Most people had not researched it. A. Exfoliation. Su Su answered without any hesitation, seemingly without even a moment of thought, responding immediately after the host finished stating the question. The host had intended to provide a hint. But upon hearing Su Su and Apos' answer, she was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the beautiful woman before her in astonishment. Does she actually know the answer to this question? Congratulations. That is correct. After a brief pause, the host slowly spoke. Correct? How impressive. This young lady is remarkable. I just searched online and found that egg whites contain components such as acetic acid and lysozyme, which can eliminate bacteria, refine skin, and remove dead skin. This young lady truly knows her stuff. She must be a medical professional, right? In the live broadcast, the majority of viewers were astonished. The third question was expected to rely on the host and Apos' hints and a bit of luck. The questions were gradually becoming more difficult. However, it was evident that this young lady was well aware of the answer. Outside the camera, Li Bing opened his mouth. He had intended to provide an answer as well. Although this question was unrelated to his studies, he had encountered similar queries online before and thus knew the answer. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that Su Su would respond so swiftly. Now we proceed to the fourth question. Please listen carefully. Tang Tang's gaze resumed its search on the question board, this time aiming for a question of moderate difficulty. By now, this was the fourth question, and throughout the program's duration, no one had yet succeeded in reaching the fourth question. What is the capital of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania? A. Asmara, B. Nouakchott, C. and Dora, D. Gotham. Please respond. The host looked at Su Su, already anticipating that she would be unable to answer. Considering the time, the live broadcast and Apos' duration was sufficient. It was nearly time to conclude. Oh my, is the fourth question really this difficult? Who knows? I've never even heard of this country. How can one choose? Indeed, this question seemed excessively challenging. In the live broadcast, everyone was left in a state of confusion. They had never even heard the name of this country, let alone its capital. Even Li Bing was uncertain about this question. Since arriving in this world, he had never left Huaxia, much less known the capitals of other countries. If Su Su was also unaware, he would have to rely on luck. B. Nouakchott. Su Su spoke casually, still without any deliberation. She didn't even allow the host a chance to finish speaking before she blurted out her answer. Tang Tang swallowed hard. Her gaze filled with astonishment as she looked at Su Su. Congratulations. That is correct. She had not expected Su Su to answer this question correctly. Wait, really? Is this for real? How could she possibly know this? It's impossible. This must be scripted. How could anyone know this? It's definitely a script. The incredulity in the live broadcast was palpable, with countless viewers expressing their doubts and questions. They could hardly believe that Su Su could answer this question. Not only them, but even the host found it hard to accept, blinking in disbelief at Su Su. She questioned whether this girl had somehow seen her question board. How could she know the answer? I visited this country a year ago, and the plane landed in its capital. Sensing the host's bewildered gaze, Su Su maintained a calm demeanor as she spoke softly. She had accompanied Professor Chun to this country for an experiment, and thus knew its capital. Congratulations. You are the first participant in our program to reach the fifth question. Although Tang Tang still felt somewhat astonished, she managed to regain her composure, donning her professional smile once more. Now, let us begin the fifth question. Please listen carefully. Among the 56 ethnic groups in our country, where is the Pumi ethnic group primarily located? A. Yunnan Province. B. Guangxi. Yunnan Province. I choose A. Without waiting for the host to finish stating the options, Su Su once again provided her answer. Correct. That is correct. Tang Tang herself could scarcely believe her eyes as she glanced down at her question board. There were no omissions. How did she manage to answer that? At this moment, she could envision the scene in the live broadcast. Tang Tang instinctively glanced at her phone screen. Sure enough, the comments were flooded with terms like insider information, cheating, and so forth. Has the production team become so brazen? This is too blatant. If this isn't scripted, I truly don't believe it. Indeed, this is too fake. Even if it's acting, it should be more convincing. It seems that pretty girls are just ornaments. So fake, it's glaringly obvious. I knew it was scripted. In an instant, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast surged uncontrollably, all echoing the sentiment that it was scripted. May I ask, how did you know the answer? The host closed her phone. Looking at Su Su with palpable confusion, these were questions a young girl should not have knowledge of. One of my colleagues is Pumi and hails from Yunnan. Su replied casually. You truly are well informed, the host responded with an awkward smile. A colleague from the Pumi ethnic group? This answer. She found herself unable to question it. Yet, she still felt something was amiss. Now, please listen to the sixth question. The host resumed her search on the question board, determined to find a more specialized question this time. Questions about cultural geography were far too simple. She aimed to discover the most specialized question to conclude today's program. Tang's gaze scoured the question board in her hands, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. Found it. Yes, this question is certainly beyond the grasp of an average individual. Such specialized inquiries are beyond the capability of a young couple to answer. May I inquire which option contains the erroneous formula regarding the transfer of thermal energy in nuclear reaction equations? Chapter 29. Doctor Who can truly know? When such a question is posed, who can provide an answer? I have never even heard of it. Let it be, how could such a question possibly be answered? Upon hearing this question, everyone in the live broadcast shook their heads, none believing that Su could tackle such a challenging inquiry. Although they were unaware of the true nature of nuclear fusion, they understood that such concepts were beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. It would require someone deeply engaged in scientific research to possess even a modicum of understanding. Are you really intending to ask this question? Without waiting for the host to respond, Li Bing cast a peculiar glance at both the host and Su. Surely, these two hadn't conspired beforehand? Asking Su, a doctoral student in nuclear power, a fundamental question about nuclear energy? What kind of operation is this? If there were no ulterior motives at play. Li Bing felt somewhat astonished. Well, sir, this question is indeed somewhat challenging. If you two are truly uncertain, I can graciously eliminate one incorrect option for you. The host smiled slightly, noting that this was merely the sixth question, with several more to follow. Moreover, even after eliminating an erroneous choice, two incorrect options would remain. The likelihood of answering correctly would hinge entirely on luck. Fear not, gentlemen. Even if you err on this question, you shall still receive a small gift prepared by our production team. We will ensure your participation in this event is not in vain. The host flashed a smile at Li Bing, convinced that neither could possibly answer this question. Li Bing, upon hearing this, shook his head gently and sighed helplessly. Su, just tell them the answer directly. Such a basic question hardly requires options. After all, both of them were engaged in research within the nuclear power field. This question was as simple as asking a child what 1 + 1 equals. Indeed, Su nodded, acknowledging that such a fundamental formula required no options for her consideration. Oh, how pretentious. Not needing options? Just moments ago, I thought that man was somewhat handsome. Now he only seems insufferably smug. Exactly, this is just too much. He couldn't answer a single question himself, and now he acts so superior? Who appointed him to play the role of the expert? Upon hearing Li Bing's words, the audience in the live stream felt he was being rather pretentious, especially as he had failed to answer a single question. Now, he expected his girlfriend to tackle such a difficult one? Was that a form of harassment? The formula for the thermal reaction of nuclear energy is EMC. EMC, UNSR 10N. Su nodded slightly, without a hint of hesitation, and recited the formula. Such a basic equation could be answered by anyone who had delved even slightly into the realm of nuclear energy knowledge. It was merely a matter of amusing the novices. What did she just say? I don't know. Surely she isn't just babbling? Did she just mention the nuclear energy reaction formula? That can't be right. The audience was taken aback by Su's spontaneous recitation of these peculiar reaction formulas, yet they were uncertain whether she was correct or not. Aside from a few skeptical comments, the barrage of messages urged the host to announce the answer swiftly. The host stared incredulously at the answer board, then glanced at Su. Confusion etched across her features. Congratulations, you are correct. The host's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the stunning woman before her. Surely, she hadn't peeked at the answer board? How could anyone answer such a question? It was inconceivable for an ordinary person to possess such knowledge. For a moment, the host, Tang, was rendered speechless. Her expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief directed at Su. May I ask, how did you come to know this formula? While she could understand the earlier questions being answered by chance, this particular question could not be guessed correctly by mere luck. Furthermore, the answer given was precisely aligned with the standard one, suggesting prior preparation. She is a doctoral student in the field of nuclear energy, Li Bing interjected. Speaking on Su's behalf, a doctor, the host was momentarily taken aback, her expression transforming into one of sheer amazement as she turned her gaze towards Su. This beautiful woman is a doctoral student in nuclear energy? She did not doubt Li Bing's assertion. After all, he had no reason to deceive her. Yet, it was difficult to reconcile the image of such a stunning woman with that of a scholar. In her mind, doctoral candidates were typically bespectacled, disheveled, and aged individuals. The notion of such a captivating young woman being one was unfathomable. In the live stream, upon hearing Li Bing and Amp Oppo's revelation, the audience was even more astonished. A doctoral student in nuclear energy? Wow, this beauty is actually a PhD. Is this the legendary intelligent and beautiful woman? It's hard to fathom how someone could produce such an exceptional individual. That lucky fellow, to have found such an exquisite girlfriend. A PhD. What incredible intellect. Beautiful, well-formed. And now a scholar. This lady is simply. I too am a PhD. Perhaps she might consider me. None had anticipated that Su Su would possess a doctoral degree. In all of Huaxia, those who attain such a status are few. They are generally cultivated by the state itself. The host swallowed hard, a gasp escaping her lips. A beautiful woman with a PhD. It was no wonder she could answer so many questions. Given that our guest is a highly educated doctoral student, we shall not continue to present her with overly simplistic questions. Once Tang Tang regained her composure, she replaced the answer board with a new page. Since she was dealing with a PhD, the subsequent questions could not be trivial. Madam, please listen to the question. The hostess gaze scanned the new answer board. Having deliberately bypassed all inquiries related to nuclear power. After all, she was addressing a doctoral student in nuclear energy. Even the most challenging questions might not suffice. Please tell me, during plasma physics collision experiments, if the polar coordinates of the third energy are adjusted negatively by 3 alpha units, what effect would this have on the final results? Chapter 30. Can I answer this? This question is the final one, thus we have not provided any options. You must articulate your answer independently. Should you successfully respond to this inquiry, there will be no need to answer the subsequent ones. And you may directly claim a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. The host slowly began to speak, erasing the remaining questions. This was indeed the most challenging question on the board. If the other party could answer this, then there would be no questions left that could perplex them. However, to prevent them from relying on luck to obtain the prize, she had eliminated the options altogether. What? No options? How can one respond to such a question without any choices? There is no chance to even guess. This seems blatantly designed to deny the reward, doesn't it? Just because you cannot manage it does not imply that others cannot. Have you forgotten that this young lady holds a doctorate? Do you comprehend what a PhD signifies? Although I may not fully grasp the essence of this question, it should be somewhat akin to the previous one. Having answered the last question, I trust this one will pose no trouble. She is a PhD, after all. Do you believe she is akin to us? Perhaps this question appears as simple as 1 + 1 to her. Most viewers in the live stream could not discern the distinction between this question and the preceding one, naturally assuming that the difficulty level was comparable. Moreover, they believed that a doctoral candidate ought to possess omniscient capabilities. Since Su Su is a PhD, it stands to reason that she should be able to tackle this question effortlessly. It would be unreasonable to expect her to respond as if she were an average participant. If this question were posed to the man beside her, it might seem like bullying. However, asking a PhD to respond without options feels like an affront to her qualifications. In films, I have observed that American PhDs seem to possess an extensive breadth of knowledge. There is no reason to believe that our Chinese doctors would be any less capable. In the live stream, it appeared that some viewers were deliberately stirring the pot. Whenever someone remarked on the unfairness, others invoked Su Su and Oppo's doctoral status, arguing that her credentials exempted her from needing options. Half a minute for contemplation. Time is up. Please respond. The host smiled and turned her gaze towards Su Su. Su Su's brow furrowed slightly. This question truly exceeded her realm of understanding. It appeared to be related not to nuclear energy, but to ion collision experiments. She genuinely had no clarity on the matter. After all, one cannot be an expert in every field. It is impossible to simultaneously absorb knowledge from numerous disciplines. If there had been options, she might have relied on chance to arrive at an answer. However, with the options removed, she found herself at a complete loss. Meanwhile, Li Bing, standing beside Su Su, wore a displeased expression. Was this an intentional attempt to ensnare them? Why had there always been options before, and now there were none? This did not seem to align with the program's regulations. Li Bing raised his hand slightly, interrupting Su Su's thoughts, and approached the host. Initially, he had not perceived the situation clearly, but now it was evident that they were being subjected to the most difficult questions deliberately, designed to prevent them from securing the prize. Indeed, sir, as we have assisted in eliminating the subsequent questions. You and your companion need only answer this one to secure the 100,000 yuan cash prize. Therefore, to ensure fairness, we have removed the options for this question. You must provide your answer independently. The host maintained her professional Chapter 31. This must be a script. The audience in the live broadcast room was utterly incredulous that Li Bing could possibly answer the question posed. How could someone who could not even tackle such a simple query be expected to respond to this one? Even doctoral candidates found themselves stumped. Do you truly believe he can provide an answer? It is impossible. Individuals like us have no chance of encountering such questions. Indeed, there was no opportunity for even a moment of astonishment. It was simply inconceivable that he could succeed. Su turned to glance at Li Bing. This question seemed to stray far from their research domain. She acknowledged that Li Bing's expertise in nuclear power was formidable. Yet this inquiry bore no relation whatsoever to that field. Of course, it was not an insurmountable challenge. Li Bing yawned and casually remarked that while he might be uncertain about certain facts of this world, when it came to academic fields, he was wide awake. Oh, it appears this gentleman is quite confident, the host noted as he approached Li Bing, a slight smile gracing his lips. Though inwardly he could not help but shake his head. If the question were to be answered by that young woman, there might have been some concern regarding her ability to respond, but with this young man, there was no cause for worry. How could a man who was unaware of the number of ethnic groups in Huaxiao possibly tackle this question? Do you think I am unaware of the answer to this question? I concede that I was uncertain about the previous two, but this one poses no difficulty for me. Li Bing stated with an unperturbed demeanor, as though discussing a mundane matter. Oh my, how boastful. No, this is simply too pretentious. Initially, I had a modicum of admiration for him, but now it has vanished entirely. How could such a stunning beauty be interested in him? Truly, this is excessive arrogance. I cannot comprehend it. I am utterly baffled. If one does not know, one should simply admit it. Why must he feign omniscience? Even if one is ignorant, there is no shame in it. After all, we too are in the dark. I am curious to see how he will extricate himself if he answers incorrectly. In the live broadcast room, the majority held little faith in Li Bing's capabilities. After all, in their view, even Su, a doctoral student, could not answer this question. How could Li Bing, who had struggled with even the simplest queries, possibly succeed here? Very well, please provide your answer. During the plasma physics collision experiment, if the polar coordinates of the third energy are adjusted negatively by 3 alpha units, what impact will this have on the final results? The host smiled as he handed the microphone to Li Bing, already anticipating that he would either hazard a random guess or awkwardly maintain a facade of confidence. There was no way he could possibly answer this question. The answer to this question is 2 gamma steps, square root of 3, correct? As a profound topic in physics, I occasionally peruse such material in my leisure time. Though I find little significance in these questions, I am nonetheless familiar with some aspects. Miss, you may now disclose the answer. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, Li Bing uttered a string of incomprehensible terms. Was that a random guess? He actually spoke? What is happening? Could he truly know the answer? It's improbable. He must have just blurted out a series of incomprehensible phrases. The doctoral candidate couldn't even respond. This reward of 100,000 yuan is not easily obtained. Indeed, the cash prizes on this show are akin to the beef and instant noodles, merely for show, unattainable. Observing Li Bing's self-assured assertion, a flicker of doubt surfaced among many in the audience. Could this man truly be a wolf in sheep's clothing? Did he genuinely possess knowledge? The audacity of it all. Nonetheless, the majority remained convinced that Li Bing's utterances were mere fabrications, intended to deceive those oblivious to the truth. Most eyes turned toward the host, Tang Tang. The barrage of comments in the live chat began urging Tang Tang to reveal the correct answer. Eager to ridicule this pretentious man, could one simply string together a series of nonsensical words and pass them off as an answer? Absurd. Did they truly believe the production team was unaware of the final answer? Finally, the ultimate answer. The host gazed at Li Bing in disbelief, his words faltering. The correct answer is 2 gamma steps, square root of 3. Correct. Tang Tang inhaled deeply. Unable to believe her eyes as she looked at the young man before her, he had indeed provided the correct answer. His response matched the correct answer displayed on the board exactly, not a single punctuation mark out of place. How could this be? This was the most challenging question on the entire board. How could anyone possibly answer it? The most difficult questions, surely, could only be answered by those in specialized fields. Could this young man also be a doctoral candidate? But hadn't he just claimed to be an ordinary undergraduate? Moreover, he was an economics major. with no connection to research whatsoever. Had he lied? As the host revealed the answer, the live chat exploded with incredulity. What? He answered correctly? How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. How could he possibly answer this question? I am a doctoral candidate specializing in quantum physics. The question posed by the host was recently validated in an international experiment. Under normal circumstances, a regular individual would not have access to such information. Even I only grasp it superficially. He could not possibly respond to this question. This must be some sort of insider knowledge. Suddenly, an account claiming to be from a Kyoto quantum physics research group posted an extensive comment in the live chat, instantly capturing everyone's attention. I just checked the blogger's profile. It turns out he truly is a researcher from a quantum physics institute. He wasn't lying. I believe the blogger. There must be some sort of collusion. Indeed, how could a mere undergraduate in economics possibly have knowledge of such recent research theories? Collusion. It must be a script. Under the incitement of the previous commenter, many began typing collusion and script into the chat. Sometimes, they only believe what they wish to believe. Chapter 32. A desire for challenging questions. Esteemed viewers, I implore you to refrain from orchestrating the narrative. This cannot possibly be scripted. Moreover, if it were, it would not be so overly apparent. The host, still astonished by how Li Bing managed to answer that question, recognized the need to calm the audience's emotions after observing the barrage of comments on her mobile screen. She resolved to interview Mr. Li Bing to uncover how he discerned the answer to the final question. Once the atmosphere in the live stream stabilized, the host promptly directed the microphone towards Li Bing. This inquiry was not only of great interest to the multitude of viewers, but also a mystery to her. She was equally curious about how Li Bing came to possess the knowledge required to answer the question. However, as the host, she was certain that this was not preordained. Had it been a script, there would have been no need to pose such a challenging question. It would have sufficed to simply award the two participants the cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Sir, how did you arrive at the answer to this question? Are you perhaps a doctoral candidate in this field? The host aimed the microphone at Li Bing, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Even Su Su, seated nearby, turned to regard Li Bing. Could it be that Li Bing possessed such extensive academic prowess? Was he, beyond the realm of nuclear power, also knowledgeable in the nuances of quantum mechanics? Goodness, could he be a hidden prodigy? Is it possible he is a talent secretly cultivated by our nation? Come now. You've been reading too many novels. The nation treats every student fairly, never secretly nurturing talent. And have you ever seen a genius so young? Quite amusing, indeed. I still believe this is merely a script devised by the production team. Absolutely, I concur. It must be scripted. Aside from that traffic program, I refuse to believe such shows lack a script. I suspect it is all a ruse. There is no way someone so young could possibly possess knowledge in this domain. Within the live stream, opinions were once again divided. Some were convinced that the entire affair was staged, doubting Li Bing's capability to answer such a question, while others speculated that he might indeed be a researcher, perhaps even a prodigious talent reminiscent of those found in novels. No, I am simply a genuine undergraduate from the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, Li Bing asserted, shaking his head. There was no need to embellish the truth. His academic credentials could be verified online. You're not a doctoral candidate or a researcher. The host was taken aback. If Li Bing had claimed to be a doctoral student playing the role of a humble novice, it could have been somewhat comprehensible. Yet, he openly admitted to being merely an ordinary undergraduate, which left her perplexed. How could someone with such a commonplace educational background, particularly one unrelated to engineering, possibly grasp such complex questions? To suggest that he had simply guessed would be as improbable as a mosquito annihilating the earth. See, this is clearly scripted. He admits to being just an ordinary undergraduate. How could an undergraduate know the answer to this question? I refuse to believe it. I, too, refuse to believe it. Did I attend a fake university? This is purely ludicrous. I cannot accept it. Upon hearing Li Bing acknowledge his undergraduate status, the live stream became inundated with skeptical comments. They could not fathom how, without a script or hidden agenda, he could have answered the question correctly. If it were a multiple-choice query, perhaps one could argue otherwise. However, this was an open-ended question, and the probability of guessing the answer correctly was far lower than winning the lottery. May I inquire, sir? How did you come to know the answer to this question? The host hastily pressed for clarity, eager to prevent the situation from escalating further, and her curiosity was palpable. Faced with the camera, Li Bing instinctively touched his nose. He could hardly disclose that this knowledge had been bestowed upon him as a reward from the system, when he had been given theoretical knowledge pertaining to the Makai combat suit. It included not only critical insights regarding nuclear fusion, but also mechanical applications related to the human body, along with other knowledge mastered by Tony Stark. Among this was information on quantum mechanics, which enabled him to respond aptly. Yet, he could not reveal this truth. Well, if I claim this knowledge is self-taught, would you believe me? Self-taught? Before the host could interject, the audience was filled with confusion. Self-taught? How could that be possible? Such knowledge could not possibly be acquired through self-study. Was he treating us as fools? This kind of expertise, even with guidance, would not be easily mastered. He had the audacity to assert it was self-taught? Although the majority of viewers lacked a comprehensive understanding of quantum mechanics, the term itself sounded impressively sophisticated. One could hardly fathom the possibility of attaining such expertise through self-education. What a flimsy excuse. Who would buy that? The host, equally bewildered, cast a suspicious glance at Li Bing, her expression questioning whether he was jesting. Self-taught? If it were that simple, wouldn't everyone be an expert in their respective fields? In that moment, it seemed only Su Su believed Li Bing's tale. In her mind, Li Bing's theoretical knowledge of nuclear fusion appeared to have been self-taught during his imprisonment, which led her to accept his assertion regarding quantum mechanics as well. We have answered the questions. May we now receive our reward? The host felt somewhat awkward and hesitant to press further, and she retrieved a briefcase from behind the vehicle, extending it to Li Bing. Congratulations to both of you for becoming the first participants in our program to receive a cash prize. Is there anything you would like to say to our production team? Li Bing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting a segment for acceptance speeches. After a brief contemplation and a nose touch, he brought the microphone closer and spoke sincerely. I don't have much to say, but one thing. I hope the production team will select more challenging questions in the future. The last two questions were rather too simplistic. What? Did he just say they were too easy? The last two questions were too simple for him? Is he awake? Such arrogance. Does he mean to mock the production team? I sense a hint of satire in his words, yet his gaze, it seems so genuine. I can hardly discern the truth. Could it be that, in the eyes of a genius, these questions are indeed trivial? Chapter 33. A Flaw in the Experiment? Early the next morning, Li Bing and Su Su arrived at the research lab to find Professor Chin and the others already gathered, seemingly engrossed in a discussion about some issue. Mr. Li Bing has arrived. Mr. Li Bing is here. How did you sleep last night? Professor Chin rubbed his eyes and approached Li Bing with a smile, casting a meaningful glance at both him and Su Su. Quite well, Li Bing replied, oblivious to any underlying implications. Indeed, it had been the most restful night he had experienced since his arrival in this world, thanks to the comfort of a soft bed, the gentle aroma wafting through the room, and the soothing hot bath he had taken before sleeping. He had even donned the Uniqlo pajamas Su Su had gifted him. Haha. As long as you're comfortable. I fear you might not adapt well, Professor Chin chuckled, his smile broadening. It appeared he had successfully taken the first step in keeping Li Bing within his experimental team. Now, he merely needed to proceed gradually. Confident that Li Bing would eventually become a member of their team, Li Bing did not dwell on the matter of his restful sleep for long. He surveyed the group around him and noticed the weariness etched on their faces, with several sporting dark circles under their eyes and appearing quite listless. What seems to be the matter? Have you all suffered from collective insomnia? He inquired, puzzled. While he understood that the researchers would be excited about their data, he found their current state of agitation perplexing. Such a level of fatigue would undoubtedly hinder the efficiency of their upcoming experiments. Ah, no, not at all, Professor Chin replied, shaking his head slightly and glancing apologetically at his fellow researchers. After you and Su Su left, we intended to discuss the experimental procedures to prepare for today and Oppo's work. However, as you know, when it comes to research, time often slips away unnoticed. Last night, none of us managed to get any sleep. As an experienced researcher, Professor Chin recognized the significance of timely rest for scientists. If he had been aware that his team was sacrificing sleep for research, he would have been furious. However, all the other researchers were seasoned professionals and understood this as well. Yet, the allure of the data and experimental procedures Li Bing had presented was simply too enticing. Some among them had dedicated their lives to this research, and now, facing the prospect of a breakthrough, how could they not be exhilarated? Upon hearing Professor Chin's words, Li Bing furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Although he had never been involved in scientific research before, the fatigue on their faces indicated that today's initial research would likely be postponed. Given their current state, they would not only struggle to maintain a normal pace, but might also make numerous errors due to their mental disarray. It was crucial to remember that scientific research, particularly in the realm of nuclear fusion, demanded precision. There could be no room for error. Clearly, these researchers were not in a condition to continue their work. Su, standing beside Li Bing, perceptively sensed his rising frustration and discreetly tugged at his hand. Li Bing, please calm down. Professor Chen and the others didn't mean to. Perhaps they were simply too excited, having just taken over the research team as the project leader. Su hoped to avoid any discord between him and the veteran researchers, as such conflict could severely impede future efficiency. I understand, Li Bing replied coldly, his face grim as he seated himself at the head of the office. Today's research will be paused. Everyone should take the day to rest. Once you have recuperated, we shall commence the research tomorrow. If you remain in this state, we shall delay the project further. Only when you are fully rested will we begin. His piercing gaze swept over the assembled researchers, his tone serious and uncompromising. Initially, the office was enveloped in an unsettling silence. Many exchanged strange looks. Momentarily convinced that this young man could indeed be their leader, his authoritative presence more commanding than that of Professor Chen. Did you not hear my words? Li Bing and Appos. eyes scanned the room once more. I am aware that some of you may harbor doubts about my capability to lead this project due to my youth. I do not concern myself with your opinions. However, let me remind you, we are scientists. Our paramount responsibility is to the projects we undertake. Given your current mental state, do you truly believe you can fulfill your duties? For the first time, Li Bing spoke sternly to the researchers of Professor Chen and Appos' team, disregarding any considerations for the professor and Appos' feelings. As the researchers looked at one another, initial defiance faded into guilt, not directed at Li Bing, but at their own lack of commitment to their work. The truth in Li Bing's words resonated. Their current mental state was indeed unsuitable for research. Let us return and get some proper rest. Tomorrow we shall officially commence our work, one of the researchers proposed. Professor Chen cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. As the team leader, he had intended for Li Bing to remain in his research group, and he wished to prevent any rift from forming between him and the members. Indeed, Li Bing is correct. We shall return to rest. This was our oversight. Mental acuity is crucial for researchers. Professor Chen, please wait a moment, Li Bing suddenly called out, halting the departing professor. Logically, even after reviewing the experimental data and procedures, it should not have consumed an entire night. What went awry? Given that he had carefully crafted the experimental data and procedures, which were appropriately detailed, normal researchers could complete their review in a matter of hours, especially someone as esteemed in the field of nuclear fusion as Professor Chen. It seemed improbable that the entire team had spent the night in discussion. Professor Chen was taken aback, surprised by Li Bing and Appos' keen insight into their predicament. To be honest, we discovered a flaw in the experimental procedures you provided. Last night, our discussions primarily revolved around addressing this issue. Chapter 34. New dilemmas. Have we truly identified a problem? Li Bing gazed in astonishment at Professor Chen. Could it be that the experimental scheme he had proposed contained flaws? Such a notion seemed implausible. The plan had been generated by the system, so how could it possibly be erroneous? Professor Chen, are you certain that my experimental scheme has issues? Li Bing found it difficult to accept that his experimental design could be at fault. However, since Professor Chen and his team claimed to have identified an error, his curiosity was piqued regarding the nature of the discrepancy. It was not that he doubted Professor Chen's research team, but given the state of nuclear fusion technology in Huaxia, even if his experimental scheme had issues, it would be unlikely for them to discern it without months of experimentation that failed to yield expected results. Yet, they seemed to be asserting that they could deduce a fault merely by reviewing the experimental plan. Was that not rather improbable? Beside him, Su also turned her gaze toward Professor Chen. She had engaged in an in-depth discussion with Li Bing about nuclear fusion the previous night and had grown increasingly impressed by his expertise. Although Professor Chen was currently a leading expert in the field of nuclear fusion in Huaxia, she harbored doubts that he and his colleagues could determine a flaw in Li Bing's experimental scheme simply by visual inspection. Actually, it is not so much that your experimental scheme is flawed, but rather that the issue lies elsewhere, Professor Chen replied, shaking his head slightly. The validity of the experimental scheme can only be confirmed through experimentation. I cannot make hasty judgments. Elsewhere, Li Bing and Su exchanged glances, both surprised that the problem identified by Professor Chen's team did not pertain to Li Bing's scheme. However, if it was an unrelated issue, it should not significantly impact the current experiment, should it? Why? What necessitated an entire night of research? What aspect are you referring to, Professor? Please do not keep us in suspense. If the experimental scheme is sound, then what exactly is the problem? Susu was perplexed, her gaze filled with inquiries directed at Professor Chen. If the issues were merely trivial, Professor Chen likely would not have permitted such extensive discussion throughout the night. The problem they had uncovered must bear significant implications for the experiment, potentially even beyond Professor Chen and Appo's ability to resolve. Yet, all experimental challenges should have been clearly outlined within the scheme Li Bing had provided. It is this: we have consistently overlooked a single crucial matter, Professor Chen said, clearing his throat before continuing. I believe that Li Bing and Appo's experimental scheme is theoretically capable of facilitating a controllable nuclear fusion reaction and enabling energy transfer. However, we have neglected a fundamental problem. He took a sip from a nearby glass of water, then resumed speaking under the watchful eyes of Li Bing and Susu. We have all failed to consider that your experimental scheme, Li Bing, is predicated on theoretical conditions. This means that both the occurrence of the nuclear fusion reaction and the transfer of energy are envisioned under ideal circumstances. Yet, we have forgotten that, at present, neither Huaxia nor the global scientific community conducts nuclear fusion reactions under conventional conditions. The primary reasons are twofold. First, no material can endure the energy generated by nuclear fusion under standard circumstances. Second, no material can facilitate energy transfer from nuclear fusion under these conditions. If we aspire to conduct experiments in controllable nuclear fusion or to transition from theory to practice, we must address the material problem. Without resolving this issue, even if we successfully complete all preliminary experiments and theoretically validate the experimental scheme, we will be unable to advance the experiment further. Professor Chen then turned to Li Bing. This matter had preoccupied them for an entire night. As experts in nuclear energy, they were not particularly versed in material science, and it appeared that no material in the world could withstand such immense energy transfer at room temperature. If the material problem remained unresolved, even if they managed to conduct successful experiments demonstrating that controllable nuclear fusion could be realized, they would be unable to apply this technology in practical scenarios. Li Bing's proposal for creating a nuclear energy exoskeleton would thus be deemed a failure. Material issues? Li Bing was taken aback by Professor Chen's remarks, instinctively reflecting on the knowledge transmitted to him by the system. The technology for the Makai model exoskeleton should have been comprehensive. How could there be a flaw? It seemed impossible. Li Bing was reluctant to believe any oversight had occurred, especially considering that Tony had assembled the Makai exoskeleton using relatively rudimentary equipment. What materials had he used to facilitate the transfer of controllable nuclear fusion energy? Although subsequent exoskeletons employed advanced rare metals such as vibranium and adamantium, the first-generation exoskeleton had, if memory served, been constructed from commonplace materials. Such materials should be accessible on Earth today. Li Bing meticulously recalled the fragments of knowledge and data the system had bestowed upon him. Suddenly, his furrowed brow relaxed as an epiphany struck him. He seemed to have pinpointed the issue. In the film, the materials employed to construct the Makai exoskeleton were indeed ordinary steel, yet he had overlooked a critical point. The energy required for the Makai exoskeleton did not originate from the exoskeleton itself. Rather, it was derived from the controllable nuclear fusion reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Now armed with theoretical knowledge of controllable nuclear fusion and all the technical requirements for constructing the Makai exoskeleton, he lacked the method to create the chest reactor. If his memory served correctly, this reactor had been embedded in Tony during an incident. This reactor was not included in the system's rewards, in other words. It was considered a personal apparatus of Tony and not a component of the Makai series exoskeleton. To fully replicate the Makai model, Li Bing would need to locate a device capable of substituting for Tony and Appo's chest reactor. Without doing so, the experiment could not transition into practical application. This is indeed a dilemma, Li Bing murmured to himself, acknowledging that he had previously failed to consider this predicament. Chapter 35. Scientific Research of Two Individuals. Li Bing. Can you conceive of any solutions? If this material issue remains unresolved, the subsequent experiments may well come to a halt. Once controllable nuclear fusion fails to conduct effectively, there exists a significant risk of energy accumulation, potentially leading to catastrophic explosions. Professor Chen gazed intently at the young man before him, his expression grave. Even within the realm of controllable nuclear fusion experiments, where energy levels can be managed, the absence of suitable conductive materials could still result in dangerous energy buildup. The consequences could range from energy leaks that jeopardize the experiment and Appo's success to outright explosions that might obliterate the laboratory or even the entire research facility. Without identifying a suitable conductive material, he could not gamble with the names of his research team members. It was clear that practical experiments could not proceed. Currently, we lack a viable direction. Do you possess any solutions? Although Li Bing appeared quite youthful, Professor Chen had long regarded him as a peer in the scientific community. Given that he could derive the reaction formulas for controllable nuclear fusion through theoretical deduction, it was conceivable that he might identify a material capable of conducting the resultant energy. Regarding the material issue, I, too, find myself devoid of any particularly suitable ideas, Li Bing mused, shaking his head gently after a moment of contemplation. If only the blue planet possessed materials such as adamantium or vibranium, the dilemma would be effortlessly resolved. However, as it stands, neither of these materials exists within the current scientific landscape of the blue planet. He would need to explore alternative avenues. Are we to suspend our project entirely? Susu's expressive eyes widened, her demeanor reflecting disbelief. After all their efforts in establishing a comprehensive theoretical framework for controllable nuclear fusion, were they truly to be thwarted by material shortages? This notion was, frankly, difficult for her to accept. The project is not entirely suspended. It is merely that our subsequent research may encounter obstacles. We can initiate verification experiments for controllable nuclear fusion to ascertain the viability of the theories proposed by Li Bing. As for future mecha experiments, they are unlikely to proceed until we secure appropriate materials. This approach is still feasible. Li Bing, you are still young, and the journey ahead is long. One cannot expect to achieve everything in one fell swoop. Before Susu could finish her thought, Professor Chen interrupted her. He could not allow the entire experiment to come to a standstill. Not only would the researchers vehemently oppose such a notion, but he himself would also be unwilling to comply. The controllable nuclear fusion experiments must continue. He simply wished to advise Li Bing not to act hastily. After all, the global scientific community was still advancing based on the theoretical foundations of controllable nuclear fusion. Their ability to conduct experimental validation was already a significant leap ahead of others. As long as they could successfully validate the theory, subsequent practical applications could be developed gradually. Well, it seems we have no choice, Li Bing sighed. The system and Oppos S reward notifications did not mention any materials that could substitute for the reactor at Tony and Oppos S chest. Moreover, he currently lacked sufficient research points to exchange for materials. He could only adhere to Professor Chun and Oppos S advice and proceed step by step, avoiding the temptation to rush into things. Originally, he had intended to complete all experimental work for Makai within 7 days, fully realizing its construction. However, it now appeared that this timeline would need to be extended. With a sigh, Li Bing soon found his spirits lifted once more. When the system initially issued tasks, rewards were distributed in stages based on experimental progress. Even if only the controllable nuclear fusion were validated, he would likely receive a certain number of reward points. What shall we do now? Susu turned to Li Bing, her heart lightening slightly. As long as they were not halting the experiment altogether, it was bearable. Moreover, she had always found the direct application of controllable nuclear fusion to battle armor somewhat peculiar, but she had begrudgingly accepted it solely because it was Li Bing's proposal. Let us commence our research. We can allow Professor Chen and the others to rest and reconvene tomorrow. For now, we shall focus on completing the validation of the controllable nuclear fusion experiment. Li Bing adjusted his glasses, directing his gaze towards the experiment table before him. The system and Oppos S rewards were allocated in batches. Although he could not immediately obtain all the rewards, he aimed to secure every point available. Furthermore, according to what Professor Chen had previously mentioned in the interrogation room, upon successful completion of the controllable nuclear fusion experiment, he should be able to bypass the bail stage entirely, thus striving for full exoneration and regaining his freedom. Commence research now? Just the two of us? Susu was taken aback, pointing alternately at herself and then at Li Bing. For a moment, she struggled to grasp his intention. Did he mean to suggest that only the two of them would conduct the experiment today? It was well known that even small-scale research projects typically required at least 5 researchers. For a large-scale experiment like controllable nuclear fusion, it was impractical to attempt with a mere duo. While Li Bing and Oppos S theoretical understanding of controllable nuclear fusion surpassed that of the average person. To undertake experimental research with just the two of them seemed rather implausible. Indeed, just the two of us. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed swiftly. Without acknowledging Susu and Oppos incredulous gaze, Li Bing strode purposefully towards the expansive operation console, flipping the switch with determination. Li Bing, what are you doing? That equipment is extraordinarily valuable. Please refrain from haphazardly operating it. We only have 3 particle colliders in our nation. Any mishap could result in serious losses. Do not be reckless. Mastering this equipment requires at least half a year of practice. Without systematic training, it is simply unmanageable. Seeing Li Bing directly activate the particle collider within the research institute, Su gasped in shock, disregarding her composure as she dashed towards him. This particle collider had been allocated to their laboratory through national funding, rendering it invaluable. Only Professor Chen was qualified to operate it. Others were not even permitted to approach this apparatus without authorization. If Li Bing were to mishandle it, the consequences could be dire. However, upon hearing Su and Appo's concerns, a smile graced Li Bing and Appo's face as he shook his head gently, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the 3-meter-wide control panel, engaging with a myriad of peculiar buttons. Do not be so anxious. This device is merely a fundamental particle collider. The operation is not particularly challenging, hardly more difficult than my high school driving test. Chapter 36. Calibration Data. Su hurriedly ran to Li Bing and Appo's side, intending to prevent him from recklessly manipulating the particle collider. However, upon reaching him, she found herself frozen in disbelief, gazing at Li Bing, who stood confidently before the control panel. Was this truly a young offender just released from prison? If she hadn't known better, Su would have assumed it was a renowned scientist operating the equipment. His adept handling seemed even more proficient than that of Professor Chen. Such expertise could not possibly be attained without years of practice. It was simply unfathomable. Do you know how to operate this particle collider? Su finally mustered the courage to inquire after observing Li Bing for a while. Earlier, when Professor Chen reviewed Li Bing and Appo's personal file, she had been present. There was no mention of any prior involvement in scientific experiments, so how could he possibly operate a particle collider? Even if Li Bing were a genius, it was implausible for him to master such complex machinery without any foundational knowledge, let alone do so with such finesse, clearly indicating he had experience. If one could attribute the formulation of those controllable nuclear fusion equations to Li Bing's self-study, how could he possibly be so skilled in operating the collider? Surely, this too could not have been self-taught. In all of Huaxia, there seemed to be no institution where one could learn such a technology independently. There were only a handful of particle colliders in Huaxia, and indeed the entire world, and photographs of them were exceedingly rare online. Even if Li Bing wished to self-educate, there would be no resources readily available. Such equipment is stringently confidential in any country, and given Li Bing's background, he would not have had the privilege to access it before joining the research team. Su continued to stare incredulously at Li Bing, who expertly manipulated the controls. In that moment, her mind raced with countless possibilities, yet she dismissed them all. None seemed plausible. Su, don't just stand there. Help me document the data from the particle collisions. Completely absorbed in his work, Li Bing remained oblivious to Su's astonishment. His focus was entirely on the experimental setup, meticulously observing the collision of 2 particles. Thanks to a fragment of Tony's memories he had absorbed, Li Bing found himself fully capable of operating the collider. Yet, memories are merely memories. Despite his familiarity, he experienced a tinge of nervousness during this initial operation. Moreover, the collider at the Magic City Research Institute was an outdated model compared to the one Tony had used, necessitating Li Bing and Appo's gradual adaptation to various buttons and operational methods. He had to immerse himself entirely in the task at hand, rendering him oblivious to Su's words. Oh, all right. Upon hearing Li Bing's instruction, Su, momentarily startled, cast aside her shock and criticism. She swiftly grabbed a nearby experimental logbook and diligently began recording each experiment and Appo's data. This authentic experimental data was invaluable to the entire field of nuclear energy. After all, this experiment might very well be the world and Appo's first controllable nuclear fusion trial. First particle collision data, left 211. 38, right 955. 87, deviation 9. 25, energy release rate 55. 02, proton fluctuation rate 3536. Not in accordance with experimental requirements. Proceeding to the second collision experiment. Second particle collision data, left 210. 85, right 953. 13, deviation 9. 02, energy release 56. 23, proton fluctuation rate 3840. not in accordance with experimental requirements, proceeding to the third collision experiment. Susu and Apos' beautiful eyes were fixed on the experimental table and Apos' data, her pen moving incessantly to record the constantly changing figures on the display. Each experimental trial, regardless of success or failure, demanded careful documentation of every data point. Any minute fluctuation could influence Li Bing and Apos' subsequent actions and ultimately impact the entire experiment. Though her task was merely to transcribe, Susu felt an overwhelming sense of tension, fearing she might overlook even the slightest change in data. Meanwhile, Li Bing was not faring much better. Each operation at the experimental table drained significant energy. Operating the collider required not only swift dexterity but also intense concentration, striving to maximize operational precision. Running the particle collider consumed an immense amount of electrical energy, equivalent to the household electricity usage of thousands of residents over half a month. To conserve resources, he aimed to achieve the required data in as few attempts as possible. Moreover, the more precise the data, the better the outcomes for subsequent nuclear fusion experiments would align with his theoretical predictions. Li Bing remained engrossed, his fingers dancing over the controls, turning pale from the relentless pressing of buttons. 15th particle collision data, left 210, 01, right 950, 38, deviation 3, 52, energy release 76. Proton fluctuation rate 65-66. The data is increasingly approaching the experimental requirements. It appeared that a few more adjustments would bring them closer to the desired outcome. Do you need to take a break? Susu asked, both astonished and concerned as she observed Li Bing drenched in sweat. She was astonished that he had nearly achieved the necessary data after only 15 calibrations. Calibration was a time-consuming and exhausting endeavor. Their research team typically required at least 3 days to Opta Chapter 37. The instruments have been damaged? The following day, at dawn, Professor Chen rose early. As the first rays of light began to illuminate the sky, he set off from his dormitory. Due to Li Bing and Apos' actions the previous day, he had been unable to pursue his research, and after a full day and night of rest, he was eager to commence his scientific endeavors. Although he had heard that Li Bing and Susu planned to conduct experiments together, he did not pay it much heed. After all, experiments of such magnitude as nuclear fusion require a comprehensive research team. Even abroad, several large teams collaborate on such studies. It was nearly impossible for just Li Bing and Susu to make any significant progress on their own. He suspected that they had likely achieved little to nothing the previous day. With a cheerful demeanor, Professor Chen approached the Research Institute building. Although Li Bing was the project leader, it was clear that he would be the one executing the experiments. In theory, Li Bing might be brilliant. But there is a significant difference between theoretical knowledge and practical execution. Professor Chen had already devised a plan. Once in the laboratory, Li Bing would provide theoretical guidance while he himself would handle the practical operations. Their combined efforts would surely lead to the verification of controllable nuclear fusion within 6 months. At that point, Li Bing would naturally seek his counsel on practical procedures, allowing him to keep Li Bing within his research team, a win-win situation. Professor Chen is here. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It seems you all arrived quite early today. As Professor Chen reached the laboratory entrance, several researchers had already been waiting for some time. Upon seeing him, their faces lit up with excitement. As researchers, they were already itching to dive into today's experiments. Professor, we can hardly contain our eagerness to commence the experiments. Indeed, Team Leader Li made us wait an additional day. He cannot fathom our current feelings. I nearly got out of bed last night to start. The crowd buzzed with chatter, eagerly parting to make way for Professor Chen. They had all risen early that morning to gather before the laboratory. Haha, I understand your sentiments, but Team Leader Li's words yesterday were for everyone and Apos' benefit. Please do not hold it against him. Professor Chen chuckled, taking out his keys as he walked forward while addressing the crowd. He urged them not to harbor too much resentment towards Li Bing. Rest assured, Professor, we understand. We have been in this field long enough not to take offense at a young individual. You know our temperaments, we focus on the work, not the person. Besides, Team Leader Li was not entirely incorrect. The researchers smiled and waved dismissively, showing no concern for Li Bing's attitude the day before. Since Professor Chen had appointed Li Bing as the project leader, they felt obliged to adhere to his directives as long as they were not unreasonable. At the very least, they could not openly oppose him. It is good that you understand. In a few days, once you truly grasp Li Bing's profound research into controllable nuclear fusion theory, you will undoubtedly respect him. Despite his youth, his understanding of nuclear fusion theory surpasses that of anyone present. Professor Chen reiterated the notion of Li Bing's deep knowledge in controllable nuclear fusion theory before turning the key in the titanium alloy security door. Professor, we can somewhat infer that team leader Li understands controllable nuclear fusion theory, but I still believe your decision to appoint him as our project leader was somewhat hasty. A middle-aged researcher, who had been previously corrected by Li Bing, spoke up. Even if team leader Li is a young prodigy with substantial knowledge of nuclear power, we must remember that theoretical study differs greatly from practical scientific experimentation. I wager that before encountering our laboratory instruments, team leader Li's actual experimental skills might not even match those of our least capable researcher. The middle-aged researcher regarded Professor Chen with a serious expression. He admired Li Bing and Appo's theoretical knowledge, but believed that respect for knowledge did not equate to suitability for leadership. Indeed, Professor, I concur that the leader of this experimental project ought to be someone seasoned in practical operations rather than a newcomer skilled solely in theory. While we appreciate your intention to nurture this young talent, it seems this decision was rather rash. It would be more fitting for you to assume the leadership role. This matter has been decided. There is no need for further discussion. Mastery of experimental operations requires time and experience, which cannot be acquired overnight. In my opinion, theory holds greater importance. Moreover, I will be present for the practical operations, so there is no cause for concern. Professor Chen gently shook his head, remaining steadfast in his conviction. With a creak, the laboratory door swung open. The researchers, realizing they could not sway Professor Chen's opinion, ceased their persuasion and prepared to enter the laboratory to begin the day's experiments. However, upon opening the door, Professor Chen froze in place, staring into the laboratory, motionless. What happened? Is there a problem? Professor, what is it? Seeing Professor Chen stunned, the researchers began to feel a sense of foreboding. Something must have gone terribly wrong to elicit such a reaction from the typically composed Professor Chen. Could it be that the laboratory instruments had been damaged? They exchanged worried glances, all sensing the anxiety in one another's eyes. Li Bing. If the instruments were indeed damaged, Li Bing would be the only suspect, as he and Su Su were the only ones present in the laboratory the previous day. The laboratory and Appo's equipment, each valued at millions of dollars, was high-end. Any damage would carry severe repercussions. Who did this? Who was responsible? Professor Chen's body trembled slightly, his gaze fixed on the interior of the laboratory, his voice betraying a hint of tremor. The others moved in closer behind him, anxiously peering into the lab, fearing their worst suspicions might be confirmed, that the instruments had been destroyed. However, as they looked inside, they noticed that everything appeared intact, save for a newly added blackboard in the center, densely covered with data. Chapter 38. The enigmatic data. Professor Chen surveyed the laboratory with a furrowed brow, his gaze fixating on the central blackboard. The board was densely inscribed with an array of data, indicating the sequence of experiments conducted, along with the margins of error and their compliance with usage standards. Professor, it appears to resemble data from a particle collider, remarked several seasoned researchers beside him, instantly associating the information with that of a particle collider. The format of the data on the board closely mirrored that which Professor Chen had previously recorded during ion collision experiments. Who authored this? How could someone have accessed the particle collider without authorization? Professor, could the data on this board pertain to the collision coordinates we are preparing to test? One of the researchers inquired. Look at the last column. It states that data meeting experimental requirements has already been obtained. Is this data authentic? It seems implausible. Surely someone has been scribbling nonsensically. The group exchanged murmurs as they approached the blackboard, scrutinizing the detailed records. First particle collision data, left 211, 38, right 955, 87, deviation 9, 25, energy release rate 55, 02, proton fluctuation rate 3536. Second particle collision data, left 210, 85, right 953, 13, deviation 9, 02, energy release 56, 23, proton fluctuation rate 3840. Third data. The meticulous records left the onlookers in disbelief. The handwriting unmistakably resembled that of Su Su. Could it be that she had conducted experiments all day yesterday and pinpointed the required coordinates? Although the handwriting was indeed hers, I do not recall Su Su operating the particle collider, one researcher noted. Aside from Professor Chen, no one in our team has operated this machine. However, Su Su did observe Professor Chen during his operations. Perhaps she memorized the process? Another suggested. That is plausible. Yet, it still seems unlikely. Normally, Validating coordinates takes at least half a month to a month. How could Susu possibly achieve this in just one day? As the group continued to examine the intricately recorded data, they could not suppress their conjectures. Although they confirmed that the handwriting belonged to Susu, they found it hard to believe in the authenticity of the data. It is important to note that even if Professor Chun were to operate the particle collider, it would take hundreds, if not thousands, of trials to find suitable coordinates, requiring a minimum of 2 weeks, assuming he was both skilled and fortunate. For any other individual, it might take several years to yield acceptable coordinate data. Even if Susu had indeed learned to operate the machine by mere observation, she would undoubtedly be quite inexperienced. Barring extraordinary luck, accomplishing such a feat in a single day seemed nearly impossible. The records indicated that a total of 32 tests had been conducted to arrive at the coordinates meeting experimental requirements, with remarkable precision, a feat that bordered on the impossible. Let us await Susu's arrival and inquire about this matter, Professor Chen stated, fixating on the data on the blackboard. After a moment of silence, he slowly continued. It is hard to fathom that the coordinates for this controlled nuclear fusion experiment were determined after fewer than 40 ion collision tests. Given the extreme precision required for controlled nuclear fusion experiments, any margin for error was unacceptable. Completing accurate coordinate testing within a day was inconceivable. Professor Chen, as her mentor, understood Susu's level of proficiency. The complexity of operating this equipment could not be mastered simply by observing it twice. Even if Susu possessed exceptional talent, conducting 5 or 6 tests in one day would be her absolute limit. Even he could not manage such a feat in a single day. Indeed, we shall ask Susu upon her arrival, he reiterated. It is alarming that she would independently operate the particle collider without supervision. Had anything gone awry, our research team would bear the consequences. Susu, typically composed, had exhibited an astonishingly reckless behavior this time. She is still quite young. We all acted with similar impulsiveness in our youth. Can we truly hold that against her? One of the older researchers chuckled. Indeed, we were all young and impetuous once. I believe a warning would suffice. There is no need to escalate this matter. Susu had grown under their watchful eyes, and some of the older researchers expressed their reluctance to follow strict protocol. They knew Professor Chen held Susu in high regard and had invested considerable effort into her development. He had even allowed her to accompany him on experiments to broaden her horizons, effectively grooming her as a successor. To dismiss her over this incident would not only sadden Professor Chun, but would also be a tremendous loss for their team, as Susu's talent and progress were evident. In a few years, she could potentially emerge as the foremost female expert in nuclear power, both nationally and internationally. Such a loss over a single incident would be detrimental not only to their research team but to the entire nation of Huaxia. However, despite the subtle pleas contained within the group and Oppo's S-words, Professor Chen appeared oblivious, engrossed in his examination of the control panel of the particle collider. His gaze occasionally drifted to the blackboard, his focus solely on the data inscribed there. Amidst the puzzled expressions of his colleagues, he flipped the switch on the particle collider and began manipulating the array of complex buttons on the control panel, alternating his gaze between the machine's display and the data on the board. He was conducting a verification experiment. Chapter 39, Activating the Instrument. Professor Chen. What is Professor Chen doing? He is actually verifying the accuracy of the data on the blackboard? Could it be that those figures are genuine? No way. Those numbers cannot possibly be true. Indeed, it is evident that these figures require no validation, as they must be fabricated. No one could possibly acquire the correct coordinates that meet experimental demands in just one night. It is simply implausible. Unknown coordinates can only be determined through repeated attempts and erroneous outcomes, unless by some miraculous stroke of luck one stumbles upon the correct coordinates. Observing Professor Chun at the control panel, diligently adjusting various buttons, the nearby researchers exchanged subtle shakes of their heads. They had no faith that the string of data on the blackboard represented accurate coordinates. Typically, obtaining correct coordinates would take a month, if not several months. How could they be discovered in just one day? It seemed impossible, though they all silently shook their heads, even if they believed that the data was undoubtedly false. Once Professor Chen had activated the particle collider, they chose not to voice their doubts. They would simply await the results. If, by some infinitesimal chance, the data on that blackboard were indeed the correct coordinates, it would drastically shorten their research time on controlled nuclear fusion. However, that probability was exceedingly slim. As seasoned researchers, they were acutely aware of the myriad challenges faced in scientific endeavors. They had never before encountered such a simplistic approach to research. The entire experimental process, including the theoretical data, had been prepared in advance, requiring no effort on their part. Even the testing of collision coordinates, which typically demanded their energy, had been completed by someone else. What, then, was the purpose of their presence? Were they merely to mechanically follow the provided experimental procedures? If scientific research could be accomplished so effortlessly, they would not be toiling away daily, exhausting themselves to the point of baldness. Ding! A mechanical sound emanated from the control panel. Professor Chen had completed his verification. Hearing the sound, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward him. Professor Chen stood before the control panel, eyes fixed intently on the large screen, his expression frozen in disbelief. Professor, it and amp, oppose, s normal for the coordinates to be inaccurate. Please do not be too upset. Yes, Professor Chen, Su has only conducted a few ion collision experiments, so it's understandable that she could not find the correct coordinates. Dawn and oppose, be distressed, Professor, the probability of these coordinates being correct is already minimal, so try not to take it to heart. The researchers observed Professor Chen and Oppo's expression, assuming his frustration stemmed from the inaccuracy of the test coordinates. If they were to empathize, they would surely feel anger in his position. Not only had Su used the particle collider without permission, but she had also falsified data to deceive them. This was truly an excessive act. Once Su arrives, we shall have a serious discussion with her. Do not be too disheartened. Good morning, everyone. I just heard someone mention my name. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from the laboratory door. Su, clad in a white lab coat, entered the room, followed closely by Li Bing. The two walked into the laboratory side by side. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Li Bing furrowed his brow at the peculiar looks directed towards them, worried that another issue had arisen. Su, you arrived just in time. As Su and Li Bing entered, the atmosphere in the laboratory turned grave. Su, did you use the particle collider yesterday? Were those data points on the blackboard written by you? Several older researchers approached Su and Li Bing. Professor Chen remained at the control panel, lost in thought, unaware of the unfolding situation. It fell upon the older researchers to admonish the two in Professor Chen's stead. Indeed. We tested the coordinates with the particle collider yesterday, and I was the one who recorded the data. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Su glanced at the blackboard behind the researchers, a smile playing on her lips as she nodded. She and Li Bing had spent several hours yesterday accurately determining the ion collision coordinates that met the experimental requirements. However, it had been incredibly taxing. She had intended to arrive at the laboratory early today to surprise everyone, but a late-night discussion with Li Bing about nuclear power theory had caused her to oversleep. Impressive. Indeed. Quite remarkable. The older researchers observed Su and Oppos as somewhat proud demeanor, and their already stern expressions darkened further. What has gotten into this girl today? She had never behaved like this before. Now that she had made a mistake, she appeared almost smug. Is this not a bit excessive? Su, do you realize how precious our laboratory's particle collider is? There are only 3 in all of Huaxia. Didn't our research team establish a guideline stating that when conducting ion collision experiments, Professor Chen must supervise at all times? How could you use the machine without authorization? Are you not aware that this violates our regulations? Do you understand the consequences of defying our research team and Oppo's rules? The older researchers, visibly agitated, felt their chests rise and fall with indignation. Without rules, there can be no order. Violating the regulations could lead to severe repercussions, including expulsion from the research team by Professor Chen himself. As Professor Chen's protege, they could not bear to see this rising star in the field of nuclear power falter. However, if Su continued with her careless demeanor, they would not intercede on her behalf before Professor Chen. Consequences? I am fully aware of them. However, I did not activate the particle collider. Su was taken aback, surprised that they were not concerned about the data on the blackboard, but rather reprimanding her for operating the collider without permission. But she had not even touched the machine. It wasn't you? Then who could it have been? Yesterday, the entire laboratory had only the 2 of you present. Upon hearing Su's words, the older researchers grew even angrier, as did some of the younger researchers who had been considering defending her. To them, Li Bing was a complete novice with no experimental experience. He likely didn't even know how to turn on the particle collider, let alone operate it. The only possibility was that Su. Who else could have operated the oldest, smallest particle collider yesterday? It was me. Su had nothing to do with it. Chapter 40. The illusory data. Li Bing stepped forward from beside Su, shielding the somewhat bewildered Su from view. After listening attentively for a while, he finally understood the source of the anger among the group. It turned out that someone had used the particle collider without authorization. However, was it not the very purpose of the machine to be utilized? Was it merely a decorative piece? Moreover, without employing the particle collider, how could they possibly derive the final coordinate data? Was it to be fabricated from thin air? As for the claims of machine damage, that was utterly preposterous. He possessed the memories of Iron Man, Tony Stark, and while this older model of the particle collider might be somewhat challenging to operate, he was certainly capable of handling it. There was no possibility of him causing any damage to the machine. Did this group truly need to be so incensed over such a trivial matter? Group leader, this situation does not concern you. Yes, indeed, it did not concern him. This machine was not something he could operate at will. You have just joined our research team and are unaware of our protocols. Professor Lee is particularly averse to anyone disrupting the rules he has established. Group leader Lee, do not shield Su in this instance. The more you do, the angrier Professor Chun will become. Group leader Lee, have Su feign an apology, and we can discuss this matter further, thereby allowing it to pass. The group exchanged knowing glances with Li Bing, imploring him to reconsider. They did not wish for Su to be dismissed, but if Li Bing continued to protect her, Professor Chen would undoubtedly impose a severe penalty. In truth, it was I who operated the particle collider, and Su had no involvement. She merely recorded the data. Furthermore, as the leader of this research team, my use of the particle collider was essential for the completion of our project. I see no impropriety in that. Li Bing and Appo's expression turned grave as he rapped his knuckles against the table, his voice resonating clearly. Were he not the leader of this project? He would undoubtedly offer an apology to Professor Chen, considering this was a rule set by him. However, now that he held the position of project leader, it was imperative to amend certain unreasonable regulations. Otherwise, they would significantly hinder the progression of their research. Group leader Lee, you cannot be serious. You operated the particle collider yesterday? That is impossible, absolutely impossible. Professor Chen previously stated that you possess no research experience. How could you possibly operate this machine? Indeed, even seasoned professionals require over 6 months of training to master its operation. Group leader Lee, surely you jest. The attendees found it difficult to believe Li Bing and Appo's assertion about operating the particle collider. They were seasoned researchers, well aware of the immense difficulty in learning to operate such machinery within a short time frame. It was, without a doubt, an impossibility, especially for someone like Li Bing, who had never encountered research work before. They assumed that his claims were merely an attempt to shield Su from repercussions. What need was there for such jest? As researchers, should they not be more concerned about the experimental data Su had been instructed to write on the blackboard? Why focus on my operation of the particle collider? Li Bing shook his head slightly, gesturing towards the various data on the blackboard. To ensure that the researchers could accurately comprehend their operations from the previous day, Su had even taken the liberty of correcting earlier inaccuracies on the board. Data? What data? Are you referring to the figures on the blackboard? These figures are clearly fabricated. Why should we concern ourselves with them? Indeed, group leader. Did you truly have Su write these figures? Surely you do not intend to deceive us with these false data? The crowd cast a glance toward the blackboard, their interest waning. They did not believe Li Bing could operate the particle collider. So how could they possibly trust that the data on the blackboard was derived from experiments conducted by him and Su? False data? You assert that the information on the board is false? Su was taken aback, looking at the others. No wonder they did not exhibit the surprise or astonishment she had anticipated. They believed that the data on the blackboard was merely a fabrication. Is it even possible for these to be genuine data? One person chuckled helplessly. You surely know how challenging it is to derive coordinates that meet experimental requirements. Scientists in Italy spent 3 years without achieving their desired results. You claim to have obtained precise coordinates that meet experimental standards in just 1 day? That is utterly implausible. The particle collision experiments are microscopic in nature, and attempting to calibrate suitable coordinates through human intervention is akin to scaling a mountain. Even a slight breath can alter the outcome. It is inconceivable to find suitable coordinates within just a day. Even a month would be insufficient. While I too find it astonishing, it is true that Li Bing managed to identify appropriate coordinate coefficients in fewer than 40 trials. You can verify the final coordinates. They undoubtedly meet the criteria. Upon hearing these remarks, Su finally grasped why the others were skeptical of her previous claims. Indeed, were it not for her first-hand experience the day before, She would have found it difficult to believe that anyone could accomplish in a single day what an entire research team typically achieved over months or even longer. Verification? Professor Chun has already validated the results. They are conclusive. Look at the display screen. One person pointed toward Professor Chun, who was stationed at the control panel, then took a few steps to the right to gaze at the screen of the particle collider. Previously, due to the angle, the details had not been entirely clear. Particle collision data, left 209, 85, right 950, 13, deviation 0, 32, energy release 85, 23, proton fluctuation rate 7880. Chapter 41. The successor. As the individual concluded reading the final data displayed on the screen, their voice abruptly ceased. Their pupils constricted sharply as they gazed incredulously at the large screen. The expressions on their face transformed repeatedly, shifting from casual indifference to bewilderment, and finally settling into sheer astonishment. Their mouth instinctively fell agape as they stared at the particle collider's display, glancing over at Li Bing and Su Su beside them. Stammering, they struggled to articulate a coherent thought. The gathered crowd, equally stunned, questioned their own hearing. What was the data they had just heard? Could it be that they had momentarily imagined it? In the controlled nuclear fusion experiment, the energy release rate required post-collision must exceed 80, while the proton fluctuation rate needs to surpass 70. Only by meeting these criteria can the nuclear fusion reaction officially commence. How much was that? Had they truly heard the figures correctly? The crowd lifted their gazes, diverting attention from Li Bing and Su Su to scrutinize the highlighted numbers on the particle collider's vast screen. Deviance, 0, 32. Energy release, 85. 23. Proton fluctuation rate, 78-80. These figures entirely aligned with the experimental requirements. Upon witnessing this data, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, swallowing hard in disbelief. Could the coordinates inscribed on the board genuinely be accurate? How could this be possible? Was this data authentic? This simply could not be. Had they not been dreaming? Astonishingly, it indeed met the experimental criteria. How could this be? Even after confirming the display's compliance with the requirements, they found it difficult to trust their own eyes. Had they truly tested coordinates that adhered to the experimental standards within merely a day? Was this sheer luck or a result of exceptional technical prowess? After years of research, they had never witnessed such rapid success in testing coordinates that met experimental demands. If the scientists in Italy were to learn of this, would they not be infuriated? Perhaps tossing their spaghetti in indignation? It was utterly unreasonable. Having witnessed it firsthand, how could it be false? Professor Chen, who had been standing before the operations console, suddenly spoke, slowly turning to face Li Bing. His gaze was complex, a mixture of shock, envy, admiration, and a hint of regret. Initially, he thought that while Li Bing possessed an outstanding theoretical foundation, he would likely be inexperienced in practical operations. Professor Chen had intended to impart some experimental wisdom to him. Little did he expect that, in contrast to his theoretical knowledge, Li Bing's experimental skills were remarkably formidable. In comparison, Professor Chen felt as if he had squandered a significant portion of his life's work. He had always doubted the existence of geniuses, attributing success merely to talent and hard work. However, witnessing Li Bing shattered his preconceived notions time and again. First, there was his self-education in prison, where he developed theories on controlled nuclear fusion, even envisioning subsequent practical applications. Now, he had completed in a single day what other project teams would take 3 to 6 months to accomplish, locating the correct collision coordinates. A prodigy, a rare talent. Professor Chen patted Li Bing's shoulder, seemingly exhaling a sigh of relief. In his twilight years, he had finally found a successor capable of carrying the banner of China's nuclear energy research. The weight on his shoulders had considerably lightened. After dedicating his life to the cause of nuclear energy for his country, he was finally witnessing a glimmer of hope. With this standard collision experimental coordinate, their research progress could potentially save half a year. Initially, he had worried that this research on controlled nuclear fusion would pose challenges for their team, especially given their lack of prior experience in this domain. However, it now seemed that this might be the simplest research experiment he had ever encountered. Professor Chen's keen insight was indeed remarkable. No wonder he had insisted on appointing Li Bing as the team leader. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned if Li Bing had traversed from a future world. Once the initial shock subsided, the crowd's expressions transformed into fervent excitement. Their confidence in the experiment significantly bolstered. Although they possessed comprehensive theoretical data and experimental procedures, they had harbored reservations regarding this inaugural venture into controlled nuclear fusion research. They were AF Chapter 42. Unlocking the System Mall. Ding, congratulations, host. You have officially commenced the development of the Makai battle armor. Research progress. 3:18. Congratulations. Host, your research progress has exceeded 1, and you have received a preliminary reward, 50 research points. Please continue to strive diligently to complete your research work as soon as possible. In the office, Li Bing sat before his computer, organizing a series of materials. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, the system's notification. To receive rewards so soon after beginning his research? Surprised by the system's announcement, Li Bing momentarily paused his actions, astonished that the team had barely embarked on their scientific endeavors, yet had already obtained corresponding reward points. Ding, the system points mall has been unlocked. In the next moment, another system notification resonated in his mind, indicating the activation of the points mall. Initially, it had remained inactive due to his lack of points, but now, with the acquisition of system rewards, the mall was promptly unlocked. Opening the mall, Li Bing silently concentrated. Having always harbored great interest in the system and Oppo's S offerings, Ding host and Oppo's S points are below 1,000, temporarily granting access to the novice points mall, with items priced under 200 research points. The system's voice continued to flow into Li Bing's ears, leaving him slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the points mall would be tiered. He had assumed that upon activating the mall's functionality, he would be able to view all available products. Soon, as Li Bing focused his thoughts, a virtual panel reminiscent of an online game appeared before him. The panel displayed only 2 major categories, one of which was design blueprints. Blueprint for crude lithography machine, 200 points. Blueprint for new energy concept sports car, 50 points. Blueprint for magnetic levitation concept vehicle, 100 points. Blueprint for basic electromagnetic laser cannon, 120 points. Gazing at the design blueprints on the system mall panel, Li Bing found himself astonished even by the most rudimentary designs. The new energy sports car, a civilian device, was noteworthy. But the inclusion of a crude lithography machine was particularly surprising, requiring merely 200 points. Li Bing perused the design blueprint category, discovering approximately 30 to 40 designs had been unlocked by the system. The remaining designs were all marked as locked. However, even the least expensive blueprint demanded 50 research points, a threshold he currently could not meet. Soon, he shifted his gaze to the second category, which comprised materials. Titanium alloy 1 kilogram, 90 points. Memory metal 1 kilogram, 10 points. Vibranium 1 kilogram, 200 points. Ultra-high temperature insulating metal 1 kilogram, 180 points. Room temperature superconducting material 1 kilogram, 20 points compared to the blueprints. The materials were relatively more affordable, yet his total points amounted to a mere 35, limiting him to only the less expensive materials, such as vibranium and titanium alloy, rare metals he was currently unable to procure. He pondered whether he could exchange for materials suitable for fusion conduction properties. Sitting in his executive chair, he surveyed the virtual screen filled with various metals, his fingers gliding incessantly across the interface. Truly, this was a technological system. Many materials were unfamiliar to him, including those capable of stretching 30 to 40 times their original length and materials that could completely insulate against electrical currents. Numerous materials even had exchange prices exceeding 200 points, rendering him ineligible to view them with his current point balance. He knew he must expedite the production of the Makai battle armor to accrue more points. Susu summoned all team leaders for a meeting. As evening fell within the research institute, Li Bing sat in his office. Professor Chen and the other team leaders had gathered, exchanging puzzled glances at Li Bing, who occupied the seat of honor. They were bewildered as to why they had all been called together. The formal experiments had only just begun, making it perplexing to convene a meeting so soon. Team Leader Li, our group's research has only just commenced. Is there something specific that warrants a meeting? Indeed. Team Leader Li, our group is currently engaged in proton screening. Why have we been summoned? Team Leader Li, is there a new directive? The group spoke in confusion, seeking clarification from Li Bing. When Professor Chen had summoned them, no specifics had been provided, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. Normally, research discussions would not commence until at least 7 days had elapsed, allowing time to consolidate any issues encountered during that period, fostering collective insight. 7 days was already a short time frame. Typical research often spanned over a year, presenting myriad challenges. If meetings were to occur daily, they would scarcely have time for actual research. Such an approach seemed excessively formalistic. Who could endure daily assemblies? The group exchanged glances, eager to comprehend Li Bing's intentions. With the research still in its infancy, possessing detailed data, they had yet to encounter significant issues that warranted a concentrated discussion. However, there indeed existed a critical problem that necessitated collective brainstorming. Li Bing rapped on the table, signaling for silence. Observing the expressions on their faces, it was evident they remained oblivious to the reason for the gathering. A serious issue? Team leader, have you encountered a grave problem? Could you possibly face an obstacle? Upon hearing Li Bing's words, the group was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Li Bing could encounter difficulties. Following the events of yesterday and this morning, they had instinctively regarded him as an omniscient figure, particularly within the realm of nuclear power, where he seemed unfazed by challenges. After all, it was challenging to conceive of any problem that could outmatch someone capable of presenting the theoretical foundations of controllable nuclear fusion. Furthermore, if he truly faced an insurmountable issue, they doubted their own capacity to resolve it. Despite their own considerable experience in the scientific community, particularly within the field of nuclear power, they still felt somewhat dwarfed by Li Bing and Appo's brilliance. If he struggled with a problem, they certainly would not possess the means to address it. The group exchanged glances before collectively turning their attention to Li Bing and Professor Chen, eager to discover what dilemma could confound such a prodigious talent. Chapter 43, Research and Development challenges. This issue, as you are all aware, is the very one you discussed yesterday. Li Bing cast a glance at Su Su, signaling her to distribute the prepared materials to the group leaders present. The question at hand concerns the materials that can effectively conduct the energy generated by controlled nuclear fusion. As you mentioned yesterday, it appears that the materials currently available in the world are inadequate to withstand the immense energy produced by controlled nuclear fusion. Li Bing activated the projector in his office, while Su Su began distributing the documents to the various group leaders. Professor Chen had conveyed the matters discussed yesterday to me. I pondered over the issue throughout the night, yet no suitable solutions came to mind. As you all know, the goal of our experiment is not merely to validate the feasibility of controlled nuclear fusion, but to engineer nuclear-powered exoskeletons. If we cannot resolve the issue of energy transmission to the materials, this experiment will be deemed a failure. I have convened this meeting to inquire if anyone has any viable suggestions. Li Bing surveyed the audience. These seasoned researchers were well-versed in their fields and might offer valuable insights. However, upon hearing his query, several individuals exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions reflecting hesitation, as they had not anticipated this particular question. The energy produced by nuclear fusion is overwhelmingly vast, and conventional conductive materials are entirely incapable of withstanding such intense energy transfer, posing a constant risk of catastrophic explosions. While they have succeeded in controlling the initiation and cessation of nuclear fusion and can manage the energy produced to some extent, the current conductive materials exhibit excessive energy consumption. Even without explosive failures, the resultant high temperatures would inevitably lead to the melting of the materials themselves. Given that the global scientific community has yet to validate any successful experiments on controlled nuclear fusion, the consideration of energy transmission materials has not been a priority. In their prior research, this aspect was not taken into account. Leaderly, I believe the issue of materials is not one we need to address at this moment. We should focus on completing our controlled nuclear fusion validation experiment first. Indeed, Leaderly, another chimed in, without having conducted ignition tests for nuclear fusion. Is it not a bit premature to delve into the matter of conductive materials? They were correct. If our controlled nuclear fusion experiment were to fail, discovering an ideal energy transmission material would be of no consequence. The current focus on conductive materials seems somewhat misaligned with our immediate objectives. A few individuals contemplated this and spoke up in council. Their intention was not to wish for the failure of the controlled nuclear fusion experiment. Rather, they believed that the pressing priority should be the successful validation of controlled nuclear fusion itself. This was the crux of the experiment. While concepts of nuclear-powered exoskeletons or other nuclear weaponry were matters for another time, progress must be made step by step. The exhaustive focus on controlled nuclear fusion had already consumed the entire research team's resources. Diverting some members to study conductive materials might hinder the advancement of nuclear fusion research. Even Professor Chen remained silent, and among the many researchers present, all were dedicated experts in nuclear energy. To them, the paramount concern was controlled nuclear fusion, while the importance of conductive materials could not be dismissed entirely. They paled in significance when compared to the research on controlled nuclear fusion, especially considering Li Bing's genius in the field of nuclear energy. Pivoting to materials science would indeed seem a diversion from their primary mission, if they could successfully develop controlled nuclear fusion. The research into energy transmission materials could proceed at a more leisurely pace. Li Bing, observing the expressions of his colleagues, understood their sentiments and offered a resigned smile. You fear that I might squander human and material resources on the development of energy transmission materials, do you not? Rest assured. I will undertake the research on conductive materials myself. What I require from you now are your insights to aid my endeavors. Li Bing expressed with a hint of resignation. While the group viewed controlled nuclear fusion as the top priority, they were unaware that both the research on controlled nuclear fusion and the study of energy transmission materials were crucial for fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system. Without the development of energy transmission materials, he would be unable to complete the Makai exoskeleton and thus secure the full system rewards. Leader Li, do you intend to conduct this research alone? However, materials science has long been a weak point in our nation's research endeavors. Can you truly manage this on your own? Materials science and our nuclear energy domain are entirely distinct fields. Pursuing this independently may yield little success. Several group leaders expressed concern upon learning of Li Bing's intentions to undertake the study alone. While Li Bing was a genius in the realm of controlled nuclear fusion, the divergence into materials science seemed a potential misallocation of his talents. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, it is essential to explore, he replied. What materials do you believe could effectively transmit energy? Li Bing spoke calmly, still resolute in his pursuit of materials research. Although his current points were limited, they could still be exchanged for some materials. Even if the current technological level of Blue Star was insufficient to synthesize the superconducting materials he required, he could still utilize the system for exchanges. Since you insist, let us pool our thoughts. Which materials do you believe could withstand the formidable energy produced by nuclear fusion? Professor Chen coughed lightly and began to speak. Although he did not support the idea of Li Bing embarking on the development of conductive materials just yet. Now that Li Bing had assured the group that this would not impede the research on nuclear fusion, he refrained from further objections. Moreover, the focus of their current research project was indeed the design and manufacture of the Makai exoskeleton, rather than exclusively investigating controlled nuclear fusion. Therefore, Li Bing's endeavor to develop materials capable of withstanding nuclear fusion energy could be considered a reasonable pursuit. Chapter 44. Room Temperature Superconducting Materials. Professor Chen. It's not that we are unwilling to assist Leader Li. Rather, we genuinely lack knowledge regarding which materials can withstand such immense energy. Indeed, Professor Chen, you are aware of the terrifying energy produced at the moment of nuclear fusion. Setting aside conductivity, even diamonds would likely falter under the energy generated by nuclear fusion. Precisely, Professor Chen. Just the other night, we deliberated for hours, concluding that our current materials cannot fully endure the energy of nuclear fusion. Leader Li and Oppos, S. proposal for creating nuclear kinetic armor is far too advanced. Our understanding of materials science is rather limited. If it proves impossible, perhaps once we complete this controllable nuclear fusion experiment, I can consult a few old friends who specialize in materials science. Many individuals furrowed their brows, pondering the issue for a considerable time before exhaling softly, unable to devise a solution. If they truly knew of any materials capable of withstanding the energy produced by nuclear fusion, they would not keep it to themselves. For they are among the most ardent advocates of the resurgence of our nation. However, the reality is that they were genuinely at a loss. Have none of you, seasoned researchers with decades of experience, ever heard of any potential materials? Li Bing observed the expressions around him and could not help but smirk in resignation. Indeed, the challenge is daunting. He was acutely aware of the difficulty in identifying materials that could endure the colossal energy produced during nuclear fusion. As one researcher previously noted, even the strongest materials on our planet, such as diamonds, cannot withstand such terrifying energy. Other materials would surely fare worse. Must we then rely solely on the system marketplace to exchange for vibranium? Li Bing rubbed his temples, his expression growing more agitated. Vibranium is the most resilient material in the universe and would undoubtedly withstand the immense energy produced by nuclear fusion. The catch, however, is its exorbitant cost, over 200 research credits for a single kilogram. At present, he could scarcely afford to squander such credits. The entire office fell into an eerie silence. The esteemed figures of the research community sat with furrowed brows, repeatedly sifting through their knowledge of materials in their minds. Yet, despite their contemplation, They were unable to conceive any material that could withstand such a powerful energy impact. It is crucial to remember that the energy produced by nuclear fusion is millions of times greater than that of nuclear fission. Just a nuclear reactor powered by fission generates enough energy in a single day to meet the electricity needs of a small city. One can only imagine the magnitude of energy generated by fusion. Is there truly no way forward? Li Bing pondered whether graphene could withstand the energy produced by nuclear fission. After a moment of silence, he turned to Professor Chun. As far as I know, materials that conduct energy during fission seem to utilize properties of graphene. If graphene can endure the energy from fission, could it perhaps withstand the energy from fusion? That may be quite difficult, Professor Chen replied, shaking his head after contemplation. A friend in materials science once mentioned that graphene has already reached its limit in terms of energy absorption from fission. To continue with the significantly more potent energy of fusion is nearly impossible. I see, Li Bing sighed, although he had not held out much hope. Hearing Professor Chen and Appo's words inevitably brought disappointment. Graphene was the only material he could conceive of that might withstand the energy of fusion. With this option now dismissed, he found himself at a complete loss for alternatives. Would he have to wait until he accumulated sufficient research credits to exchange for vibranium? However, I believe there might be another material capable of fulfilling the conductive role. Professor Chen interjected suddenly, suggesting a possibility. Another material? All eyes turned to Professor Chen in unison. Professor, did you just say there exists another material that could serve as a conductor for nuclear fusion? Li Bing could not help but respond. The other researchers trained their gazes on Professor Chen. Had anyone else made such a claim, they would have scoffed. Yet, with Professor Chen's words, they found themselves believing it 80% of the time. After all, it was inconceivable that he would boast in such a serious context. It is indeed a possibility. Though I cannot guarantee success, Professor Chen nodded to the astonished group. What material is it, Professor? Is there truly a substance capable of withstanding the energy produced by nuclear fusion? Surely you jest. I would never jest about such matters. However, I must reiterate that this is merely a hypothesis, and currently, no scientists on this planet have succeeded in developing such a material. Professor Chen turned to Li Bing. Do you know why most conductive materials tend to explode? It is due to excessive energy loss during the transmission process. Energy remains trapped within the conductive material, ultimately overwhelming the protons and causing catastrophic failure, much like the principle behind atomic bomb fission. Before Li Bing could respond, Professor Chen elaborated on the theoretical foundation. The others nodded in understanding. They recognized the necessity of finding a material capable of withstanding energy impacts to serve as a conductor. But have you considered that if we could enhance the efficiency of energy transmission, reducing energy loss to nearly zero, we could potentially avert explosions? Professor Chen continued, revealing his conjecture. Are you suggesting the use of superconducting materials? One researcher interjected, eyes lighting up at the implication. Indeed, Professor Chen had opened a new avenue of thought. Precisely, superconducting materials, Professor Chen confirmed, looking at Li Bing. This was the only potential material he could envision that might succeed. However, our current superconductors are unconventional, necessitating high pressure or temperature for operation. Using such unconventional superconductors for armor construction would be unfeasible. What if it were room temperature superconductors? Li Bing instinctively suggested. Room temperature superconductors would certainly suffice, but as of now, no material scientists have successfully developed such materials. I have heard that researchers in the land of kimchi have spent decades attempting to create room temperature superconductors without success. Their scientists are nearing madness from the endeavor, and it may take another decade or so before room temperature superconductors become a reality. As Professor Chun recounted the struggles of the land of kimchi in their quest for room temperature superconductors, he and several other researchers could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 45. The redemption of unexplored materials. Indeed, the pursuit of superconducting materials warrants consideration. Professor Chen and Appo's recent insight has indeed provided us with a novel perspective. However, it is unfortunate that no room temperature superconducting materials have yet been developed in the world. The existing superconductors operate under conditions of high temperature and pressure. Currently, Leader Li and the global materials science research teams are diligently working towards the creation of room temperature superconducting materials. I believe it won't be long before we witness a successful breakthrough. There is no need for concern. Indeed, While the development of room temperature superconductors poses significant challenges, scientists across various nations have been persistently striving toward this goal. A few years should suffice to achieve groundbreaking advancements. The group turned their gaze toward Li Bing, hoping he would remain patient and focus on successfully advancing the research on controlled nuclear fusion. The challenge of room temperature superconductors represents a new enigma on a global scale, one that an outsider cannot hope to resolve. The assertion that success would come in a few years is merely intended to placate Li Bing while we complete the controlled nuclear fusion experiments. I understand. Room temperature superconductivity is indeed a fresh avenue of exploration. Enough of this. You need not concern yourselves with materials science for the time being. I shall devise a plan. Li Bing raised his hand, silencing the chatter among the group. After an entire night of reflection, he had gained a fair understanding of room temperature superconductors. Given the current level of research in Blue Star, some research teams have indeed begun experimentation in developing room temperature superconductors, with a solid foundation of stable superconducting materials. The pursuit of room temperature variants seems plausible. Yet, it is regrettable that this research appears to be hindered by some insurmountable bottlenecks. Those teams dedicated to this endeavor have made little progress over the years. Relying solely on these research teams to yield room temperature superconductors would require several more years, if not decades. Li Bing could not afford to squander time. This evening, he intended to investigate whether the conduction properties of superconducting materials could accommodate the energy transmission of nuclear fusion under extremely stable conditions. Should this prove feasible, he planned to procure the necessary materials through the system marketplace. I will handle the materials aspect. If superconducting materials can indeed withstand the energy of nuclear fusion, we shall utilize room temperature superconductors for our experiments. Li Bing and Apo's mind began to formulate strategies for utilizing the system to acquire materials. Presently, he possessed merely 35 research points, enough to exchange for only 2 to 3 kilograms of room temperature superconductors. Wastefulness was not an option. Li Bing, do not jest. The mention of room temperature superconductors was merely a casual remark. Do not take it to heart, cautioned one of his colleagues. Indeed, Li Bing. Even professional research teams have yet to succeed in developing room temperature superconductors. How could you embark on such an endeavor? Another added. Specialized tasks should be entrusted to specialists. Your lack of expertise in materials science means that diverting your attention to this field, abandoning the research on controlled nuclear fusion, would be akin to forsaking substance for trivialities. Professor Chen observed the serious expression on Li Bing and Apo's face and felt a sense of foreboding. Surely, Li Bing did not intend to embark on the study of room temperature superconductors. Although Li Bing possessed profound knowledge of nuclear power theory, Chen had never heard of his involvement in materials science. To conjure a room temperature superconductor from thin air was simply implausible. Others shared a moment of disbelief. While they had previously endorsed Professor Chen's line of thought, it was merely theoretical. In the short term, the development of room temperature superconductors remained an impossibility. Chen's idea was but a hypothesis. The prospect of actual implementation was far from feasible. Yet, Li Bing seemed resolute in his intention to undertake the development of room temperature superconductors. Was this not a jest? Leaderly, we were merely joking. Surely, you do not intend to pursue the study of room temperature superconductors alone? We recognize your exceptional talent. But such materials are not something anyone can simply engage with. Without decades of materials science research, one might struggle to even grasp the theoretical aspects of room temperature superconductors. Indeed. Leaderly, let us remain focused on the research of controlled nuclear fusion. The subsequent exploration of room temperature superconductors can unfold gradually. We need not rush this process. Scientific inquiry is not a task to be completed in haste, they urged. A chorus of voices arose, attempting to dissuade Li Bing from abandoning his primary focus in favor of the elusive room temperature superconductors. While not specialists in materials science, they understood that such breakthroughs were not easily attained. Among the formidable challenges facing humanity, both room temperature superconductors and controlled nuclear fusion stood as significant barriers to technological advancement. Controlled nuclear fusion addresses energy concerns, while room temperature superconductors tackle data transmission speeds. The notion that Li Bing could resolve these two monumental challenges with a single suite of nuclear-powered armor was far-fetched. If such solutions were readily attainable, researchers would not have dedicated years, even decades, of their lives within these modest laboratories. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I shall not neglect the research on controlled nuclear fusion. However, given that we have a potential avenue of exploration, I would regret not pursuing it. There is no need for further persuasion. Li Bing gently shook his head, signaling for silence. He possessed a system. What others could not accomplish did not preclude his success. He merely needed to demonstrate that superconducting materials could indeed transmit the energy generated by nuclear fusion, and he would proceed with the exchange. The sole dilemma might be how to articulate his findings regarding the development of room-temperature superconductors. After all, there exists a significant distinction between marketplace exchanges and actual research endeavors. Unlike the Makai armor, he could not elucidate the principles behind the items acquired through the system. Should inquiries arise, he would find himself at a loss for answers. Li Bing, if you are indeed contemplating the study of room-temperature superconductors, I shall reach out to an old acquaintance of mine in a few days. He is an expert in materials science here in Huaxia and could elucidate the tremendous challenges involved in developing room-temperature superconductors, Professor Chen suggested after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 46. Witnessing history. Although their time together was not particularly long, Professor Chen had come to understand Li Bing quite well. He knew that once Li Bing made a decision, he was unlikely to waver, especially regarding research matters. Initially, when Professor Chen had expressed his desire to conduct experiments on controlled nuclear fusion, Li Bing insisted on developing nuclear-powered exosuits, which led to the subsequent creation of the exosuit blueprints. Now that Li Bing had declared his intention to research room-temperature superconductors, Professor Chen recognized that it would be impossible for him and his colleagues to alter Li Bing and Oppo's focus. They could only enlist the help of materials science experts to persuade him to abandon this impractical pursuit. At that moment, Professor Chen recalled an old friend whom he believed could convince Li Bing to reconsider. Surely, with his expertise, he would be able to dissuade Li Bing from venturing into the realm of room-temperature superconductors. Is there an expert in this field? Perfect. I can consult him on a few questions. Li Bing nodded, accepting Professor Chen's kind offer. He himself possessed little knowledge of materials science. And even if he were to acquire room-temperature superconductors, he would likely encounter a myriad of complications. Having a master in materials science to guide him would be most advantageous. All right, I will notify him tonight. He should arrive by tomorrow at the earliest. You two can have a thorough discussion then. It and Oppo's getting late. Let us all retire for the evening. We can continue our discussions tomorrow. Professor Chen nodded and glanced around at the researchers who seemed eager to speak but held their tongues for the moment. He wanted his old friend to have a meaningful conversation with Li Bing, believing that his friend and Oppo's insights would surely dissuade Li Bing from pursuing room-temperature superconductors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, in Dormitory 101 of the Shanghai Research Institute, the door swung open to reveal a tidy room as Su and Li Bing returned. Oh, I am utterly exhausted today. Su stepped into the room first, stretching and slipping off her high heels. A faint, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of a captivating natural scent. The room was immaculate, nearly devoid of dust, and the living area was relatively spacious. Although it was merely a two-person dormitory, the area could easily be estimated at around 80 to 90 square meters, complete with all sorts of furniture and appliances. The sofa in the living room exuded youthful charm, while the balcony displayed Su's freshly washed clothes. One door was slightly ajar, while another remained firmly closed. The kitchen and bathroom were both fully equipped. The staff dormitory at the Shanghai Research Institute was remarkably luxurious. Given the decor, size, and location, renting such a place would normally cost at least 20,000 RMB per month. Li Bing, did you gather the team leaders for a meeting this afternoon? Was there a specific issue that arose? Su casually removed her coat and turned on the air conditioning. Due to the summer heat, she wore only a tank top beneath, accentuating her graceful figure. Her long, fair legs were strikingly beautiful, with a hint of rosy undertone. Li Bing sat on the sofa, intending to browse the system marketplace, but found himself momentarily distracted. Glancing at Su, who was changing clothes in front of him, he felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Did she really feel so at ease in his presence? Swallowing hard, he closed the marketplace and spoke slowly. Indeed, there are some issues. It pertains to the conductive materials Professor Chen mentioned yesterday. Conventional materials cannot withstand the energy produced by nuclear fusion. This afternoon, we discussed what materials might be able to endure such forces. Oh, did you arrive at any conclusions? Su and Oppo's interest was piqued upon hearing this research-related topic. Although she had no specific expertise in materials science and typically did not concern herself with such issues, this matter was directly tied to their project. If they could indeed discover a material capable of withstanding the immense energy produced during nuclear fusion, Li Bing and Appo's vision for a nuclear-powered exosuit might just become a reality. With the power system, conduction system, and structural design all aligned, the prospect of the nuclear-powered exosuit could soon be realized. Professor Chen proposed a hypothetical material that I believe could endure that level of energy. Li Bing nodded, knowing there was no need to keep secrets from Su Su, who was also a researcher. Really? What material? Su Su and Appo's eyes widened with surprise, her brows furrowing in excitement as she looked at him. Is there truly a viable direction? Does this mean the advent of the nuclear-powered exosuit is imminent? Room temperature superconductors. Li Bing picked up a cup from the table and took a small sip. After a day filled with organizing materials and attending meetings, he had barely had a chance to hydrate. However, upon hearing his response, Su Su froze momentarily, her brows knitting together in skepticism. Room temperature superconductors? Are you joking, Li Bing? As far as I know, no research team in any country has successfully developed high-temperature superconductors yet. While she did not closely follow fields outside of nuclear power, she was aware of the global challenge that room temperature superconductivity posed. The most successful superconducting materials to date were the high-temperature superconductors developed by Swedish scientists, which achieved superconductivity at temperatures as high as 3,000 degrees Celsius. Though requiring such extreme conditions, this was the closest the world had come to room temperature superconductors. Applying such high-temperature superconducting materials to nuclear fusion energy transmission was utterly impractical. Not only were such extreme conditions rarely achievable in nature, but the energy produced during nuclear fusion would become increasingly unstable at such high temperatures, leading to potential explosions and rendering practical application impossible. In other words, no nation had genuinely succeeded in developing room temperature superconductors. Yet, Li Bing had just proclaimed his intention to experiment with them. What on earth was happening? Confusion etched across her face. Su Su turned to Li Bing, observing that his expression did not suggest he was jesting. Indeed, no research team has developed such materials at this time. Li Bing nodded, placing the cup back on the coffee table and stretching leisurely. Addressing Su Su and Appo's doubts, he spoke calmly. Thus, I plan to develop them myself. Chapter 47. Let us begin. I am prepared. What? Li Bing, what did you say? Do you intend to develop it yourself? Room temperature superconducting materials? Su Su, having just retrieved a cup of papaya milk from the refrigerator, stood frozen in disbelief at Li Bing and Appo's words. Was she hallucinating? Did he truly claim he would independently create room temperature superconductors? This was madness. Why not? Is there a problem? Since Professor Chun has provided me with such a concept, I have no reason to abandon it. Besides, haven't high-temperature superconductors already been discovered? I believe it shouldn't be overly difficult to develop a room temperature version based on that prototype, Li Bing replied, maintaining his composure as he observed Su Su, who stood nearby. He was not a specialized researcher and was unaware of the implications surrounding room temperature superconductors. After all, the system and Appo's marketplace allowed for exchanges. He merely needed to devise a plausible rationale when the time came. Not overly difficult? Su Su regarded him with a peculiar expression, unsure of how to respond. Was he blissfully ignorant or genuinely confident? If the creation of room temperature superconductors were as simple as Li Bing suggested, then scientists across the globe would not have exhausted their efforts and wasted decades in pursuit of this goal. If a materials researcher were to hear Li Bing's claims, they would likely be incensed. Li Bing, as a colleague, I advise you to reconsider pursuing room temperature superconductors. This material has eluded scientists worldwide through various methodologies, and to think you could develop it in a short time is excessively ambitious. Su Su, holding a glass of water, settled beside Li Bing, her long, fair legs crossed as she gazed earnestly at him. Leaning slightly forward, her ample form nearly pressed against him, she genuinely wanted to offer him advice. As a prodigy in the field of nuclear power, Li Bing's talents ought not to be squandered on materials science. As the saying goes, a stranger in a strange land. No matter how gifted Li Bing was, the prospect of quickly developing room temperature superconductors was nearly impossible. You make valid points, yet I wish to attempt it. Abandoning something without trying is not my style. Rest assured, it won't take too long. If I see no progress within a week, I shall reconsider. Li Bing stated matter-of-factly as he pulled out his laptop, beginning to research the discovery process of high-temperature superconductors in search of inspiration. With the point shop at his disposal, he could exchange for room temperature superconductors if he so desired. However, to suddenly present such a groundbreaking concept would be too ostentatious. Thus, he intended to conduct a few preliminary experiments first. A week? You intend to develop room temperature superconductors in a week? Are you certain you haven't been drinking? How do you propose to achieve that in such a short time? Do you even have a strategy? Su nearly believed Li Bing had lost his mind. Spouting such nonsense. Not even the greatest scientists in history would dare to make such a claim. A strategy? Li Bing and Oppos' gaze wandered about the room until it landed on the pressure cooker in the kitchen, and an idea sparked in his mind. Ah, of course. Tomorrow. Please move the pressure cooker to my office. The pressure cooker to the office? Su followed his gaze and stared at her newly purchased pressure cooker, momentarily perplexed. What would they need a pressure cooker for? Were they not discussing the development of room temperature superconductors? Why had the conversation shifted so abruptly? After a brief exchange, Su, unable to comprehend Li Bing and Oppos' line of thought, eventually let it go. The notion of developing room temperature superconductors within a week was indeed far-fetched, and she did not dwell on it further. Suddenly, she leaned in closer to Li Bing, who was absorbed in his research, startling him with her unexpected movement. He felt a soft warmth brush against his arm, followed by an enchanting fragrance that seemed to emanate from her. What are you doing? Li Bing stammered, his eyes widening in shock. Su, please don't be reckless. I am not that kind of person. He instinctively leaned back, astonished by the alluring yet aloof woman before him. What was she intending? Surely, she did not mean to. No, that would come at a different cost. He was not a man of loose morals. Ignoring his protests, Su turned sideways and retrieved 2 sheets of white paper from the drawer beneath Li Bing's desk, placing them on the coffee table. These were the application forms Li Bing had previously written in prison for the Research Institute. Yesterday, you explained many of the derivation formulas on this application. I still don't fully understand them. Could you elaborate further? Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at him, her desire for knowledge palpable. Is that all? Li Bing, hand resting on his lap, had been prepared to resist her wishes. He had not anticipated that she merely sought to comprehend the derivation formulas. Can you teach me? Su urged, her eyes twinkling with eagerness. Yes, of course, Li Bing replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at his empty hands. However, I cannot teach you solely with my hands. Please fetch your pen. He indicated the carbon pen beneath the television cabinet. Although the nuclear power derivation formulas were easy for him due to the system's influence, conveying them to an ordinary person required demonstration and hands-on guidance. Oh, right. I will get it now? Su exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the prospect of him demonstrating the process. She quickly stood to retrieve the pen. Her decision to live with Li Bing had proven wise, knowledge of nuclear power derivations was profound, and even her mentor, Professor Chen, would not have the patience to explain it thoroughly. Li Bing had already shared valuable insights over 2 evenings. Soon, Su returned, her long legs gracefully crossing as she settled back onto the couch, handing the black carbon pen to Li Bing. Li Bing, I am ready. Please begin. But take your time and be thorough. Chapter 48. The video leak, I mentioned that they seemed quite compatible, didn't I? Indeed, they are a match. This handsome man and beautiful woman could rival any celebrity. Ha. It's no surprise they belong to our research team. Team leader Li and Su truly give off a vibe of perfect harmony. Look at all these comments online praising Su's beauty. In the research lab of the Magic City, as Li Bing and Su entered, they noticed Professor Chen and several project leaders gathered in the center, engrossed in animated discussion. What could have happened? Li Bing leaned in closer, observing that the project leaders were all holding their phones. Although these internal devices couldn't Oppos communicate with the outside world, they could receive external signals. This ensured that no one could intentionally relay information outward while still allowing everyone to stay updated on the latest news. Team Leader Li has arrived. Haha. It seems that Team Leader Li has become a celebrity in just a few days. Hey, Team Leader Li, why not share a few words with us? Come on. Take a look. Upon hearing the commotion, the others turned to see Li Bing entering the lab and quickly stepped aside to clear a path for him. A few senior researchers were deeply engaged in a heated debate, with even Professor Chen participating. Professor Chen, what and Oppos' going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Are you facing some kind of problem? Li Bing approached Professor Chen and the others, glancing at the experimental table which bore no signs of activity. The group exchanged knowing smiles and shook their heads slightly. It and Oppos, it's not that we and Oppos, VE encountered difficulties. Rather, we just saw a video of you and Su online. We think you two make quite a lovely pair. After exchanging glances with Su, Li Bing furrowed his brow, puzzled. Their video? When had they ever filmed anything together? Here, take a look. It seems to be from the last time you and Su went out. Someone must have captured it. It and Oppos, garnered quite a lot of likes. And you've become something of a public figure, Professor Chen chuckled, handing his phone to Li Bing. The screen displayed Li Bing and Su against the backdrop of a bustling department store in the Magic City. Ah, so that's the show, Li Bing realized, recognizing it as the quiz program that offered a reward of 100,000 yuan. He noted the impressive number of likes and comments, tens of thousands of likes and nearly 10,000 comments. He had Oppos anticipated the show and Oppos as popularity. The theme of this episode was indeed handsome men and beautiful women. The final couple looked exceptionally glamorous, practically like stars. Even stars Dawn and Oppos looked this good. This girl is simply stunning and exudes such grace. I watched the live broadcast and came back just to see her again. Goddess, oh goddess. Does anyone know her Douhai account? I seek it too. As he scrolled through the comments, it was clear that most were praising Su and Oppos' beauty, with hardly a mention of Li Bing. Team leader Li, who would have thought that a brief outing would turn you into a celebrity? Indeed. But you and Su really do make a striking couple at first glance, interjected several of the older researchers, unable to resist teasing Li Bing and Su. Having spent time together, they had come to understand Li Bing reasonably well. Both his appearance and demeanor were commendable, and his expertise was impeccable, perfectly matching Su and Oppos' criteria for a partner. Now that Su was no longer young, it was about time she found a suitable companion to spend time with. Both Su and Li Bing were taken aback by the older researcher's remarks. Su's cheeks flushed. Even she, despite her usual obliviousness, recognized that Professor Chen was trying to matchmake. Meanwhile, Li Bing, oblivious to Su's expression, simply rubbed his nose. Professors, please don't go playing matchmaker. My focus is still on research. Let and Oppos prioritize our scientific work before considering anything else. Li Bing returned the phone to Professor Chen, his mind solely on the swift development of the Makai battle armor, leaving no room for romantic entanglements. Ha ha ha. Team leader Li, don't take it to heart. We were just joking. They chuckled. But truly, I'm curious about the questions you faced. Did you ultimately win anything? Seeing Li Bing's firm refusal, they chose not to dwell further on the matter, recognizing it was a personal issue between two individuals. They understood that researchers are generally singularly focused on their work, often neglecting romantic pursuits. Of course, we received the prize. The questions? They started off a bit challenging, but soon became quite simple, Li Bing remarked, recalling the earlier inquiries from the host. Oh, if Team Leader Li found them challenging, we must see for ourselves. The others expressed keen interest. They were eager to discover what questions could pose a challenge to someone as brilliant as Li Bing. Professor Chen and the others promptly initiated the video playback. The screen revealed a reasonably attractive host situated in one of the most bustling streets of the Magic City. Hello everyone, welcome to our live broadcast. This is Oppos, Street Random QA and Oppos. The charming host smiled at the camera, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Today, we are at the Magic City Trade Square. The host succinctly outlined the program and Oppos' rules. Although the format was rather conventional, the older researchers listened intently, as their daily focus on scientific endeavors left little room for entertainment. Now, witnessing it for the first time, they found themselves intrigued. This program is quite interesting. Answering questions can yield rewards. Indeed, it seems like a good show. I wonder if we would have a chance at winning 100,000 yuan if we participated. If we can't win, others are even less likely to. There are so many ways to make money nowadays, it's hard to comprehend how young people can earn such sums simply by answering a few questions. Chapter 49. What is the organization of Ultraman? Professor Chen and several elderly researchers were engrossed in the content, occasionally offering their critiques, completely shedding the solemnity typically associated with an esteemed professor. Soon, the screen transitioned to the first interviewees, who, after only 2 questions, faced immediate failure. Is it possible that today's youth cannot even tackle such straightforward questions? They pondered. How could they not know that Oppos, Jinping Mei and Oppos, is not one of the 4 great classics? How could one choose water margin instead? It was lamentable. The cultural literacy of the younger generation seemed to be declining. As they watched the disqualified candidates, the elders shook their heads in disbelief, muttering critiques about their inability to answer such basic questions. A true embarrassment, they declared. Next, please. Group leader Li should be among the final contestants, right? Fast forward to Old Chen. What caliber of individuals are these? They lack even the most fundamental knowledge. The elderly professors were increasingly frustrated as contestant after contestant failed to succeed in answering the initial 3 questions. They had tuned in to witness the more challenging queries posed to Li Bing, not to watch individuals struggle with trivialities. These queries seemed so simple that even their grandchildren in elementary school would surely know the answers. Is there truly an audience for such a lackluster program? Let us skip directly to Group Leader Li. They insisted. Yes, indeed, let us proceed directly to Group Leader Li. We are eager to discover the nature of his questions. As the video rushed ahead, the scene finally landed on Group Leader Li. Would his questions be as disappointing? In the footage, the host approached Li Bing and Su Su, who had just exited a shopping mall laden with bags. Excuse me, could you spare a moment? The host inquired, his tone polite yet urgent. We are from a street-side quiz program. If you can answer 10 questions correctly, you will win a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Are you interested? The elderly researchers found Li Bing and Su Su far more agreeable compared to the previous contestants. Indeed, those earlier participants were quite lackluster. Li Bing and Su Su are a charming pair. As Li Bing and Su Su appeared on screen, the elders visibly relaxed, while the comments section brimmed with excitement. Here they come, the real show begins. I'm skipping ahead. Yes, the goddess has arrived. This segment is worth watching repeatedly, it truly astonished me. Many in the comments began to inquire about Su Su's contact information, with numerous viewers explicitly tuning in for this segment. The host maintained a courteous demeanor as he explained the rules to Li Bing and Su Su before commencing with the questions. Please listen to the first question. The host handed the microphone to Li Bing, who faced the initial inquiry. The elderly researchers, now alert, leaned toward their screens, eager to discover what question could pose such a challenge to Li Bing. Which of the following names does not belong to an Ultraman character? The host asked, looking intently at Li Bing. The elderly gentleman, momentarily taken aback, exchanged puzzled glances. What is this? Ultraman. Is this some kind of international organization? The name sounds rather peculiar. Diga, 7, Owen, Taro, these names are quite strange. Which country do they originate from? Owen sounds like a scientist from the beautiful country, the others are less recognizable. Perhaps from some lesser-known nation. What exactly is the Ultraman organization? I have never even heard of it. Ah, so that SY Group Leader Li found it challenging. It truly is not simple, they murmured. The difficulty of this question exceeded that of all previous ones, yet through the process of elimination, they deduced that the answer must be Owen. Indeed, I too suspect it is he, as it seems to be the only name associated with the beautiful country, they agreed. After a brief deliberation, they settled on the third option and resumed watching the video. Li Bing appeared momentarily stumped, unable to answer the question. Can it be true that he cannot tackle such a simple query? Is this real? It seems he has no childhood memories. The host had clearly made the question easier. Yet Li Bing faltered. The barrage of mocking comments flooded the screen, prompting Professor Chen and his colleagues to frown with displeasure. What nonsense are they spouting? Is this question truly simple? It is evidently challenging. We have never even heard of this organization, yet they dare to ridicule Group Leader Li? As the host prepared to announce a failure, a clear female voice broke through the tension. See Owen. The camera shifted to reveal Su Su, who had just answered the question. The goddess has emerged. The goddess and her inept boyfriend. Goddess, love me once more. I know all about Ultraman. Such arrogance. You have no idea how formidable this man truly is. Wait until the end, and you will see what it means to play the fool. The elderly researchers ignored the comments, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they turned to Su Su. You know about the Ultraman organization? They inquired, surprised. What is this organization? How have we never heard of it? Even Professor Chen was taken aback, realizing that while they struggled with random questions, Su Su had been able to answer. Could it be that Su Su has hidden talents? Flustered, Su Su wished to retreat but was caught by Professor Chen and his colleagues, leaving her to awkwardly touch her forehead. Faced with the venerable researchers, she hesitated to confess that she had only watched animated shows. Such a revelation might shatter her image as a poised, intellectual woman. Well, I heard about this organization in my childhood. It was merely a chance encounter. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended why Li Bing had refrained from answering the question. Initially, she had presumed that Li Bing was simply unaware. But it now appeared that she had underestimated the complexity of the situation. It seemed to be an organization with a long-standing history, which warranted further investigation when the opportunity arose. By the way, Su Su, what topics does this organization typically explore? Professor Chen pondered for a moment and then fixed his gaze intently on Su Su. Given that Su Su mentioned the organization comprised a substantial number of members, It was evidently a vast entity. Their primary research focus would likely pertain to the protection of the blue planet's ecological environment and the dissection of cosmic biology. Chapter 50, The Legendary Quantum Mechanics surprisingly investigates extraterrestrial life. It appears that this is indeed a profound scientific organization. Indeed, the name alone suggests complexity. It seems we have become like frogs in a well, unaware of such a research organization. Perhaps we should ask Susu to introduce us to them, allowing for mutual acquaintance. Professor Chin and his colleagues nodded sagely, turning their attention back to the screen, yet they did not notice anything unusual about Susu. The host of the video had already begun to pose the second question. This question should not be deemed easy. Leaderly had just remarked that the preceding questions were somewhat challenging. They leaned in, eager to hear the question. Please listen to the second question. As we all know, China is a multi-ethnic nation. May I ask how many ethnic groups we have in total? The voice of the host resonated within the video, causing the elderly professors, who had been attentively listening, to suddenly freeze. What? Their expressions turned perplexed as they exchanged bewildered glances, doubting their own hearing. Was this the question they had been so focused on? How many ethnic groups are there? Even a child could answer that. Is this truly the difficult question Leaderly spoke of? Old Shin, are we being played by that young man? Indeed, does he not know this question? Impossible. Is he jesting with us? The group of elderly professors exchanged glances, momentarily feeling as though they were being treated like fools. Could it be that a genius capable of independently deriving the formula for nuclear fusion reactions, like Li Bing, was unaware of such an answer? Perhaps Li Bing and Oppo's perspective diverges from ours. He may have dedicated all his energy to research, one suggested. Let us continue to observe and see what the subsequent questions entail. Professor Chen harbored some doubts, but Leaderly's previous remarks had seemed sincere, indicating he was not merely trying to amuse them. Yet, a question so simplistic that he could not answer seemed somewhat implausible. At that moment, the comments in the video stream were filled with remarks about walking 500,000 in spies. All right, let us continue to watch. The group, still skeptical, turned their attention back to the video. After a series of straightforward questions, Susu answered each with ease until the host suddenly increased the difficulty. Please, which option contains the incorrect formula regarding thermal energy conduction and nuclear power reaction equations? Ah, is this not akin to a flood sweeping through the Dragon King and Oppo's temple? How could they pose such a question to Susu? Ha ha ha, this is precisely her field of study. She must know it well. While this question might stump an average person, Susu was thoroughly familiar with it. Upon hearing the program's inquiry, the elderly professors couldn't help but chuckle. This was a question she could have answered even as an undergraduate. Now, it was child's play. As expected, Susu responded with ease. Now, for the final question, which appeared to be no great challenge. Indeed, it seemed that Li Bing was merely teasing them. As the professors prepared to turn off their phones, the host spoke again. May I ask, during plasma physics collision experiments, if the polar coordinates of the third energy are adjusted 3 alpha units in the negative direction, what impact will that have on the final results? The host's sudden query left the elderly professors momentarily stunned, and they turned to look at the screen in unison. Quantum physics collision experiments? This pertained to a realm of knowledge within quantum physics that the scientific community was still grappling to comprehend. As one of the most challenging subjects in physics, fewer than 20 individuals globally have engaged in profound research on quantum physics. The study of quantum physics is even more arduous than controllable nuclear fusion or room temperature superconductors. The latter at least possesses a relatively complete theoretical framework, whereas the former remains an uncharted territory for humanity. Since the concept of quantum physics was introduced in the last century, a legion of scientists has pursued its study. Yet, no more than 20 have truly grasped its fundamentals. This underscores the formidable difficulty of the research. Each experiment in quantum mechanics seems nearly impossible to accomplish. For instance, experiments in time travel, quantum entanglement, and four-dimensional space. Within their scientific community, those who delve into quantum mechanics are often labeled as outright mad. Some assert that mastering quantum mechanics could grant one godlike abilities, while others dismiss it as the fanciful delusions of lunatics, utterly unattainable. Regardless of the perspective, both sides reflect the immense challenges inherent in this field of study. In the expansive scientific community of China, only one individual, Mr. Yang, has successfully crossed the threshold into quantum mechanics. The program team managed to formulate a question on quantum mechanics. This question, even we do not know the answer to. It is no wonder Leaderly found this question so difficult. Indeed, Even a genius like him could not have a profound understanding of quantum mechanics at such a young age. The elderly professors shook their heads slightly. Although they recognized Li Bing and Apo's brilliance, they believed that entering the realm of quantum mechanics was beyond his reach. The difficulty of studying quantum mechanics is incomparable to other scientific fields. The very term quantum mechanics has long been regarded with trepidation by scientists worldwide, with few daring to engage with it. Even for researchers such as themselves, comprehending the myriad concepts of quantum mechanics is a daunting task. This discipline fundamentally disrupts conventional physics, requiring a complete overhaul of established principles. Laws such as Newton and Apo's third law, the laws of thermodynamics, and the conservation of energy would all be directly overturned. Many scientists contend that the concepts of quantum mechanics are more akin to philosophical musings than to the scientific principles they adhere to. In recent years, a respected physicist who successfully entered the realm of quantum mechanics proposed several astonishing notions. He claimed that mastering quantum mechanics could lead to the creation of perpetual motion machines, facilitate time travel, and even transcend the boundaries of life to access parallel universes. Such ideas utterly subverted conventional physics. Many believed this esteemed physicist had succumbed to senility or madness. This exemplifies the formidable challenge of entering the field of quantum mechanics. The question posed by the program team might belong to the simplest inquiries within quantum mechanics. Nevertheless, even so, it remains beyond the reach of the average individual. Professor Chen shook his head slightly as he observed Susu and Apo's perplexed expression on the phone screen. Clearly, she had no understanding of the question posed. Chapter 51. Toppling the Li Group in the heart of the bustling metropolis, within the confines of the Dream Automobile Group and Apo's presidential office, a firm knock resounded at the door. "Come in." A middle-aged man, seated in a grand office chair, rubbed his temples, slowly opening his eyes and shutting down the computer screen on his desk. Outside the door, a bespectacled gentleman, impeccably attired in a suit, entered, clutching a report in his mobile phone. "President, here is the recent financial transaction report of the Li Group for your review." The man bowed respectfully, placing the document on the desk. The middle-aged man perused the report, examining the intricate details of the financial exchanges. A sense of irritation washed over him as he massaged his temples. After a few minutes, he closed the report with a frown, feeling vexed. The Li Group was indeed resilient, akin to a centipede that, despite its demise, continues to twitch. He had initially believed that the previous financial fraud would obliterate the Li Group, yet the young heir had bravely stepped forth to take responsibility, thwarting his plans to dismantle the conglomerate. Currently, although the Li Group faced a financial shortfall, it had begun to gradually recover its funds. As a long-standing establishment in the metropolis, with a little time, it might very well weather this debt crisis. Should the Li Group emerge from this ordeal unscathed, it would spell disaster for them. The middle-aged man, plagued by frustration, struggled to devise a plan to undermine the Li Group. Following the recent financial scandal, the Li Group had undergone a thorough purge, and his previous undercover agents had been expelled. Manipulating their finances again seemed an insurmountable task. "Mr. Bai, perhaps I have a solution," the bespectacled man standing beside him suggested, adjusting his glasses and speaking in a hushed tone. "You have a solution? What could it be?" Bai Shanbo glanced at his secretary, who, while competent and occasionally able to anticipate his thoughts, seemed an unlikely candidate to devise a strategy against the Li Group. He remained skeptical. Economic warfare was and Apo's, T-Child and Apo's, play, and dismantling a colossal corporation required substantial evidence, far beyond mere online slander. If a mere secretary could uncover illegal activities by the Li Group, they wouldn't have attained such a significant standing in the metropolis. Nor could they have endured for nearly a century. "Please, Mr. Bai, I may lack evidence regarding tax evasion or safety code violations, but I possess other proof. Kindly take a look." The bespectacled gentleman produced his phone, swiftly displaying a video on the screen. "What is this?" Bai Shanbo blinked in surprise, perplexed. Did he expect him to watch a variety show at such a critical juncture? He had no interest in frivolous entertainment that appealed only to a niche audience. Just as he was about to express his irritation, the secretary fast-forwarded the video by several minutes. Bai Shanbo's eyes widened as he recognized a familiar face on the screen. He leaned closer, incredulous. This resembles the young heir of the Li Group who confessed to his crimes." Bai Shanbo furrowed his brow, contemplating the identity of the young man displayed. Given his keen interest in the Li Group, he had indeed learned about the heir, a prodigy from the Metropolis Finance University, who had ascended to the position of the youngest financial director upon graduation. However, due to the fraudulent activities orchestrated by Bai's infiltrators, the Li Group had come under investigation, and the young director had been imprisoned. It was rumored he had accepted all blame, shielding the Li Group from repercussions. This is not mere resemblance. This is indeed the young heir of the Li Group. He has been released. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, fixated on the figure on the screen. Initially astonished by the uncanny resemblance of the two individuals, he soon grasped the truth. The man before them was indeed the young heir, the one who had been incarcerated. What? He is the young heir of the Li Group? Impossible. The court sentenced him to 5 years in prison without the possibility of reduction under normal circumstances. How could he possibly be released after less than a month? Baishambua's brow furrowed in disbelief as he regarded his secretary. Although the Li Group had managed to mitigate the punishment through various connections, reducing it to a mere 5-year sentence, the legal minimum for such an offense, Baishambua found it implausible that the heir could be free so soon. I understand your skepticism, Mr. Bai. When I first saw the video, I too questioned my eyes. However, if you continue to watch, you will inevitably discover that the individual in the video is indeed the young heir of the Li Group, Li Bing. The secretary adjusted his thick glasses, the lenses reflecting a glint of light. Baishambua, observing the unwavering conviction in his secretary's demeanor, felt a flicker of belief. He resolved to patiently watch the remainder of the video, his interest piqued by the young man and Appo's presence on the screen. Chapter 52, Preparing to Strike Against Li Bing? Li Bing. It truly is Li Bing. Upon hearing Li Bing utter his own name in the video, Baishambua's eyes suddenly glimmered with a newfound brightness, and a look of elation swiftly adorned his face. Indeed, he is the young master of the Li Group. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Simply splendid. The frown that once marred Baishambua's visage vanished, replaced by pure joy. He had been at a loss regarding how to topple the Li Group, yet unexpectedly, a member of the Li family had delivered a pillow to him. Mr. Bai, what do you think? Can this deliver a fatal blow to the Li Group? Does this count as evidence? The bespectacled man wore a cunning smile as he gazed at the video of Li Bing, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Back in school, Li Bing had wielded his privileged background to seize love away from others. Now, he was determined to personally obliterate everything Li Bing held dear, eager to witness his downfall. Of course, this counts, Baishambua replied. Xiaohu, you have performed admirably this time. Your salary for this month will be tripled. Baishambua and Appo's smile was gone, replaced by an appreciative glance at the bespectacled man. This video undoubtedly served as evidence. Li Bing, who should have been serving time in prison, was now brazenly strolling the streets, shopping and granting media interviews. What could this possibly imply? It suggested that the Li Group had leveraged its influence to secure Li Bing's early release from incarceration. However, the truth remained that, through legitimate legal channels, Li Bing could not have been released ahead of schedule, nor was there any possibility of bail. A 5-year prison sentence was already the minimum standard. This indicated that the Li Group had undoubtedly employed dubious methods to extricate Li Bing from prison. Xiaohu, I recall you graduated from the prestigious Modi University of Finance as well, correct? Moreover, you were in the same class as this young master from the Li family. Baishambua remarked, after a moment of laughter, suddenly turning his gaze toward the bespectacled man. Baishambua was well aware of his secretary's background. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted someone of unknown pedigree to his side. Indeed, Mr. Bai, I graduated from Modi University of Finance. Not only were we classmates, but we also shared the same curriculum, Hu Mingming confirmed, nodding as he stared at the video of Li Bing, unable to conceal his disdain. During their university days, he was the sole student from outside Modu, often subjected to ostracization, while Li Bing did not actively exclude him. The palpable sense of distance and indifference wounded his pride far more deeply. Mr. Bai, why do you inquire about this? Hu Mingming questioned, puzzled. Baishambua typically showed little interest in the private lives of his employees. Why the sudden curiosity today? Since you were classmates, Wooden and Appo's, it be inappropriate to act this way? Or is it that your relationship with Li Bing has always been strained? Baishambua did not respond to Hu Mingming's queries. Instead, he posed yet another question. Hu Mingming paused, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. Our relationship, how should I put it? It is neither good nor bad. Throughout university, we had little interaction. After all, how could a paragon like him concern himself with an ordinary person like me? The only point of contention might be that the girl I admired for years had persistently pursued Li Bing. Hu Mingming spoke nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent. Yet the hatred and coldness in his eyes were unmistakable. Clearly, the reality was far more complex than what he portrayed. Bai Shanbo observed everything keenly. Yet he chose not to expose Hu Mingming's facade, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Since you are classmates, you must possess considerable insight into this young master of the Li Group. Thus, I entrust you with liaising with the media to unveil this matter. Let us make it public. Drawing attention from public opinion to exert pressure on the Bureau of Industry and Commerce and the courts. This task is now yours. Can you handle it? If you succeed, the position of Chief Financial Officer will be yours. Bai Shanbo lightly tapped his fingers on the office desk, smiling at Hu Mingming. Such actions would undoubtedly offend a number of public officials, making it inappropriate for him to intervene directly. Hence, he required a blade unrestrained by moral scruples. Hu Mingming appeared to be an excellent choice. With a personal vendetta against Li Bing and a voracious ambition to ascend the ranks, he would act as a loyal dog, provided he was offered sufficient incentives. Mr. Bai, are you truly serious? Hu Mingming's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he gazed at Bai Shanbo, his expression brimming with excitement. The Chief Financial Officer of the Dream Automotive Group. This position was beyond his wildest dreams. As a graduate of Modi University of Finance, he had only managed to secure a position as an administrative secretary post-graduation, a role that filled him with profound dissatisfaction. Yet, he had little choice. As he wished to remain in Modu, lacking resources, connections, or a powerful background, he was forced to start from the bottom. All his classmates had benefited from familial connections, many becoming financial supervisors, with the least among them securing roles as team leaders in publicly listed companies. Meanwhile, he remained stuck in the role of an administrative secretary, serving tea and running errands. He had never attended a single class reunion, partly due to his insecurities and partly because, as an administrative secretary, he had no time off, overworked, and underpaid. Now, nearly 5 or 6 years post-graduation, he even resided in a cramped underground chamber of less than 10 square meters in the outskirts of Modu. He simply yearned to engage in financial work, confident that his abilities would soon earn him recognition from higher-ups. However, he had never envisioned that one day the position of Chief Financial Officer for a publicly listed group could be so close to his grasp. Of course, it and amp, oppos, as genuine. When have I ever jested about such matters? Bai Shanbo replied with a subtle smile, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes as he regarded the exhilarated Hu Mingming. Such individuals were ideally suited to serve as pawns in his game. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Rest assured, I will execute this task flawlessly. There shall be no mistakes. Hu Mingming stammered, breathless with excitement, his body trembling, tears welling in his eyes. After languishing in the depths of Modu for 5 or 6 years, he finally glimpsed hope, the hope of rising above the ordinary. In that moment, he longed to kneel before Bai Shanbo, expressing his gratitude. Mr. Bai, you can rely on me. I will ensure this matter is handled impeccably, never betraying your trust in me, Hu Mingming declared, trembling with emotion, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 53. Breaking out indeed. I have faith in your capabilities. This matter must be approached gradually, it cannot be rushed, yet it should not be overly conspicuous to avoid arousing the suspicions of the Li Group. For now, you should enhance the visibility of this video, intensifying its promotion to ensure it gains traction. Then, you will. Bai Shanbo quietly commenced his explanation to Hu Mingming on how to proceed. Hu Mingming nodded repeatedly, firmly committing Bai Shanbo's instructions to memory, his eyes gleaming with an increasingly cold intensity. He harbored no doubts about Bai Shanbo and amp, oppos, strategy. There was not a trace of remorse within him. This time, not only could he orchestrate Li Bing's downfall, but he could also ascend to power atop his ruins, a true twofold victory. Meanwhile, at the Research Institute in the Magical City, Li Bing remained oblivious to the impending wave of public scrutiny triggered by an interview several days prior. He was engrossed in his office, studying a pressure cooker, or more precisely, the materials within it. Having just exchanged for some room temperature superconducting materials from the system and amp, oppos, marketplace, he placed them inside the pressure cooker. The materials appeared white, resembling ordinary plastic, both in texture and feel, yet their hardness and density far surpassed that of plastic. Li Bing held a series of batteries, preparing for a conduction experiment when suddenly, the office doors swung open. Professor Chen and several group leaders entered with concerned expressions, carrying a transparent experimental apparatus. Li Group Leader. What are you up to? The group leaders paused upon seeing Li Bing bend over the pressure cooker. Are you hungry? Li Bing, startled by their sudden appearance, hastily covered the pressure cooker and anxiously lifted it off the desk. Oh, it's nothing at all. What brings you here? The materials within the pressure cooker could not be discovered by them. After all, he had announced just yesterday his intention to develop room-temperature superconductors. If he were to achieve success today, it would undoubtedly lead them to question their own existence. Moreover, he had yet to concoct a plausible excuse. The group paid little mind to Li Bing and Apos' suspicious behavior, quickly placing the transparent apparatus before him. On the apparatus lay only some remnants of ashes. Li Bing, could you take a look and see if we made a mistake in any steps? We and Apos' encountered some issues with our nuclear fusion reaction. Why is it that our attempts to use the palladium element you suggested for the nuclear fusion reaction have consistently failed? Professor Chen pointed at the ashes on the experimental table and the energy readings on the detector. Under normal circumstances, a microgram of test elements undergoing nuclear fusion should yield approximately 38,000 joules of energy. Moreover, following energy generation through fusion, the required elements could be restored via cold nuclear fission. Yet now, not only had the energy output fallen short of expectations, but the original elements could not be restored through cold fission reactions. Thus, this experiment could only be deemed a failure. All eyes turned to Li Bing, eager to discover what solution he might provide. After all, if nuclear fusion could not be achieved, this project would be rendered a complete farce. Unable to succeed, Li Bing furrowed his brow slightly and approached the experimental platform. He had provided the complete process as dictated by the system. How could the experiment possibly fail? What could be amiss? After a cursory examination of the nuclear fusion reactions, he found no apparent issues. Could it truly be that the system had provided him with a flawed plan? Please ensure that the host strictly uses the nuclear fusion elements supplied by the system for the experiment. Otherwise, discrepancies will occur in the experiment. Taken aback by the system and Apos' explanation, Li Bing pondered, what does it mean to use the nuclear fusion elements provided by the system? The quantum of the reaction equation supplied by the system is precisely the palladium element, is it not? Wait a moment. Could it be related to the number of protons? Suddenly, a realization struck Li Bing as he strode purposefully to the experimental platform. Extracting a small sample of the elements used by the experimental team and placing it under an electron microscope. A few minutes later, upon viewing the images produced by the electron microscope, Li Bing finally identified the cause. What have you discovered, Li Bing? What went wrong? What led to the failure of the experiment? The group observed Li Bing and Apos' expression, sensing he had pinpointed the issue at hand. The fault lies with me. I failed to clearly specify the experimental materials. Li Bing approached the whiteboard and meticulously rewrote the detailed equation for nuclear fusion. The element you employed in this experiment is palladium-258. This element is relatively stable, making complete nuclear fusion impossible. Its final product is the more stable titanium-135, which cannot be restored to palladium through cold fission. Hence, the experiment failed. The appropriate experimental element should be palladium-251. Due to a deficiency of 7 protons. This palladium variant is significantly less stable, facilitating the occurrence of nuclear fusion. Additionally, its final product is the more reactive radium-91, which can easily be restored to palladium through cold fission. Li Bing and Apos' explanation was exceedingly thorough. However, the average individual still struggled to grasp his words. The seasoned researchers could comprehend parts of it. The technological level of this world diverged from that depicted in Iron Man. When utilizing elements, these individuals were unaware that palladium could exhibit varying properties depending on the number of protons. They had simply employed the most common palladium-258. Is that truly the reason? Some listened skeptically, glancing at the reaction formula on the whiteboard, while Professor Chen and the senior researchers rubbed their chins, deep in contemplation. No wonder. In the past, the materials used for nuclear fusion had to be imported from abroad. Even when using identical elemental materials, they found that elements produced domestically could not yield successful experiments, while imported materials could facilitate their experiments. This had long posed a significant dilemma for the scientists of Huaxia, leaving them puzzled as to the cause of such discrepancies. Now, with Li Bing and Apos' analysis, it seemed they had unearthed the reason. Even identical elements could possess differences in characteristics. Li Group Leader, you truly are erudite. Indeed, Li Group Leader, I never imagined you were aware of such nuances. Xiao Wang. Quickly document the principles Li Group Leader just articulated, compile them into a paper overnight, and publish it. Chapter 54 Announcement as the sun rises and sets. 7 days have swiftly passed. From the moment he arrived at the Research Institute until now, precisely 7 days have elapsed, marking the conclusion of his observation period. Li Bing sat in his office, stretched lazily, and adjusted the position of the pressure cooker before him. With the observation period at an end, he could finally return home to report in. Before leaving, it was time to unveil the room temperature superconducting material. For the past few days, he had been engrossed in studying the room temperature superconducting material, and his research had confirmed that it could indeed withstand the intense energy produced by nuclear fusion and transmit energy almost without loss. Unfortunately, he still lacked clarity on the exact process of how this room temperature superconducting material was synthesized. The primary component of this material was polymerized graphene, which undeniably possessed superior conductivity compared to ordinary graphene. However, despite his extensive research over the past few days, even with polymerized graphene as a medium, he had yet to successfully create a material exhibiting room temperature superconducting properties. Certain intermediary substances were still missing. Originally, Li Bing intended to fully develop the room temperature superconducting material before returning home. Yet, it now seemed that time was not on his side. He had no formal education in materials science, and even with the raw materials exchanged from the system's marketplace, he could not make significant progress in a short time. Su, please summon the group leaders to the conference room. I have an announcement to make, Li Bing said as he rose from his executive chair, addressing Su, who was nearby, meticulously organizing documents. Throughout these days of intensive research on the room temperature superconducting material, he had hardly interacted with anyone aside from Su, who had been relaying messages on his behalf. Understood, Su nodded, preparing to rise when a thought struck her. She handed Li Bing the visitor registration form. Professor Chen noted your ongoing research on room temperature superconducting materials and recently invited an esteemed old professor from Huaxia Materials Science to our institute. I just received word that the distinguished professor is now waiting outside our building. Would you like to meet him before the meeting? And Shuxin, one of the leading figures in Huaxia Materials Science. Li Bing gazed at the registration form, which featured a photograph of an elderly gentleman with graying hair, accompanied by basic information below. Please bring this esteemed elder into the conference room as well. Meanwhile, outside the Shanghai Research Institute, a black sedan came to a halt in front of the building. An elderly man, clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit and leaning on a cane, emerged from the back seat. A cool, bespectacled woman quickly stepped out from the passenger seat and hurried to assist him. Grandfather, you really ought to take care of yourself. The doctor explicitly advised you to rest, yet here you are, traveling from Kyoto to Shanghai. Why must you come for something as dubious as room temperature superconducting materials? The woman chided softly, stealing a glance at a few individuals exiting the research institute, unable to suppress a slight grimace. Her grandfather had accepted their invitation, claiming that their research team was preparing to investigate room temperature superconducting materials and requested his assistance. Ling Long, do not speak so. As a researcher in materials science, you should understand the profound implications that room temperature superconducting materials could have. Even if there is only a glimmer of possibility, your grandfather must see it for himself. Moreover, my research team is currently the only one in the country interested in room temperature superconductors, the elderly man replied gently, his eyes glimmering with excitement at the mention of room temperature superconducting materials. Throughout his life, he had dedicated himself to advancing Huaxia and Appos as scientific endeavors, addressing one material issue after another. With today's technology, it seems impossible to fabricate room temperature superconducting materials, and Linglong murmured quietly, shaking her head slightly. As a researcher in materials science, she was acutely aware of the monumental technical challenges posed by room temperature superconductivity. Just recently, the Western Ba country had announced the development of room temperature superconducting materials, yet she and most researchers remained skeptical. The difficulty of achieving room temperature superconductivity was no less daunting than that of controlled nuclear fusion. Given the current level of research, the prospect of successful development seemed implausible. Holden, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Professor Chen, academician, it is a pleasure to see you. As the glass doors of the building swung open, Professor Chen emerged alongside several senior researchers from the institute. He grasped Shuxin's hand tightly, feeling a pang of guilt at the sight of his old friend requiring a cane to walk. In an effort to dissuade Li Bing from pursuing room temperature superconducting materials, he had specifically invited his old friend, a titan in materials science, to assist. His friend should have been enjoying a peaceful retirement at home, yet here he was, summoned to Shanghai by a mere phone call. However, this was a necessary measure. Throughout Huaxia, few individuals could truly be regarded as luminaries in materials science. Without inviting academician in, Professor Chen feared he would be unable to persuade Li Bing. Old Chen, must we be so formal? I heard that your research team intends to study room temperature superconducting materials. Which researcher is leading this effort? The elderly man spoke with a gentle smile, his kind eyes scanning the group following Professor Chen. Olden, it is not them. It is a newcomer. Let us head upstairs to discuss further, Professor Chen replied, refraining from divulging any specifics about Li Bing, as this was not the laboratory, and the presence of others made it inadvisable to share such details. A newcomer? Upon hearing this, and Shuxin and Appos' expression shifted to one of skepticism as she regarded Professor Chen. Old Chen, do not jest with me. A newcomer in materials science. And you require my assistance? Surely you cannot be serious. Professor Chen had not mentioned that it was a newcomer. Had he known, he would not have traveled all the way from Kyoto to Shanghai. Materials science, like other research fields, required substantial experience and expertise. And it was highly unlikely that a newcomer could achieve any breakthroughs. The notion of a newcomer embarking on research into room temperature superconductivity seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 55. Absurdity. Olden, allow me to explain, Professor Chen implored, attempting to assuage his friend's impatience. As an old friend, would I deceive you? As Shuxin leaned on his cane, preparing to depart, Professor Chen swiftly intervened. This matter is rather precarious. I cannot elaborate in detail here. Leaning closer, he whispered the entire sequence of events into Shuxin and Appos' ear, though he refrained from revealing Li Bing and Appos' identity. He merely mentioned that a researcher from their institute had delved deeply into nuclear fusion but was now inclined to pivot towards researching room temperature superconductors, seeking Shuxin and Appos' sage advice. After grasping the full context, Shuxin clicked his tongue and shook his head slightly. Old Chen, that you may not be well versed in materials science as a seasoned researcher. Surely you comprehend the formidable challenges inherent in deeply studying a scientific field? If someone claims to have self-taught themselves the principles of nuclear energy and is capable of conducting research on controlled nuclear fusion, would you not find that utterly implausible? It is indeed sheer nonsense. A young man in his 20s aspiring to develop room temperature superconductors? If he were truly capable, why would our nation invest so much effort in nurturing talent? Why do materials scientists worldwide toil day and night in their research? If such achievements were within the grasp of a mere youth, what role would we seasoned materials scientists have left? As he spoke, Shuxin shook his head again, his expression laden with disappointment. He had arrived with grand ambitions, eager to showcase his expertise, only to find that a young novice wished to tackle the complexities of room temperature superconductors. As a veteran of the materials field, he understood all too well the intricacies involved. It is likely that a newcomer to research would scarcely grasp the principles governing room temperature superconductors, let alone pursue such an endeavor. To study this field requires not merely a shout of ambition but a profound understanding of materials mechanics, fundamental chemistry, material structures, and structural chemistry, an array of disciplines. This is merely the foundation for researching room temperature superconductors. Mastery of these subjects is insufficient without a decade or more of practical experience. Deeply familiar with the properties of hundreds of materials. Even for prodigious talents, completing these disciplines before the age of 30 is a formidable challenge. Observe the experts in the world today, are they not all graying? A young man in his 20s aspiring to delve into room temperature superconductors? This is nothing short of a jest. Even if he began studying theoretical knowledge from the womb, he would still be insufficiently prepared. Moreover, Professor Chen had just informed him that this researcher is a latecomer, not a professional scientist. An accountant, trained in finance, is worlds apart from the realm of scientific inquiry. It is likely that the days he has spent engaged in research are fewer than those of his granddaughter. To think of pursuing room temperature superconductors with such lofty aspirations is simply absurd. Olden, I too recognize the implausibility of this situation, yet since you are here, why not meet him? If it proves unfeasible, you might persuade him to focus on controlled nuclear fusion and not stray from his path, Professor Chen urged, blocking Shuxin's exit with gentle persuasion. Though Li Bing is a genius in nuclear fusion, Professor Chen harbored doubts about his genuine interest in materials science. He had summoned Shuxin to Shanghai not to solicit his assistance in materials research, but rather to dissuade Li Bing from pursuing room temperature superconductors, a venture that seemed frivolous for a mind so brilliant in nuclear dynamics. Upon hearing Professor Chen and Appos' words, Shuxin shot a disapproving glance at his old friend, his face darkening as he nodded silently, choosing not to voice further objections. Just as Professor Chen had suggested, since he had come this far, he might as well see who this inexperienced individual was that dared to pursue room temperature superconductors. Grandfather, are you truly set on going up? Room temperature superconductors have perplexed scientists for over a decade. How could a young man in his 20s possibly achieve this? And Linglong, supporting her grandfather, furrowed her brow, her gaze directed disapprovingly at Professor Chen and the others. Having overheard the conversation, she understood that Professor Chen had essentially lured her grandfather to Shanghai under false pretenses. The notion of a research team and room temperature superconductors was nothing more than a ruse to entice him to the city. Enough, Linglong. There and Oppos. No need to take it out on your Grandpa Chen. Since we are here, let us go up and have a seat. Consider it a visit to see old friends. Besides, your Grandpa Chen is far from senile. His actions surely have their reasoning, and Shuxin gently reassured his granddaughter. Recognizing her temperament, had it not been for the respect due to Professor Chen and Oppos' seniority, she would likely have voiced her grievances more openly. Oh, and Linglong replied reluctantly, choosing not to argue further. With her grandfather and Oppos' insistence, she felt it was inappropriate to continue her display of displeasure. At that moment, the elevator doors opened once more, and a tall figure, Su, stepped out. Spotting Professor Chen and the others, she quickly approached them in her professional attire, her heels clicking against the floor. Professor Chen, there you are? As Su approached, Professor Chen waved her over. Olden, allow me to introduce my prized disciple, Su. Despite her youth, her grasp of nuclear energy research surpasses even that of some senior members of our team. Truly remarkable, and Shuxin observed, appraising Su with a nod. Though his old friend often appeared affable, his ambitions were evidently high, as evidenced by his choice of disciple, whose talent was undeniable. Su, this is the esteemed and Shuxin, the materials science expert I mentioned to you previously, Professor Chen introduced. Hello, Professor, and Su greeted, offering a slight handshake before turning her attention back to Professor Chen and the others. Li Bing has called everyone for a meeting. He claims there are important announcements to be made. Chapter 56. Is this also a researcher? Following Professor Chen. And Shuxin was taken aback by Su and Oppos' words and blinked in confusion. Who is Li Bing? Why is he able to convene everyone for a meeting? Is this research team not led by my old friend? When did someone named Li Bing emerge? He had never heard of such a person. Typically, only the leaders of research teams have the authority to call meetings. Old Chen, what is going on? Is this not your research team? An academician voiced his puzzlement. Although he had long since retired from research, he remained attentive to the developments in the scientific community of Huaxia. He had not heard of his old friend and Oppos' retirement announcement either. Haha, it is indeed my research team. This matter is rather complex. Let us discuss it as we walk. You can take this opportunity to persuade Li Bing to abandon his pursuit of room temperature superconductors, Professor Chen chuckled, providing little explanation to his old friend's query. Once they meet Li Bing in person, everything will become clear. Soon, under Su's guidance, they arrived at the conference room where several group leaders from the research team were already awaiting their arrival, and Linglong stood behind Professor N, observing the people in the conference room with curiosity. Though she was unfamiliar with the field of nuclear energy, she could still recognize several esteemed researchers present. Who exactly is this Li Bing that commands such attention from so many? Professor N sat beside Professor Chen, his gaze equally curious. He searched his memory for the name Li Bing, but found no recollection of anyone by that name in the scientific community, just as Professor N and his granddaughter pondered. The conference room door swung open. A young man dressed in casual attire strolled in, a relaxed demeanor on his face, cradling an old-fashioned pressure cooker in his arms. After placing the pressure cooker on the table, he could not help but yawn, and Linglong frowned slightly at the sight of the young man. Before arriving in Modu, she had heard that Professor Chen's research team held strict adherence to rules, requiring all researchers to wear white lab coats during work. Yet here was a young man in casual clothing, and Professor Chen showed no signs of anger. Old Chen, is this young man part of your research team? And Shuxin inquired, regarding the young man casually seated at the head of the table with a furrowed brow. Was it the case that the younger generation had lost their sense of decorum? He recalled that his old friend's research team had never recruited young individuals. What was this young man's background? Professor Chen, intrigued by Li Bing's placement of the pressure cooker, paused at Shuxin and Oppos' question. Well, he is not yet officially part of our research team. However, I am making efforts to integrate him into our research group. Making efforts to integrate him? and Shushin initially found it normal that this young man was not part of the research team. But upon hearing Professor Chen and Appos, as subsequent words, he became utterly perplexed. What was happening? Had he misheard? What did it mean to make efforts for him to join? His old friend led one of the nation's most prestigious nuclear energy research teams, with countless individuals vying for a place. Yet it seemed from Professor Chen's tone that this young man was somewhat reluctant to join the team. Seated at the head of the table, Li Bing yawned again, his gaze sweeping over the attendees. He had scarcely slept in the past few days while researching the composition of room temperature superconductors. He had just managed to catch a brief nap while Su Su went to summon everyone for the meeting. His eyes soon landed on the elderly gentleman beside Professor Chen and the unfamiliar young woman behind him. Professor Chen, is this esteemed gentleman the Materials Science Authority you mentioned earlier? Indeed, Li Bing. This is the Materials Science Authority I spoke of, academician at Shushin. You may engage him in a deep discussion regarding room temperature superconductors. I believe his insights will be invaluable to your research, Professor Chen affirmed. Rising to introduce Li Bing to academician and Olden. This is Li Bing, the current leader of our research team, who intends to study room temperature superconductors. Even the seasoned academician, who had weathered many storms, was taken aback by Professor Chen's declaration. He gazed incredulously at the young man seated at the head of the table. What had he just heard? The leader? A young man had become the head of the entire research team? Surely this was a jest. Old Chen, are you serious? And Shushin stammered, his expression turning grave. Of course, I am serious. How could I jest about such matters? Professor Chen nodded with a smile, anticipating his old friend's astonishment. Any reasonable person would be left speechless upon hearing such news. However, once they learned of Li Bing's research on controllable nuclear fusion, they would understand Professor Chen's decision. Observing Professor Chen's affirmation, and Ling Long behind her grandfather could not help but swallow hard. She looked in astonishment at the young man at the head of the table, who appeared to be around her age. He had become the head of Professor Chen's research team. If this news were to spread throughout the scientific community, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Who exactly is Li Bing? Why would Professor Chen entrust such a significant position to someone so young? Moreover, the surrounding senior researchers seemed wholly unperturbed by this development, and Linglong felt her mind go blank for a moment upon hearing this news. Struggling to discern the reality from fiction, old academician arrived at a fortuitous moment. Li Bing, undeterred by the astonishment of the elder and his granddaughter, glanced meaningfully at academician with a gentle smile. He had just been preparing to present his research on room temperature superconductors and was in need of a knowledgeable individual in materials science to assist him. The elder's presence was serendipitous. I have 2 announcements to make today. The first concerns my personal affairs. I plan to leave the research institute for a few days and hope for Professor Chen's approval. Although he was the project leader, he was still considered an external personnel and required Professor Chen's consent to return home. As for the second announcement, it pertains to this. Li Bing gestured toward the pressure cooker in front of him. Chapter 57. The mysterious substance in the pressure cooker. What is this? A pressure cooker? As Li Bing pointed in its direction, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with confusion as they gazed at the ordinary pressure cooker before them. What could Li Bing possibly mean by this? Did he think they had been laboring too hard and had prepared a pot of chicken soup for them to replenish their energy? For days, they had sensed that Li Bing seemed to be overly preoccupied with this pressure cooker, but the nature of his research remained a mystery. It was evident that he had been secretly experimenting with it in his office. Li Bing, what are you implying? A pressure cooker? Indeed, Team Leader Li. What is the situation here? This is merely a commonplace pressure cooker, is it not? What is there to announce? The elderly members of various research teams in the conference room wore puzzled expressions, utterly baffled by Li Bing and Appos' intentions. Even Professor Chen found himself somewhat perplexed by Li Bing's actions, unable to comprehend the purpose behind them. Just wait a moment, and you shall find out. Li Bing chuckled lightly, choosing not to directly answer their questions, instead beginning to manipulate the pressure cooker as if intending to open it. Su Su. What on earth is happening? What is Li Bing up to? Yes, Su Su. You are with him every day. Surely you must know something? Su Su. What is he doing? What lies within the pressure cooker? Seeing that Li Bing had no intention of revealing anything, their gazes shifted to Su Su, who spent both day and night in his company. Surely, she must possess some insider information. Well, Li Bing has never allowed me to approach the pressure cooker, so I am not entirely certain. However, I suspect that the contents may be the culmination of his recent research. Su Su glanced at the well-protected pressure cooker, recalling how Li Bing had asked her to prepare 1 day ago, which he then placed in the office, forbidding anyone else from approaching it. The culmination of his recent research? Upon hearing Su Su's words, Professor Chen and the others furrowed their brows slightly. Wasn't Li Bing's primary focus the controllable nuclear fusion they were all studying? What could a pressure cooker possibly have to do with it? Suddenly, Professor Chen and Apos' gaze fell upon his old friend beside him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Su Su, are you implying that the pressure cooker contains the room temperature superconducting material that Li Bing mentioned? Professor Chen swallowed hard and inhaled deeply, this conjecture forming in his mind. Yet, even he found it to be rather absurd. Regardless of the current technological capabilities, the idea that Li Bing, who had no expertise in materials science, could fabricate such a substance in merely 7 days seemed utterly ludicrous. Isn't that just preposterous? The crowd, taken aback by Professor Chen's words, pondered the possibility that Li Bing's much-anticipated research breakthrough could indeed be the room temperature superconducting material. But as this thought took root, they quickly shook their heads in disbelief. How could a material that eluded countless experts in materials science be successfully created by Li Bing in just 7 days? Impossible, utterly impossible. Not only did others doubt it, but even those who understood Li Bing and Apos' research capabilities felt the same. Old Chen, are you jesting? You claim that the pressure cooker contains the world and Apos' first instance of room temperature superconducting material? Have you been drinking before coming to the lab? How could you speak such nonsense in broad daylight? Academician and chuckled lightly, assuming Professor Chen was merely joking. Adjusting his glasses, he glanced at the pressure cooker on the table, shaking his head slightly. Regardless of whether such a material could even be produced, would anything so precious truly be stored in a pressure cooker? It seemed implausible. Such a substance, if it existed, would be a strategic resource for any nation, not something kept in a second-hand pressure cooker. Li Bing, stop teasing us. Please tell us what is inside. Yes, Team Leader Li. What exactly is contained within that pressure cooker? Do not keep us in suspense any longer, Team Leader. After a brief discussion that yielded no clear answers, the group urged Li Bing to reveal the truth. Very well, I shall let you see for yourselves, Li Bing replied with a smile, forcefully lifting the lid of the pressure cooker. All eyes instinctively turned towards the cooker, eager to uncover the mystery that had captivated Li Bing so intensely. Many stood up, straining to catch a chapter 58, the long-awaited dream olden. Take a look at this, someone said. Indeed, Academician is here. He will surely recognize it. Certainly. Academician is a distinguished figure in the field of materials science in our homeland, another added. Professor, could you enlighten us? The crowd turned their attention to Shushin, who sat beside Professor Chen. As a professor specializing in materials science, Shushin could be relied upon to identify most materials at a glance. The substance presented by Li Bing would undoubtedly not escape his keen observation. In truth, there was no need for anyone to speak. As soon as Li Bing unveiled the object from the pressure cooker, Shushin adjusted his reading glasses and began to scrutinize the dark mass intently. It appeared to weigh approximately 2 kilograms, entirely black with a metallic sheen. However, mere appearance was insufficient to ascertain whether it was indeed metal. Shushin rose from his seat, his gaze firmly fixed on the enigmatic dark substance. Although he had not engaged in materials research for many years, the vast majority of materials were indelibly etched in his memory. Yet, he found himself at a loss to immediately identify this particular material. This, he murmured, contemplating the appearance of the material. Numerous substances seemed to fit the visual criteria, but the exact nature remained elusive and warranted further investigation. Shushin circled the dark material, leaning on his cane as he observed it for a considerable time. Yet he still could not determine what it was. The audience remained silent, not daring to interrupt the old professor and Apos' examination. May I touch it? Shushin inquired of Li Bing, given that the material was presented by Li Bing. Even a luminary in materials science like himself could not proceed without the owner and Apos' consent. He needed Li Bing and Apos' permission to initiate tactile exploration. Yes, but the temperature is quite low, so we may need to wait a moment, Li Bing replied, gesturing invitingly. The material, acquired through the system and Apos' marketplace, was robust enough to withstand any fall from great heights without issue. As a composite of graphene, its strength was self-evident. Very well. Shushin nodded and retrieved a finely crafted magnifying glass from his pocket. This had become a habit over the years. Even though he was now retired and no longer conducting experiments, he always carried a magnifying glass. Behind Shushin, and Linglong adjusted her glasses. a frown creasing her brow as she gazed at the dark substance. As a materials researcher, she prided herself on her familiarity with the characteristics of most materials. Yet this one truly left her perplexed. Typically, metals exhibit a lustrous sheen post-forging, but such metals are usually non-ferrous, making it unlikely for them to be entirely black. Conversely, if the material were non-metallic, it would be unlikely to display a metallic luster. As the temperature of the material gradually fell, and Shushin first touched its surface, it was indeed remarkably smooth, devoid of any roughness, suggesting that such a material would be difficult to form naturally. He gently tapped the surface, producing a muffled sound that made his brow furrow once more. He tapped again, still met with the same dull thud. The sound did not resemble that of metal striking metal. It seemed as though Shushin was speaking to himself, his confusion growing more pronounced. Initially, he had assumed the material was metallic, but the muted sound led him to suspect it might be stone instead. What on earth is this? After half an hour, Shushin took a deep breath and finally shifted his gaze away from the mysterious substance. What do you think, Olden? What is this? Academician, what material is this? Grandfather, have you figured it out? Professor, what is this substance? As Shushin rose, the crowd hurriedly gathered around him, clamoring for answers regarding the dark material on the table. Facing their eager eyes, Shushin removed his reading glasses and let out a long sigh. Alas, I must admit my embarrassment. To ascertain the exact nature of this material, I will need to return to the laboratory for material analysis. It is challenging to provide a definitive answer based solely on observation. This material exhibits some properties of graphene, yet it also differs in certain aspects. In my lifetime of studying materials, I have never encountered something so peculiar. Upon hearing Shushin and Apos' words, the crowd fell silent, disbelief etched on their faces. Shushin was one of the most renowned materials scientists in all of China, often regarded as a walking encyclopedia of materials science. That he could not identify this substance was unfathomable. This cannot be true, and Linglong exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at her grandfather. If her memory served her correctly, her grandfather had once claimed that he could identify most materials simply by sight. Yet now, after over half an hour of study, he still could not determine what lay before them. Li Bing, stop keeping us in suspense. Please, tell us what this is. It can't possibly be the room temperature superconductor you mentioned, can it? Professor Chen, seeing his old friend at a loss, glanced in astonishment at the dark material on the table. A bold hypothesis forming in his mind. Surely, this can end Apos. TB the room temperature superconductor? In an instant, all eyes shifted from Shushin to Li Bing. Had Professor Chen made this remark earlier, it might have been dismissed as a jest, but now, with the materials expert unable to identify the substance, it was no longer a joke. Indeed, you are correct. What you see before you is, in fact, a room temperature superconductor. After 7 days of relentless effort, I have successfully developed this material. Li Bing stated matter-of-factly, lightly tapping the dark substance on the table with a smile that belied the significance of his claim, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. However, his words struck the assembled group like thunder, their eyes widening in shock. The entire conference room fell into an awed silence. The gazes of those present oscillated between Li Bing and the dark mass before him, struggling to comprehend the implications. This dark sphere on the table, was it truly the room temperature superconductor that materials scientists around the world had longed to create? Chapter 59. You truly are a genius, Li Bing. What did you just say? Are you joking? Is this material a room temperature superconductor? Literally, you must be jesting. You cannot make such jokes in matters of this significance. You claim this black sphere is a room temperature superconductor? Upon hearing Li Bing and Apos' words, the expressions on everyone and Apos' faces were a mixture of shock, skepticism, and disbelief. They had not dismissed the possibility that, through the relentless efforts of numerous researchers, China might one day develop a room temperature superconductor. However, they certainly did not expect it to be today. Even Professor Chen, who had always trusted Li Bing, adjusted his glasses. His expression tinged with doubt as he glanced at the black substance on the table and then back at Li Bing, unable to believe that this material could indeed be a room temperature superconductor. As researchers, we cannot indulge in such unfounded jokes. We adhere strictly to the principle of seeking truth from facts. It would be prudent to refrain from making such remarks in the future. Standing at the table, observing the black material, Professor N spoke with a serious demeanor. Having dedicated his life to materials science, He felt a tinge of displeasure upon hearing Li Bing claim that the substance before him was the room-temperature superconductor he had long yearned for. As an expert in material science, he understood the immense difficulty in developing such a material. This young man, claiming to have acquired a substance and labeling it as a room-temperature superconductor, not only insulted their intelligence but also demeaned the countless materials scientists who had struggled to achieve this breakthrough. How could it be possible that this young man had effortlessly created what they had failed to produce for so long? Professor, I assure you, I am not jesting. This material is indeed a room-temperature superconductor. It has been verified through my experiments and is capable of superconductivity at ambient temperatures. Li Bing spoke calmly, his expression unchanged. He was aware that it would be challenging for these seasoned professors to accept this reality, akin to the skepticism he faced when he first presented his controlled nuclear fusion proposal to Professor Chen. Yet, acceptance aside, once experiments were conducted and results obtained, everything would become abundantly clear. Facts speak louder than words. You're quite bold for someone so young. Room temperature superconductor? Do you even understand what that entails? If you truly could fabricate a room temperature superconductor, you would have already been invited for tea by the Academy of Sciences. Before Professor N could speak again, and Ling Long, standing behind him, could not help but adjust her glasses, her tone sharp. Unlike her grandfather, she had little patience for arrogance, and as a material scientist, she maintained a rigorous approach to research, refusing to allow anyone to pose pretentiously before her. It seems you do not believe me. Li Bing smiled and shook his head, unfazed by Ling Long's demeanor. One need not argue with a summer insect about ice. He believed it unnecessary to engage in a debate with her for the sake of mere words. The room temperature superconductor lay before them, and once the experimental results emerged, she would inevitably fall silent. Young man, it's not that I do not believe you. It's just that your claims are too far-fetched for me to accept. Let me ask you a few simple questions about materials science to gauge your understanding of room temperature superconductors. The elderly professor held onto his granddaughter and aunt, Appo's hand, preventing her from continuing. After all, this was Professor Chen's research team, and this young man seemed to hold considerable weight in the eyes of his old friend. Engaging in a quarrel would only put Professor Chen in an awkward position. If you wish to ask, please go ahead, Li Bing replied confidently, displaying no signs of nervousness. Recently, he had been studying room temperature superconductors and had acquired a fair amount of knowledge in material science. As long as the questions weren't and Appo's overly complex, he would manage just fine. Moreover, having Professor N present was advantageous. Once he conducted the superconductivity experiments and obtained results, it would confirm the material and Appo's properties, lending credibility through an authoritative figure's endorsement. He had no desire to waste time explaining trivial matters. As everyone took their seats, Li Bing remained at the head of the table, with Professor N seated opposite him, flanked by Professor Chun and other researchers. In the conference room, Professor N glanced at the prepared materials in his hands before turning to Li Bing. Very well, young man, since you claim this is a room temperature superconductor, please explain what a superconductor is. Instead of being confrontational, Professor N posed a relatively simple question, one that anyone with a deep understanding of materials science should know. If Li Bing could not answer this, there would be no need for further questioning. A superconductor? Li Bing was taken aback by the simplicity of the question. A superconductor is defined as a material that exhibits nearly zero electrical resistance and expels magnetic field lines under certain low-temperature conditions. To date, 25 elements, along with thousands of alloys and compounds, have been found to possess superconducting properties. The most common crystalline superconductor is a strong magnetic silicon alloy. Li Bing and Professor N engaged in a dynamic exchange of questions and answers. Li Bing responded to Professor N and Appo's inquiries with remarkable ease, displaying no hesitation. Even when faced with questions that Ling Long needed to reference materials for, Li Bing answered fluently. Since awakening his system, he had developed the ability to retain information with extraordinary clarity, allowing him to memorize everything he had studied in recent days. In the conference room, Professor N flipped through the pages of prepared questions. After addressing the initial basic inquiries, he proceeded to pose more specialized questions. Yet, regardless of the complexity, Li Bing was able to respond swiftly and provide his unique insights. The attendees, primarily researchers in nuclear dynamics, found themselves somewhat bewildered by the conversation, with only Ling Long and Professor Chen managing to grasp the essence. Although they could not fully ascertain the accuracy of Li Bing and Appo's responses, The unique perspectives he offered were certainly beyond the capabilities of his contemporaries in materials science. The look in Professor N's eyes shifted from skepticism to astonishment and delight. This young man is indeed a genius. Chapter 60. Undermining? A genius. A true genius. At this moment, the consensus among the crowd regarding Li Bing could be encapsulated in two words. They were aware that Li Bing possessed knowledge of nuclear energy, but they were astonished to discover his profound understanding of materials science. Just a few days prior, Li Bing's grasp of materials science could be described as rudimentary, yet now, he adeptly responded to inquiries from a titan in the field. This was simply unprecedented. Clearly, these were the fruits of his diligent self-study over the past few days. A genuine prodigy. In a mere span of days, he transformed from a novice in materials science into someone capable of conversing with Professor N Shuxin, a leading figure in China's materials science. Professor N's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had encountered a raw gem. If this young man were to dedicate himself to the study of materials science, the discipline in China would undoubtedly experience rapid advancement. Professor N even began to entertain the thought of encouraging Li Bing to pursue materials research. Professor N, my responses should have posed no issues, Li Bing remarked. Stretching after a lengthy session of inquiries, he believed he had answered all questions satisfactorily, as none surpassed his knowledge. No issues at all, completely free of problems. Not only are there no issues, but some of your viewpoints have also invigorated my thoughts and opened new avenues for research, Professor N replied, nodding with a beaming smile. It was evident that Li Bing's answers were not just acceptable, they were nothing short of exceptional. Even his own disciples, whom he had meticulously trained and who now held doctoral positions at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, would not necessarily surpass Li Bing in responding to these inquiries. Now, Professor N, you must believe that the material before us is indeed a room-temperature superconductor, Li Bing proposed, gesturing toward the black substance on the table. This, young comrade, while your expertise in materials science is certainly impressive, you must understand that, given our current technological capabilities, it is exceedingly challenging to fabricate a true room-temperature superconductor. Professor N hesitated, glancing between Li Bing and the enigmatic black material. Despite Li Bing's evident brilliance, he found it hard to accept that the substance before him could be the room-temperature superconductor he had long coveted. As he had said, the deeper one delves into understanding, the more one realizes the significant hurdles still ahead in achieving such a material with current technology. How about this, Professor N? We can ascertain the truth through experimentation. You may conduct tests to verify whether my claims hold any merit, Li Bing suggested calmly, sensing Professor N and Apos' lingering doubts. He was confident. The room-temperature superconductors he had obtained from the system and Apos' marketplace were genuine, and he had conducted superconductivity experiments himself. Absolutely no problem. An experiment? Now that and Apos' an idea. Professor N's eyes lit up at Li Bing's suggestion. Since Li Bing insisted that the black substance was indeed a room-temperature superconductor, it could be validated through testing. Linglong, take the material to conduct the superconductivity experiment, he instructed his granddaughter. Superconductivity experiments were not overly complex and could be easily verified through electrical current pulses. All right, Grandpa. And Linglong nodded, casting a curious glance at Li Bing before exiting the conference room with the black material in hand. She found herself increasingly intrigued by this man. How could someone so knowledgeable in materials science claim to have developed a room-temperature superconductor? Not long ago, a certain nation had announced they had created one, only to be publicly ridiculed when the results proved erroneous. Young comrade, I hear you are not yet a member of Professor Chun and Apos' research team? While Linglong proceeded with the experiment, Professor N casually initiated a conversation with Li Bing. Li Bing paused, glancing at Professor N before nodding in affirmation. He indeed had not joined Professor Chin's research team, as he intended to establish his own group. Professor Chin, who had been engaged in discussion with other researchers, turned upon hearing his old friend's words, eyeing Li Bing and Professor N. Having known each other for many years, he was acutely aware of his friend's character. Was this fellow considering poaching talent after witnessing Li Bing's research prowess? This old fellow was quite cunning. Oh dear, Professor Chin, how could you overlook such a remarkable talent? How could you allow this young comrade to slip away? Professor N inquired playfully. Pray tell, young brother, how deep is your interest in materials science? Upon receiving a positive response from Li Bing, Professor N's countenance broke into a satisfied smile. Prior to entering the conference room, he had heard from Professor Chin that Li Bing was not yet part of their research team. The reason for his inquiry was to have Li Bing articulate it himself. thereby making it difficult for his old friend to impede his invitation for Li Bing to delve into materials science. After all, the young man was not yet affiliated with his research team. Olden, this is quite excessive, ISN and Oppos. T-it? Trying to poach talent right in front of me? Professor Chen glared at Professor N exasperated. He had finally discovered a genius researcher capable of shouldering the future of China's nuclear energy research. How could he stand idly by and watch him be taken away by Professor N? Even if Li Bing declined to join his team, he would at least continue researching nuclear energy. How could he possibly pivot to materials science? That would be an utter waste of his talents. Several senior researchers present exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions darkening as they regarded Professor N. What was happening? Wasn't Professor Chen supposed to persuade Professor N to dissuade Li Bing from pursuing materials science? Why was Professor N now inviting Li Bing to continue his research? This was utterly outrageous. Professor N, Li Bing is a prodigy in our nuclear power sector. How could he possibly engage in materials science? One researcher exclaimed. Indeed. Our nuclear power sector is the cornerstone of future technology. Materials science is but a minor pursuit, another added. That's right, Li Bing, heed not Professor N's words. We must focus on nuclear power research. That is where the true potential lies. The senior researchers began to vocally oppose Professor N, dismissing the significance of materials science research while ignoring the increasingly displeased expression on his face. Chapter 61. The significance of Li Bing. Enough. Science knows no superiority or inferiority. How can you so disparage materials science? Everyone is contributing to the advancement of Huaxia. Professor Chen, having observed the situation, could not help but step forward to mediate, cheerfully urging his team members to cease their remarks. He then turned to Professor N. Olden. Do not take offense. Their words were spoken without malice. Once you depart, I shall properly counsel them to instill a correct attitude towards scientific research. Professor Chen chuckled, patting Professor N on the shoulder. As for any lessons to be taught, he would only know of them after Professor N's departure. He was merely putting on an act, secretly commending his old colleagues for their audacity in undermining him. If it weren't for the consideration of the old man's feelings, he would have spoken up. You are hindering the progress of materials science in Huaxia. Professor N cast a knowing glance at his old friend. He was well aware of his friend's sentiments, undoubtedly aligned with those of the others. Old Chen, you cannot fathom how exceptional this young brother is. Given time, he will undoubtedly bear the flag of materials science in Huaxia. You know that our materials science has always been a relatively weak aspect. If this young comrade could shift his focus to materials research, I firmly believe that in less than a decade, Huaxia and Oppos materials science will make remarkable strides. Professor N's expression turned serious as he addressed his old friend, cognizant that his friend would be reluctant to let Li Bing go. However, for the future of materials science in Huaxia, he felt compelled to make an attempt. Olden, I am indeed aware of how exceptional Li Bing is. Professor Chen waved his hand dismissively. He could not possibly be unaware of Li Bing's brilliance, as he was perhaps the first to recognize his talent. I agree with your sentiments, yet I must candidly assert that Li Bing should not abandon his pursuits in nuclear fusion research. You are unaware of his prowess in this field. Let me tell you, in less than a decade, he has already surpassed my own understanding of nuclear fusion theory. You claim that in 10 years, Li Bing will surely lead Huaxia at the forefront of materials research. I now inform you that he is already capable of elevating our nation's nuclear power capabilities, allowing us to surpass the technological prowess of the beautiful nation in the realm of nuclear energy. Professor Chen's countenance suddenly grew grave. He regarded Li Bing as a prodigy destined for the study of nuclear energy. Despite his intelligence, even if he were to pivot to other fields, he would not achieve as great a success as he would in nuclear energy. Professor Chen could not bear to witness such a promising opportunity for Huaxia's rise being squandered. Even if Li Bing himself was ambivalent about pursuing nuclear energy research, Professor Chen felt it necessary to urge him onward. Upon hearing his old friend and Oppos' words, Professor N's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he glanced between his old friend and the young man seated at the forefront. This cannot be true. His old friend was recognized as one of the most distinguished experts in nuclear energy in Huaxia, holding a prestigious reputation globally. That he would claim his own research in nuclear fusion was inferior to that of Li Bing, this young man who appeared to be in his 20s, was quite astonishing. He acknowledged Li Bing and Oppos' extraordinary talent, indeed, a genius among geniuses, capable of comprehending the complexities of room temperature superconductors in mere days, a feat beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Yet, even if Li Bing were exceptionally gifted, Having studied nuclear energy from infancy, it paled in comparison to Professor Chin's decades of experience, over 50 years of research. Was it not an exaggeration to assert that his current capabilities surpassed those of his venerable friend? A flicker of doubt crossed Professor N's gaze. However, witnessing the seriousness etched on his old friend's face, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Though his friend often seemed rather unreliable, he never jested about scientific work. Nor would he frivolously sacrifice his own accolades for the benefit of a young upstart. If he were to express such sentiments, perhaps it indicated that this young man truly had surpassed him in nuclear energy research. This notion briefly flickered through Professor N's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. It was inconceivable. Only research into controllable nuclear fusion could potentially evoke such feelings of inadequacy in his old friend. Yet controllable nuclear fusion was universally acknowledged in academia as one of the insurmountable challenges of this century, comparable in difficulty to the development of room-temperature superconductors, if not more so. Even if this young man could indeed develop room-temperature superconductors, it would not equate to solving the riddle of controllable nuclear fusion. Leader Lee, may I inquire if I can disclose to Professor N the projects we are currently developing? Observing the skepticism in Professor N's eyes, Professor Chen abruptly turned to Li Bing, respectfully addressing him as Ndapos, leader. Ndapos, their research had been conducted under the strictest confidentiality agreement. Without Li Bing and Ndapos' approval, no one could divulge any information. Not even for an old friend like Professor N, nor for family or children. Li Bing lifted his gaze to meet Professor Chen and Ndapos', then glanced at Professor N, gently shaking his head in refusal of the request. Not at this moment. We shall inform him of everything once Professor N has joined our research team. Although Professor N was a highly respected elder in Huaxia and Ndapos' scientific community and a good friend of Professor Chen, rules were rules. Disclosure to individuals outside the research team was simply not permissible. This was not only to safeguard the integrity of the experiment, but also to ensure the safety of the researchers and their families. Though Li Bing himself did not regard controllable nuclear fusion technology as particularly groundbreaking, he recognized that a successful experiment would undoubtedly create significant ripples on the international stage. The beautiful nation's preeminent global standing could be jeopardized in an instant. Huaxia could transform from a developing nation to a developed one, from an energy-importing country to the world's largest energy exporter. The revival of the grandeur of the Tang dynasty would render Huaxia's status unassailable. It is no exaggeration to say that if the technology of controllable nuclear fusion were to be prematurely leaked, it could incite Western nations to resort to desperate measures, even resorting to assassination attempts. As the project leader, he could not gamble with the lives of the numerous researchers under his charge. Chapter 62. Summoning the medical team. Professor Chen, upon witnessing Li Bing and Ndapos' refusal, nodded slightly, refraining from further insistence. He was aware that his earlier suggestion was somewhat excessive. Despite his unwavering trust in Professor N, publicly disclosing research details without him being part of the team was undoubtedly a serious breach of etiquette in the scientific community. Professor N furrowed his brow slightly, shifting his gaze between Li Bing and Professor Chen. Initially, he had assumed Li Bing was merely a figurehead of the project, with the true authority resting with Professor Chen, as this research team was ultimately Chen's. However, the recent interactions suggested otherwise. Li Bing appeared to hold genuine significance, even commanding enough respect from his old friend to be regarded as a leader. What riddle were they deciphering? What could possibly entice me to join your team? My expertise lies in materials science, while you delve into nuclear energy research. Our fields are fundamentally disparate. How could we collaborate? Clearing his throat, Professor N and Ndapos' curiosity piqued. He had previously shown little interest in the nature of Professor Chen and Ndapos' research, knowing well that they operated in different domains. And prying into another's research was a cardinal sin in their industry. Yet, observing the enigmatic demeanor of the two men, his intrigue was undeniably ignited, compelling him to uncover the true nature of their endeavors. The decision to collaborate would hinge on the experimental results. Should there be an inclination for partnership, you may join our research project, at which point you shall naturally discern the specifics of our work. If, however, you harbor no interest in collaboration, we shall remain discreet. Li Bing offered a subtle smile to the elder gentleman. Yet, before he could complete his thought, Professor N interjected, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need to divulge any details. My dear young man, at my age, I lack the vigor for further scientific endeavors. My aspirations are limited to a tranquil life at home, sipping tea and tending to fish, enjoying my twilight years without the burdens of research. Without a moment's hesitation, Professor N rejected the proposal. He deemed himself too advanced in years to continue in the rigorous field of research. As a revered figure in materials science, he found little that piqued his interest. The only subject that intrigued him, room temperature superconductors, remained elusive with current technological capabilities. Like many esteemed materials scientists worldwide, he opted for a more relaxed existence. Oh, is that so? Professor N, do not speak too definitively. Li Bing, unfazed by the elder's dismissal, chuckled softly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. With such a valuable asset at his disposal, he was not about to let the elder slip away. Claims of disinterest in research seemed hollow. If he truly lacked interest, would he have traveled all the way from Kyoto to Shanghai? The old man was merely stubborn. Li Bing was curious to see how Professor N would retract his earlier statements once the experimental results were revealed. Young man, you do not know me. I am resolute in my decisions. I have never wavered. Since I have declared that I will not engage in research any longer, I assure you, I shall not. If you wish to invite me to join your research team, I fear you have mistaken your candidate. Professor N smiled and shook his head, convinced that Professor Chen's team did not require his involvement. Were he to re-enter the scientific realm, numerous prestigious materials research teams across the nation and even worldwide would be eager to enlist him. He would not choose a nuclear energy research team. Their collaboration was simply implausible. Professor N presumed Li Bing was merely jesting. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open. Su Su and Linglong entered. With Su Su cradling the black material that Li Bing had previously placed on the table, while Linglong held a report. Their expressions were decidedly peculiar, particularly Linglong's, which appeared quite abnormal, especially upon seeing Li Bing, as though she had encountered something utterly unbelievable. You're back? Have the experimental results come in? Linglong, bring me the report to review. Professor N smiled and inquired, noticing his granddaughter entering the conference room. Given her expression, he could surmise that the results were not indicative of room temperature superconductors. Otherwise, she would be brimming with excitement, rather than appearing so distressed. Grandpa, the doctor said you're too old to become overly excited. Perhaps it's best if you don't look at this report just yet. And Linglong approached her grandfather, extending her hand but refraining from handing over the report. She inhaled deeply, her expression grave as she gazed at him. Her grandfather, now advanced in years, could hardly bear the shock of distressing news. Not only him, but she herself had been rendered speechless upon seeing the report's contents. Taking a considerable amount of time to regain her composure, if he were to see the data contained within. Excited? Linglong, you underestimate your grandfather. I have traversed this world, witnessed countless extraordinary events. How could a mere report incite such agitation? Professor N chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he reached for the report Linglong held. In his mind, he instinctively believed that the results would be disappointing, or that the material itself was mundane, causing him to misjudge its significance. It was only natural that his granddaughter would wish to spare him from the potential distress. No, Grandpa, it would be wise to prepare yourself emotionally before viewing the report. Please, whatever you do, do not become overly excited. And Linglong gulped nervously, cautiously presenting the report to her grandfather. Meanwhile, Li Bing gestured to Su Su. Su Su, please contact the emergency medical team downstairs and have them send some doctors over. Chapter 63. Do you have anything to say? It was merely an experimental report, yet it had caused such a commotion. Professor N gazed at his granddaughter's exaggerated reaction, feeling somewhat speechless. He had witnessed countless storms in his lifetime. Could this report truly contain something so extraordinary? With a slight shake of his head, he opened the report. It was inconceivable that the pitch-black substance before him could genuinely be a room temperature superconductor. Professor N skimmed through the report, which began with relatively standard material tests, mass, density, hardness, and other fundamental data. There was nothing particularly remarkable to note. The figures were indistinguishable from those of ordinary materials. Was this truly enough for his granddaughter to make such a fuss? He felt a sense of helplessness, questioning whether she was intentionally teasing him. The data was neither outstanding nor abysmal, just mundane, lacking any striking attributes. Turning to the final page, which contained the crux of the report, he encountered the data concerning resistance, inductance, and other superconducting properties. As his eyes swept over the first column, he was poised to continue when suddenly he froze, blinking in disbelief. A flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. Had he misread something? Steadying himself, he focused intently on the first line of data, electromagnetic induction rate, 100. Resistivity 0.00002. Testing environment. Voltage 220V, 520V. Room temperature, atmospheric pressure. Professor N's murky eyes widened with incredulity as he stared at the report in his hands. Could this truly be real? The expressions on his face shifted rapidly, and he swallowed hard, directing his gaze to the last line of the report. Upon testing, the experimental material conforms to superconducting properties. With that, Professor N and Oppos' heart momentarily ceased its rhythm, his eyes bulging in astonishment. Conforming to superconducting properties? Zero resistivity? Almost no transmission loss. How could this be possible? Room temperature superconducting material. Had it truly been successfully developed? A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. And suddenly, the world around him blurred, leading him to lose consciousness in the next instant. Grandpa! Professor N! Olden! What has happened to him? Professor N! Olden! Don't scare me. As Professor N collapsed, those nearby were instantly taken aback, rushing to support him. Only Li Bing gestured discreetly to Su, signaling the medical personnel who had been waiting outside their conference room to enter. Make way. Let us take a look. Two doctors swiftly approached Professor N, retrieving their stethoscopes to check his vital signs. How is it, doctor? Is Olden all right? Doctor, what is wrong with my grandfather? The crowd watched anxiously as the doctors conducted their examinations, their expressions tense. From both personal concern and national research interests, they all hoped for Professor N and Oppos' well-being. After a few minutes, the doctor removed the stethoscope. Rest assured, there is nothing serious. The old gentleman is simply experiencing the effects of excitement due to his age, which caused him to faint. He should recover shortly. However, it would be wise to avoid any further emotional stimuli for him, considering his advanced years. The doctor nodded reassuringly to the group, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness. He is fine. What on earth happened? Why did Olden suddenly react so strongly? Yes, wasn't he Professor N just reviewing the experimental report? What could have possibly caused such a shock? Having calmed down, the crowd began to ponder again, recalling that nothing appeared particularly stirring moments ago. Professor N had been sitting calmly in his chair. Professor Chen silently picked up the experimental report that Professor N had left on the table, slowly opening it. He scanned through the document with rapidity, clearly suspecting that the report had caused Professor N and Oppos' sudden emotional upheaval. Flipping through the pages, he found nothing amiss until he reached the final page, where he halted abruptly, staring in disbelief at the text. No wonder. Professor Chen gazed vacantly at the last page of the experimental report, unable to contain his murmurs. Gazing at the conclusion stating and Oppos conforms to superconducting properties and Oppos, he finally understood why his old friend had fainted in excitement. If he were in the same position, he too might have succumbed to overwhelming emotion. What is going on? Did you discover something? Is there an issue with this experimental report? Did it trigger Professor N and Oppos' emotional outburst? The surrounding researchers exchanged glances, surprised by Professor Chun and Oppos' expression, which clearly indicated that this report was indeed problematic. When Linglong had entered the conference room, she had appeared quite peculiar and had spoken some enigmatic words to Professor N, but at the time, they had paid little attention. In hindsight, it was evident that it was due to this report. Take a look for yourselves. Professor Chen raised his eyes. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at Li Bing, his breath growing heavy. What genius had he uncovered? The others, perplexed, took the report from Professor Chun and focused intently on the last page. What? How is this possible? Is this true? No. It cannot be. Could there have been an error in the experiment? How could this be? No wonder Professor N fainted from excitement. All eyes were glued to the last line of text on the experimental report, their expressions mirroring Professor Chun and Oppos' shock and disbelief as they looked at Li Bing. Their gazes transcended the ordinary, perceiving him not merely as a human, but as an extraordinary being. Li Bing, he had truly succeeded in developing room temperature superconducting material. In just 7 days, he had achieved the unimaginable. Li Bing, do you have anything to say? Professor Chen inhaled deeply, staring intently at the young man before him, whose demeanor remained unfazed. Chapter 64. The desire to find a block of tofu and end it all. What is there to say? Li Bing touched his nose, pondering the matter. It seemed there was nothing particularly noteworthy to mention. The materials he had acquired were exchanged from the system's marketplace. Frankly, he doubted he could recreate them on his own. The more one speaks, the more one errs. It was better to remain silent. However, his nonchalant remark left the crowd in sheer astonishment once more. Nothing to say? He had single-handedly produced a room-temperature superconducting material, a feat deemed impossible in this era. Such an accomplishment was worthy of a Nobel Prize in chemistry, yet Li Bing spoke of it with such casual indifference, as if it held no significance whatsoever. Was this truly the chasm that separated them from genius? No, it transcended mere genius. It was extraordinary, almost otherworldly. While other research teams had toiled for years, even decades, to achieve what Li Bing accomplished in merely a few days, the most alarming fact was that just days prior, he had been a novice in materials science. Li Bing, is this report genuine? Are you certain you are not jesting? Professor Chen inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his racing heart, still unable to fathom the reality before him. He could not grasp the notion that such a phenomenon could occur in the world. If this news were to circulate, it might drive other materials scientists to despair. Professor Chen, this report was personally conducted by Miss Su. Su also observed the process. There is no possibility of error, Li Bing replied with a serene smile. The room temperature superconducting material was indeed flawless, a result he could replicate through further experimentation. Professor Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that the experimental report was undoubtedly accurate. However, he found it challenging to accept the results at once. In his confinement, Li Bing had self-studied and resolved a significant dilemma troubling nuclear energy researchers worldwide, the equation for controllable nuclear fusion. He had even drafted the experimental protocols and simulated the trial equivalents. Subsequently, through self-study in materials science, he had synthesized room temperature superconductors in just 7 days. With no assistance from anyone else, had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have never believed such a prodigious scientist could exist. The onlookers were spellbound, staring at the experimental report in their hands, unable to comprehend the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. They could hardly blink. Caught in the surreal moment of witnessing the birth of a historical milestone, was the fourth industrial revolution truly on the brink of inception? The advent of room temperature superconductors promised to revolutionize humanity, altering the very fabric of existence itself. Once realized, the implications for energy transmission would be monumental, theoretically achieving zero resistance and nearly perfect energy transfer. Currently, electrical transmission suffers from inherent resistance, resulting in unavoidable heat loss and about 10% energy wastage. The proliferation of room temperature superconductors would empower humanity to deliver electricity to every corner of the globe at will. Traditional energy sources would fade into history, and nations such as Saudi Arabia would lose their means of wealth through oil sales. The global energy landscape would be redefined by China. Moreover, the logic governing all electronic devices would undergo transformation. With the eradication of resistance, electronic devices utilizing room temperature superconductors would generate no heat. Quantum computers could operate at room temperature. Charging various appliances would take mere seconds, and electric vehicles would become the norm. These materials would enable the creation of superconducting magnets, pertinent to fields such as medicine and aerospace, and bear profound significance for research involving spacecraft, particle accelerators, and controllable nuclear fusion. Leader Li, you are a deity to me. With this single research achievement, you rival the world's foremost physicists. Our nation now has its own Einstein. How on earth did you develop room temperature superconductors? It is simply unfathomable. The crowd gazed at Li Bing with fervor, realizing that if this material indeed proved to be a room temperature superconductor, they had borne witness to history. It was astonishing. No one had expected that Li Bing could, in just 7 days, independently create such a groundbreaking material. Previously, they had dismissed his nuclear-powered armor project as fanciful, but now, they questioned whether he might truly be capable of inventing devices straight out of science fiction. Coughing softly, the unconscious professor gradually opened his eyes, tears of joy glistening in his murky gaze. He looked at Li Bing with overwhelming emotion. He had never imagined witnessing the emergence of room temperature superconductors in his lifetime, let alone having touched them. Old Chen, immediately relay this news to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. We must have personnel safeguard the research institute. The significance of room temperature superconductors for our nation's research is paramount. We cannot afford any oversight. Professor trembled as he stood, urging his old friend to contact the Academy without delay. He could already foresee the seismic impact on the scientific community once the news of the room temperature superconductor spread. However, in response to Professor and Apos' insistence, the crowd remained motionless in the meeting room. Professor Chen showed no inclination to report the news. What Apos? That's wrong, Old Chen. Such a momentous announcement, and you hesitate? Hurry and report it. Professor urged his old friend, even considering circumventing protocol to report it himself. Yet, Professor Chen merely shook his head. No, it is not the right time to report this. Doing so would only hinder our more pressing research endeavors. He turned to Li Bing, wishing to delay any announcement regarding the emergence of room temperature superconductors to the Academy. If they were to learn of this development, they would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to the site. Moreover, the influx of international journalists would create chaos, distracting them from their focused research on controllable nuclear fusion. Chapter 65. Homeward Bound. A must to return indeed. Team Leader Li, Professor Chen is correct. Now is not the opportune moment for reporting. Should we choose to report, it would undoubtedly hinder our subsequent research efforts. I do not advocate for reporting at this juncture. Team Leader Li. It truly is not the right time to make such disclosures. The other researchers in the conference room also turned their attention to Li Bing, urging him to reconsider. They were all apprehensive about attracting external attention before achieving a successful controlled nuclear fusion reaction. Such attention would undoubtedly disrupt their research into controllable nuclear fusion. However, Professor N also had a point. Li Bing had indeed developed the world and Oppo's first room temperature superconducting material, which had been experimentally verified. Failing to disclose this to the national authorities would be tantamount to squandering a monumental achievement. Hence, regardless of whether it should be reported to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the final decision rested solely with Li Bing. Comrade Li Bing, you have successfully created room temperature superconducting material, should you choose to disclose it. You are certain to become the youngest professor and academician in the nation. This patent will belong to you personally. What is there to hesitate about? And Ling Long, standing behind Professor N, could not contain her curiosity and inquired. She was unaware that Li Bing was currently leading Professor Chen's research team in the study of controlled nuclear fusion. To her, having completed the research on room temperature superconductivity, there was no reason not to report it. By presenting this technology to the state, one could gain both fame and fortune. Such a bountiful opportunity should not be postponed. Professor N cleared his throat gently and also looked towards Li Bing. However, unlike in Ling Long, he did not directly inquire but regarded Li Bing with a look of perplexity. There must be a reason behind his old friend's reluctance to report. He just did not know what that reason was yet. The gaze of everyone in the conference room converged once more upon Li Bing. Observing the varied expressions on their faces, Li Bing maintained an air of calmness, offering them a slight smile. Rest assured, I have no intention of announcing it immediately. The room temperature superconductivity was an accidental discovery. To replicate it directly would require additional time for research. Li Bing tapped the black material on the table. This substance had been obtained through the system's marketplace, not manufactured by him. To acquire more, he would need to exchange points. Upon hearing Li Bing's words, all present were momentarily taken aback, blinking in confusion, their minds swirling with questions. What was going on? How could a material developed by sheer coincidence not be replicated? Surely, this was a jest. It was well known that research teams meticulously documented every step taken during their studies. Even the minutest details were recorded. How could Li Bing possibly claim the inability to continue his research? Li Bing, what do you mean by that? You cannot replicate it? What of your experimental records? Professor Chen could not help but interject, a note of tension creeping into his voice. The implications of room temperature superconductivity were profound. If it could not be reproduced, it would render their efforts futile. Professor N's eyes were fixed intently on Li Bing, his breath growing heavier. The emotional roller coaster had left him somewhat dazed. Just moments ago, he had believed that materials science in China was on the verge of a breakthrough, that they were about to witness history. Yet, suddenly, Li Bing claimed that the room temperature superconductor was a fluke, impossible to replicate. Was this not utterly absurd? My apologies, Professor Chen, but it is indeed impossible to replicate it. To develop a new room temperature superconducting material would require some time. However, as you know, I must return home for a visit. It has been many days since I last saw my family, and I need to report my well-being. As for the experimental records you mentioned, I have never relied on such things. Li Bing presented the excuse he had meticulously crafted. He could not reveal that these materials were obtained through the system. Instead, he chose to fabricate a rationale. At times like this, the more absurd the excuse, the more convincing it became. Return home? Young comrade, we are currently in the midst of developing room temperature superconductors. How can you afford to leave now? Surely you understand the immense significance of room temperature superconductivity. Can you not postpone your return for a while? Professor N interjected sternly, fixing an earnest gaze upon Li Bing. He had devoted his life to material science, dedicating most of his time to the nation and Oppo's research endeavors. Hearing that Li Bing would abandon the pursuit of room-temperature superconductivity for the sake of returning home was difficult for him to accept. Countless researchers had toiled away, often in obscurity, for many years to contribute to China and Oppo's scientific progress, and Li Bing was willing to forsake it all for a mere visit home. This was something he found hard to fathom. Professor In, there is no need for further persuasion. Research is research, and returning home is returning home. I am not as noble as many of my predecessors who devoted their lives to secretive research, forsaking their families. Furthermore, the times have changed. As China and Oppo's influence continues to grow, we have taken our place on the world stage. Our researchers will no longer have to live in anonymity for the sake of scientific inquiry. Li Bing interrupted Professor In, having anticipated his forthcoming remarks. Through their brief interactions, he had come to understand the old professor's character. To him, research was paramount. Everything revolved around contributing to national scientific endeavors. Such selfless dedication was indeed commendable. However, to be frank, Li Bing could not emulate that ideal. His initial motivation for engaging in research was simply to avoid confinement. Now, he was focused on fulfilling the tasks set by the system. While he would contribute to China's progress, he could not devote himself entirely to the cause. Nevertheless, Professor In, do not fret. Although I must return home for a time, the research on room temperature superconductivity can still continue. Someone else will continue the research? Upon hearing this, Professor In was taken aback, his gaze sweeping across the other researchers in the conference room. Who would take up the mantle? The researchers present were primarily specialists in nuclear dynamics. Their knowledge of materials science was at best superficial. Was there anyone among them capable of continuing the study of room temperature superconductivity? Even his old friend, Professor Chen, would likely struggle. Not only was Professor In perplexed, but so were the other researchers, exchanging bewildered glances. They had not received any directives from Li Bing regarding the continuation of materials science research. Li Bing, you say someone will take over your work on the room temperature superconducting material? Who is that individual? Chapter 66, A Sudden Revelation. Li Bing. Who could possibly take your place in the research of room temperature superconducting materials? Indeed, Li Bing, we are all experts in nuclear dynamics, and our understanding of materials science is rather limited. Li Bing, you must be jesting with us, right? Transitioning to interdisciplinary research poses a significant challenge, as we currently possess little knowledge in materials science. Commencing studies in this field now would be exceedingly difficult and time-consuming. Upon hearing Li Bing's suggestion, many present wore expressions of dismay. They were specialists in nuclear power. The thought of delving into materials science was daunting, especially starting from scratch, which seemed insurmountable. Though they had previously prided themselves on their intelligence, they paled in comparison to Li Bing. Not everyone possesses the ability to master a scientific discipline in a short span of time. Such talent is exceedingly rare, perhaps only embodied by Li Bing among nearly 1.5 billion people in China. Even Professor Chen could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, Li Bing, we are all talents in the field of nuclear energy. Suddenly shifting to another domain may not be prudent. None of us have any experience. Moreover, to tackle the most challenging subjects in materials science right from the outset seems quite unreasonable. The group turned their gaze toward Li Bing, including Su Su, who usually understood him best, now looking at him with confusion. There had been no prior indication that he intended for anyone to pursue materials science research. Observing the puzzled expressions, Li Bing shook his head in exasperation. What are you all thinking? How could I possibly ask someone with no experience in materials science to undertake such research? Li Bing himself lacked any background in materials science. If he were to recruit a novice, wouldn't they inevitably seek his guidance for every aspect? Should he fail to provide adequate support, the entire endeavor could falter. Is there truly no one with experience? Professor Chun and the others were taken aback, their expressions still filled with uncertainty. Did Li Bing know any materials science researchers? That seemed unlikely, as he had never mentioned it before. Isn't it fortuitous that we have a renowned expert in materials science right here? Li Bing suggested, pointing towards Professor and me. Professor N was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. Was Li Bing implying that he should research room temperature superconducting materials? Precisely, Professor N, it is you. Apart from you, I doubt anyone else possesses the qualifications to conduct this research, Li Bing affirmed with a nod, smiling gently at Professor N originally. He intended to delay the study of room temperature superconducting materials until he returned home, as the energy issues with the Makai armor, reliant on controllable nuclear fusion, were not yet resolved. However, upon learning from Su Su that Professor N was visiting their research team, he decided to seize the opportunity to engage him in this endeavor. This comrade, you're not jesting, are you? You truly wish for me to undertake research on room temperature superconducting materials? Professor and regarded Li Bing with skepticism. It is well known that successful research in this field is often fiercely guarded by scientists who dread sharing their findings. Yet here was Li Bing, openly inviting him to collaborate. Of course, I am not joking. However, I recall you stating earlier that joining our research team would be impossible. This indeed complicates matters. Where am I to find a materials science researcher on such short notice? If necessary, we might have to postpone this project until I return. Li Bing feigned deep contemplation, stroking his chin. Indeed, Li Bing, Professor in and Amp, Oppos, as health is no longer conducive for research. Perhaps it would be best not to pursue him. I can recommend several experts in materials science tomorrow, all of whom possess capabilities rivaling those of Professor in. Professor Li interjected with a smile, having discerned Li Bing and Oppos' intentions. It became clear why Li Bing had been so confident that Professor in would agree to join their research team. He had been waiting for this moment. Who says I'm unwilling? Who asserted that? I, and Shuxin, stand by my words, but I will not accept what you impose upon me. I never claimed I would not join your research team. And you, old Chun, stop stirring the pot. I may be a few years older than you. Yet you continue your research. Why should I not be able to? In our great land, who possesses greater expertise in materials science than I? Professor in quickly interjected, casting a fierce glare at his old friend. In this moment, it was unacceptable for his companion to undermine him. His lifelong ambition had been to develop room temperature superconducting materials. And with this opportunity before him, he could not let it slip away. Oh, so you are agreeing then? You will join my research team? Professor Chin chuckled, teasingly glancing at his old friend. He had never anticipated collaborating with Professor in a research team. Should this news reach the scientific community, it would surely cause a stir. Go. This is not about your research team. I am here to work in Li Bing's team. And it has nothing to do with you. Professor In scoffed, unable to suppress a chuckle. He was engaging in research activities within Li Bing and Oppos' team. And it was irrelevant to Professor Chin, a nuclear dynamics researcher, whether he understood room temperature superconductors. Haha, splendid. Let us then toast to a fruitful collaboration. Who would have thought that one day, you and I would work together? Professor Chin, familiar with his friend's temperament, chose not to press further. In the conference room, laughter filled the air as the two esteemed professors exchanged playful banter. Comrade Li Bing, I have a small request. May I voice it? Professor In suddenly directed his gaze toward Li Bing. You still have requests? Olden, do not be ungrateful. It is already quite generous of Li Bing to allow you to join our team for the development of room temperature superconducting materials. Chapter 67. It makes perfect sense. Professor Chin was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his old friend would make a request. He felt a twinge of concern that Professor In and Oppos' actions might displease Li Bing, prompting him to feign irritation as he glanced at his longtime companion. To be honest, it was commendable enough that Li Bing was willing to share his research findings. Any further demands from Professor In seemed rather excessive. The surrounding researchers also appeared taken aback, their brows slightly furrowed. Logically speaking, as a seasoned researcher, Professor In should have been well aware of the protocols, so why would he press for more? Yet, Li Bing displayed no sign of displeasure. He regarded Professor In and nodded gently. We can discuss it. If the request is reasonable, I shall acquiesce. However, if it is unjustifiable, then I must regretfully decline. Professor In, I can always seek out another collaborator or even postpone my research for a few days. Li Bing gazed earnestly at Professor In, eager to hear the nature of his request. Though Professor In was a senior figure in the research community, Li Bing was steadfast in not compromising on fundamental issues. If necessary, he could always consult other experts in materials science or even conduct the research independently at home. In the vast expanse of China, he was confident that once he revealed the existence of room temperature superconductors, numerous researchers would vie for the opportunity to study it. Indeed, international scientists might even offer financial incentives for the chance to collaborate. It's nothing of great significance. Please do not be so tense. Given the collaborative nature of current research, I would like my granddaughter to serve as my assistant. Would that be acceptable to you, Li Bing? Professor In quickly interjected, fully aware of the norms within the research community, understanding that he could not overstep. His granddaughter had recently followed in his footsteps into the field of materials science, and he hoped this experiment would allow him to impart as much knowledge to her as possible. Naturally, he also harbored a personal interest. The advent of room temperature superconductors would undoubtedly be etched into history, and having his granddaughter as a co-researcher would ensure her legacy in the field. Grandpa. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, and Linglong was initially startled but soon grasped the intent behind his request, feeling a wave of emotion. What she had assumed to be a momentous issue turned out to be something rather trivial. Of course, I have no objections. If Miss N wishes to assist me out of goodwill, how could I refuse? Li Bing responded with a slight smile, having no reason to decline. In truth, even if Professor N had not suggested it, he would have found a way to approach N Linglong about helping with the experiments. Now that Professor N had brought it up, he considered it a favor to grant. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Team Leader Li. Professor N laughed heartily, his expression finally reflecting relief. He increasingly appreciated Li Bing, a handsome figure with exceptional research capabilities and a remarkable demeanor. Such individuals were truly exemplary in the research community. I am grateful to you, Team Leader Li, for this opportunity. N Linglong, with a serious expression, bowed deeply to Li Bing. Due to the angle of her bow, even in modest attire, her alabaster skin was nearly revealed. Professor N, you are too kind. Miss N is quite impressive, Li Bing blurted out instinctively, only to realize his misstep too late. And Linglong's previously pale cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation as she hurriedly adjusted her clothing and shot a fierce glare at Li Bing. The gratitude she had felt moments before evaporated in an instant. This scoundrel. I was just beginning to think well of him. Team Leader Li. Could you share how you inadvertently developed this room temperature superconductor? I would like to learn from your experience. Professor N chuckled awkwardly, attempting to steer the conversation away from the previous topic. Li Bing, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose, realizing he had spoken too candidly. The experiment itself was not overly complex. It merely involved placing graphene in a pressure cooker and simmering it gently for 49 hours, allowing the liquid to fully permeate the material. Afterward, he would open the cooker, add catalyst and reagents, and then boil it down. Finally, he would ensure that the reaction liquid was completely absorbed into the material, yielding a complete room temperature superconductor. Li Bing spoke earnestly, his demeanor serious. However, the other attendees in the conference room were left in a state of disbelief, staring at him in astonishment. This process he described seemed more akin to cooking or alchemy than to scientific research, particularly for the creation of room temperature superconductors. How could this possibly be real? It seemed utterly implausible. Team Leader Li, you must be joking, right? You truly obtained the room temperature superconductor through such a method involving graphene? Professor N swallowed hard. After years of research in materials science, he had never encountered anyone describing an experiment in such a manner. Surely, no rational mind would conceive of such an approach. Professor Chen and the others felt as if they were listening to an ancient text, utterly perplexed by Li Bing and Appo's words. Li Bing, you cannot be serious. Please clarify the experimental steps for Professor and believe it or not. This is precisely how I achieved it. It was that simple. Li Bing shrugged, his eyes sincere. He couldn't reveal that the room temperature superconductor was acquired through a systematic exchange. The more outlandish his explanation, the less likely Professor N would be to take it at face value, allowing him to pursue his research in a manner he deemed suitable. Should he present a too believable account, he risked leading Professor N astray, causing him to delve deeper into a misguided direction. I find Li Bing and Appo's rationale compelling. We might as well attempt his method first. I believe what he proposes is quite feasible. Chapter 68. Absolute Promotion. I find the words of Comrade Li Bing to be quite sensible. After a moment of contemplation, in the midst of a chorus of skepticism, Professor N suddenly spoke up, his expression notably earnest. What do you mean, Professor N? What makes sense? How could that possibly make sense? Stop indulging Li Bing's nonsense and let him reveal the true process. Professor Chen, unable to accept Professor N's assertion, questioned his old friend's sanity. He thought to himself, how could any rational individual believe such a fabrication? Was Professor N suffering from cognitive decline, or was he merely jesting with him? Indeed, Professor N, how could this method be genuine? It seems even less plausible than ancient alchemy. At least alchemists utilized furnaces, whereas Team Leader Li is suggesting a pressure cooker. Surely, no rational person would resort to such a thing. The others shared similar expressions of doubt, utterly unconvinced that room temperature superconducting materials could be fabricated in such a manner. Even N Linglong, who specialized in materials science, albeit not at the level of her grandfather, shook her head slightly, recognizing the impracticality of the method proposed. She had never heard of any researcher conducting experiments in such a fashion. In truth, even Li Bing himself was bewildered by Professor N and Appo's statement. Was he serious? He had merely concocted a method off the top of his head, one he deemed utterly implausible. Yet here was Professor N claiming it held merit? What logic was at play here? Li Bing blinked, momentarily unsure of whether Professor N was indeed a master in materials science and whether his research was legitimate. Haha, everyone. Please do not regard me with such skepticism. The world is vast and full of wonders. I believe that Comrade Li Bing's proposal may serve as a novel perspective. Our experiments are, by nature, a process of creation from nothing, and exploring unconventional paths is entirely normal. If we adhere rigidly to tradition, how can we aspire to be exemplary researchers or develop materials that have never existed before? Professor N chuckled, observing the puzzled gazes of those around him, and felt compelled to elaborate. First and foremost, Li Bing had presented the concept of room temperature superconducting materials before them, and Professor N was not inclined to dismiss it as a mere jest. It should be noted that Li Bing himself had agreed to research room temperature superconductors, so it was unlikely he would fabricate an implausible rationale to deceive them. Come now, Olden, even if we are to explore alternative avenues, must they be so far-fetched? This sounds exceedingly dubious, Professor Chen retorted, still skeptical of his old friend. Had Li Bing suggested a more plausible method, he would not have been so doubtful. Perhaps you do not fully comprehend. In our field of materials science, there are no inherently reliable or unreliable methods. Do you know how extraordinary superconducting materials are produced? Professor N tilted his head slightly, surveying his colleagues in the conference room with a composed demeanor. Extraordinary superconducting materials? Professor Chen and several senior researchers exchanged glances, bewildered. They had never delved into materials science, and thus were unaware of its intricacies. The initial superconducting materials were, in fact, single-molecule graphene. The development of this material employed methods that would likely baffle you. It was crafted by Danish scientists who transformed graphene, or hardened carbon ink, by grinding it against stone, layer by layer. The resultant powder was then condensed under low temperatures, ultimately yielding single-molecule graphene, which is now among our most utilized superconducting materials. Isn't it astonishing? Professor N remarked, observing the looks of incredulity on their faces. When that scientist initially disclosed his methodology, the public had found it utterly implausible, dismissing him as a charlatan. Yet, when others replicated the experiment, they were astounded to discover its veracity. The scientist had indeed spoken the truth. It was possible to obtain single-molecule graphene through manual grinding. Professor N believed that Li Bing's approach might mirror that of the original scientist. While it sounded absurd, it could very well be the reality. Upon hearing Professor N's explanation, the group experienced a moment of enlightenment. Ah, so that is it. It seems we were rather naive before. We never anticipated such a process existed. I knew Team Leader Li wooed tea just frivolously. One must admit, Team Leader Li possesses remarkable talent, capable of devising such a method. Indeed, the simplest solutions often elude the common mind, and only someone of Team Leader Li's caliber could conceive it. They looked at Li Bing, unable to suppress their admiration. Previously, they had thought him to be jesting, but it turned out they were the ones lacking knowledge. Someone had genuinely developed new materials using what appeared to be an absurd method. Ha, ha. Faced with their praises, Li Bing could only smile awkwardly. He was at a loss, unsure whether he had lost his sanity or if they had collectively lost theirs. They genuinely believed his offhand suggestion. Professor N, I must admit that my understanding of materials science is merely superficial. If you find my method utterly unfeasible, feel free to explore your own approach. There is no obligation to adhere strictly to my suggestion. Li Bing turned to Professor N, earnestly advising him. He genuinely feared that Professor N might become overly fixated on his whimsical suggestion. It would be absurd if they were to derive results from his fanciful method. Comrade Li Bing, you are far too humble. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will undoubtedly elevate the method employed, Professor N declared with utmost seriousness, assuring Li Bing with a grave expression. His demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Li Bing rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. He was unsure how to communicate with Professor N. The latter's expression gave him an unsettling feeling. Actually, there is no need to strictly follow my words. I believe every researcher should cultivate their own insights. Professor N, please do not become overly fixated. Chapter 69. Family Meeting in the Heart of the Bustling Metropolis. Within the towering edifice of the Li Group, the expansive conference room on the 19th floor was filled to capacity. Well-dressed individuals adorned in designer attire occupied both sides of the grand table, their luxurious watches gleaming on their wrists. The Li Group was poised to convene a family meeting. As a venerable family enterprise rooted in the city, the Li Group boasts a history spanning over a century. It began as a modest workshop and, capitalizing on favorable national policies, gradually expanded to become one of the prominent enterprises in the metropolis. Its operations encompass a wide array of industries, including real estate, machinery manufacturing, the internet, renewable energy, automotive, and catering. Being a family business, many members of the Lee clan have flourished under the shade of this corporate giant. After a century of growth, the Lee Group now ventures into nearly every sector. However, in recent years, rapid developments in the market have seen the rise of numerous emerging companies, coupled with a challenging economic environment and stringent loan policies. The Lee Group and Oppos' expansive operations have led to financial shortfalls. With an inability to swiftly adapt, these deficits have steadily widened. Meanwhile, these burgeoning firms are lurking, waiting for an opportunity to capitalize on the Lee Group's misfortunes. Under mounting pressure from various fronts, the Lee Group's fortunes have dwindled over the past 2 years, with several sectors facing losses, leading to closures and even bankruptcies. The grandson of the family patriarch has also been ensnared in the competitive turmoil, resulting in his unfortunate incarceration. Consequently, the elderly patriarch, who had long turned a blind eye to the group and Oppos' affairs, was compelled to take matters into his own hands and summon this conference. In the conference room, 3 young men stood at the back, whispering among themselves. They were the grandsons of the patriarch and potential successors of the Lee Group. Each managed a modest enterprise under the Lee Group and Oppos' banner. "Do you know why grandfather called us for this meeting?" inquired the eldest, sporting a beard and appearing the most mature among them, nudging the bespectacled youth beside him. Typically, the younger generation is not permitted to attend such significant gatherings. Yet, for reasons unknown, today their grandfather had summoned them all, which felt rather unusual. "Eldest brother, how could I possibly know something that even you are unaware of?" However, look around. All the young members of the Lee family are present, including the families of both the second and third uncles. "Grandfather must have summoned us for something substantial," remarked the young man, casting a glance at another youth positioned across the table. Given the Lee family and Oppos' extensive lineage, which includes not only their grandfather's branch but also those of the second and third uncles, the assembly comprised more than 70 individuals. "Do you think grandfather intends to announce the next heir?" suddenly suggested the quiet young man standing between them, unable to contain his curiosity. Aside from the annual ancestral rites, this was the first occasion he had seen such a comprehensive gathering of family members, including those who had been abroad for studies or work, all summoned back by the patriarch. Upon hearing this, the other two paused, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Second brother, you can't be serious? This is all so sudden. Shouldn't the heir be someone from our father's generation? What does this have to do with us?" The youngest protested, blinking in astonishment. The selection of an heir is a matter of great significance, and the patriarch would not usually spring such a decision without prior notice. Enough speculation. This is likely related to the challenges our Lee Group has faced in recent years, the bearded young man interjected, casting a reproachful glance at his brothers to silence their conjectures. With so many present, discussing the heir was utterly inappropriate, particularly in a family conglomerate. The topic of succession is exceedingly sensitive and should not be broached lightly in public forums. Indeed, our group has encountered a developmental bottleneck in recent years, with each sector facing increasing difficulties. The youngest sighed. Though still in university, he was well aware of the family and Oppos' plight. In his freshman year, he had established a small media company with the group's support, which, despite its modest size, was thriving. The other young man nodded in agreement. "You're right. Our group's situation has become increasingly dire. Several subsidiaries have shuttered their doors. Just last month, 2 companies under my name went under. Alas, the Lee Group is no longer what it once was. Outsiders now claim we are a fading star, a relic of the past." Hearing his brother and Oppos' lament, the youngest couldn't help but roll his eyes, his tone tinged with reproach. "Isn't this all the grandfather's fault? If he had taken my advice to pivot to new industries sooner, we would and Oppos' be in this predicament. Sticking to outdated practices has only led us to sluggish progress. Now, with a gaping financial shortfall, it and Oppos' too late to act decisively, and the market has been seized by competitors." When he first entered university, he had broached the topic of transformation with his grandfather, the patriarch of the Lee Group, but his suggestions were dismissed as mere folly. If only he had listened then. He mused bitterly. "That and Oppos' enough, third brother. Do you think you can speak so freely about grandfather? Have you grown wings? He disregarded your advice for reasons he deemed valid. As his juniors, we should respect that, the eldest admonished, his expression darkening. The Li family places great emphasis on filial piety. And his brother and Apos' audacity to criticize their grandfather was unacceptable. Without the patriarch and Apos' hard work, the Li group would never have evolved from a mere workshop into a colossal enterprise. I understand, eldest brother. No need to be angry. I was just voicing my thoughts. I would never dare to criticize grandfather, the youngest replied nonchalantly, though his demeanor suggested otherwise, revealing a lack of concern for the gravity of the situation. Chapter 70, the true power holder of the Li group at this moment. A middle-aged man with a stern expression, seated before three individuals, slowly turned his head, noticing their movements. His face remained impassive, yet his gaze was laden with warnings. Startled, the trio promptly lowered their heads in silence. This middle-aged man was none other than their father, Leon Mi, the second son of their grandfather and the fourth in line within the family. Currently, he held the position of general manager at the Li group. Leon Mi glanced at his three sons before turning back to converse with the middle-aged man beside him. Although they were rivals in the matter of succession, their relationship remained relatively amicable, devoid of the anticipated fierce competition. In fact, they enjoyed good relations with the brothers of their second and third uncles as well. Have you inquired about the connections regarding Erji and Xiaobingzi? Is there any possibility of leniency from the prison, perhaps a further reduction of his sentence? Xiaobing's plight can be attributed to my misfortune, Li Anmin remarked, directing his gaze towards the elegantly adorned woman beside him, his elder sister, who managed governmental relations within the group and owned a public relations firm, maintaining connections with various parties. Alas, our Li group and Apos' connections have greatly diminished. I have exhausted all avenues and mobilized every possible influence, yet the responses remain uniform. It is impossible. 10 years is already the lightest sentence conceivable. There is no point in appealing to anyone, she sighed, shaking her head. Li Anmin felt a pang of guilt. This situation is a disservice to my elder brother and Xiaobing. I cannot fathom the suffering he endures in prison. Enough, fourth brother, do not burden yourself with guilt. Instead, focus on investigating who has orchestrated this scheme against you. Perhaps unearthing the culprit will lead to Xiaobing and Apos' rescue. Li Xiuyan consoled her brother, though concern lingered in her eyes. As the eldest sister, she recalled how their father had been preoccupied with business when they were young, leaving it to their elder brother to raise them. With their brother gone too soon, only his son and daughter remained. Now, their niece was under the old man and Apos' direct guidance, nurturing her as a potential successor. Evident to all. Just then, the door to the conference room creaked open. The gathering, previously engaged in hushed conversations, immediately ceased and turned to face the entrance. Silence enveloped the room as an elderly man clad in a black tank suit, his hair white and posture stooped, appeared at the threshold. Despite his age, the wrinkles etched on his face could not diminish the penetrating intensity of his gaze. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, her demeanor cool and composed, gently supporting the old man's arm. Together, they stepped into the conference room. This venerable figure was none other than Li Buoxing, the current head of the Li group, while the young lady beside him was Li Qingqing, the daughter of their elder brother, as mentioned by Li Anmin and Li Xiuyan. Brother, father, uncle, grandfather. The assembly rose in unison, bowing respectfully. Li Buoxing cast a brief glance over the attendees, gesturing dismissively. With his cane in hand, he made his way to the head of the table, while Li Qingqing silently followed in his wake. Please, take your seats. We are family, no need for formality, he said as he settled into his chair, raising a hand slightly. Once he was seated, the others gradually resumed their places, the atmosphere remaining remarkably serene, devoid of any chatter. Although the old man seldom made appearances, his authority commanded a silence that stifled all whispers. Now, I presume you all have your speculations as to why I have summoned you, he began, clearing his throat before continuing, his voice aged yet resonant. Indeed, I have called you here to address the current predicament facing our group. In recent years, my involvement has waned, and it seems the Li group has encountered significant hardships. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Li Anmin and another middle-aged man present. Li Qingqing, standing behind him, also observed her fourth uncle and the middle-aged man seated in the front row. Over the past few years, the management of the company had fallen largely to her fourth uncle and this man, who was the eldest son of her second uncle, thus considered her elder. Father, it is my misjudgment. Uncle, it is my misjudgment, Li Anmin and the other man stammered, rising to admit their faults as Li Buoxing's scrutinizing gaze fell upon them. making them feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. When the old man entrusted the group to their care, it was thriving. Yet their stewardship had led to its current disarray, leaving them with undeniable accountability. In the company, it is your titles that you should be addressing each other by. Li Buxin's expression darkened, and he struck the floor with his cane. Yes, yes, Chairman. Chairman. They quickly corrected themselves, realizing that this reprimand was a gentle reminder of their responsibilities and a concession to save face in front of the younger generation. The younger members of the family felt a tremor of fear at this unexpected display of authority from their usually kind grandfather. The weight of his years and power pressed down upon them, rendering them hesitant to lift their heads. Prior to this meeting, the managers from the marketing and finance departments will come to report on our group's current financial situation. I expect all of you to pay close attention, he stated coldly. Scanning the room once more. With a subtle nod from Li Qingqing, two women donned in business attire, holding reports, approached the podium, their unfamiliar faces catching the attention of most attendees. Chapter 71. The mud cannot support the wall. As a senior executive of the conglomerate, he could not claim that every individual within the organization was familiar with him, but certainly, the members of the management team were well acquainted. Even if he might not recognize the junior leaders from other departments, it was inconceivable that he would not know the heads of the crucial marketing and finance departments. However, the two women dressed in professional attire were evidently not the managers of these departments. Nevertheless, everyone present was astute. A glance at the elderly gentleman seated at the front, followed by a look at the demeanor of the two women toward Li Qingqing after they took the stage, made everything clear. It was apparent that the old man had begun to pave the way for Li Qingqing. These two women were clearly her associates. It seemed that the elder had consciously started to position Li Qingqing as the successor to the conglomerate. Father, is it appropriate for uncle to make personnel decisions so casually? Murmured a middle-aged man who had just stood up alongside Lian Min, his expression dark as he observed the unfamiliar women on stage. The managers of the finance and marketing departments had originally been his appointees. Now, with a mere word from the elder, they had been dismissed. The white-haired elder seated in front of him turned, casting a disapproving glance at his eldest son. Silence. Useless. Are you not aware of the state the company has been reduced to under your management these past 3 years? Indeed, ever since his elder brother entrusted the company to his eldest son 3 years ago, he had sensed that his brother was beginning to lay the groundwork for Qingqing. Now that the company had become a shambles under his eldest son's stewardship, it was no longer feasible for his branch of the family to vie for the position of successor. Moreover, even if his other children were to place blame, it could only fall upon their eldest brother, not on Qingqing. Chastised by his father, the middle-aged man immediately fell silent, obediently closing his mouth, too intimidated to speak further. On the podium, the projection screen slowly descended. The women in professional attire approached the large screen. This is the revenue of our company over the past 3 years. Please direct your attention to the screen. In the first quarter of the first year, our Li Group boasted an annual revenue of approximately 300 billion. However, by the first quarter of the second year, financial department statistics indicated that revenue had contracted by nearly 10%. By the second half of the year, revenue had plummeted by 20%, reverting to levels observed 5 years prior. Currently, the combined revenue of all subsidiaries under Li Group amounts to a mere one-third of what it was 3 years ago, totaling just 100 billion. After accounting for all costs, dividends, and employee salaries, our net profit for the entire last year was less than 1 billion. As the audience gazed at the financial report displayed on the screen, their expressions soured. Particularly, Li Buxin's brother, the second uncle of the Li family, looked as grim as a stagnant pool. A full year, the Li Group's annual profit amounted to a meager 1 billion. Although 1 billion may sound substantial, for a corporation of their magnitude, even a single project could require that amount of funding. The thought of releasing such a financial statement made him dread the imminent collapse of their stock. Useless. You are not to meddle in company affairs any longer. The second uncle of the Li family turned once more to glare coldly at his eldest son. Truly, he was a mud that could not support a wall. Even a dog placed in his position might yield better than a profit of 1 billion. In the conference room, the attendees stared in silence at the figures on the large screen. All eyes gravitated toward the middle-aged man, pondering how little dividend they might receive from such paltry profits. It was well known that some among them, who were not keen on managing the company, relied on annual dividends for their livelihoods. With profits now reduced to 1 billion, their dividends would likely see a significant decrease. What on earth has our elder cousin done? This profit is even less than that of some smaller enterprises, one murmured. A net profit of 1 billion a year, down by a staggering tenfold compared to previous years. Even if I were sitting in the acting chairman and Oppo's position, it shouldn't Oppo's be this dire. Who was it that supported him to take on the role of acting chairman? Had I known he would ruin the company so thoroughly, I would have never cast my vote for him. Many attendees, observing the glaring red figures on the screen, could not help but curse under their breaths. Were it not for the middle-aged man's seniority, some younger members might have been tempted to hurl rotten eggs at him. What rubbish! Bang, bang, bang. The elderly gentleman on the podium remained silent, watching the murmuring crowd below. He thumped his cane heavily on the floor, and the previously noisy assembly fell into immediate silence. If you wish to argue, do so after the meeting. I have no patience for your bickering here. Soon, the woman in charge of finance stepped down, and the head of the marketing department ascended. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the market share and influence that our Lee Group has held across various industries over the years. As analyzed through big data, in the traditional manufacturing sector, due to our transition, our market share has plummeted from 5.83 years ago to a mere 0.23. Our standing has dropped from a leader in traditional manufacturing to being outside the top few hundred with negligible influence. In the realms of real estate, internet, and new media, our impact is even less significant, effectively rendering us excluded from the market. In the field of new energy, we possess no market share at all, and our standing in the automotive sector has diminished to 1.2 due to the unsuccessful acquisition of BBM. Overall, the only sector where Lee Group maintains a leading position is in materials, through the military materials company founded by Mr. Lee. However, it is well known that this sector holds minimal weight in our national economy. Even with a leading position and a third of the market share, it remains insufficient to cover the deficits in other areas. The conference room fell into a deep silence as everyone stared gravely at the data displayed on the large screen. Acutely aware of the precarious situation faced by the Lee Group, the realization that the materials company established by Mr. Lee could still capture a third of the market share in such a challenging environment elicited a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. If only Mr. Lee had not passed away, the Lee Group might not have succumbed to such dire straits, nor would an elderly gentleman nearing 90 need to take the reins once more. Chapter 72. Heir to the group, let us share our thoughts. The elderly gentleman tapped his cane, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resonating throughout the conference room. However, a keen observer might notice a slight tremor in his hand when the eldest son of the Lee family was mentioned, a subtle sign he attempted to conceal. After all, he had personally nurtured this heir, who was exceptionally talented in every regard and bore the closest resemblance to him among all his offspring. The premature demise of his eldest son was a source of genuine sorrow for him. Though he had to accept the harsh reality that his son had departed many years ago, the attendees exchanged furtive glances, hesitant to speak. Despite the presence of several individuals with doctoral degrees in economics and graduates from prestigious foreign institutions, none dared to voice their opinions. The gravity of the decision concerning the entire Lee Corporation left them feeling insecure. Fourth son, you have held the position of general manager for quite some time. Please share your perspective. The elders scanned the room, yet everyone averted their gaze, resembling turtles retreating into their shells. With a soft huff, he gestured toward his second son. Initially, he had intended to groom the fourth son as the successor, given his long tenure in the managerial role, which implied competence. However, after years of observation, he realized that his second son was ill-suited for the position, especially when the Lee Corporation was teetering on the brink of instability. The fourth son's overly conservative nature rendered him merely a custodian of the status quo, making him an inappropriate choice to steer the group through a transformative phase. As for the others, the elderly patriarch had offered them opportunities to compete, yet none of his heirs had met his expectations. After much contemplation, he concluded that only his eldest granddaughter was truly fit for the role. She had spent her formative years abroad, cultivating a fiercely independent and assertive character. At the age of 18, she founded her own media company in the United States, managing to do so without tapping into the resources of the Lee Corporation. Within a mere 3 years, her small enterprise emerged as the leading media company in Manhattan. Upon her return to China, her first significant act was to invest in a nearly bankrupt gaming company, which has since transformed into a renowned entity within the industry, generating revenue from a blockbuster game that rivaled the annual turnover of the Lee Corporation. After 3 years of meticulous guidance, her investment acumen and business strategies had surpassed even his own capabilities. Chairman, our company's transformation efforts have not yielded favorable outcomes. I believe we should revert to traditional manufacturing. as this is the foundation of our group and must not be neglected. Li Anmin slowly rose, contemplating before articulating his thoughts. He had pondered this issue previously but found no perfect solution. The most viable option seemed to be a return to the traditional manufacturing sector, where the Li Corporation had established experience and could potentially regain market footing. That is untenable, Chairman, interjected a middle-aged man seated not far from Li Anmin, showing no regard for his seniority. The reason we sought transformation was precisely because traditional manufacturing is in decline. It is a sunset industry. If we re-immerse ourselves in this sector, we risk being swept away by the tides of change. Our group has painstakingly extricated itself from the quagmire of traditional manufacturing. And now you wish to plunge us back into it? The younger man bore a resemblance to Li Anmin. Yet his words struck Chapter 73, a great surprise. The voice of the elder reverberated through the conference hall, plunging the expansive room into a profound silence once more. Li Anmin and Li Jianzhou exchanged glances, both emitting a soft huff before taking their seats. It appeared that the old gentleman was rather displeased with the suggestions put forth by the two of them. Chairman, I believe our group should explore a burgeoning market rather than entering already established ones. After all, the future markets are already occupied, and it would be exceedingly difficult for us to reinsert ourselves. As the conference room fell silent again, a young man standing at the back suddenly stepped forward. Adjusting his glasses with a confident demeanor, he spoke up. Upon hearing his voice, all eyes in the room turned towards the young man. The youth nearby were taken aback, never expecting a junior to dare voice his opinion in such a setting. Many attendees curiously observed the young man clad in a white suit, wondering about his identity. The second-generation members of the Li group seated in the front began whispering among themselves. Sister, who is this young man? Is he one of us? Li Anmin gently nudged his elder sister, for their family was extensive, encompassing 13 siblings, making it challenging for him to recognize all the younger generation, let alone the cousins from his uncles and Appos families. I Don and Appos. T know him. He probably belongs to the second or third uncle and Appos lineage, Li Shoyan replied, shaking her head slightly, admitting her unfamiliarity with the youth. Brother, who is he? Does he even understand the decorum required here? How dare he speak in this context? Li Anmin and Appos, three sons huddled together, quietly discussing the matter. I Don and Appos, T recognize him. He must be from the second or third uncle and Appos side. In any case, he isn't from our branch. The eldest among the youths shook his head slightly, stating he only knew their own branch and Appos relatives and was unfamiliar with those from the second or third uncle and Appos line. As long as he isn and Appos, T from our branch, it and Appos fine. Clearly, we understand the rules better. Does he even have the right to speak here? Did you not see that Sister Chicheng has and Appos? T uttered a word. The youngest youth shot a glare at the speaker, murmuring, enough with such comments. If overheard, it could reach grandfather's ears, and you would be in trouble. The conference room buzzed again, and the middle-aged man who had been summoned by Li Bushing darkened upon seeing the youth and Appos' face. What is he doing here? Who permitted his entry into the hall? Silence. Li Bushing rapped his cane, his countenance transforming into a rare warm smile. Yueke, is it? The youngest son of Antai? Your idea is commendable. Do you have a specific plan? The elder and Appos' voice echoed in everyone and Appos' ears, and instinctively, they glanced at the now sullen-faced middle-aged man, Li Antai. They had no recollection of him having such a young son. Could it be an illegitimate child? My apologies, great uncle. My perspective is limited, and I failed to discern the market conditions adequately. I did not come prepared with a concrete proposal. The young man, surprised at being recognized by the patriarch of the Li group, was momentarily taken aback by the acknowledgement of his name. That's quite all right. Your willingness to express yourself at such a young age is commendable. Much better than those who are inconsequential. The elder chuckled lightly, directing his gaze towards Li Antai seated behind him. Antai, in a few days, bring Yueke back to the family for a visit. I suspect your father hasn't seen his grandson before today. All right. I shall do as you wish, uncle. The brief interlude concluded, and Li Bushing again surveyed the assembly, eager to discern if anyone else had thoughts to share. However, after scanning the room, he found no one else willing to stand. Grandfather, I have an idea. Suddenly, Li Qiqing, standing behind Li Bushing, spoke up. Oh, what thoughts does my eldest granddaughter have? To share, Li Bushing chuckled, his expression radiating warmth. The attendees turned their attention to the young woman. curious to hear the insights of the heiress who had grown up abroad and had rarely made appearances in the group since her return. Being designated as the heir apparent by the elder implied she possessed considerable acumen. In an instant, all eyes fixated on Li Qingqing's exquisitely refined visage. With a polite smile gracing her otherwise composed expression, Li Qingqing addressed the assembly. My proposal is to invest a portion of the Li Group's funds into the military materials company founded by my father. Just yesterday, I engaged in discussions with the leaders of Goen Group, who agreed to procure military materials from us at a price 20% below the market rate, provided we can meet their procurement requirements. In doing so, our military materials company would become the exclusive supplier for Goen Group. While the initial mention of a 20% discount prompted intentions of opposition, the revelation of potential profits reaching 300 billion instantly captured the room's attention. 300 billion in profit. This was not mere revenue, it was profit. A single company achieving such astronomical gains was nearly comparable to the total profits amassed by the Li Group in previous years. The entire assembly gasped in astonishment. Their gazes towards Li Qingqing transformed, struggling to reconcile the fact that this unassuming young woman had orchestrated such a monumental surprise. Collaborating with Goen Group and becoming their sole materials importer. As the only military enterprise in Huaxia, it was astonishing that this young lady could engage with the leaders of Goen Group and secure an opportunity for partnership. Such a feat was almost inconceivable. Even Li Bushing, the leader of the Li Group, might not have had the chance to meet with the leaders of Goen Group, let alone consider collaboration. Given their military and state-owned enterprise dual background, the leaders of Goen Group held positions within the military. Mere mortals struggled to even catch a glimpse of them. Not only the others in the conference room, but even Li Bushing could not help but turn to glance at his eldest granddaughter, utterly surprised by the monumental revelation she had just presented. Chapter 74. Intel Material Certification, is it true? Is this information reliable? What about the collaboration with the National Security Group? I have heard that the National Security Group never collaborates with private enterprises, aside from state-owned enterprises. How could they possibly partner with our group? Indeed, how could the National Security Group engage with us? Moreover, the collaboration is in the form of an exclusive agency. Is this not too incredible? If what Qingqing says is true, and if this partnership is successfully established, a significant portion of our group and Oppo's deficits could be addressed. Certainly. An annual profit of 300 billion, while it may not resurrect the Li Group, would at least allow us to endure a few more years, providing ample time for our transformation. Qingqing has indeed resolved a major dilemma for our group. Upon hearing Li Qingqing's words, the expressions of those present in the conference room became animated. Generally, they would not exhibit much excitement due to their cultivated composure, yet at this moment, they could not contain their enthusiasm. Their Li Group might just be revived through this collaboration with the National Security Group, successfully extricating themselves from their predicament. How could they not be thrilled? Qingqing, is this truly the case? Such matters are not to be trifled with. Li Bushing remained relatively calm, after all. He had weathered numerous storms in his lifetime. Even in the face of this news, his expression remained unchanged. However, after a moment of contemplation, he gazed earnestly at Li Qingqing. He, the helm of the Li Group, was unaware of any collaboration with the National Security Group. Could it be that the National Security Group is collaborating directly with Li Qingqing herself? Although he appeared to have stepped back from managing the group in recent years, the old steward diligently reported the company's affairs to him each day. Even after 3 years of absence, his understanding of the group still surpassed that of anyone present. Yet, the matter with the National Security Group had never been mentioned to him by the steward. Grandfather, this matter is indeed true. The daughter of the National Security Group's chairman is my university roommate from my study abroad days, and we share a close bond. Do you recall a few months ago when I dined at a friend in Oppo's house? That was indeed her home. She specifically introduced me to her father, the chairman of the National Security Group. Li Qingqing briefly recounted how she established contact with the National Security Group. Upon hearing her words, everyone present looked at her in disbelief. A university roommate from her study abroad days is the daughter of the National Security Group and Oppo's chairman? This is simply surreal. The odds of such a coincidence occurring must be slimmer than winning the lottery. To think that Li Qingqing encountered such a situation. Oh, I see now why you were so mysterious those days. It was all for this matter. Ha ha ha, my granddaughter has truly matured. Li Bushing stroked his beard, looking at Li Qingqing with appreciation. Unbeknownst to him, his granddaughter had grown to the point where she no longer relies on the Li Group, but can instead provide protection for it. It seems I should seriously consider retirement. Like father, like daughter. Fourth, I told you Qingqing was capable. Li Shulian beamed with joy. Among her many nieces and nephews, her relationship with Li Qingcheng was the closest, as her elder brother and sister-in-law passed away early. She had always played a maternal role in Li Qingqing's life. Seeing Qingqing excel today, her elder brother must be very proud. Li Anmin smiled as he looked at the young woman standing behind his father, realizing that the little girl who once cried has grown up so much. Indeed, they are all growing older. However, uncles, do not rush to celebrate. While I have reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with the chairman of the National Security Group, they have also proposed a rather challenging condition. Li Qingqing spoke again, her expression still serene, devoid of excessive joy. A condition? What condition? Is a 20% reduction in material prices not sufficient? Indeed, what more could they ask for? The room fell silent as everyone turned to Li Qingqing. Even Li Buoxing looked at his granddaughter with confusion. A matter deemed challenging by his granddaughter must truly be formidable. They require that the military materials we produce meet world-class standards, specifically NTO certification. Li Qingqing spoke calmly, her tone remaining composed. World-class standards? NTO certification? What is that? Is it difficult to obtain? After all, the National Security Group is a military enterprise, so such a requirement seems reasonable. Yes, we can simply ensure quality during production, right? It doesn't sound too difficult. Most of those present had not engaged in extensive research on material manufacturing, so they did not perceive the challenge in Li Qingqing's words. Even Li Anmin looked puzzled at his niece. Is this certification really that hard to acquire? Among those present, only Li Buoxing, sitting at the podium, and Li Shulian, who was well-versed and frequently interacted with various sectors, understood the immense difficulty of obtaining NTO certification. Second sister, from your expression, it seems you are familiar with this certification. Is it truly challenging? Observing Li Shulian and Apos' furrowed brow, Li Anmin could not help but inquire. Although the Li Group and Apos' subsidiaries were involved in material manufacturing, he had never concerned himself with the operation since his elder brother founded the company. It had always been Li Qingqing who managed it. Difficult, exceedingly difficult. Li Shulian nodded emphatically, repeating the word difficult twice. I learned about this certification purely by chance. A friend from a certain country sought my help in obtaining NTO certification in Huaxia. That was when I realized how formidable the NTO certification process is. Firstly, to achieve NTO certification, the quality of the materials must reach the pinnacle of global standards, without a single flaw. Secondly, it requires verification by an academician specializing in materials science to ensure that the material design and processes are flawless. Finally, it must undergo extreme condition testing to officially complete the certification. Li Shulian let out a faint sigh, despite her efforts to leverage many connections. She could not assist her friend in obtaining NTO certification. They had not even passed the first hurdle. To reach world-class standards, the production of materials cannot rely on traditional manufacturing techniques. It necessitates a research team to conduct experiments and refine the technology. However, material science research teams predominantly work for the Huaxia Academy of Sciences and seldom assist enterprises like theirs with scientific experiments. Finding a research team to conduct experiments and improvements for them is exceedingly challenging. Chapter 75 Good News Qingsheng. I shall personally attend to this matter. However, I cannot guarantee success. Li Buoxing sighed deeply. Though it was and Apos' particularly difficult for him to find a materials science researcher through his connections, rallying an entire research team proved to be more challenging. Moreover, persuading the team to assist in modifying technology was a considerable hurdle as well, given the substantial demands it would place on their research time. Even as the head of the Li Group, he could only attempt this without any assurance of success. It seems the responsibility falls to you, Grandpa. I have previously reached out to several research teams, both domestic and international, but they all turned down my requests. Li Qingqing acknowledged, understanding that this expectation was indeed a tall order. She too had made attempts to connect with those teams, only to receive the same unequivocal refusals. Besides this, I believe our Li Group should prepare a contingency plan. The NTO certification is exceedingly difficult. Should we fail, we must not find ourselves unprepared. Li Qingqing spoke again, her cautious and meticulous nature ensuring that she would not rely on a single strategy. Having personally experienced the challenges of meeting the NTO standards, she was already contemplating a secondary solution. Oh, does Qingqing have other preparations? Pray, share them with us, Li Buoxing inquired with curiosity, eager to learn of her alternative plan. Given his familiarity with his granddaughter, he trusted that her suggestions would be sound, as she would not speak so openly in front of others without confidence in her proposals. Currently, a foreign automotive company has successfully penetrated the new energy vehicle sector and has captured a significant share of the market in China. Meanwhile, both emerging and established domestic car manufacturers are expanding into this field. Our Li Group has a solid market foundation in Modu, and I believe we must seize this opportunity. I'm aware that several automotive companies are preparing to unite against us. We should launch our new energy vehicles swiftly to dominate the market before they can coordinate their efforts to suppress us. At that moment, the projection screen behind Li Qiqing transformed, revealing a model of a new energy sedan, the very type that the Li Group was currently developing. The new energy vehicle sector? Indeed. It is an emerging field. Our Li Group has some experience in automotive manufacturing, but new energy vehicles present significant technological barriers. Yes, our research team has yet to overcome these obstacles, making the successful development of new energy vehicles quite challenging. This plan seems rather precarious. Upon hearing Li Qiqing's words, the attendees in the conference room displayed expressions of confusion. As senior executives of the group, they were aware that the Li Group was preparing to enter the new energy vehicle market, yet due to technological barriers, they had not yet succeeded in producing a complete vehicle, rendering them incapable of capturing any market share. Even Li Bushing regarded his granddaughter with a puzzled expression, curious about her rationale for proposing such a plan. In truth, this issue extended beyond the Li Group. The entirety of China's new energy vehicle sector faced similar technological barriers, with the most pressing challenges being battery life and rapid charging capabilities. These two issues have long plagued the development of new energy vehicles, leaving domestic manufacturers largely at a loss. Most new energy vehicles produced in China are merely semi-finished products. Even the foreign company that has dominated half of the new energy vehicle market has yet to fully resolve these two substantial challenges. I understand the concerns that everyone harbors. Our investment in research and development for new energy electric vehicles has been insufficient thus far. Recently, I invited Dr. Smith from the United States to join our efforts in this field. Dr. Smith, an expert in new energy, previously led a research team that successfully completed the first generation of the Godzilla electric vehicle. The foundational models for the Godzilla and AMP, Oppo's battery life and charging capabilities rely on the theories provided by Dr. Smith. Li Qiqing and Oppo's calm voice resonated throughout the conference room. Upon hearing her announcement, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with expressions of disbelief washing over the attendees. All eyes turned to Li Qiqing in astonishment. Anyone familiar with the history of new energy vehicles would undoubtedly recognize Dr. Smith, often hailed as the father of new energy vehicles, having overseen the development of the World and Oppo's first electric vehicle. The mere thought that Li Qiqing had managed to recruit him to the Li Group was astonishing. Was this truly the case? It was rumored that since leaving the Godzilla Automotive Company, Dr. Smith had been approached by numerous firms eager to collaborate with him, including some of China's largest automotive manufacturers. Why would Dr. Smith choose to join the Li Group? Qiqing, you cannot be jesting. Dr. Smith has joined our Li Group? I heard he turned down offers from the three major automotive enterprises. How could he possibly choose us? Li Bushing posed the question that lingered in everyone's minds. The Li Group, once prominent, now seemed far removed from the stature of those major companies. Grandpa, the reason Dr. Smith agreed to my invitation is because of my father. You may not be aware, but Dr. Smith and my father were once close friends during their studies in the United States. My father was instrumental in proposing the concept of new energy electric vehicles. Initially, Dr. Smith intended to collaborate with my father on research, but after my father graduated, he returned to China. It was actually Xiaobing who mentioned this to me, recalling that my father had a friend abroad with remarkable research talent and suggesting that we invite him to collaborate on new energy vehicles. Hearing this revelation left the attendees utterly astounded. That Dr. Smith was a friend of Li De was one thing. That he would invite Li Bing to work on new energy vehicles was altogether another. Was that not a stretch? Li Bing had no prior research experience. Chapter 76. Li Bing has returned home. To everyone's surprise, Xiaobing possesses such remarkable talents. Li Bushing chuckled lightly, unable to deny the observation. As a grandfather, he certainly knows whether Li Bing has an aptitude for scientific research. After all, his academic background was in economics, leaving him quite unfamiliar with the realm of scientific inquiry. Before long, Dr. Smith is expected to officially announce his affiliation with our Li Group. When that happens, the stock price of our company is sure to ascend. Fourth uncle, Please seize the moment and disseminate additional favorable news. With the stimulus of this information, we must not only halt the decline of our stock price, but also initiate an upward trend. I have just reviewed our stock and AMP's trajectory, and the foundational pattern has already been established. By galvanizing investor enthusiasm, we can expect a substantial influx of backing. Those who seek to suppress our stock price will ultimately face their own downfall. A glint of cold determination flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes. The business world is akin to a battlefield. The significant funding gap faced by the Li Group is a result of numerous capital entities intentionally driving down our stock price, prompting a wave of investor withdrawals. This chain reaction leads the market to perceive our group as waning, complicating our loan approvals. Currently, substantial funds are exerting pressure on our stock price, and I intend to ensure these funds are rendered ineffective. Understood, Lianmi nodded, fully aware of Li Qingqing and Appo's intentions after years in the business arena. The room was filled with glimmering anticipation. The two pieces of news brought by Li Qingqing had ignited their spirits. Undoubtedly, this is advantageous for the Li Group. Once either piece of information is released, we can at least turn our dire situation around. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door to the conference room was rapped upon. An elderly gentleman clad in a suit briskly entered, a figure most attendees recognized as the chief steward of the Li Manor, also the personal attendant to the patriarch. However, at such a moment, why would the chief steward leave the estate? His presence here was unexpected, especially during a meeting where interruptions were strictly forbidden. A fact the security personnel outside should have upheld. All eyes shifted from Li Qingqing to the visibly flustered and astonished steward. In their recollection, this steward had never exhibited such a lapse in composure. What could have stirred such excitement today? Li Buxing was taken aback, observing the steward who had served him for nearly 50 years. He should be well versed in the protocols of the Li Group. What could warrant his personal visit to the company during a meeting? Surely, even in the event of an emergency, a simple phone call to the front desk would suffice. Master, a grave situation has arisen, the steward said, nervously swallowing hard as he turned to Li Buxing. What is it? Why the panic? Li Buxing furrowed his brow, recalling that the steward had managed the Li Manor without a hitch for many years. Why was he so flustered this time? The steward directed his gaze towards Li Qingqing, leaning close to Li Buxing's ear and whispering in a barely audible tone, so soft that even Li Qingqing, standing nearby, could not catch it. Is what you say true? Upon hearing the stewardess' words, Li Buxing's brow furrowed in disbelief as he turned to face the steward. This situation warranted a personal report. Absolutely, master. I could never mistake this, the steward affirmed gravely. Where is he now? Li Buxing inhaled deeply, eyeing the steward. He is currently within the manor. I did not dare allow him to wander, and the vehicle that brought him back was not an official one, the steward replied candidly. Well done. Contact the freighter immediately. Qingqing, accompany me back to the manor. Li Buxing nodded, recognizing that this matter must remain confidential for the time being. Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. Understood, grandfather. Although she was unaware of the gravity of the situation, she would not refuse her grandfather's request. Observing the serious expressions on her grandfather's and Uncle Liao's faces, she sensed the matter was quite severe, enough for her grandfather to leave the meeting abruptly. The attendees in the conference room exchanged bewildered glances, entirely in the dark about the unfolding events. Such a significant meeting and the patriarch just leaves? What could have happened? Even the second and third elders of the Li family shared puzzled looks, equally uninformed. Creak. The conference room door swung open once more, and with Li Qingqing as support, Li Buxing exited hastily. The trio soon entered a black sedan. Xiao Liao, contact the smuggling vessel and have them on standby. Also, reach out to our contacts in beautiful country and prepare for their arrival. Inside the car, the patriarch sat in the back seat, his expression dark and foreboding. What has happened? Grandfather? Why are we contacting smugglers? Li Qingqing furrowed her brow, puzzled as the Li Group operated legitimate enterprises. What else could it be? Xiaobing has escaped from prison. Li Buxing coughed violently, evidently enraged. What? Upon receiving this shocking news, Li Qingqing gasped, disbelief etched across her face. Her brother had escaped? How could this be possible? Setting aside the question of whether he had the capability to break free from such a tightly secured prison, why would he choose to do so? He was neither facing the death penalty nor a life sentence. There was absolutely no need for such drastic measures. He was not foolish. Is there a mistake in the news, grandfather? How could my brother act in such a manner? Li Qingqing and Appo's usually calm demeanor was now tinged with concern. finally grasping why her grandfather appeared so distressed. The information could not be erroneous, for that young man was indeed within the confines of their estate. Otherwise, Uncle Liao would not have come in person. This must be a sinister ploy from our rivals, aiming to obliterate the Li group once and for all. I hope to remain unaware of who is behind this. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to fight back with every ounce of my being, even if it means sacrificing this old body of mine. Chapter 77. Depart. Now he is within the manor? Li Qingqing's breath quickened. It was no wonder her grandfather was in such a frantic hurry to return to the estate, even arranging for a smuggling ship. In Huaxia, escaping from prison is a grave offense. Li Bing was already serving a 10-year sentence. If he were to add escape to that, he would likely face life imprisonment, or even the death penalty. The safest option now was to ensure that Li Bing was successfully transported overseas via the smuggling ship to evade capture. Given the capabilities of the Li group, once they reached foreign shores, Li Bing's life would at least be secure, free from the threat of death. Moreover, if news of Li Bing's presence in the manor were to leak, it would spell disaster for the Li group, akin to falling into a pit of mud, an irretrievable mess. It would be nearly impossible to refute allegations of their involvement in his escape. Should the Li group cross that red line, and the media catch wind of it, their downfall would be inevitable. Upon reflecting on this, Li Qiqing understood her grandfather and Appo's fury. This individual seemed intent on rooting out the Li group entirely. The atmosphere inside the car was heavy. The three of them bore expressions laden with worry. They pondered who could be so malicious as to deploy such a sinister scheme against the Li group. None had ever considered that Li Bing might have orchestrated his own escape from prison. They were all too aware of his capabilities, while he was no fool. He certainly lacked the brilliance necessary to pull off such a feat without assistance or bribery of the guards. It was utterly impossible for Li Bing to escape on his own. He would likely be apprehended before making it halfway. What a foolish boy. To return to our estate after his escape. How naive can one be? Indeed, what was he thinking? After sneaking out, he came home. Li Bo sighed deeply, utterly baffled by Li Bing's thought process. The black car sped along the road, soon arriving at a vast estate, Li Manor. As the largest local conglomerate in the Magic City, the Li Group had seen better days. Yet, in the last century, it had reigned as the preeminent real estate firm. The sprawling Li Manor, covering over 1,000 acres, though not centrally located, boasted beautiful scenery and stood as one of the city and Appo's luxurious residences. The security guards at the gate, upon seeing the speeding vehicle, hurriedly lifted the barrier. The black car finally came to a stop before an opulent palace. Li Bo exited the vehicle in haste, followed closely by Li Qingqing. Sir, the cargo ship has been arranged and is en route to the nearest port to our manor. We can depart at any moment. Young Master Li Bing's false identity has been prepared, and the contact in the beautiful country is ready to assist. Our staff have reported no signs of interception on the way. It seems the prison has not yet discovered the escape. The butler concluded the call and respectfully turned to Li Bo. He had managed all arrangements. Should Li Bing wish to leave, he could do so at any time. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why there was no police search. Had Li Bing truly escaped undetected? However, the urgency of the situation left him no time to ponder further. Ensuring Li Bing's departure was paramount. Understood. Arrange for several more cars to create confusion. Qiqing, come with me to confront this rascal. Li Bo leaned on his cane, his expression dark as he strode into the grand estate. Inside, on an exquisite sofa, Li Bing was reclining with his legs crossed, leisurely enjoying grapes. His expression one of sheer contentment. Although conditions in the research facility were far superior to those in prison, they paled in comparison to the luxuries here. Li Bing was experiencing, for the first time, the joys of the affluent. Were it not for the mission assigned by the system, he might have considered abandoning his research altogether, opting for a life of leisure instead. It seemed that even a single painting on the wall could sustain him comfortably for life. What was the point of striving? The grand door swung open. An elderly man with graying hair, stooped and leaning on a cane, entered, accompanied by a poised young woman. Drawing from the memories of his predecessor, Li Bing instantly recognized them as his elder sister, the future heir of the Li Group, and his grandfather, the current head of the family. Grandfather's sister. I've missed you so much. Upon seeing them, Li Bing rushed forward, eager to share his grievances. Although this was their first meeting, the familiarity felt striking, thanks to the memories he carried. Yet, before he could approach, he noticed his grandfather raising the cane, preparing to strike. You little rascal. I told you not to escape. I warned you against such reckless behavior. Do you understand the consequences of escaping from prison in Huaxia? Have you lost your mind? You think I want to beat you senseless? Clearly, the old man was furious, ready to deliver a thorough reprimand to Li Bing. The latter hastily stepped back, bewildered. What was happening? What escape? He had finally made it out of prison, and his grandfather's reaction was entirely unexpected. Instead of joy, he was met with impending punishment. Wasn't this old man supposed to dote on him? Why was he preparing to strike at the very first encounter, and with such ferocity? Grandfather, what are you talking about? Sister, please intervene. Has he lost his mind? Li Bing called out to his sister, who stood by, observing the scene. You little brat. Not only do you want to drive me to my grave, but you also wish to curse me. Li Bo's face darkened as he again lifted the cane. He had never realized how infuriating Li Bing could be. Grandfather, time is of the essence. Spare him. The priority is to get him out of the country. Li Qingqing shot her brother an exasperated glance before turning to Li Bo. It seemed her brother's personality had indeed shifted since his release. Chapter 78. Non-Disclosure Agreement. Wait. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Why are you going abroad? Li Bing looked at Li Boxing and Li Qingqiang with a perplexed expression, utterly confounded by his grandfather and Appo's sudden insistence on his departure. He had just returned, so why was he being urged to leave? The tension in the air was palpable. You little rascal, why do you think? Who allowed you to escape? Do you understand the consequences of such actions in Huaxia? If you don't prepare to flee, do you wish to face dire repercussions? Li Boxing shot Li Bing a stern glare. Had it not been for Li Bing's unexpected escape, he wouldn't be in such a disheveled state, contemplating a hasty exit for Li Bing. Li Qingqing sighed in resignation. Li Bing had indeed landed himself in a grave predicament. From that moment onward, there would be no sanctuary for him in all of Huaxia. He would have to live incognito in a foreign land. Grandpa, what are you saying? I don't and Appos, to understand. What do you mean I escaped? When did I escape? Li Bing and Appos' large eyes were filled with confusion. After hearing his grandfather and Appos' explanation, he felt even more bewildered. He had been diligently focused on research at the Institute for the past few days. How could that possibly be construed as an escape? He was, after all, an extraneous member of the nation and Appos' key scientific personnel. Would he truly escape? Ridiculous. Even if he found himself in prison, it would merely be for a covert research assignment. At this point, why are you still pretending? If you hadn't and Appos' escaped, how did you emerge from the prison? Did the warden release you? You were sentenced to a full 10 years, and you've only been gone for a mere 10 days. Are you suggesting that it wasn't an Appos' you who escaped, but that the warden let you go? Li Boxing scoffed, his skepticism evident. Deep down, he had already concluded that Li Bing had orchestrated his own escape and was unwilling to entertain any counterarguments. Most importantly, if it were true that the prison had released him, they, as Li Bing and Appos' family, would have certainly received notification. Their Li family group had the clout. And yet they had not managed to extricate Li Bing from incarceration. Now, he appeared unexpectedly at their estate, without any prior notice from the prison. Xiao Bing, stop with the idle chatter and get moving. The car is ready for you. If you don't and Appos' hurry, it may be too late, Li Qingqing urged. Her voice tinged with urgency. It was crucial for Li Bing to leave while the prison had yet to issue a warrant for his capture. Once the ports were sealed, he would be trapped with no means of escape. Sister, what are you talking about? What journey? I truly did escape from prison. Li Bing gazed helplessly at his sister. The so-called genius of the Li family, perplexed that she could not grasp his words. However, upon hearing Li Bing's declaration, Li Qingqing nodded affirmatively. I understand you escaped from prison, which is precisely why I am urging you to leave quickly. It makes perfect sense. No, I was too agitated and misspoke. I did not escape. I was legitimately released with proper procedures, Li Bing exclaimed, smacking his forehead. His earlier excitement had led him to utter incorrect statements. How could he have escaped? With his slight physique, before developing a mechanized exosuit, where could he possibly run? His grandfather and sister were overestimating his abilities. At such a critical moment, you still have the gall to joke, Li Boxing frowned, still disbelieving Li Bing's words. Released by the prison? Impossible. The Li family had leveraged numerous connections, but could not secure Li Bing and Appos' release, nor even a chance for sentence reduction. How could the prison suddenly let him go? It was utterly inconceivable. Indeed, Xiao Bing, now is not the time for jesting. Please explain how you managed to escape from prison. I want to understand who is deliberately targeting the Li family. Li Qingqiang and Appos' expression turned cold. She did not believe a word of Li Bing and Appo's claim that he had been released by the prison. I am not joking. The prison genuinely released me. Otherwise, consider how I could possibly have gotten out on my own, Li Bing exclaimed, exasperated. Did his sister and grandfather overestimate his capabilities or underestimate the prison's security? Even if he desired to flee, he lacked the means to do so. The prison was surrounded by armed guards, and any attempt to escape would likely result in immediate consequences. He had contemplated countless methods of exiting the prison, but never once had he considered the notion of an escape. Huh? But why would the prison release you without informing us? Logically, if it were a formal release, we should have been notified immediately. Yet, here we are, still in the dark about what has transpired, Li Qiqing remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. Observing Li Bing and Appo's earnest explanations, Li Qiqing and Li Buoxing exchanged glances, uncertain of the situation. If what Li Bing had said were true, then why had they not received any communication? Conversely, if Li Bing were lying, it seemed improbable, given the prison and Appo's stringent security. It would be exceedingly challenging for him to orchestrate an escape. Even if he had succeeded, he would not be able to maintain such a faade in front of them. His calm demeanor as he explained himself did not resemble that of an escaped convict. Li Bing was taken aback by his sister and Appo's words. No notification? That was impossible. His situation fell under the category of conditional release for research, and his family would certainly have been informed. However, a moment's contemplation led him to a realization. It was highly likely that Professor Chen had requested the prison not to disclose the information, considering the top-secret nature of their research. The prison authorities might have deemed it prudent to refrain from notifying the family for confidentiality reasons. This entire situation was likely governed by a non-disclosure agreement, which is why the prison had not revealed his release to them. In fact, he had been released from prison 7 days ago, but due to certain special circumstances, he had been unable to contact them until now. Chapter 79. Can you conduct research? Li Bing grasped the reason and proceeded to explain it to Li Buoxing and the others. However, upon hearing his explanation, the already skeptical duo found their doubts solidified, leading them to entirely dismiss Li Bing's assertions. What confidentiality agreement? Does releasing someone from prison really involve a confidentiality agreement? Nonsense. They had never heard of such a scenario. This impudent brat thinks that a release from prison requires a confidentiality agreement? Does he believe himself to be of such significance? Does he think he is a political figure or a top-tier scientist? Even if he were to fabricate a reason, it ought to be a more plausible one. Li Buoxing merely scoffed, utterly unconvinced by Li Bing and Appo's words. Yet, he no longer suspected that Li Bing had escaped from prison. If that were the case, the police would have already encircled the Li family estate. Just moments ago, he had been flustered and nearly lost his composure. Judging by Li Bing's attire, it was evident that he was not clad in prison garb. Dressed in high-end brands, he certainly did not appear to have hurriedly purchased these clothes after a prison break. Moreover, considering the timeline, from the moment Li Bing supposedly escaped to his arrival at the estate and subsequently notifying the butler, at least 2 hours had elapsed. If Li Bing had indeed escaped, the police would have been alerted by now, making the Li family estate a prime target for investigation. Yet, there was no sign of law enforcement outside their estate. Clearly, the situation was not as he had imagined. However, to believe his grandson's absurd claims about confidentiality was an even greater challenge. He knew his grandson's capabilities all too well. How could he possibly be involved in any confidential programs? It was entirely implausible. Do you believe me, sister? Li Bing gazed at his grandfather and Appo's expression. Realizing that this stubborn old man was beyond reasoning, he could only turn to Li Qiqing for assistance. If his grandfather did not trust him, surely his older sister would. Little Bing, I truly wish to believe what you say is true. However, I cannot fathom why there would be a need for you to maintain confidentiality. Li Qiqing gently shook her head, clearly skeptical of Li Bing's words. What kind of confidential operation could possibly require her brother's involvement? Aside from being a member of the Li family conglomerate, he seemed to lack any significant credentials. Allow me to be forthright with you. The reason I was able to leave prison is that I applied for an experimental project while incarcerated, which was approved. Thus, I was granted conditional release for research purposes. However, due to the nature of the project, I am prohibited from disclosing details until it achieves conclusive success. I have signed a confidentiality agreement and can only divulge this much. Li Bing shared what he could, knowing that while he had signed a confidentiality agreement, this information was permissible to share. As long as he did not reveal specifics about the project, it would not breach the confidentiality terms. After stating all this, Surely they would come to believe him. Yet, upon hearing Li Bing's words, both Li Qingqing and Li Buoxing wore identical expressions of incredulity, looking at him as if he were a simpleton. You, little Bing? A research project? Are you certain you haven't come down with a fever and are speaking nonsense? Li Qingqing scrutinized her younger brother, ensuring he was not an imposter. What did he mean by a research project? He had never engaged in any research work throughout his life, let alone draft a research proposal while in prison. The notion that he could accomplish this in just a few days and even have it approved was absurd. Even in fiction, such a scenario would be deemed implausible. She shook her head, utterly unconvinced by Li Bing and Apos' fantastical claims. Li Buoxing, too, shook his head. His grandson's level of boasting had reached a point that was nearly on par with his own. The idea of concocting a confidentiality agreement was laughable. He knew his grandson and Apos' capabilities well. Had there been any research talent, he would have long since been placed in a top-tier research team, not kept within the family conglomerate. Little Bing, if you're going to boast, at least find a more believable story. This one is clearly a fabrication. Clearing his throat lightly, Li Buoxing made a call to the butler. Though he was unsure how Li Bing had managed to leave prison, it was evident that he had not escaped. Therefore, the smuggling and trafficking operations were unnecessary. Why don't you believe me? I'll call the professor responsible for the research projects, and then you should believe me. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the two, Li Bing reluctantly pulled out his phone. At this point, he could only reach out to Professor Chen. However, given the hour, it was likely that Professor Chen and his team were engrossed in their research, and his phone was probably turned off. The call might not even go through. Little Bing, you don't need to call anyone. Just tell us which professor facilitated your release. We can verify it online, Li Qingqing interjected, waving her hand to halt Li Bing and Apos' pretense of making a call. They could easily check the professor and Apos' credentials with the vast resources at their disposal in Modu. Li Buoxing, having finished his call with the butler, nodded in agreement with his granddaughter and Apos' suggestion. Little Bing, if you are indeed involved in research, there must be a professor associated with it. Name him, and I will send someone to investigate immediately. If you're lying, it would be best to confess how you managed to leave prison. In truth, while Li Bing's release from prison was a positive development, Li Buoxing harbored concerns about his grandson being manipulated. He feared that Li Bing might have used illicit means to secure his freedom. If the truth were to come to light, not only would Li Bing face severe repercussions, but the Li family conglomerate could also be implicated. This was the crux of Li Buoxing's anxiety, prompting him to dig deeper into the circumstances surrounding Li Bing's departure. Very well, if you insist, Li Bing conceded. I am currently stationed at the Modu Research Institute, located at 203 Zhongda Street. The professor's surname is Chun, and his full name is Chun Weiguo, an academician in the field of nuclear energy. That is all I am able to disclose. After careful consideration, Li Bing revealed the information he could share, aware that he could not divulge more without breaching the confidentiality agreement. That should suffice. Li Buoxing nodded and promptly dialed the butler again. Xiaoyao, please find out what building is located at 203 Zhongda Street and gather information on Weiguo. Chapter 80. An inescapable fate in the grand estate of the Li family in the enigmatic city. Li Buoxing and Li Qingqing perused a multitude of documents, their eyes reflecting disbelief. It is indeed true. The words of Li Bing were, astonishingly, accurate. The location of the research institute he mentioned and the information about Professor Chen available online were all verifiable. It was utterly incredible. Xiao Bing, are you certain about this? You are truly engaged in scientific research? Li Buoxing set aside the materials, still struggling to accept this reality. His grandson had never shown any inclination towards research, nor had he studied any related subjects. Yet, after spending a mere few days in prison, he had transformed into a scientist. Moreover, he was bailed out by a supposed academician. This was simply too surreal. Had he overlooked Li Bing's hidden talents all these years? Of course, it is true. The evidence lies before us, does it not? How could it be otherwise? Li Bing stretched languidly and reclined comfortably on the sofa. At last, he was spared the burden of explanation. I will be home for a few days, but I shall return to my research in about 2 days. The reason for my visit home is merely to reassure you. That is a relief. We were worried you had escaped from prison. Li Qingqing exhaled, her excitement directed towards her brother. Although Li Bing had never been particularly uneducated, he had not distinguished himself in any notable way. Now, with his newfound achievements, she felt no longer burdened by concern for him. What are your plans for the next few days? Plans? None in particular. What else is there to do but eat and drink? You are not expecting me to continue managing the company, are you? I lack the time for that now. Li Bing grimaced. He had finally earned a respite, and surely they did not intend for him to resume work. He had contemplated starting his own company, but he had no desire to take over a subsidiary of the Li Corporation. The establishment of a company was indeed a pressing matter, but it would have to wait until he completed his battle armor. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, within the presidential office of Dream Automobile Group, the door was once again rapped upon. Enter. Bai Shanbo spoke irritably. His attempts to suppress the Li Corporation had yielded no results. Moreover, he had heard that the chairman of the Li Corporation intended to personally oversee the management of the company, complicating his efforts to undermine the Li family. He had heard tales of the old man's ruthless tactics in the business world, transforming the Li Corporation from a mere workshop into the largest family enterprise in the city within a few decades. Once he took control, it would become exceedingly difficult to bring the Li Corporation to its knees. In a recent video conference with several partners, many expressed their intent to withdraw from the operation upon learning that the old man was stepping in. Compounding this issue were the frequent accidents plaguing Dream Automobile, with public sentiment turning increasingly unfriendly towards the group. Creak, the door to the president's office was slowly pushed open. Hu Mingming, dressed in a suit, entered briskly, a document folder in hand, his face alight with joy. President, I bring good news. Tremendous news. Hu Mingming approached Bai Shanbo with palpable excitement, oblivious to the latter's displeasure. Seated in his executive chair, Bai Shanbo wore an expression of discontent, his irritation growing at Hu Mingming's apparent ineptitude in generating any effective pressure against the Li Corporation. Speak. What news? Bai Shanbo glared at Hu Mingming, his patience wearing thin. He had no qualms about dismissing the assistant if this news failed to uplift his spirits. President, just take a look. Hu Mingming, unaware of Bai Shanbo's growing ire, presented the document folder eagerly before him. Bang! Bai Shanbo's expression darkened as he forcefully slapped the documents against Hu Mingming's face. I expect you to convey information, not to instruct me. Furious, Bai Shanbo and Oppos' eyes blazed with indignation. How dare this lowly assistant presume to teach him how to conduct business? Startled by the sudden outburst, Hu Mingming hurriedly collected the scattered papers, his face stinging from the blow. President, it is as follows. Our detective stationed near the Li estate has sent news. Li Bing has returned to the Li family estate. Shortly thereafter, Li Boixing and Li Qicheng rushed back to the manor. I also learned that the Li Corporation has arranged for several cargo ships at the port. What? Is this true? Bai Shanbo and Oppos' shock propelled him from his chair. He stared at Hu Mingming in disbelief. Yes, President, it is all true. I have photographs from the detective, as well as the cargo ship information I investigated, all heading to the beautiful country. Hu Mingming nodded vigorously, presenting the documents once more to Bai Shanbo. Bai Shanbo began to review the documents intently. After a moment, his grim demeanor softened, and he burst into laughter. Excellent. Truly excellent. Fortune favors me. The Li Corporation is trapped this time. Who? Quickly release the news and incite public opinion. I will contact the police to ensure they intercept those cargo ships at the port. This time, we shall catch them red-handed and thwart any chance of a Li family resurgence. Bai Shanbo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he scrutinized the report, confirming that the individual in the photograph was indeed the imprisoned Li Bing. Should this information become public, even the old man stepping in to manage the company would be futile. The Li Corporation was facing its demise. Rest assured, President, I have already reached out to multiple media outlets, and I believe news will soon flood the internet. Those reporters should be on their way to the Li estate as we speak. Anticipate good news. Hu Mingming's eyes sparkled with determination. He was one step closer to the coveted position he had long desired. Indeed, if we truly manage to topple the Li Corporation, you shall be the chief financial officer of the group. Bai Shanbo exclaimed, patting Hu Mingming on the shoulder as if the earlier outburst had never occurred. I will contact my police friends immediately. Chapter 81, Identity Issues. Time swiftly passed, and the next day arrived. Outside the Li Manor in the magical city, a considerable number of paparazzi had gathered, summoned by Bai Shanbo's orders. A man clad in black casual attire stretched lazily as he exited the manor, approaching a sleek black sedan. To the airport, Li Bing instructed the driver nonchalantly. His sister had informed him the previous night that Professor Smith would soon arrive in their homeland to join the Li group. As the family member with the most interaction with Professor Smith, it was only natural for him to be the one to welcome the esteemed scholar. The black sedan sped away from the manor. They're leaving. Quickly, follow them. Don't lose sight of that person. I just saw him. And he must be the young master of the Li group. Indeed, the news of his return was monumental. Let us follow him and see where he is headed. The paparazzi, concealed in the nearby woods, watched the black sedan race off and immediately jumped into their cars to pursue. Upon witnessing Li Bing's emergence from the manor, they fully believed by Shambua's claims. Soon, several vehicles from the roadside surged forward, following Li Bing's direction. Before long, they trailed the black sedan to the largest airport in the magical city. Li Bing, donning a cap and mask, stepped out of the vehicle. Due to the ongoing smog in the city, he had intentionally covered his face. The airport. They had arrived at the airport. Was he planning to flee? Observing Li Bing enter the airport while clad in a mask and cap, the paparazzi frantically pressed their shutters. They were now convinced that Li Bing was indeed attempting to escape. The crowd swiftly compiled their reports, disseminating news online. Meanwhile, inside the airport, Li Bing joined the throng. Waiting in line, Professor Smith was expected to land in about 2 hours, so he planned to enter the waiting hall early. The airport was bustling with people, and the security checkpoints had long lines. Li Bing was not in a hurry. He leisurely moved along with the crowd, opting not to use the VIP passage, as his recent release from prison was still a closely guarded secret. Consequently, his grandfather and sister had advised him to maintain a low profile and avoid causing any trouble. Unbeknownst to him, 2 sharply dressed men in a VIP lounge on the 2nd floor had been observing him since his entrance. They were none other than Bai Shanbua and Hu Mingming, who had arrived at the airport ahead of Li Bing. Look at that. The young master of the Li group chooses not to use the VIP lane but instead queues with the masses. Doesn't that seem suspicious? Hu Mingming remarked respectfully, his gaze fixed on the young man in the baseball cap. Dressing like that to enter the airport, who would believe he is a fugitive? What decent person goes out wearing a cap and mask, fearful of being recognized? Indeed, I never anticipated he would dare to board a flight out of the country. This is truly unexpected, Bai Shanbua replied, nodding as he discreetly tapped a series of numbers on his phone. At that moment, Li Bing reached the security checkpoint. Presenting his identification to the officer, preparing to spread his arms for the security check, the officer scanned him with a metal detector, ready to let him pass. However, just as he was about to speak, the phone beside the verification officer suddenly rang. Ding-ling, ding-ling, ding-ling. The officer answered the call, intending to return Li Bing's documents. However, whatever was said on the other end caused the officer's hand to freeze midair as his expression shifted. He hastily reclaimed Li Bing's documents for further inspection. What is taking so long? Why is it so slow? Yeah, everyone else is through in a minute. Why the delay? Could you please hurry? We're on a tight schedule. Exactly. If you can't handle it, step aside. The crowd following Li Bing grew impatient as they watched him linger at the security gate, unable to restrain their complaints. Sir, there seems to be an issue with your identification. We need to verify it thoroughly. Please place your finger on this fingerprint scanner, the officer instructed. Producing a device from the side, Li Bing furrowed his brow at the sight of the apparatus. What was happening? He had never encountered such a situation at the airport before. May I ask what issue there is with my identification? Why must I press my fingerprint? He inquired, bewildered. His identification had recently been updated, so there shouldn't be any problems. Sir, please cooperate with our procedure and place your finger on the fingerprint scanner. There are many other passengers waiting, the officer insisted, his tone growing firmer as he noticed Li Bing's hesitation. But my identification poses no issues. Why must I be subjected to this verification? Li Bing's expression soured at the officer's insistence. Having flown countless times, this was his first experience with such a predicament. Why was he being asked to press his fingerprint without any explanation? Young man, just comply with the staff's request. It won't take much of your time. You said there's no issue, so just go ahead. Exactly. Can you stop dragging this out? I'm in a hurry. If you delay the flight, can you bear the responsibility? Yes, we're all pressed for time. Can't you consider our feelings? Because of you, are we all supposed to miss our flights? Young man, you're quite young, yet you lack civic responsibility. Pressing your fingerprint won't waste much time. The crowd behind Li Bing began to voice their grievances, some even resorting to profanity, while others attempted to shame him with notions of morality. Li Bing, already agitated by the officer's tone, felt his temper flare upon hearing the crowd's complaints. He turned to face them. Why are you urging me? It's not my fault the staff won't let me through. If you miss your flight, blame the officers, not me. Don't assume this is your home, where everyone must yield to you. A bunch of fools. Chapter 82. Deliberate provocation. How do you insult others? Do you possess any sense of decency, you little brat? Has no one taught you how to treat your elders? truly lacking in manners. What is wrong with the youth of today? If it weren't for him, would we have wasted so much time here? I must inform you that I am on a business trip to negotiate a deal worth over 3 million. If your actions cause me to miss my flight, you will see what I am capable of. Those standing behind Li Bing were taken aback. Not only did he refuse to apologize, but he also dared to scold them. The group, typically fond of positioning themselves on a moral high ground, could hardly contain their outrage. Several middle-aged men rolled up their sleeves, preparing to teach Li Bing a lesson. As tensions escalated, 2 airport security guards noticed the commotion and approached. What seems to be the issue here? The staff, noticing the guards' arrival, felt a slight relief wash over their anxious expressions and pointed towards Li Bing. This gentleman may have some issues with his identification. I would like him to place his fingerprints on the detection device. However, he refuses to cooperate. The guards were momentarily stunned. Issues with identification? As airport security, they understood the implications of those words. They turned their attention to Li Bing. The young man appeared well-groomed and dignified, and he did not seem like someone who would have any issues. Sir, could you please place your finger on this device? Thank you for your cooperation. It is part of our duty. With that, the 2 guards attempted to grasp Li Bing's hand. Upon seeing their actions, Li Bing's expression darkened. Were they deliberately seeking trouble? I have told you. Explain to me what the issue with my identification is. If you cannot articulate it, please return my documents. Li Bing glared at them, feeling this was the first time he had encountered such provoking behavior since arriving in this world. The guards, hearing his words, also felt their patience wearing thin. They were merely executing their duties, and with no prior grievances, they could not fathom why they were harassing him if there was indeed no problem with his identification. It seems you refuse to cooperate. Very well, I shall not waste further words with you. One guard promptly retrieved his walkie-talkie. Security team. We have a situation at Gate 5. A passenger's identification appears suspicious. Please proceed immediately. The guard glared at Li Bing, realizing he had no other recourse but to summon security. Damn it. What bad luck to encounter such an unfortunate individual today. Is pressing a finger really that arduous? Why the fuss? Another voice chimed in. Can someone just remove this guy already? As the queue behind Li Bing continued to inch forward, the other passengers, having completed their checks, grew increasingly impatient. They had already wasted 5 or 6 minutes, and many were on the verge of missing their flights. The mounting tension was palpable, and discontent spread among the crowd. Many were already raising their voices in frustration. The 2 security guards, witnessing the growing uproar, hastily attempted to calm the crowd. Please remain calm. We will resolve this issue shortly. How long must we wait? Remain calm? Our flights are about to depart. Can the airport take responsibility for the consequences of missing our flights? This is his problem, not ours. Can you allow us to proceed with our checks? Initially, the passengers might have understood the airport staff's position, but after such a prolonged wait, their patience had nearly evaporated. They could hardly heed the guards' pleas. Sir, you've heard the crowd. They are waiting. Please press your fingerprint quickly. Do not waste everyone's time. The guards could only look at Li Bing again, urging him to cooperate. I have stated that you must inform me what the issue is with my identification before I will press my fingerprint. Moreover, the fact that they may miss their flights is their concern, not mine. If it is related at all, it pertains to your airport. Li Bing scowled, showing no inclination to raise his hand, completely disregarding the impatient stares from behind him. Everyone has their first time. He was not their parent. So why should he indulge them? Why are you so obstinate? The guards, exhausted by his refusal, were at a loss for words. Since they had been informed there was an issue with his identification, it must indeed be the case. They could not be accused of creating problems without cause. Yet, to protect passenger privacy, they could not divulge the specifics until confirmed. An error could lead to lawsuits and reputational damage for the airport. However, seeing Li Bing and Appo's stubbornness, it seemed he truly had something to hide. The guards remained silent, waiting for the security team and their supervisor to arrive and escort this troublemaker away. Yet, while they were silent, the crowd behind Li Bing, having heard his recent remarks, began to express their displeasure. What is wrong with this young man? Speaking with such a lack of decorum? How can such individuals exist in society today? I suspect his identification is indeed problematic, which is why he refuses to press his fingerprints. This fellow might be a fugitive. He certainly does not appear trustworthy. Indeed, such individuals are truly despicable. He seems intent on wreaking havoc. Hearing the murmurs and accusations directed at him, Li Bing turned around with a cold expression. You lot are pathetic. If you begged me, perhaps I would press that fingerprint. But as it stands, you can await your fate. I am not in a hurry. I am merely here to wait for someone. And time is not of the essence for me. A bunch of simpletons, as if the world owes you something. Why should I heed your demands? Chapter 83. The distinct nature of large corporations. What are you saying? This individual is utterly repulsive. Indeed, how can such a despicable person exist? One glance at his life in reality suggests he is a complete failure, seeking validation here. I surmise so. I must capture his photograph and circulate it online. I shall expose him. Yes, he deserves to be publicly shamed. A number of travelers standing behind Li Bing have already begun photographing him, unable to tolerate his arrogant demeanor. It is simply outrageous. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit approaches, accompanied by several security personnel in uniforms, armed and ready. Good day, sir. The middle-aged man stands before Li Bing. Who are you? Li Bing inquires with an impassive expression, suspecting yet another staff member. Greetings, sir. I am Liu, the manager of the Airport Security Inspection Department. We kindly request that you accompany us. The man speaks with excessive politeness, his face adorned with a disingenuous smile that incites an urge to strike him. Li Bing gazes at him expressionlessly, aware that beneath the courteous words lies an intention to forcibly escort him away for identity verification. The security personnel must have already deemed his identity suspicious during their prior communication. Yet, if there truly were an issue, why not state it directly? Why the insistence on fingerprinting? As the heir of the Li Group, the investigation of his fingerprint information is a matter of commercial interest. With a cold demeanor, Li Bing dismisses the pleasantries, fixing a steely gaze on the man, his tone resolute. I shall reiterate, if you wish for me to provide a fingerprint, you must first clarify what issue pertains to my identity. However, the middle-aged man and the security personnel remain unfazed by Li Bing's icy stare. Prior to arriving, he had received a phone call from the president of Dream New Energy Automobile Group, who apprised him of the situation. He had just contacted the inspecting staff. Sir, you presently face two options: comply and accompany us, or provide your fingerprint right here. There is no third option available to you. The middle-aged man's facade of politeness has vanished. His demeanor has grown exceedingly assertive, showing no concern for Li Bing's frosty countenance. Li Bing is incensed by this assertion. You truly wield significant authority. What will you do if I choose to leave? He never anticipated encountering such a situation. He takes out his phone, intending to call the driver waiting in the vehicle. If these individuals are deliberately obstructing his entry into the airport, then he shall simply depart. No third option? Sir, my apologies, but you cannot leave until you have submitted to our examination. The suited man smirks coldly, shaking his head. He is convinced that Li Bing may very well be a fugitive, and thus cannot allow him to depart. Are you restricting my personal freedom? Are you aware of the ramifications of such actions? Li Bing's expression darkens completely. It seems they intend to abduct him. They have no intention of allowing his departure. Restricting your freedom? Sir, you jest. We lack such authority. We merely wish for you to verify your identity. The middle-aged man cannot admit to restricting Li Bing and Apos' freedom. Yet, forcibly escorting him is an implicit right they possess, provided he is not a person of significant importance. Meanwhile, in the airport's VIP lounge on the second floor, a middle-aged man in a suit rises from the sofa, moving to the glass window to observe the unfolding events below. With a clear view, he can see everything transpiring on the first floor. He turns to Hu Mingming beside him and speaks coolly. Notify the reporters outside the airport to come in. Proceed according to the plan. Bai Shanbo finishes his wine in one gulp, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The situation has escalated to such proportions that the Li Group can no longer conceal it. His police acquaintances are already en route, and if the plan unfolds smoothly, this farce will soon conclude. Understood, President. I will immediately inform the reporters to enter. We will execute our meticulously devised plan. Hu Mingming responds promptly. Turning to descend the stairs. The larger the commotion, the more advantageous it is for them. Once this incident is made public online, with a little orchestration, the reputation of the Li Group will be irrevocably tarnished. This is destined to be a scandal of monumental proportions. At the airport inspection point, Li Bing remains oblivious to the fact that everything has been premeditated. He is currently surrounded by security personnel, preventing him from moving even an inch. Airport staff have completely blocked the entrance, causing those waiting to undergo security checks to grow increasingly impatient. Several flights have already begun boarding. In the waiting area, many individuals are capturing photos, as disturbances at the airport are a rarity. Suddenly, a throng of individuals bursts through the entrance, each wielding cameras and wearing badges from various media organizations. Make way, clear the path. They push past the travelers behind Li Bing. raising their cameras to capture his image. The sudden influx of reporters leaves the surrounding crowd bewildered. What is happening? Why are so many journalists here to take pictures? Could this young man be some sort of celebrity? While disturbances at the airport are indeed uncommon, they hardly warrant such a mass of reporters clamoring to photograph. Many people exchange puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The newly arrived reporters do not allow the confusion to linger long after snapping their photos. They engage in loud conversations, seemingly eager for others to overhear. This person is the heir of the Lee Group. He was recently sentenced to 10 years in prison, but was released less than 2 weeks ago. Goodness. The Lee Group truly is a powerful corporation. 10 years in prison. And he is out in mere days. I wonder what connections they utilized. What connections? It's certainly not through any legitimate means. This young heir of the Lee Group is incredibly arrogant, causing a ruckus at the airport just after his release. Chapter 84. Adding fuel to the fire upon hearing the reporters and oppos. Words, the travelers behind Li Bing and the onlookers around him were momentarily taken aback. What? This young man is a criminal? The Lee Group? Is it the same Lee Group from our city? He has already been released after a 10-year sentence? Impossible. Is this true? I cannot believe it. How could he be out in just a few days? It's utterly inconceivable. I must search online. Yes. Such information must surely be available on the internet. Let us look it up. Many individuals pulled out their phones, opening various search engines, eager for information about this scandal unfolding before them. In truth, the negative news regarding Li Bing had initially been suppressed by the Lee Group's public relations team. There was virtually no information available online. However, Shanbo had secretly uploaded this information again yesterday, and this morning, after the reporters obtained images, they promptly published the story online. Now, a plethora of new information about Li Bing began to emerge like mushrooms after the rain. I can't believe it's true. Look at this judgment. It clearly states a 10-year sentence. Upon closer inspection, the date of the ruling was quite recent. Just moments ago, I naively thought it impossible. Yet here we are. What is so impossible about it? You should check how powerful the Lee Group is. How could they allow their young master to languish in prison for a decade? But this doesn't comply with regulations. Regulations? For these wealthy individuals, what regulations are there? Such things are meant for us common folk. Indeed, you are far too naive. No wonder this person is so arrogant. It turns out he is truly a member of the Lee Group. After witnessing the online reports, most people found it hard to believe that the young man before them had been sentenced to 10 years in prison. Just a few days had passed. And here he was, strutting through the airport with such audacity. Surely this situation defies regulations? I distinctly remember our country's laws stipulating that one cannot be released on parole within a certain time frame. Yes, it certainly contradicts the established rules. But with the Lee Group backing him, do such rules even matter? Many voices expressed their dissatisfaction, particularly those who had hurried through security due to Li Bing's presence. Their anger palpable. They could no longer tolerate Li Bing's arrogance. Li Bing gazed indifferently at the crowd, particularly at the so-called media reporters who had appeared out of nowhere, his expression growing increasingly frosty. He sensed that something was amiss today. It seemed as if someone was deliberately setting a trap for him. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that so many reporters were waiting for him at the airport? Such arrogance is astounding. To dare cause a scene at the airport just after being released. Yes, indeed, it is utterly brazen. We should expose him online. Yes, he must be exposed. This man's release from prison surely involves substantial bribery. We must unveil the truth. Not only should we expose him, but we must also report him. Yes, reporting is imperative. Such a person is a scourge to society and must be returned to prison for reformation. As a few reporters stirred the crowd, many quickly echoed their sentiments. Alone, they would not dare to act, but with reporters present. Did Li Bing truly believe he could intimidate them? They were determined to expose this arrogant individual. Li Bing cast a cold glance at the throng, scoffing disdainfully. These people truly amuse me. Do they think raising their phones somehow justifies their actions? Reporting? Exposing? Are they unaware that casually airing such grievances online is itself a criminal offense? With a derisive Chapter 85, the report from the television station Mr. Bai. Have you invited someone from the television station? Hu Mingming was taken aback, not expecting Shanbo to be so grand in his endeavors. Even inviting personnel from the renowned Magic City television station. It is worth noting that obtaining such an invitation is not a trivial matter. The presence of a reporter from the television station undoubtedly enhances the credibility of the coverage. Mr. Bai, are those individuals from the Magic City television station? Suddenly, Hu Mingming pointed towards a group of people entering the airport, burdened with enormous camera equipment. The sheer scale of their apparatus was far beyond what a small-time reporter would possess. Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Ha 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 indeed. They are from Magic City Television Station. By Shambo and Amp. Appos. Eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Through the glass doors, he spotted a vehicle emblazoned with the television station and Amp. Appos. Logo parked outside the airport. A crowd of individuals, laden with filming gear, swept into the terminal. Among them, a charming young woman approached the gathering with a microphone in hand. Excuse us, please make way. We are reporters from the television station. Kindly step aside. The surrounding crowd instinctively turned to see a lovely female reporter rushing towards them, her work badge prominently displayed, unmistakably identifying her as a correspondent from the Magic City television station. Behind her trailed a group of staff carrying cameras. Many in the crowd recognized the television station's insignia and promptly parted to give them passage. Isn't that our Magic City television station? How remarkable that they have arrived. Yes. I recognize that host. She appears to be from our local public affairs program. The buzz among the onlookers intensified, realizing that the situation had indeed attracted the attention of the Magic City television station, affirming that the rumors circulating online were not mere fabrications. This is fantastic. Now, let us see how this individual maintains his arrogance. The crowd's chatter filled the air as they focused on the reporter from Magic City Television and Li Bing. The sweet-faced reporter hurried to the security checkpoint, approaching Li Bing. Hello, I am Tian Suetsue from Magic City Television Station. May I confirm if you're Mr. Li Bing of the Li Corporation? It was evident that the reporter had conducted her research prior to arriving, as she was well informed about Li Bing's background. Li Bing frowned at the reporter and her camera crew, his expression darkening. Please turn off that recording device. Professor Chin had explicitly cautioned him against drawing too much attention before leaving the research institute. As researchers, they must safeguard their privacy, as any breach could pose significant risks. Oh, afraid of being filmed, are we? Ha ha ha, he is scared. The crowd erupted in laughter at the sight of Li Bing and Appos, unease in front of the Magic City television reporters. If he is afraid, there must be something amiss. Otherwise, with his brash demeanor, how could he possibly shy away from the cameras? Upon hearing Li Bing's request to cease filming, the surrounding crowd exchanged glances, some reveling in his embarrassment. Was and Appos, he just boasting? Now that he faces the Magic City television station, suddenly he is not so bold anymore. I and Appos, am sorry, sir. But we are from Magic City Television, and we possess the right to conduct interviews. You do not have the authority to demand we turn off our cameras. Tian Suetsue smiled, shaking her head. There was no way she would comply with his request. Li Bing and Appos' expression soured further at her words. What do you mean by having the right to film? Does that imply I have no right to refuse? When did journalists become so domineering? I'm afraid I must decline your interview. I request that you leave immediately. Li Bing's tone was icy. If they refused to turn off the camera, he could at least prevent them from capturing him on film. What happened to all that bravado? Now, you think you can just assert yourself? Indeed. You think you can dictate terms? Who do you think you are? This is Magic City Television. Do you have any idea how many people are desperate for coverage? Only to be turned away? Now that you have the opportunity, why not seize it? Hearing Li Bing and Appos' defiance, many in the crowd snickered in derision. Tian Suetsue's brow furrowed slightly, yet she refrained from retorting unkindly. Instead, she earnestly inquired, May I ask why you are unwilling to accept our interview? You must be aware of the influence of Magic City Television. We have received information suggesting there may be issues surrounding your release from prison. Would you care to clarify this matter? At that moment, Li Bing had already gained notoriety online, given the sensational nature of his connection to a major corporation following his incarceration. Increasingly, individuals unaware of the full story began to voice their condemnation of him on the internet. Faced with the microphone thrust before him, Li Bing's face darkened as he coldly replied, No, I do not wish to. My situation is unique, and I request that you cease filming. Otherwise, you will face consequences you cannot bear. Li Bing's sole desire was to conclude this interview swiftly, for his circumstances were indeed precarious. Should the matter escalate, both he and his family could find themselves in jeopardy, facing threats to their safety. Yet, judging by the reporters and Appos' demeanor, it was clear they had no intention of wrapping up the interview easily. Unique? Is he not merely a representative of the Li Corporation? What is so special about that? Just because he has a bit of money? The crowd murmured, dismissing the notion of his uniqueness. He thinks wealth elevates him above others? The true heroes are those who toil for the people, those who genuinely serve the public, and the scientists who contribute quietly. Many scoffed at Li Bing and Apo's words. They were well aware of his identity, a fact readily available online. What made him so special? He was simply affiliated with the Li Corporation. I suspect he is terrified that the truth about his bribery will be exposed. Indeed, that must be the case. Mark my words. If you do not clarify the situation today, we will not allow you to leave. Tell us why you were released early. What is the hidden agenda? Did you bribe the prison warden? The crowd, emboldened by the presence of the television crew, became assertive, posing piercing questions. The cameraman following Tian Tsuetsue was taken aback by the clarity and directness of the inquiries. He aimed the camera squarely at Li Bing's face, eager to witness his response. Chapter 86. Escalation of events. I am under no obligation to disclose such matters to you. These affairs are my own. Li Bing cast a scornful glare at the crowd, opting not to respond directly to the query posed. He had previously made a promise to Professor Chun that he would not reveal any information to the outside world until the completion of the scientific research task. Faced with the incessant inquiries, Li Bing felt no inclination to continue explaining, choosing instead to fall silent. Seeing Li Bing and Apo's demeanor, those who had long harbored grievances against him felt a sense of triumph, effectively cornering him with their questions. They spoke with a steely resolve. I suspect you are simply afraid to speak. If you were released through proper channels, what is there to hide? You must have employed some underhanded means. I assure you, if you do not cooperate and clarify your situation here today, we will most certainly call the authorities and have you detained. Wooden and Apo's. Do you agree? Indeed, if you refuse to comply, we will alert the police. Call the police? Call the police. With that, several burly men moved to seize Li Bing, intent on preventing his escape. Observing this scene, Tian Tsuetsue hurriedly stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Li Bing. The crowd and Apo's agitation seemed alarming, and she sought to diffuse the escalating tension, urging everyone to remain calm. Let us not act rashly. This matter cannot be resolved in mere words. We are all here to understand the situation thoroughly. Let us speak rationally and refrain from violence. This is not the way forward. Tian Tsuetsue shielded Li Bing from the emotionally charged individuals. As a journalist and host, she understood that any altercation during her broadcast could lead to the cancellation of her program, though she was equally eager to uncover the truth. It was imperative to maintain control over the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the television network's live stream captured numerous viewers, as the program had recently initiated real-time broadcasting due to its high ratings. The incidents surrounding Li Bing had already garnered significant attention online, drawing a considerable audience to the live stream. As Tian Tsuetsue intervened, many viewers began to express their discontent in the comments, initially perceiving her as a figure of justice. They were disillusioned to see her protect the wealthy young man at a critical moment. Some lamented, how could she shield him? Isn't it better than allowing them to brawl? The host clearly aimed to prevent further escalation. Others defended her actions, asserting that the final verdict had yet to be established, questioning the wisdom of resorting to violence. Voices of dissent emerged, yet some viewers maintained a more rational perspective. They believed Tian Tsuetsue's efforts to mediate were commendable, posing no issue. What do you mean there is no conclusive verdict? He stammers and cannot articulate the reasons for his premature release from prison. Does that not indicate something amiss? Indeed, I too believe there is something suspicious about his release. Isn't he reputed to be the heir of the Li Group? A wealthy scion, perhaps. Such individuals often disregard laws and regulations. I suspect foul play at hand. If he were innocent, he would have provided an explanation by now. His silence suggests guilt. With so many witnesses, revealing the truth could vindicate him and prompt apologies from his accusers. Yes, his reluctance to cooperate is indicative of deeper issues. Even a blind person can see that. I believe the heightened emotions of others are justified. This is no trivial matter if bribery is involved. It constitutes a criminal offense that could even attract the attention of the disciplinary committee. We must take this seriously. The majority of the comments in the live stream suggested that Li Bing was indeed embroiled in something dubious, with many convinced that he had not exited prison through legitimate means. After all, similar news stories have surfaced before, such as a criminal who, despite deserving the death penalty, managed to evade justice due to familial connections and lived under an alias without consequence. The public outrage over such cases had previously stirred significant uproar, even reaching the upper echelons of authority. Now, with a comparable narrative unfolding, many anticipated that amplifying this incident might also capture the attention of those in power, allowing them to feel they had contributed to a pursuit of justice. Let us remain composed and not let our emotions dictate our actions. We must approach this issue with calmness, not through force. Tian Tsuetsue endeavored to soothe the rising tensions on both sides. As a seasoned host, she had navigated numerous crises before. However, given the gravity of this situation, she treaded carefully to avoid missteps. Suddenly, her phone rang, the caller ID revealing it to be the station. She answered promptly, sensing the urgency. The crowd instinctively fell silent, listening intently to the conversation. Tian Tsuetsue's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she glanced back at the young man. Her demeanor changed subtly. Understood, Director, I will comply. After acknowledging the call, she turned to the camera, her face grave. Dear viewers, our station has just received a tip from a concerned citizen, Mr. Bai, who has been unable to locate the complete release documentation for Mr. Lee here. This implies that Mr. Lee likely did not leave prison through legitimate means. Tian Tsuetsue regarded Li Bing with a serious expression, extending the microphone toward him. Mr. Lee, do you have any explain? Chapter 87. Online public opinion. Many individuals within the live broadcast room have begun to disseminate all available information regarding Li Bing, particularly emphasizing his privileged background as a scion of wealth, coupled with the absence of a complete announcement regarding his release from prison online. This has led many to suspect that he harbors some unspeakable secrets related to his incarceration. In today and Oppos's society, the perception of wealthy heirs is already unfavorable, and with his current disruptive behavior at the airport, the situation has only worsened. Additionally, the previous orchestrated online campaigns have further fueled the animosity directed at Li Bing, resulting in an explosion of comments in the live chat. An increasing number of viewers flocked to the broadcast room, causing the audience numbers for the moated television station to surpass historical records. The most contemptible aspect of this scenario is the audacity of these rich heirs, who display an unrestrained arrogance. It is truly appalling. I recently watched a video where numerous individuals lamented that they missed their flights due to him, disrupting their carefully laid plans. Such people are utterly detestable. Do they not understand that purchasing a plane ticket is no trivial matter for us? But the young master is too precious. He can afford to disregard the plight of ordinary people. Indeed, who is he? He is none other than the esteemed heir of the Lee Group. And why would he concern himself with us common folk? Within the live broadcast room, some expressed their indignation passionately, while others provocatively stirred the crowd and Oppos's emotions. The atmosphere in the room was highly charged. Meanwhile, at the airport, the situation was no better. The crowd continued to swell, and with the incitement of those previously recruited by Shanbua, the emotions of the onlookers escalated dramatically. Voices of condemnation arose openly. Li Bing had nearly become the target of collective ire, finding himself in a precarious position. Tian Tsuetsue regarded Li Bing with a serious expression, directing the microphone towards him. This matter was far from trivial. Without a complete record of Li Bing's release online, it could very well be classified as a criminal case. However, unlike others who hastily concluded that Li Bing must have employed illicit means to gain his freedom, she chose to afford him an opportunity for explanation. I must inform you that I cannot disclose any details regarding this matter. I hope you will allow me to pass. I must leave this place, Li Bing stated. Surveying the increasingly agitated crowd and realizing the precariousness of his situation, with a sullen expression, he prepared to depart. Yet the surrounding individuals were on the verge of eruption, unwilling to permit his escape. Do not let him leave. I have already called the police. We deserve an explanation for this matter, cried one voice. Indeed, we must have an answer. Many had surrounded the airport, effectively sealing it off. At that moment, within the Lee Group building in Modu, Li Qiqing was engaged in a meeting with several high-ranking officials of the conglomerate. Following the previous day's discussions, she had begun to take charge of various projects within the Lee Group. Chairman, are we not investing excessively in the materials company? Currently, our holdings in material shares exceed 30% of the company's assets. Even with the recent announcement of Simida's introduction of room temperature superconductors, which was a favorable development, it has since been confirmed as a hoax. There is no need for us to gamble on the likelihood of this material's success. One middle-aged executive, adjusting his glasses, scrutinized the asset distribution of the Lee Group displayed on the screen, bewildered. The traditional manufacturing sector, once the cornerstone of the group, now comprised less than 3%. Li Qingqing's initial action upon assuming her role was to allocate substantial funds to the materials company. Be it in research or share acquisition, the investment was considerable, accounting for 30% of the group and Oppo's total assets. During the previous meeting, Li Qingqing had indeed stated that to meet the demands of the National Security Group, it was necessary to increase production in materials. However, as of yet, no formal contract had been signed. At best, there was only a verbal agreement. Was it not overly risky for the Li Group to invest such a significant amount of capital? Indeed, Chairman, I too believe our investment in the materials company has been excessive. While merely increasing production and improving technology might be acceptable, your acquisition of shares in the materials company raises concerns. Ever since the announcement from Sumida was proven false, material stock prices have been in a steady decline for over a month. Many turned their gaze towards Li Qingqing. Though the saying goes that a new official brings fire to the office, her maneuvers left them perplexed. They could not comprehend the rationale behind her actions. Li Qingqing cast a calm glance at the assembly, tapping her fingers on the table. Not only the management, but also the elder members of various families had reached out for clarification after hearing of her strategy. They too were confounded by her decisions. Yet, Li Qingqing merely informed them that she had her own plans without elaborating on the reasons. This decision is mine. I discussed it with the chairman last night, and he has endorsed my approach. There is no need for you to inquire further. Simply focus on fulfilling the tasks I have assigned to you, she stated with a voice that was notably cold. Having recently taken the helm of the company, she remained uncertain of the allegiances among her subordinates, and thus she could not divulge all her thoughts. Many believed that the ongoing decline of material stocks signified their inability to recover, prompting numerous investors to sell off their shares. However, Li Qingqing discerned a monumental opportunity within this situation. The recent false announcement from Sumida had caused a temporary setback. Yet within a mere day, material stocks had nearly doubled in value. Observing the upward trend, she surmised that the potential for growth had not yet reached its zenith. Had the trial conducted by Sumida not been exposed as fraudulent, material stocks could have multiplied significantly. This tremendous opportunity was not lost on her. As others hastily divested from material stocks, she seized the moment to invest, recognizing the latent potential within them. In her estimation, should the market release even a minor piece of news, material stocks would surge dramatically, presenting a remarkable opportunity that many failed to perceive. Naturally, she could not share such insights with others. Nonetheless, the concerns raised were valid. There was indeed an element of risk involved, for no one could predict when favorable news regarding materials would emerge. Uncertainty loomed large, and Li Qingqing could only silently wish that such news would not arrive too late. A seismic shift in the market did not require explosive revelations. Merely a hint would suffice. Understood, Chairman. We shall respect your wishes, they replied. Chapter 88. Li Bing encounters trouble suddenly. The shrill ring of a telephone echoed within the conference room. Li Qingqing, poised to speak, furrowed her brow at the sound. Glancing around the room, during her meetings, all phones were to be silenced. Who could be so inconsiderate? The others, equally startled by the ringtone, instinctively checked their own devices. Upon realizing it was not theirs, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief and began scanning the room to identify the unfortunate soul responsible for the disruption. In that moment, a young assistant gently nudged Li Qingqing and Oppo's arm. Presently, it seems the sound is coming from your bag. Li Qingqing paused, turning to her Hermes handbag hanging on the wall. Indeed, the noise emanated from within. A hint of embarrassment crept across her face as the senior executives around her lowered their heads, feigning ignorance of the incident. With a scowl, Li Qingqing stood up and retrieved her phone from the bag. It was her internal phone, known to only a select few. It was uncommon for anyone to call unless there was an urgent matter. Checking the caller ID, she was surprised to see it was her grandfather, Li Blushing. Li Qingqing and Oppo's brow furrowed further. Her grandfather should have known she was in a meeting. Why was he calling now? They had spoken that morning, and he had assured her to handle company matters independently without his interference. Hello, Grandpa. I'm in a meeting. Is there something urgent? She inquired, perplexed. Qingqing. There and Oppo's. Been another incident involving Xiaobing. You must rush to the airport in Modu and bring him back. The elderly voice on the other end sounded agitated, even punctuated by coughs. Xiaobing is in trouble? Li Qingqing was bewildered. What could have possibly happened? Just that morning, everything seemed fine. Was he in a car accident? But if that were the case, why would they need to fetch him from the airport? What do you mean, Grandpa? What's wrong with Xiaobing? Just look online. The internet is flooded with negative rumors about Li Bing. He is currently besieged by a throng of reporters at Modu Airport. Someone has leaked details about his time in prison, and now the media is swarming him. You need to act quickly to prevent the situation from escalating. The old man succinctly summarized the unfolding predicament, leaving Li Qiqing in a state of shock. Had they already suppressed the negative stories about Li Bing? Why were they suddenly resurfacing? Understood. I'll head to the airport immediately, she replied, despite her lingering confusion. Shall Li gather a few people to accompany me to the airport? Meanwhile, after sending off both Li Qiqing and Li Bing that morning, the elderly gentleman reclined on the sofa to read the newspaper. With his grandson returned from prison, his spirits had lifted considerably. Though uncertain about the veracity of the allegations against them, he chose not to dwell on the irrationalities, especially since no police had come looking for him. However, his moment of tranquility was abruptly interrupted when the butler rushed in, panic etched on his face, delivering the distressing news that Li Bing was in trouble once again. The butler then proceeded to show him videos on his phone. Upon viewing the footage, the old man was nearly apoplectic. The reports accused Li Bing and the Li family of having bribed prison officials to secure his release. Such allegations, once affixed, were akin to mud staining one's reputation, impossible to refute. Even worse, Li Bing was cornered at the airport, seemingly with police involvement. If he were indeed taken away by the authorities, the media frenzy would be relentless, and the already tenuous stability of the Li family, STO, Chapter 89, Achievement. Meanwhile, at the airport in the bustling metropolis, Tian Suetsue gazed helplessly at Li Bing. Sir, in this transparent and open environment, I hope you can confront any issues directly. If, as you claim, your identity poses no problems, then at the very least, you ought to explain how you managed to leave prison, Don and Amp, Oppos. Do you think? This is something we all wish to know. There is no need for secrecy here. It isn't a matter of national security. Yes. Speak up. If you don't, it must mean you have something to hide. The crowd mingling around them erupted into a cacophony of shouts. On the second floor, Bai Shanbo held a glass of red wine, coldly observing Li Bing amidst the throng, calculating that the police would soon arrive. Once Li Bing was taken away, he would ensure that photographs were disseminated online, irrevocably branding the Li group with allegations of bribery. Whether or not they were truly guilty mattered little. The internet's foolish netizens cared not for the truth, only for the conclusions they desired. Success. I have succeeded. Ha ha ha. I have achieved it. An ecstatic voice suddenly erupted from a nearby laboratory, followed by the sight of a white-haired elder in a lab coat, jubilantly cradling a pressure cooker as he emerged. Behind him trailed a bespectacled woman, tears of joy streaming down her face. It's done. I finally did it. We did it. Old Shin, I have succeeded. This superconducting material has been developed. Mr. Li's method truly works. I have achieved it. The elder clutched the pressure cooker, his words tumbling forth as if he were entranced. The woman following him wept tears of happiness. Her grandfather's lifelong research had finally borne fruit in his lifetime. The surrounding researchers, upon hearing the elder's exuberance, paused their work and turned towards him. Is it true? Have you really achieved it? This isn't a joke, is it? Mr. Li and Amp, Oppos, method truly works? As they gazed at the pressure cooker in the elder and Amp, Oppos, hands, a wave of skepticism rose within them. They held no doubts about Li Bing's research capabilities. Yet many had overheard the elder and Amp, Oppos, earlier description of the method. Placing materials in a pressure cooker and applying heat seemed utterly implausible. Could it be that the elder had indeed followed his guidance to create a room temperature superconductor? Olden, have you truly succeeded? This isn't a jest, is it? Professor Chen emerged from his own lab, astonished as he regarded his old friend. In just a few days, this elderly colleague had accomplished what countless scientists had failed to achieve in years, or even a lifetime. It was simply unbelievable. Of course it's a success. Mr. Li is a genius. The elder, Professor An, had journeyed from Kyoto to join Li Bing and Oppos' research team, and within the pressure cooker lay a glimmering piece of black material, strikingly similar to the room temperature superconductor Li Bing had previously presented. I must announce this discovery immediately. Our nation has finally surpassed in the field of materials science. The elder's enthusiasm was palpable. Yes, we must hold a press conference. This is a monumental discovery. Quickly, we need to contact the Academy of Sciences to arrange a press conference. I will make the call now. Professor Chen interjected, his excitement evident. Though not a materials scientist himself, he understood the significance of successfully developing room temperature superconductors. A ripple of excitement spread through the scientific community as Professor Chen and Oppos' call reached the Academy of Sciences. Following Professor N. and Apos' upload of research success and experimental data, materials scientists across the nation, and indeed the world, were thrown into a frenzy. Room temperature superconductors had truly been developed. Within 5 minutes, the news had spread like wildfire. Professor N, the Academy has scheduled a press conference. You are to be interviewed in the reception hall on the first floor of our research building in 10 minutes. In an instant, all media outlets were captivated by this unexpected announcement. If Professor N's research proved successful, it would indeed be a triumph for their nation. Numerous researchers opened their phones, inundated with inquiries from peers. The Academy had just revealed that the research location was indeed their very own research institute in the metropolis. And it was Professor Chen and Apos' team collaborating with Professor N. Messages flooded the researchers and Apos' devices. A barrage of questions from colleagues. Why had a materials scientist been involved in a nuclear power research team? How had this monumental research been accomplished in such a brief time? What special methods had been employed? As Su perused the influx of inquiries on her phone, she shook her head in exasperation. Did these individuals not comprehend that some matters were confidential? Moreover, Professor N would soon be addressing the press. What was the urgency? Just as she prepared to silence her phone, she froze, her gaze caught by a notification. It bore no relation to research, yet upon reading it, her fair visage darkened with dismay. Professor, this is bad. Li Bing seems to be in trouble. You must come and see. Quickly. Su dashed toward Professor Chen. Her phone clutched tightly. The notification headline revealing the sensationalist claims of the internet trolls. Why did the young heir of the Li Group in the metropolis manage to leave prison in under a month? Was there bribery involved? Chapter 90. Law enforcement what? Has Li Bing encountered trouble? Let me take a look. Upon hearing Su's words, Professor Chen swiftly snatched her phone and examined the content displayed on the screen. As he perused the information and comments, the previously composed expression on his face darkened significantly. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. The video captured Li Bing at the airport, surrounded by individuals who appeared to be interrogating him. Professor, this is merely a snippet. There are numerous such clips circulating online. Su's voice chimed in from the side. Is this Li Bing? The excitement that had radiated from Professor N moments ago was replaced by concern as he leaned closer to observe the details on the phone. The face in the video was unmistakably that of Li Bing, who had departed just a few days prior. Indeed, it is Li Bing. The video alleges that he is a suspicious individual, with no verifiable information regarding him, which has led to a wave of online denunciations. Now, the entire internet was condemning Li Bing. Is there an issue with his identity? Is he violating the law? Damn it, what do these journalists know? They are slandering our researchers and exposing their identities. After watching the video, Professor Chen's expression turned completely somber, and he could not suppress his anger. He had been instrumental in concealing Li Bing's identity to prevent excessive scrutiny on his movements. Yet, these unscrupulous journalists had brazenly published every detail about him online. If spies were to exploit this information to investigate Li Bing, he could very well be in peril. Initially, upon hearing about the video's release and the crowd surrounding Li Bing, he suspected that his identity had been compromised, perhaps orchestrated by foreign spies. However, as he continued watching, it became evident that the intention behind this was not solely to target Li Bing, but rather to undermine the family enterprise supporting him. These heartless journalists disseminated all kinds of falsehoods. This matter was far from simple. Professor Chen slammed his hand on the table, realizing that his efforts to maintain Li Bing's anonymity were now futile. Su, contact the Public Security Bureau in Modu. I intend to uncover who is behind this. Olden, during the upcoming press conference, make sure to address this issue. Is there someone claiming Li Bing's identity is problematic? I want to see who dares to say so. Professor Chen was seething with rage, and the other researchers around him wore expressions of indignation. Li Bing had diligently contributed to the technological advancement of Huaxia, yet these unscrupulous media outlets were maligning his character. They had disclosed all his personal information. It is imperative to understand that the identities of researchers are confidential, and any unauthorized disclosure is a criminal offense. These merciless media should be apprehended and interrogated thoroughly. Modu. In the office of the Public Security Bureau, a middle-aged man in uniform was diligently attending to official matters. He was Zhao Yutian, the chief of the Modu Public Security Bureau. Since he assumed the role of chief, the security conditions in Modu had significantly improved, and criminal activities had markedly declined. Suddenly, the telephone on his desk rang. Zhao Yutian looked up and answered. Hello? Captain Zhao, This is Xiao Sunday. There's a call from the Motor Research Institute looking for you. Hearing Xiao Sun and Appo's words, Zhao Yutian furrowed his brow in surprise. Why would the Research Institute contact him? Did they not have their own dedicated security personnel? Before he became the chief of public security, he had served as the security captain at the Modu Research Institute and was well aware that they maintained their own police force. If there were any issues, they would not reach out to his bureau. Could it be a matter of special urgency? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yutian instructed his assistant to transfer the call. The Motor Research Institute was a crucial establishment in their jurisdiction, with the highest level of security. A call from there warranted his full attention. Before long, the call was redirected. Hello, I am Zhao Yutian. May I ask who is on the line? Zhao Yutian answered with politeness, devoid of any airs of authority. Recognizing that despite his rank, he held no superiority in front of the esteemed researchers. Officer Zhao, greetings. I am Professor Chun from the Modu Research Institute. A frail voice resonated on the other end. Upon hearing the introduction, Zhao Yutian and Appo's eyes widened. Professor Chen? The esteemed elder from the Motor Research Institute. He had been familiar with Professor Chen, having benefited from his guidance in his career ascent to Chief of Public Security. Greetings, Professor Chen. You have my personal number. Why call my office line? You nearly caught me off guard. Respectfully addressing the elder, Zhao Yutian expressed his esteem for Professor Chen, a titan in the realm of Huaxia's scientific research. However, he was left wondering why the professor was reaching out to him today. Xiao, are you currently serving as the chief of the Modu Public Security Bureau? Upon hearing Professor Chen and Appo's inquiry, Zhao Yutian candidly nodded. Yes, Professor Chen. Why do you ask? Is there something you need me to address? Ah, indeed, there is a matter that requires your assistance. Professor Chen sighed on the other end before succinctly explaining Li Bing's situation, detailing his contributions to Huaxia's scientific endeavors and the unfortunate exposure of his identity. Although Professor Chen initially wished to keep this matter discreet, Susu's discovery of its widespread circulation online made it clear that it was beyond their control as researchers. It was imperative to involve the police to resolve the situation, prompting him to contact Zhao Yutian for help. Chapter 91. Li Bing is indeed a researcher. What? Is this truly happening? Professor Chen, rest assured, I shall promptly address this matter. I will ensure that the researcher is delivered to you unharmed. Upon hearing Professor Chen's account, Zhao Yutian and Appo's expression immediately darkened, and he vowed to take action. Such a grave incident occurring in his jurisdiction, with such an important researcher being detained at the airport, not only restricting his freedom but seemingly subjecting him to a public interrogation, was an outright provocation to the police of Modu. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yutian swiftly instructed Xiao Sun to contact the operating company of Modu Airport, commanding them to expedite the resolution of the situation. He then arranged for a vehicle, intending to personally ensure the safe delivery of the researcher to Professor Chen. This was no trivial matter. Professor Chen had just stated that this researcher represented the future of our nation. It was crucial to guarantee his safety. Although Zhao Yutian was unclear why Professor Chen held such high regard for a young researcher, he understood that the professor would not exaggerate, indicating that the researcher possessed extraordinary qualities. If this matter were not handled properly, it could become the greatest blunder of his career. Meanwhile, in the airport terminal, Li Bing found himself surrounded by numerous individuals, with several burly men preparing to restrain him to prevent his escape. Control him, control him. Wait for the police. Yes, indeed. Do not let him flee. This is an act of righteousness. Do not let him escape. The surrounding crowd echoed their fervent support. As if Li Bing were indeed a nefarious villain, Tian Suitsue stared at Li Bing with a serious expression. Sir, could you please explain why you were released from prison early? Is it truly so difficult? This matter would inevitably come to light once the police arrived. Why conceal it any longer? Observing the agitated crowd, Li Bing realized that if he did not disclose the reason, they would not easily allow him to leave. However, the reason involved classified intelligence, which he could not divulge. This reporter, I see he cannot articulate the truth. Indeed, look at his nervous demeanor. There must be something amiss. Once the police arrive, all will be revealed. In a black sedan, Chen Qingqing anxiously urged the driver to hasten. She was watching a live broadcast from Moda Television, fully aware that Li Bing and Appo's situation was precarious, with the crowd and Appo's emotions nearing a boiling point. Should their anger erupt, her brother would be in grave danger. Suddenly, her phone rang. The screen indicated it was her office secretary. Why was he calling at such a moment? Furrowing her brow, She recalled having instructed that work matters should not interrupt her while she dealt with Li Bing's situation. When had Xiao Wu begun making such a rookie mistake? Nevertheless, hearing the incessant ringing, she answered coldly, "What is it?" "Li Zong, good news, tremendous news." Before she could finish her sentence, the excited voice from the other end interrupted her. "Good news? Tremendous news?" Li Qingqing's expression darkened further. Her brother was trapped at the airport, and Xiao Wu was proclaiming good news? What could possibly be more important than her brother and Appo's safety? "What news?" she inquired, suppressing her rising irritation. "Li Zong, just now, our research team from the Moda Institute has successfully held a press conference. They have developed a room temperature superconducting material. Moreover, they presented the tangible material at the conference, leaving no room for deceit. The shares we purchased have skyrocketed." Xiao Wu and Appo's exhilarated voice resonated in her ears. And for Chapter 92, actions from all sides in less than a month, the research on room temperature superconducting materials? How could that be possible? It seemed utterly unrealistic. Li Qicheng shook her head, dismissing the impractical fantasy that lingered in her mind. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu on the other end of the line spoke up again. "Li Zong, I initially thought it might be a case of sharing the same name, but the old professor who held the press conference stated that Li Bing is a member of the Li group from the Magic City. I just checked, and there is no one else in our group named Li Bing." Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Although she found it hard to believe, the truth was undeniable. Li Bing was indeed the one who led the research team to successfully develop the room temperature superconducting material. "What? Xiao Wu, you cannot be joking." Li Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Then her voice trembled with disbelief and excitement. "Li Zong, how could I joke about such a matter? It is absolutely true. If you don and Appo's, believe me. I can send you the recording right now." Hearing Xiao Wu and Appo's voice over the phone made Li Qicheng and Appo's hand tremble as she held her phone. She realized Xiao Wu would never deceive her in such a serious matter. Everything Li Bing said last night was indeed true. Then, he should be safe for the time being. Li Qingqing quickly analyzed the situation and decided to share this good news with her father first. After the press conference, Li Bing would no longer be in danger. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge on the second floor of the airport, Bai Shanhua stood before the gleaming glass, watching as Li Bing was surrounded by a throng of people. Everything was proceeding according to his plan, even more smoothly than anticipated. All that remained was for the police to intervene, and the matter would be resolved. He could then take action against the Li group. Beside him, Hu Mingming was busily manipulating her phone, contacting various media outlets to leak information about the incident, preparing to further amplify the situation and Appo's impact. Once Li Bing was taken away for police investigation, regardless of the outcome, the shares of the Li group would plummet. At that point, the companies circling the Li group would pounce like famished wolves, tearing the company apart. Outside the airport, the faint sound of police sirens could be heard. Bai Shanhua, standing on the second floor, took a sip of red wine. Finally, they have arrived. The police were here, and everything would soon settle down. The crowd surrounding Li Bing began to disperse upon hearing the sirens. "The police are here. The police are here. Finally, they have come," they exclaimed, reveling in the prospect that Li Bing would now have to speak, unable to conceal the truth any longer. Meanwhile, in the airport hall, a middle-aged man in a suit was leading a group of airport management personnel toward the security check area, his face filled with anger and perspiration. Make way, clear the path." A furious shout echoed from a distance, causing the crowd to instinctively turn toward the source of the voice. The middle-aged man, his face contorted with rage, strode toward them, followed by several other suited individuals. "Mr. Yang, what brings you here?" The manager standing beside Li Bing immediately recognized the newcomer as the chairman of their airline, with the others being senior executives. Seeing Mr. Yang approach with fury, the manager felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Even a fool could discern that Mr. Yang was extremely angry, likely due to the security incident. As the manager prepared to explain the situation, he was abruptly seized by the collar by the irate middle-aged man. "What the hell have you done? Do you have any idea what trouble you've caused for our airline? Damn it, you will bear the consequences of this loss personally." Mr. Yang disregarded his image, berating the manager without restraint. Just minutes ago, he had received a call from the chief of the General Police in the Magic City. It was a direct call from the chief himself, informing him that their airline security had detained an academician and urging him to resolve the issue immediately. Moreover, the chief was on his way to personally oversee the situation. "Mr. Yang, what are you talking about? What trouble?" The manager, bewildered by the tirade. Struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Isn't he just a member of the Lee Group? The Magic City Airport doesn't concern itself with such a minor entity. Though the Lee Group is the largest family business in the Magic City, it pales in comparison to our airline operations. You still don't realize the magnitude of the trouble you're in, do you? I'll tell you this. Director Zhao from the police department is on his way here. You've really messed up this time. When he received the call from Director Zhao, the tone was anything but cordial, commanding him to quickly disperse the chaos at the airport. Although the director merely mentioned that Li Bing was a researcher without elaborating further, it was evident from his tone that Li Bing was not an ordinary individual. Even he held great respect for him. At this moment, the manager, hearing Mr. Yang's words and glancing at Li Bing, felt a wave of panic. He hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this point. Was he just a member of the Lee Group? Why was their chairman now involved? An ominous sense of foreboding began to creep in. But Mr. Yang had no time to address the dazed manager further. He turned to the young man in the crowd. Seeing that Li Bing appeared unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, Director Zhao had stressed the utmost importance of ensuring Li Bing's safety. Good day, sir. I am Yang Feng, chairman of the Magic City Airlines. This incident was a grave oversight on our part, and I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. Our airline will compensate you for all your losses and take disciplinary action against the staff responsible for this incident. Chapter 93. Do you know who I am? Greetings, sir. I am Yang Lai, the chairman of Magic City Airlines. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you have encountered. It is a failure on our part as a group. Yang stepped respectfully before Li Bing, fully aware that despite Li's youth, he commanded the attention of the chief of police in Magic City. Yang Lai would never assume he was merely an ordinary young man. The audience was momentarily taken aback by Yang Lai's demeanor. Who was this individual? Was he a leader at the airport? Why was he showing such deference to this young man? Could it be that this leader was one who ingratiated himself with those in power? Do you not realize this is the chairman of Magic City Airlines? Did you not hear his self-introduction? Are you aware of the stature of Magic City Airlines? Even the chairman of the Lee Group would show respect in the presence of Chairman Yang. Would he dare to dismiss a member of the Lee family? The Lee Group, while a notable family enterprise at Magic City, paled in comparison to Magic City Airlines. Even the chairman of the Lee Group must show utmost respect to the upper echelons of the airline, let alone a lesser descendant. Li Bing, with a stern expression, regarded Yang Lai and his associates. Am I permitted to enter the airport now? He was uncertain why the chairman of an airline would treat him with such reverence. Yet, it was clear that the research institute must have intervened. Otherwise, it would be improbable for anyone else to elicit such respect from a corporate leader. Of course. You may enter. Yang nodded vigorously, aware that this young man was someone the chief of police had personally instructed him to protect. He dared not utter a word of dissent. The onlookers swallowed hard, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. They had seemingly provoked an individual of considerable significance. Had he been affiliated with the Lee Group, they might not have felt such trepidation, for the Lee Group was merely a corporation. As long as they were not employed there, it would not matter if he belonged to the Lee Group. However, the fact that he commanded such respect from the chairman of an airline suggested he was no ordinary person. Among the most unsettled were the small reporters summoned by Shanbua. They had been closest to the conversation between Yang Lai and the manager. And it dawned on them that even the chief of police in Magic City had been alerted. This news sent them into a frenzy. If this young man possessed significant backing, they would surely face dire consequences. Their videos, now circulating online, made it all too easy for anyone to uncover their identities. Let us depart. We have unwittingly entangled ourselves in this mess. Indeed, we were merely bystanders. Let us disperse quickly. A sense of chaos ensued as many people hurried. Chapter 94. Do you know who he is? Zhao Yuntian and Apos. S. fierce gaze scrutinized the crowd, his voice icy and unyielding. Previously, Professor Chun had elucidated the identity of Li Bing over the phone, elaborating on his significant contributions to scientific research. One could assert that such talent has ascended to a level of national strategic importance. The esteemed gentleman of yesteryear could rival 3 divisions of the United States. And it is entirely plausible that Li Bing could do the same. Who he is makes no difference to us. One voice chimed in. We are merely spectators. We have done nothing to warrant being detained. My flight is about to depart. Let me go. Are you prepared to bear the consequences of delaying my travel plans? I warn you, I am recording this video. If you do not step aside, I shall publish it online, another declared, raising a mobile phone in defiance. In today's digital age, the presence of video evidence often dictates the narrative. Zhao Yuntian's expression hardened as he regarded the group before him, his frustration boiling beneath the surface. Is this how we treat individuals in the scientific community? The officer, according to Article 35 of Chinese law, no organization or individual may forcibly restrict personal freedom. Law enforcement agencies must provide an interrogation order prior to any detention and interrogation in the absence of sufficient evidence, he asserted, his tone unwavering. Should you wish to detain us for interrogation, you must first present the requisite order. At that moment, a well-dressed man, bespectacled and of genteel demeanor, stepped forward with a smile, introducing himself. Good day, officer. I am lawyer Zhang from the Shanghai Xingtong law firm. I have clearly outlined the stipulations of Chinese law. If you intend to unlawfully detain us, I will exercise my right to litigate in court. Adjusting his glasses, he approached Zhao Yutian. A hint of smugness evident in his demeanor. Did you hear that? What you are doing is illegal. Release us immediately. So, interrogation requires an order. How splendid. Upon hearing this, the crowd and Oppo's agitation intensified. None wished to be detained. Zhao Yintian and Oppo's frigid gaze remained fixed on the bespectacled man as he withdrew a sheet of white paper from his pocket. You desire an interrogation order? Very well, I shall provide you with one. He took a pen and inscribed his name with authority. However, the bespectacled man could not suppress a derisive chuckle. Officer, are you attempting to deceive us? Simply scribbling a note does not constitute an interrogation order. I am well aware that such an order requires the official seal of the Shanghai Police Department. Remember, according to Article 32 of the National Civil Law, under special circumstances, the signature and seal of the chief of the police department hold equivalent legal effect. Zhao Yutian coldly gestured to his own signature. This is the seal. The chief of police? The man stood momentarily stunned, incredulity washing over his features. He had not realized Zhao Yuntian's esteemed position from afar. Had he known, he would never have dared to flaunt his knowledge before such a figure. Nearby, several junior reporters observed the man's sudden trepidation, their disappointment evident as he fell silent. Officer, if you are taking us away, you must at least inform us of the reasons. We are innocent. One protested. Indeed, we are wronged. Another echoed. Is there not a misunderstanding? We merely witnessed the event. This is, at most, a civil dispute, certainly not a criminal matter. Your actions seem rather unjust. At that moment, a few tourists, evidently visiting Shanghai, spoke up, their faces stricken with fear at the prospect of being detained for interrogative. Chapter 95, is it Li Bing? All right, Director Zhao. Quickly, switch the airport and Oppo's large screen to the research channel. Yang Lai, devoid of any hesitation, promptly followed Zhao Yutian and Oppo's order and adjusted the airport and Oppo's display. On the screen, an elderly gentleman with white hair was conducting a press conference. Upon seeing the theme of the conference, anyone with a modicum of knowledge would be taken aback. The Research Institute of Magic City has successfully developed room temperature superconducting materials. As Professor N appeared on the screen and the theme of the press conference unfolded, even Li Bing was momentarily astonished. So soon? Room temperature superconductors developed at such speed? Professor N achieved this in merely one day? Was this not exceedingly rapid? To be honest, Li Bing had contemplated the possibility of Professor N creating room temperature superconducting materials, but he had never envisioned it happening so swiftly. A mere day to achieve such a breakthrough? Could he indeed be a true genius? Dear friends from the press, greetings. This time, our Research Institute of Magic City, through the relentless efforts of several researchers, has successfully developed room temperature superconducting materials, which have already passed superconductivity tests. Professor N and Oppo's voice resonated through the television, tinged with a hint of excitement. Professor, several days ago, the news from Semida regarding room temperature superconductors was confirmed to be false. Can we trust our announcement? A foreign reporter with blonde hair and blue eyes was the first to pose this critical question, one that was on everyone's mind. After all, the recent incident involving Semida's superconductors was still fresh in their memories. Surely, this time, the research team from Huaxia would not fabricate another falsehood. Rest assured, our nation's room temperature superconducting materials are devoid of any misleading information. Following this press conference, we will conduct live experiments to demonstrate their efficacy. Professor N smiled faintly, having anticipated this inquiry. As the saying goes, one should not attempt porcelain work without the proper tools. If he had not developed the room temperature superconductors, he would not dare to hold a press conference. Upon hearing Professor N's assurance, the reporters below began to murmur among themselves. It appeared to be genuine. Could Huaxia truly have developed room temperature superconductors? Professor N, we have heard that this research team is not led by you. Why did you travel all the way from Kyoto to Magic City for this project? Did you not announce your retirement from research a few years ago? A female reporter pressed on with 3 inquiries in one breath. Professor N chuckled lightly, responding, "This reporter has posed quite a few questions, but I shall clarify. Indeed. I had announced my retirement from research, and my journey to Magic City was not originally for scientific endeavors. A dear friend invited me to provide some guidance. My involvement in this research was rather serendipitous. Professor N had not anticipated such tremendous outcomes from his visit to Magic City. He had merely come at the behest of Professor Chen to lend a hand. Yet, he found himself pleasantly surprised by the results. May I inquire if your friend is the primary lead of this research?" The reporter pressed again, curious about the esteemed individual who could coax Professor N into collaboration. However, upon reflection, it seemed that none of the prominent figures at the research institute were specialists in materials science. No, it is not. My friend S. research does not pertain to materials science." Professor N waved his hand dismissively. "Professor, would you be willing to reveal your friend's identity?" Several reporters turned their attention to Professor N, eager to uncover the identity of this mysterious figure who had facilitated his involvement in the research. "I cannot disclose specific details about this individual, but I can share the name, Li Bing." Li Bing? Li Bing? The name echoed, causing a ripple of surprise among the gathered journalists. While they were all well-versed in scientific matters, none had previously heard of this name. Within the airport, everyone could distinctly hear the name on the television. Li Bing? The reporters exchanged incredulous glances at the young man standing beside Zhao Yutian. They had conducted inquiries into Li Bing and were well aware of his reputation. Li Bing? Could it be this Li Bing? How could it be? This young man led a research team in the development of room-temperature superconductors? Do I need to elaborate further? Take them all away. Zhao Yuntian's cold gaze swept over the crowd, his expression frosty. Meanwhile, in the Magic City television live broadcast studio, the narrative began to shift dramatically. Could it be true that he is a research worker? Is Li Bing the one in question? Could it be a coincidence of names? Did you not see the director of the Magic City Police Department present? The armed police were deployed. There is no way it's merely a coincidence. We just disparaged a research worker. No wonder there were issues with his identity. Such researchers operate under confidentiality protocols, making it impossible to verify them casually. Moreover, I've noticed a coordinated effort online, as if a group is deliberately posting to incite us against Mr. Li Bing. Viewers in the broadcast room began to realize the dissonance. They might have been manipulated as pawns. On the second floor, Baishanbo stared in shock at the scene below. The VIP boxes were in super silent mode, preventing him from hearing the television. Initially, upon seeing the flashing police lights outside the airport, he assumed events would unfold as he predicted. But when the fully armed police entered the airport, everything changed. They were not treating Li Bing as a fugitive. Rather, they were exceedingly courteous. Bye-bye. This is bad. We and Oppos, in trouble. As he pondered, Hu Mingming burst through the door, a look of panic on his face, breathless from running. He had just stepped outside the box to assess the situation. Xiaohu. Why has the police we called arrived? Instead, armed police showed up? Who are they? Why do they seem so polite to Li Bing? Don't ask. Just run. Wei stirred up a major mess. Hu Mingming gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation upon hearing Li Bing and Oppos' name broadcasted. Run? What do you mean run? What is the trouble? Baishanbo furrowed his brow, still puzzled. However, before Hu Mingming could clarify, the door behind them swung open once more. Excuse me, gentlemen. Please come with us. Chapter 96. You are under arrest. Mr. Baishanbo, please accompany us. 2 fully armed paramilitary officers appeared at the entrance of the VIP room, their solemn gazes fixed on Baishanbo and Hu Mingming. Upon seeing the officers, Hu Mingming and Oppos' complexion changed dramatically, his face turning pale with fear. Baishanbo furrowed his brow, although he felt a twinge of panic. He maintained a facade of calmness and inquired, "Comrades, may I ask what this is about?" Having weathered many storms in the business world, Bai steadied his nerves. Reflecting on his recent activities, he found nothing illegal in his conduct. Even if the incident involving the League Group's false accounts came to light, it would merely be seen as malicious competition, unworthy of the paramilitary's attention. We have just received intelligence that you are suspected of engaging in espionage activities abroad. Please come with us for questioning. The 2 officers approached Baishanbo, their voices emanating from beneath their bulletproof helmets. Espionage? Baishanbo was momentarily taken aback, then retreated a few steps in disbelief. Comrades, could this be a misunderstanding? I have always conducted myself with integrity. I am a legitimate businessman. How could I possibly be involved in such activities? Surely there must be some confusion. Bai Shanbo swallowed hard. The gravity of the accusation was overwhelming. He needed to clarify the situation. How had he been implicated in espionage? While he did have some business dealings with Godzilla, to associate that with espionage seemed far-fetched. Did he possess the audacity to engage in such perilous activities? This was a matter that could cost him his life. A misunderstanding? Accompany us, and the truth will be revealed. I advise you against futile resistance. Should you refuse to cooperate, we shall consider it an act of defiance. We are authorized to employ force if necessary. The officers positioned themselves on either side of Bai Shanbo, and seeing his intent to struggle, one of them spoke coldly. The other readied his weapon, chambering around. Bai Shanbo observed their swift, decisive actions, realizing that should he dare to resist, they would not hesitate to use force. Soon, cold handcuffs secured Bai Shanbo's wrists, and one officer, glancing at the trembling Hu Mingming cowering in the corner, coldly commanded, "Take him too. He may be an accomplice." Crouched on the floor, Hu Mingming dared not resist. Unlike Bai Shanbo, who was bewildered, he fully grasped the reason behind their impending trip to the police station. Hu Mingming, what on earth is happening? Why are these officers here to arrest us? Bai Shanbo crouched down, turning to Hu Mingming, who had remained in a daze since the officers' and Appo's arrival. He had no comprehension of the unfolding events. Espionage? When had he engaged in such illicit dealings? However, the gravity of the situation was unmistakable. Even the paramilitary forces from the metropolis had been mobilized. "Mr. Bai, it's over for us." Hu Mingming's face was still ashen. The moment the officers appeared, he understood their fate was sealed. "What do you mean it's over? Explain yourself. Why is it over? What do you know?" Bai Shanbo looked at Hu Mingming and Appo's dejected demeanor and sensed he held vital information. He pressed urgently for clarification, knowing he needed to comprehend the situation to devise a response. Hu Mingming sighed, gazing at Bai Shanbo, who was still trying to extricate himself from responsibility. He spoke softly, "Mr. Bai, Li Bing. His identity. Li Bing is a researcher, and a highly esteemed one at that. His work pertains to national security secrets. Our actions to expose him have escalated to a level that threatens national security." Hu Mingming recounted Zhao Yuntian's earlier words with unsettling accuracy. "What?" Bai Shanbo's eyes widened in shock. Li Bing was a national researcher? A crucial one at that, involved in matters of national security? This was inconceivable. His initial reaction was to dismiss Hu Mingming's claim as a lie. It simply could not be true. He had previously investigated Li Bing's records, and he was no government researcher. As Bai Shanbo stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face, Hu Mingming sighed once more. Bai Shanbo's eyes were vacant, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If what Hu Mingming said were true, then Li Bing's involvement was catastrophic. It was all over. Hu Mingming silently turned away. Bai Shanbo's reaction mirrored his own upon learning the news: shock and disbelief, followed by terror. At that moment, Bai Shanbo finally grasped the severity of the situation. "Comrades, this is a misunderstanding, an absolute misunderstanding. I am not a spy. I have never contemplated engaging in espionage. Please, you must believe me." After a brief silence, Bai Shanbo and Appo's voice rose in panic as he implored the officers, having lost his composure. His intention had only been to undermine the Li group. He had never considered espionage. Had he known Li Bing and Appo's significance, he would never have allowed reporters to cover Li Bing and Appo's story. "A misunderstanding? You are not the one to determine that. We will conduct a thorough investigation. If your claims hold merit, we will certainly not wrongfully accuse you. However, if it is found that you have indeed engaged in espionage activities, we will not tolerate such behavior." The two armed officers shot Bai Shanbo a cold glance before dragging the now weakened figure of Bai Shanbo down the stairs. In the lobby, amidst the chaos, individuals crouched on the floor, hands clasped behind their heads, each adorned with silver handcuffs. Those gathered at the airport, regardless of whether they had recorded the events, were all apprehended by the paramilitary. Zhao Yuntian regarded the situation with utmost seriousness. Shortly, Bai Shanbo and Hu Mingming were dragged down from the second floor, their legs trembling in fear, unable to stand. Bai Shanbo muttered wronged. His previous arrogance long vanished, replaced by a disheveled, desolate demeanor. Chapter 97. We are brothers. Innocent. 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 It was not me. I did not do it. Truly, it was not me. Several reporters, still shouting their protestations of innocence, suddenly caught sight of Bai Shanbo being dragged down from the second floor by armed police, and their expression shifted to one of excitement. It is him. It is him. He is the one who gave me 30,000 yuan, as if I were in cahoots with him. Indeed, it is he. Yes, yes, it is him. He is the one who led us to act this way. The young reporters, upon seeing Bai Shanbua, hurriedly pointed him out. In this moment, it was a case of every man for himself, with no one caring for anyone else. Even though the other party was the CEO of Dream Motors, they had to identify him. The charge of treason would have warranted execution in times past, though they were unscrupulous. They had not sunk so low as to engage in treason. Bai Shanbua stood there, helplessly gazing back at them, unable to muster a single word of defense. At this juncture, arguing was futile. Indeed, it was he who had faced them directly, yet he had been unaware of Li Bing's identity at the time. Had he known beforehand, even 100 times the courage would not have compelled him to act thus. A few armed officers approached Zhao Yuntian, providing him with a brief report of their findings. Meanwhile, Li Bing sat in the waiting area, observing the two individuals being dragged down from the second floor. He recognized both of them. During his time at Li's group, Bai Shanbua had once sought collaboration with them. As an intern, he had attended that meeting. But for reasons unknown to him, his grandfather had rejected the proposal. Their acquaintance was limited to that singular encounter. They had no further interactions. Why would they act in this manner? As for the young man trailing behind Bai Shanbua, Li Bing was familiar with him, in fact, quite well. He was his college classmate and roommate, having lived together for 4 years. However, due to Hu Mingming's challenging background and boisterous personality, they had seldom spoken. Although their relationship was not as close as that of other roommates, there had been no animosity. Frankly, it was unexpected for these two to appear here, catching him by surprise. Initially, he had assumed they were foreign spies, but their behavior suggested he had overestimated the situation. Yet, he could not fathom why they would treat him this way. Before long, Zhao Yuntian approached. After making inquiries, he had grasped the entire situation. Mr. Li Bing, this may be a misunderstanding. They are likely not agents of a foreign espionage organization. Zhao Yuntian sighed, somewhat regretful. Had they been foreign spies, this operation would have merited at least a commendation of the 3rd class. Regrettably, that was not the case. This incident was orchestrated and executed by these two, the chairman of Dream Motors and his secretary, Hu Mingming, with the intention of using you as a conduit to infiltrate Li's group. Thus, the situation unfolded. Zhao Yuntian elaborated on what he had learned in his analysis. Upon hearing Zhao Yuntian's words, Li Bing's brow furrowed, casting a glance at Bai Shanbua. Was it true that the financial issues at Li and Oppo's group had stemmed from their actions? Had this led him to languish in jail for several days? Director Zhao, what should be the proper course of action in this situation? In accordance with standard procedures, although they did not intentionally leak state secrets, they have caused considerable damage, and their actions constitute a severe disturbance of public order. Moreover, there are multiple charges of malicious business competition and entrapment. Cumulatively, these offenses could lead to a sentence of no less than 10 years and no more than 15. If Mr. Li pursues this matter, it could result in a prison term of 15 to 20 years, given your status here. Although their actions may have been inadvertent, they still resemble espionage. Li Bing, please. I beg you to spare me this time. I realize my mistake. I will never do it again. I was momentarily blinded by folly. Li Bing. We were college classmates and roommates. In light of our 4 years of friendship, please let me go. I promise I won't Oppo's, dare again. I implore you. We shared 4 years as brothers, dear friends. It was all Bai Shanbua's doing. He forced me into this. I had no part in it. Please. Spare me this time. I know I was wrong. Li Bing, we are brothers who have known each other for 4 years. You cannot act this way. You know my family's condition is dire. My parents are depending on me for their old age. If I were imprisoned for 10 or 20 years, what would become of them? Hu Mingming was now a mess of tears and snot, pleading like a desperate hound for Li Bing's mercy. Spare you? I would like nothing more than to let you go. But did you, and Bai Shanbua, consider sparing me when you conspired against me? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If you truly cared for your parents, you would not have engaged in such illegal activities. You brought this upon yourself. Li Bing scoffed, coldly regarding the kneeling Hu Mingming. Such a backstabber, though he now appeared pitiful, would not express gratitude if spared. Rather, he would harbor greater resentment and might commit even worse deeds. Li Bing, we were college roommates. How can you be so heartless? You cannot do this. I beseech you, spare me. Truly, I will never dare again. Li Bing, recalling their 4 years of camaraderie, saw Hu Mingming's tearful gaze. He had initially believed that appealing to their past friendship would soften Li Bing's heart, but upon hearing his words, Hu Mingming realized he had misjudged the situation. Xiao Bing, leave this matter to me. I have enlisted the best lawyer in the city. This will not be resolved so easily. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from a distance. A cool voice emerged from the airport entrance. There appeared Li Qingcheng, dressed in professional attire. Her eyes filled with urgency as she hastened towards Li Bing. Chapter 98. Destruction of Family Sister? What brings you here? Upon spotting Li Qingcheng at the airport, Li Bing was momentarily taken aback. Why was his elder sister here? Shouldn't she be at the company managing affairs at this hour? You encountered such a serious situation. How could I not come to see you? Li Qingcheng replied nonchalantly, her tone devoid of concern, though her disheveled hair suggested otherwise. After hearing the news of his incident, grandfather immediately called me, and I hurriedly sent someone to the airport. However, I have already received updates from the research institute on the way, so I am not particularly worried about your well-being. Zhao Yutian shifted his gaze towards Li Qingcheng. Upon her arrival, he sensed an aura of resolute decisiveness about her. Unsure if it was merely his imagination. Mr. Li Bing, may I inquire about this lady? Oh, allow me to introduce you, Director Zhao. This is my sister, Li Qingcheng, the heir to the Li Group. Sister, this is Mr. Zhao Yutian, the chief of police in Magic City. Thanks to him, I was able to extricate myself from this predicament so smoothly. Thank you, Director Zhao. I sincerely appreciate your assistance during this ordeal. The Li Group will remember your support. Li Qingcheng expressed graciously. Miss Li is too kind. It is my duty. Professor Chen has already briefed me about your situation, and I assure you, our country will not let such talents suffer injustice. Zhao Yuntian replied, exchanging nods with Li Qingcheng, a brief yet courteous acknowledgement marking their introduction. Mr. Li Bing, if there are no further matters, I shall take them for interrogation, Zhao Yutian stated. Though he had grasped the general circumstances, a thorough interrogation was still necessary. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Director Zhao, Li Bing nodded. He had no intention of pleading for leniency for those who had shown such arrogance moments ago. Their current demeanor of feigned victimhood was laughable. Li Bing, we are roommates. You cannot be so heartless. Please, Li Bing, just let me off this once. I had nothing to do with this. My Shanbo coerced me into it. Your ruthlessness will only tarnish your reputation at future reunions, Li Bing. Hu Mingming cried out as he was dragged away by the armed police. But Li Bing appeared utterly unperturbed, even finding it somewhat amusing. How could he blame others for his actions? If he had not consented, how could Bai Shanbo have coerced him? Such individuals had yet to recognize their own faults. As for the opinions of classmates, did Li Bing truly need to concern himself with their views? If they found it displeasing, they need not look. Who compelled them to do so? Soon, the armed police escorted all involved parties to the police vehicle, and Zhao Yuntian prepared to leave. However, as he turned to depart, he recalled something and glanced back at Li Bing. Ah, Mr. Li Bing, Professor Chen mentioned that your expertise is required for the ongoing experiments. Please conclude your leave at your earliest convenience. Zhao Yutian regarded Li Bing, initially believing Professor Chen's words to be a jest. The notion that a young individual would be called upon to resolve issues in the prestigious field of nuclear power research was astonishing. Even more so when Professor Chen indicated that Li Bing would lead the research efforts. Understood. I will return after addressing matters here. Li Bing hesitated for a moment before nodding. More complications had arisen, but had he not already arranged his recent work plan before coming home? Before long, Zhao Yuntian and his team departed. Yang Lai also expressed his apologies to Li Bing before leaving with the airline executives. The once crowded Magic City airport now stood nearly empty after the incident. Seated in the VIP lounge, Li Bing and Li Qingcheng exchanged glances, the latter gazing at him with curiosity. What is it, sister? Why are you looking at me like that? Ah, it's nothing. I simply feel you have changed significantly since my return. Not only have you engaged with the Research Institute, but your demeanor has also transformed. The old you would have likely pleaded for mercy on behalf of that classmate, Li Qingcheng remarked with a smile, noting how her brother had matured over the years. Hearing her words, Li Bing smiled faintly. People inevitably grow. I cannot remain the same child forever. As for being soft-hearted, that is out of the question. He wished to harm me and now expects me to show him clemency? I'm not so magnanimous. To repay kindness with kindness is one thing. But how does one repay malice? Li Bing displayed no outward signs of distress, yet internally, he was taken aback. Had he truly changed so much that even his sister had noticed? After all, he was not the original Li Bing. His personality must differ. Fortunately, Li Qingcheng merely made an offhand comment without delving deeper. You are correct. They should not be allowed to escape so easily, having bullied members of the Li family. This cannot simply end here. Li Qingsheng adjusted her glasses, a glint of cold determination in her eyes. Upon seeing Bai Shanhua, she had already deduced that he was the one responsible for their family's troubles, the architect of her brother's imprisonment. Sister, what do you plan to do? Didn't T Officer Zhao just say they could face about 10 years of imprisonment? Li Bing inquired, intrigued by her intentions. Merely sentencing them is insufficient. I intend to dismantle Bai Shanhua's family and obliterate his automotive dreams. Those who conspire against the Li family shall not find such matters easily dismissed. I will make Bai Shanhua a sacrificial lamb, demonstrating to those who covet the Li group the dire consequences of crossing us. Chapter 99. A keen eye for people. After a brief exchange between Li Bing and Li Qiqing, the airport announcement suddenly echoed through the terminal. The flight from Mississippi to the bustling metropolis was about to arrive. Ground staff were requested to prepare for the incoming passengers. The announcement was repeated thrice, prompting Li Bing and Li Qiqing to glance at their watches. Dr. Smith's flight had arrived ahead of schedule. Let us go, Xiao Bing. It's time to meet Dr. Smith, Li Qingsheng declared, rising from her seat, and the two proceeded to the arrival gate together. Moments later, a foreign gentleman with golden hair and blue eyes emerged from the gate. Upon spotting Li Bing and Li Qingsheng, he waved enthusiastically. Hello, dear Mr. Li and Mrs. Li. It's a pleasure to see you. Dr. Smith's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of typical researchers. Perhaps this was why he had transitioned from traditional scientific inquiry to commercial research. Dr. Smith, it's a delight to meet you. They exchanged pleasantries before boarding the luxury vehicle. Li, are you interested in conducting research under my guidance? I assure you that I will nurture your talents, Dr. Smith proposed, casting a hopeful glance at Li Bing. He was aware that Li Bing had never engaged in scientific research before, yet through their previous correspondence, he had discerned the young man's remarkable aptitude for research. He believed that with proper mentorship, Li Bing could inherit his legacy and emerge as a leader in the realm of electric vehicles. Dr. Smith, I'm afraid Li Bing cannot accept your offer. Li Qiqing interjected before Li Bing had a chance to respond, declining the invitation on his behalf. Dr. Smith was taken aback, looking quizzically at the young woman. He recalled their recent phone conversation where Li Qiqing had expressed her support for Li Bing's collaboration with him. So why had her stance suddenly shifted? Why? Li Bing possesses exceptional research talent. I believe you should not let his potential go to waste. Upon hearing Dr. Smith and Appo's commendation, Li Qiqing and Li Bing exchanged glances. Acknowledging his keen perception, Li Bing is currently employed at the Research Institute in the metropolis, which prevents him from joining your research endeavors, Li Qiqing explained. Dr. Smith's eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. Li Bing, you are actually working at the Research Institute in the metropolis? As a researcher, he understood the significance of the Research Institute in the metropolis and the Kyoto Research Institute, which were regarded as two of the most prestigious research institutions outside the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The fact that Li Bing had secured a position there was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, Dr. Smith, I am currently working at the Research Institute in the metropolis. However, I may not be able to assist you with your research on electric vehicles, Li Bing clarified. Moreover, I am not a permanent employee there. It is possible that I might leave the Research Institute soon. As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind regarding the blueprints related to electric vehicles available in the system's marketplace. Once he accumulated sufficient research points, he could exchange for those documents, which were quite affordable. After all, Dr. Smith had traveled from the United States to assist in their group's research on electric vehicles, a gesture that was truly commendable. However, upon hearing Li Bing's words, Dr. Smith grew anxious and quickly urged, Li, you must strive to become a permanent employee at the Research Institute in the metropolis. Do not risk being dismissed. The institute holds great prestige in the industry. Initially, he had assumed Li Bing was underperforming and could be dismissed at any moment. Li Qingsheng was similarly taken aback, realizing that her brother was not yet a permanent employee of the Research Institute. She had previously assumed, based on a news report she had seen on the way to the airport, that he had already secured a permanent position. Listening to Dr. Smith and observing Li Qiqing's expression, Li Bing realized they had misunderstood his intentions. They likely believed he was merely a temporary worker, subject to dismissal based on his performance. However, unbeknownst to them, the Research Institute was eager to retain him, and he would not be leaving unless he chose to do so. His mention of possibly departing from the Research Institute was due to his plans to establish his own research team, necessitating his departure from Professor Chen's team. This reasoning, However, he chose not to disclose to Li Qiqing or Dr. Smith at this moment, as it was merely a plan. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Li Group's headquarters. The three entered the conference room, where Li Qiqing had already summoned the senior executives of the Li Group, awaiting their arrival. What do you think Li Qiqing has called us for this time? One executive mused. Who knows? A new official is bound to make waves. Let us see what this girl is up to, another replied. Have you heard? The research institute in the metropolis has confirmed the production of room temperature superconductors, and the stock prices related to these materials have surged to unprecedented heights. Did you manage to invest? By the time we received the news, it was too late to act. How could we possibly invest? However, I heard that this girl Qiqing bought a substantial amount before the price hike. She truly has a strategic vision. Indeed, she had just announced an increased investment in the materials company the night before, and the news broke that morning. If one were unaware, they might have thought she had insider knowledge. As the discussions continued in the conference room, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement regarding the day's major news. Most attendees were industry elites, who typically ignored gossip and tabloid rumors. And due to the swift actions of the internet police, matters concerning Li Bing had been effectively controlled. Their focus now lay on the research institute in the metropolis and its groundbreaking achievement in superconductors. Although this was a scientific breakthrough, its implications for industrial enterprises were far more significant, and the ensuing impact would depend on the policies set forth by China and Li Qiqing's strategic direction for the company. The conference room door swung open, silencing the previously animated discussion. When they beheld Li Bing stepping in behind Li Qiqing, the senior members of the Li Group were momentarily stunned. Am I seeing things? Who is that? Chapter 100 Suppression. Is that not Li Bing? How has he emerged from prison? It is indeed Li Bing. How did he manage to escape from incarceration? Everyone from the Li Group was aware that Li Bing should be languishing in a cell. How could he possibly be here? Upon seeing him, the crowd was instantly bewildered, questioning whether they were ensnared in a dream. This individual, who ought to be behind bars, had inexplicably reappeared. Surely it cannot be. Surely it cannot be. At that moment, unsettling thoughts began to plague their minds, particularly given that Li Bing was supposed to serve a minimum of 10 years. The unexpected sight of him here inevitably led to speculation. It appears that my presence has surprised everyone. Li Bing, unfazed by the astonished gazes of the crowd, offered a faint smile, dismissing their reactions. The mere fact of his appearance here spoke volumes. He felt no obligation to elaborate. All right, everyone, let us convene. Li Qiqing spoke coolly, instantly redirecting the focus away from Li Bing. Her brother had just emerged from the storm of public scrutiny, and she wished to avoid any further mishaps. The sole purpose of gathering everyone quickly was clear: the Dream Automobile Group. I intend to acquire this company. No, more accurately, I seek to drive it into bankruptcy before proceeding with the acquisition. As Li Qiqing spoke, relevant information regarding the Dream Automobile Group appeared on the large screen behind her. The attendees, all members of the Li Group's management, were prominent figures in the commercial elite of the Magic City, and they were well acquainted with the Dream Automobile Group. This conglomerate currently stands as the largest manufacturer of new energy vehicles in the region, its products renowned nationwide. Furthermore, it had previously engaged in malicious resistance against the Li Group and Oppo's initiatives in the new energy vehicle sector, resulting in a significant setback for their projects. Thus, every member of the Li Group bore vivid recollections of this company. Mr. Li, if I am not mistaken, the Dream Group is also a publicly traded enterprise, currently operating quite successfully. If your aim is to orchestrate its bankruptcy for acquisition, might that not pose considerable challenges? Queried one executive. Indeed, Mr. Li. The chairman of Dream Automobile is not an easy adversary. Presently, the company and Oppo's reputation has eclipsed many established automotive brands, subtly positioning it as the second-largest electric vehicle brand after Godzilla Motors. Is it not overly ambitious to contemplate acquiring it post-bankruptcy? Numerous executives expressed their doubts, perceiving Li Qiqing's intention to acquire the Dream Automobile Group through bankruptcy as nearly impossible. Although the total assets of the Dream Group may not surpass those of the Li Group, its burgeoning brand influence rendered it a formidable entity that could not be easily seized. Many attendees considered Li Qiqing's proposal to be fantastical. I understand that you all deem this endeavor impossible. Firstly, there is a prevailing belief that our Li Group is already stretched thin, lacking the financial bandwidth necessary to pursue acquisitions, particularly of such a sizable enterprise as Dream Automobile. Furthermore, many believe that Dream Automobile is unlikely to face bankruptcy. Is that not correct? Li Qingcheng and Amp. Oppo's tone was remarkably calm as she articulated the collective thoughts of the group. Indeed, that is precisely our sentiment, Mr. Li. This acquisition plan seems unfeasible, echoed another. The risks are too great, and the likelihood of failure is substantial. The crowd voiced their opinions, almost unanimously opposing Li Qingcheng and Oppo's acquisition strategy. They perceived the very notion of pursuing this plan as a mere folly, utterly unattainable. Enough, everyone, please settle down. Li Qingcheng calmly tapped the conference table, and the PowerPoint presentation behind her shifted once more. Allow me to present today and Amp. Oppo's stock market overview. A substantial stock market graph appeared on the screen, depicting today's market trends. The materials sector was represented by a towering bullish candlestick, nearly double its prior trajectory, exceeding even its peak. As many of you are aware, I purchased several stocks in the materials sector yesterday, but I suspect the extent of my acquisitions may not yet be clear to all of you, Li Qingcheng stated, as her assistant promptly distributed confidential documents to everyone present. The attendees, momentarily puzzled, eagerly examined the documents. The magnitude of Li Qingcheng and Oppo's investments in material stocks was a matter of great interest. What? So much? Is this real? Can it be? This is astounding. A wave of disbelief swept through the room, followed by exuberant astonishment. Some individuals felt a chill of apprehension as they regarded Li Qingcheng. This woman was audacious beyond measure. She had wagered 2/3 of the Li Group's capital on materials stocks. It was undeniably a high-stakes gamble. Should she falter, the Li Group would face ruin in a most humiliating fashion. This maneuver was nothing less than a desperate gamble, entwining the fates of everyone involved, including the Li Group, in a single, irrevocable choice. Failure would mean despair. Such a reckless and bold undertaking was beyond the realm of their imaginations, yet this woman had dared to do it. Utterly insane. Fortunately, Li Qingcheng emerged victorious. The Li Group not only avoided bankruptcy but also resolved its financial crisis through her audacious strategy. Not only that, but the group's assets had doubled. Given our current financial stability, it indeed seems feasible to consider the acquisition of Dream Automobile. No wonder Mr. Li exudes such confidence. He had foreseen this outcome. Indeed, with our finances now robust, we can contemplate an acquisition. However, forcing Dream Automobile into bankruptcy before we acquire it remains a daunting task. That is true, they acknowledged. For Dream Automobile is currently thriving. Even if we were to exert pressure on their stock prices, it is unlikely we could bring the company to its knees. Once again, the crowd turned their attention to Li Qingcheng. This time, no one dared to question her. Instead, they awaited her proposed solution in silence. I believe you may not yet be aware of a significant development. Please take a look at Dream Automobile Group and Amp. Oppo's real-time stock price.